Cough, cough, cough. Chu Tian spat out a mouthful of blood mixed with fragments of internal organs, watching helplessly as the blood-stained bone spikes slowly withdrew before his eyes. The roar of the rock armor beast shook his eardrums painfully. This 3-story tall monster was skewering him like a kebab on its tail spike, its massive beastly eyes reflecting his mangled body. His left arm was gone along with the shoulder, and a gaping wound in his abdomen exposed his intestines. Is this the end? As his consciousness gradually blurred, Chu Tian looked toward the corpses of his companions not far away. Old Zhang had been bitten in half, the medic, who looked like a college student, had only half a face left, and the captain was clutching his severed legs, struggling to crawl in a pool of blood. A purple lightning bolt struck into the beast horde. Chu Tian used the last of his strength to turn his head and saw that man suspended in mid-air, surrounded by a distorted magnetic field. Under his fingertips, the steel torrent transformed into a meat grinder, instantly tearing dozens of rock-armored beasts into fragments. S-class awakened. Magneto. Chu Tian smiled wryly. If the ability he awakened wasn't some detective skill, but instead Marvel's Superman, X-Men's Magneto, Naruto from Naruto, why is it that his favorite happens to be Detective Conan? When the apocalypse arrives, some lucky individuals will randomly gain a certain ability from their favorite movie or anime character. Although he is one of them, he ended up with the most useless crime-solving ability in the apocalypse. In the apocalypse, killing is not illegal, human lives are as worthless as grass. What case is there for him to solve? Chu Tian let out a bitter laugh, a laugh filled with utter despair. At this moment, a voice echoed in his mind. Host's life detected to be in critical danger. Rebirth program initiated. Time anchor point, 8 hours before the catastrophe. Chu Tian was stunned. A system? It only comes when he's about to die? What kind of joke is this? Immediately after, intense pain suddenly swept through his entire body, as if someone was stirring every nerve with a blender. Amidst his screams, Chu Tian saw countless fragments of memories flashing by rapidly. The warehouse where I was first bitten by a zombie, the shelter where I was so hungry I ate cockroaches, that rainy night when I watched my friend turn into a monster. The piercing sound of an alarm clock exploded. Chu Tian shot up from the bed like a corpse reanimated, his right hand clawing at the air. My assault rift gun? Sunlight filtered through the blue curtains, casting its glow on the PUBG poster on the opposite wall. Zhao Wenyu from the lower bunk was throwing socks at him. What kind of madness is this early in the morning? Your lousy 98k can't even hit anyone in the game. Warm liquid flowed out of his nostrils. Chu Tian touched it. Blood, not brain matter. The phone displayed, April 2nd, 2026, 7 a.m. I have been reborn? Memories surged like a tide. At 3 p.m. today, the first spacetime rift will appear over the Pacific Ocean. 7 days later, those monsters that skewered him like a kebab will. Ding! Talent replication system activated. Newbie benefit, detectable talents within line of sight. A translucent panel suddenly appeared above Zhao Wenyu's head. Magnetic field control, unawakened. Potential rating, S. Chu Tian held his breath. Isn't this precisely the ability of the Magneto who later single-handedly slaughtered the beast tide? In his previous life, the military had almost paid the price of an entire armored division to recruit this S-level awakener. By the way, old Zhao loves watching the X-Men series the most, and it turns out he also has a soft spot for Magneto. There's less than an hour until doomsday, and the innate abilities have already begun to awaken. Doesn't this mean, old Zhao, don't move? Chu Tian jumped barefoot off the bed, grabbed the other person's hand while they looked utterly confused, and silently chanted in his heart, system, copy. Copying requires 10 seconds of physical contact. Zhao Wenyu was so startled that he dropped his phone. What the hell? Are you possessed by a ghost? Why is your hand so cold? Chu Tian did not respond, his eyes fixed intently on the countdown in the void. The moment he read one, a surge of scorching power, like molten lava, coursed through his entire body. He collapsed to his knees, feeling as if thousands of steel needles were stirring in his bone marrow. But compared to the agony of being devoured alive by the rock armor beast, this felt almost like a massage. Power +3. Awakening progress 12%, 37%. Copy successful. Hey, are you crazy? Cheng Haibing hurriedly handed over a towel but was startled by Chu Tian's bloodshot eyes, stepping back half a step. At this moment, in Chu Tian's vision, the entire world was filled with magnetic field lines. The metal tubes of the bed frame alternated between light and dark, like breathing, and the keychain in the drawer emitted a resonant vibration. He suddenly grabbed Cheng Haibing's wrist. Name, Cheng Haibing. Talent, none. Sure enough, only old Zhao. Chu Tian wiped away his nosebleed and suddenly remembered that Cheng Haibing didn't like watching movies, let alone anime, so he hadn't awakened any innate abilities. Strength, 9, average person, 10. Talent slots, 1/5. Magnetic field control, awakening. You don't look so good. Zhao Wenyu asked, frowning. I'm fine. Chu Tian forced these two words out through clenched teeth. At this moment, he felt as if countless ants were gnawing beneath his skin, especially at his temples, which throbbed violently, as if they were about to explode at any moment. But the excruciating pain of having his stomach torn open by the bloodblade mantis in his previous life was 10 times stronger than now, yet he didn't even frown.
Alright then, if anything happens, be sure to let me know.
I'll help you ask the counselor for leave. I have class, so I'll head out first, Zhao Wenyu said before leaving the dormitory.
The other two roommates also answered their phones and hurriedly left.
At this moment, Chu Tian finally collapsed to the ground.
Sweat gathered into small puddles, yet he grinned.
Suddenly, his expression changed. Oh no, he had forgotten to warn them that the end was near. But he quickly shook his head.
Time was running out, there was no room for delay.
He had to replicate other abilities as soon as possible. Raising his hand to sense, all the metal objects in the dormitory began to tremble. The keychain jingled, and the screws of the bed frame screeched with a piercing sound.
Chu Tian clenched his 5 fingers.
Whoosh! A pen turned into a sharp black streak and embedded itself into the wall, its tip deeply piercing the concrete.
This is the power of an awakened?
Chu Tian stared at his trembling palm, his eyes filled with shock. The armored corpse that previously required an entire squad to deal with can now be easily pierced by him with just a pen.
Could this be my golden finger? It can actually replicate others' gifted abilities? After testing, Chu Tian was so shocked that he couldn't speak.
At this moment, his attribute panel had undergone a tremendous change.
Name, Chu Tian. Strength, 9. Agility, 10. Physique, 9. Energy, 15 plus 15. Talent, magnetic field manipulation LV1. Used slots, 1/5.
With the awakening of the ability to manipulate magnetic fields, the energy value, originally at 0, instantly skyrocketed to 15 points. 4 slots remain, which means
I can still acquire 4 different talent abilities. Thinking of this, Chu Tian's hands trembled slightly with excitement.
Ordinary awakeners can only possess 1 innate ability in their lifetime, but he can have 5 at the same time, and this number will increase as the system upgrades. Although he himself only gains Conan's detective skills, now, he can also copy the abilities of others. With multiple powerful supernatural abilities, he can completely transform into the true Grim Reaper Conan, bringing death wherever he goes. I really didn't expect Zhao Wenyu to be a hidden awakener and to possess such a powerful talent. He glanced at his roommate's empty bed, and a wave of emotion surged in his heart. This roommate, who had fallen early in the apocalypse, had actually mastered one of the 4 fundamental forces of the universe, magnetic manipulation. Awakened individuals with such an ability were without exception the strongest at the top of the world. Unfortunately, Zhao Wenyu didn't make it through the beginning of the apocalypse.
If he hadn't died, he would definitely have become a dominant figure.
Chu Tian muttered to himself, but at this moment, he had no time to dwell on these thoughts. There were more important matters waiting for him to handle.
It's already 9:30.
There was less than half an hour left until the apocalypse arrived, and Chu Tian stared at the alarm clock on the table. He vividly remembered that on the day disaster struck, he was in the classroom attending a lecture. Suddenly, a mass of black mist surged in from outside the window, instantly engulfing the entire classroom. After a brief moment of chaos, the mist dissipated, and most of the teachers and students had turned into bloodthirsty zombies. In his previous life, Chu Tian had barely managed to escape the campus with all his might, but before he could catch his breath, various monsters and ferocious beasts came one after another. That period of time was simply a purgatory for ordinary people without special abilities. Relying solely on magnetic field manipulation is not enough. I must become stronger. Recalling the painful memories of his past life, Chu Tian's gaze grew colder, and his resolve became even firmer. I must find Li Ruyu as soon as possible. Li Ruyu is the vice president of the student council. Not only is she exceptionally beautiful, but she is also kind-hearted, making her the goddess in the hearts of all the boys at school. She often enthusiastically helps classmates in need, becoming the secret crush of many. But Chu Tian knows a little-known secret. After the disaster, Li Ruyu will awaken a powerful ability to control lightning. In the future, she will become the fearsome goddess of thunder, but for certain reasons, her personality will drastically change, harboring deep hatred toward men and killing any she encounters. The shelter she established strictly prohibits men from entering and only takes in female survivors. As for why Li Ruyu became so extreme, Chu Tian didn't care. The only thing he cared about now was copying her lightning ability before she completely turned bad. As a reborn individual, Chu Tian knew of many future powerhouses, but within the same city, the only one with the most potential at the moment was Li Ruyu. At this time, Li Ruyu should be attending class in the Bo Shui building. The Bo Shui building is just one of the school's teaching buildings. As a senior, Li Ruyu is 1 year ahead of Chu Tian. Her daily routine is very predictable, revolving mainly around the student council, the dormitory, and the teaching building. Thinking of this, Chu Tian immediately sprang into action. With a casual wave of his hand, the metal objects in the dormitory flew into his pocket one after another. As soon as he stepped out of the dormitory, he ran into 2 classmates. Name, Lu Hai. Gender, male. Talent, none. Name, Hui Tong. Gender, male. Talent, none. Chu Tian glanced at them casually, confirmed that both were ordinary people, and then left without looking back. As he passed by the dormitory building, he saw the dormitory supervisor chatting with a few freshmen. After observing Observing closely, he found that all of them were ordinary people, not a single awakened one among them. Awakened ones are indeed as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. Even so, Shu Tian did not give up. Along the way, whenever he encountered someone, he would carefully observe them to determine whether they possessed any innate abilities. This behavior even startled two passing junior schoolmates, who thought they had run into some kind of pervert. Shu Tian couldn't be bothered to explain, thinking to himself that with the disaster arriving in just half an hour, whether they could survive was the real issue. When he was about to reach the knowledge building, he finally discovered a girl with supernatural abilities.
Name, In Shui. Gender, female. Talent, super strength, unawakened.
Although immense strength is not uncommon for Shu Tian, it happens to make up for his shortcomings in close combat.
Does this little girl like Tsunade the most? Copy.
Almost without thinking, Shu Tian quickly stepped forward and directly placed his hand on In Shui's shoulder.
Classmate, have you seen Li Ruyu? Ah.
The girl looked confused, and at this moment, the familiar system prompt sounded in Shu Tian's ear.
Ding. Copy completed. Detected no awakened abilities. Awakening for you.
Immediately, a heart-wrenching pain swept through the entire body, as if the bones were being reorganized. Fortunately, the pain came quickly and subsided just as fast.
In less than half a minute, the awakening of the superpower was complete. Name, Shu Tian. Strength 31 plus 22. Agility 10. Constitution 15 plus 6. Energy 15. Talent, magnetic field manipulation LV1. Great strength LV1.
Slots used, 2 out of 5. Sure enough, close combat abilities are the most practical in the early stages. Looking at his attribute panel, Shu Tian nodded in satisfaction. Level 1 super strength already grants 3 times the strength of an average person, definitely enough for a fight. Thinking about the scene where someone might mistakenly believe he is a control-type ability user, only to recklessly approach and get knocked out with a single punch, he couldn't help but want to laugh out loud. The biggest weakness of mental-type and control-type ability users is their physical frailty. Once someone gets close, they're basically at the mercy of others. He chose to replicate super strength precisely to make up for this shortcoming.
Classmate? Hey, classmate?
A crisp voice interrupted Shu Tian's thoughts as In Shui frowned and waved her hand in front of him. This person was really too strange, suddenly patting her shoulder and then standing there in a daze. If he didn't look somewhat decent, she would have called the police long ago.
Shu Tian cleared his throat and asked again, have you seen Li Ruyu?
Although his earlier action was a bit abrupt, he did have something important to ask.
No, not at all.
In Shui shook her head, hesitated for a moment, and then added, if you're feeling unwell, the school clinic is over there. After saying that, she pointed in the direction, turned around, and quickly walked away, frequently glancing back, afraid that Shu Tian might follow. Shu Tian paid no attention to In Shui. In his eyes, this girl had already lost her value.
Li Ruyu should be on the 3rd floor, right?
Shu Tian decided to look for her personally and headed straight to the 3rd floor of the knowledge building.
Today, the content we are going to learn is bang.
Before the professor could finish speaking, the classroom door was suddenly flung open, startling the drowsy students.
Shu Tian stood at the doorway and shouted bluntly, is Li Ruyu here? Time was running out, and the disaster would strike in just over 10 minutes.
Shu Tian couldn't afford to search slowly and had to use this simple and direct method to save time.
The professor frowned and questioned sternly, which grade are you in? Don't you know you should knock before entering? Shu Tian ignored him.
Seeing no response, he immediately turned and left, preparing to search the next classroom.
Bang! Another classroom door was violently pushed open. Is Li Ruyu here? Still, no one answered. Bang! Is Li Ruyu here?
There was still no response. Soon, Shu Tian searched every classroom on the 3rd floor but still couldn't find any trace of Li Ruyu.
Could she have gone to the student council?
Just as Shu Tian was about to leave, a timid voice came from behind.
Li Ruyu took a leave of absence today and isn't at school.
Shu Tian turned around abruptly and looked at the girl who had spoken. The system indicated that she was just an ordinary person.
Do you know where she went? The girl nervously replied, I'm not quite sure. She just said she had something to do at the old pedestrian street today. Is it over by East Street? The girl nodded.
Just as Shu Tian was pondering his next move, a series of screams suddenly erupted outside.
What the hell is this thing? Why did the sky suddenly turn dark? It looks like fog, but why is it black?
In the blink of an eye, a thick black fog surged into the classroom, swallowing all the light. The entire classroom was instantly plunged into complete darkness, so pitch black that you couldn't see your hand in front of your face, and even the lights had completely gone out.
I can't see anything. Help! Zhang Fan, where are you? I'm so scared.
The classroom was in chaos, with the sounds of desks and chairs colliding and screams echoing one after another.
Only Shu Tian remained as calm as a bystander. He took 2 pens out of his pocket and let them float between his palms.
Suddenly, a blurry figure approached him.
Shu Tian unhesitatingly controlled the pen, shooting it like an arrow and hitting the target with precision.
Accompanied by a scream, the figure fell to the ground. Shu Tian couldn't determine whether the other party was a zombie or an ordinary person, but at this moment, he had only one creed: any anyone who approached would undoubtedly die.
No distinction was made between friend or foe.
Soon, the black mist began to dissipate.
The fluorescent lights in the classroom gradually regained their brightness, dispelling the darkness.
Although the black mist lasted less than a minute, the fear and upheaval it brought were devastating.
Ah, help! Oh my God, how terrifying!
As the black mist dissipated, screams echoed one after another in the classroom and hallway.
Chu Tian quickly scanned the classroom. There weren't many students in this elective class, only a dozen or so.
Several corpses lay at his feet, with blood still gushing out. Among the surviving students, half were looking around in terror, while the other half lay sleeping on their desks, though their shoulders twitched unnervingly.
Chu Tian understood that those people were turning into zombies.
To avoid exposing his abilities, he bent down to retrieve the pen from the corpse without using magnetic control, because he knew that, apart from himself, all other ability users had awakened only after the black mist.
You killed them?
Seeing the blood-dripping pen in Chu Tian's hand, several students questioned in horror.
Why did you do this?
Quick, call the police. Facing the questioning, Chu Tian remained expressionless.
At this moment, a girl secretly took out her phone, preparing to call the police.
Just as she dialed, the girl next to her, who had been keeping her head down, suddenly looked up.
Her eyes were completely white, with no pupils.
Ah! The girl suddenly lunged at the one about to call the police, sinking her teeth viciously into her neck.
Rip!
A large chunk of flesh was torn off, blood gushing out in torrents. This seemed to trigger a chain reaction, as the other slumbering figures in the classroom sprang up one after another, frantically attacking their classmates around them.
Ah! Bastard, what are you doing? Help! Screams echoed one after another, and the classroom descended into complete chaos.
Many people were bitten by zombies before they even had a chance to resist.
Roar! A zombie lunged at Chu Tian with claws bared. Chu Tian reacted swiftly, grabbing a pen and hurling it at the zombie. Squelch!
The pen pierced through the zombie's left eye with precision, reaching its brain, and the zombie collapsed to the ground.
Kill ordinary zombies, experience points +1. Note, experience points can be used to upgrade the system and abilities.
At the moment the zombie was killed, the system notification sounded in Chu Tian's mind.
Experience points? Chu Tian's eyes lit up, and he immediately threw the pen at another zombie. Squelch! The notification sound rang out again. Ah!
After confirming that killing zombies could grant experience points, Chu Tian's gaze toward these creatures instantly became fervent.
Put. One by one, pens and keys in Chu Tian's hand turned into hidden weapons, each accurately piercing the zombie's eyeballs.
When he ran out of personal items, he grabbed the stationery on the desk and continued throwing. Soon, the last zombie in the classroom was also pierced through the eye socket by a metal ruler and collapsed to the ground with a thud. Compared to the chaos in other classrooms, this one was eerily quiet.
Have you seen zombie movies? What exactly happened? They've all mutated.
Facing the terrified gazes of the crowd, Chu Tian calmly explained. At this moment, no one dared to resist. The strength Chu Tian had displayed had
already intimidated everyone.
In their eyes, Chu Tian was like a hidden weapon master from martial arts novels. Any object in his hands could become a
deadly weapon.
Only Chu Tian himself understood that behind the seemingly simple throws lay profound mysteries. With every move, he was using magnetic fields to manipulate and correct the trajectory of the hidden weapons. If he wanted, he could even make the weapons curve mid-air to hit their target.
Both of you were bitten?
After dealing with the zombies, Chu Tian's sharp gaze locked onto the two girls in the corner. One had an injured arm, and the other's hand was bleeding.
Poof. No. Ah, please, spare me. I definitely won't mutate. I swear.
The two girls were so frightened that they fell to their knees, tears streaming down like rain. Without a word, Chu Tian grabbed the iron ruler and threw it. Squelch! The iron ruler pierced the eyeball with precision, but the system showed no reaction.
Could it be that no experience is given unless the mutation is complete? Chu Tian frowned slightly.
At that moment, another girl suddenly started convulsing, her eyes rolling back.
She frantically lunged at the classmate beside her.
In the blink of an eye, a pen, under Chu Tian's magnetic field control, instantly pierced through her skull.
Killed a regular zombie, experience +1.
Sure enough, you have to fully mutate to gain experience.
Chu Tian suddenly realized.
Watching Chu Tian decisively execute the two girls, the classroom fell into complete silence, and everyone was as quiet as a cicada in winter. They vaguely felt that this killing god seemed far from satisfied, and indeed, that was the case.
Should I clear out all the zombies in the entire building?
After tasting the benefits of experience, Chu Tian had this thought. As an apocalypse survivor, he had no fear of zombies.
Compared to those terrifying beasts, zombies were utterly weak. However, Chu Tian did not forget
his primary goal for this trip, Li Ruyu. He knew that if he delayed too long here and allowed Li Ruyu to awaken and leave the pedestrian street, finding her again would be as difficult as climbing to the heavens. However, he calculated silently, if I plan the route well, I should still make it in time. After weighing the pros and cons, Chu Tian quickly made a decision. Under the terrified gazes of the crowd, he began frantically collecting iron items. Pen, Pens, iron rulers, keys, coins, anything usable was swiftly gathered into his bag. A girl mustered up the courage and proactively handed over a set of keys. Shu Tian looked up and saw that it was the same girl who had previously told him about Li Ruyu's whereabouts. To his surprise, this girl had actually survived the first wave of black mist, but Shu Tian knew very well that this did not change the fact that she was unable to awaken any special abilities.
Thanks. He thanked her indifferently, took the keys, and left without looking back.
These survivors were utterly worthless in his eyes.
Save them? Unnecessary. Harm them? He wasn't interested.
If it were his personality from before his rebirth, he would have deliberately lured zombies here, infecting everyone, and then harvested them all after they mutated.
After all, zombies were free experience points.
But having endured the apocalypse, Shu Tian deeply understood how hard it was for ordinary people to survive. So now, not actively causing harm was already his greatest act of mercy. Just as he was about to step out of the classroom, a heart-wrenching scream suddenly rang out.
Ah, it hurts so much.
A girl suddenly collapsed to the ground, wailing and breaking the silence.
What happened to her? Someone asked in a panic.
Roar! Could she be turning into a zombie? Another person said, their voice trembling.
Shu Tian paused slightly.
He had thought that everyone here was just ordinary survivors, but unexpectedly, there was a potential awakener among them.
Turning
around, he saw the girl rolling on the ground, tears streaming down her face. The others had already backed far away, afraid she might suddenly mutate.
The system interface instantly popped up. Name, Wang Yirong. Gender, female. Talent, underwater breathing. Glancing at the ability, Shu Tian turned around and left expressionlessly. In terms of practicality, this useless talent was even worse than
that of an ordinary person. It couldn't be used for combat, nor was it effective for self-preservation, making it completely worthless to him. Just as he stepped out of the classroom, intense arguing erupted behind him.
Deal with her quickly before she mutates. If we don't act now, we'll be the ones to die.
No, please, I beg you. Accompanied by the sound of blunt force impacts and piercing screams, Shu Tian shook his head. He had seen such tragedies many times.
In the early
days of the apocalypse, awakened individuals were often mistaken for infected ones due to their suffering, without even a chance to explain.
Without hesitation, he walked straight to the classroom next door.
Pushing open the half-closed door, a strong stench of blood hit him in the face. The scene before him made Shu Tian furrow his brows tightly. The classroom was a river of blood, with over a dozen zombies gathered in a circle, feasting voraciously. Severed limbs and body parts were scattered across the floor, resembling a slaughterhouse. The sound of the door opening immediately caught the zombies' attention. They abandoned their meal and lunged forward with roars. Shu Tian remained unfazed, kicking over a desk to use as a barrier while simultaneously flinging several steel pens from his hand. The fountain pen shot out like an arrow, precisely piercing through the eye of the zombie in the front row. Taking advantage of the gap, he quickly scanned the classroom, searching for usable weapons. The iron pointer on the podium, scattered coins, metal curtain hooks by the window, all of these were excellent combat tools. The magnetic field manipulation ability activated, and those metal objects began to float. Accompanied by Shu Tian's low shout, a metallic storm suddenly swept across. The sound of sharp weapons piercing flesh echoed continuously, and zombies fell like wheat being harvested.
Kill ordinary zombie, experience points +1.
Kill a regular zombie, experience points +1. The system notification sounds came one after another, and the corners of Shu Tian's mouth slightly curved upward. In the blink of an eye, not a single zombie was left standing in the classroom. In the corner, two boys were whispering softly.
Zhang Chang, do you think we should follow that person? I think following him is the only way to survive.
Are you crazy? Li Hu lowered his voice, unable to hide the fear in it. That guy kills people like chopping vegetables.
Someone like him could wipe us out in an instant if he's unhappy.
In the classroom where Shu Tian had stayed earlier, a few students were still hesitating about whether to follow. They had no idea that the man known as the God of Killing had already cleared all the zombies on the third floor and was preparing to go downstairs.
I still overestimated myself.
Standing at the stairway entrance, Shu Tian wiped the sweat from his forehead. Continuous combat made him feel dizzy, as if his brain were filled with lead, unbearably heavy.
Roar!
So this is what they call mental exhaustion. He leaned against the wall with one hand, muttering to himself. Under normal circumstances, psychic ability users experience a significant drop in combat power once they are overexerted. But Shu Tian is an exception, because he has a second ability, immense strength. Even without using his abilities, he can sweep through thousands with sheer physical power alone.
System, open the panel. With a single thought, a translucent panel immediately appeared before his eyes. Name, Shu Tian. System level, 1/0/10,000. Agility, 10. Energy, 15.
Talents, Magnetic Field Control LV1, 0/100. Great Strength LV1, 0/100.
Slots used, 2/5. Experience, 112. 100 112 experience points? Killed so many? Seeing the experience value, Chu Tian was slightly surprised. Killing with excitement, completely unaware of the quantity. Unexpectedly, it had already accumulated over 100. Upgrading any skill requires 100 points. If the system upgrades, units, tens, hundreds, thousands, 10,000? After counting the number of zeros, Chu Tian raised his eyebrows, then returned to calm. 10,000 experience points. That is, eliminating 10,000 zombies. Compared to the benefits of upgrading, this cost is practically nothing. More talent slots mean he can replicate more abilities. But now, the experience is only enough to upgrade one skill. Upgrade magnetic field control. Between these two talents, Chu Tian made his choice without hesitation. A warm current instantly flowed through the entire body. The originally muddled mind suddenly became clear, and thoughts turned unprecedentedly sharp. The magnetic lines of force between heaven and earth were now clearly visible. Name, Chu Tian. Roar. System level, 10/10,000. Roar. Agility, 10. Energy, 33 plus 18. Talent, magnetic field control LV2, 0/1000. Giant strength LV1, 0/100. Slots used, 2 out of 5. Experience, 12. Energy doubled after leveling up, but the experience required for the next level is also higher. After quickly scanning through the attribute changes, Chu Tian closed the panel. At this moment, not only had his mental strength fully recovered, but after his magnetic field control advanced to level 2, his manipulation of metal had become even more adept. Aside from being able to perform basic control, now he could even begin to alter the shape of metal. Chu Tian's thoughts shifted slightly, and the iron ruler in his hand began to twist and deform under the influence of the magnetic field. It was as if an invisible hand was constantly kneading it. Go! As the magnetic field energy continued to be released, the iron ruler gradually took shape. From its original elongated form, it transformed into a sharp, handleless throwing knife. Much more handy than a pen. Chu Tian weighed the throwing knife in his hand and nodded in satisfaction. Next, he transformed all the remaining iron rulers into the same throwing knife design, completely discarding the pens and keys, keeping only a few coins as backup. After equipping himself with the self-made throwing knives, Chu Tian headed straight to the second floor. His upgraded ability allowed him to control 4 or 5 throwing knives simultaneously. In extreme conditions, he could even handle 7 or 8. However, exceeding this number would cause a sharp increase in mental strain, significantly reducing accuracy and speed. At this moment, several throwing knives, under Chu Tian's control, weaved through the horde of zombies. Like the fine embroidery needles of the Grim Reaper, they precisely pierced the eye sockets of one zombie after another. Each strike was a fatal blow, swiftly moving on to the next target. Every stab sent a spray of filthy blood into the air, but staying 5 meters away, none of the filth could touch Chu Tian. Kill ordinary zombies, experience points +1. Kill ordinary zombies, experience points +1. The system notification sounded repeatedly. The upgraded abilities combined with the specially made throwing knives greatly enhanced Chu Tian's killing efficiency. Zombies fell in droves like harvested wheat. While Chu Tian was slaughtering left and right, a few figures were huddled in a storage room in another teaching building not far away, fear spreading in the confined space. Woo woo, what exactly happened? I want to go home. Shut up. Do you want to attract the zombies? The girl's sobbing was abruptly interrupted. In the crowd, a familiar figure stood out, Chu Tian's roommate, Zhao Wenyu. At this moment, he was in terrible condition, cold sweat soaking through his clothes, his body trembling uncontrollably. His pale face revealed that he was enduring immense pain. Fortunately, the dim light in the storage room and the sealed windows kept anyone from noticing his abnormal state. Can't make a sound, absolutely can't. Zhao Wenyu clenched his teeth, his nails digging deeply into his palms. If I'm discovered, I'm done for. Although he didn't understand what changes were happening to his body, he knew that once exposed, the others would show no mercy. To survive, he gritted his teeth and endured the excruciating pain, even biting his gums until they bled, yet he didn't make a sound. It must be said, such willpower was astonishing. Unfortunately, things didn't go as he wished. Ah! A miserable scream suddenly erupted. Zhao Wenyu turned his head in shock, only to see the boy in the neighboring seat also pale-faced and convulsing. The difference was that the other couldn't hold back and screamed out loud. There are 2 infected here. Quick, deal with them. We can't let them attract the zombies. The survivors instantly erupted into chaos. Hearing these words, Zhao Wenyu's vision went black as he glared fiercely at the boy, his eyes filled with venomous hatred. Through gritted teeth, he spat out, "You useless idiot." Before he could finish, a baseball bat smashed down hard on his head. Inside the academic building, Chu Tian flicked the blood off his throwing knife and continued advancing downward. He had no idea that at this moment, the dying Zhao Wenyu had a chance to awaken the ability to control magnetic fields. Time was of the essence, and he had no time to think about anything else. He only wanted to grow stronger as quickly as possible. Now the 3rd and 2nd floors have been completely cleared, leaving only the 1st floor
floor intact. What is shocking is that there isn't a single survivor on these 2 floors.
At the same time, killed a regular zombie, experience +1. Current experience points, 238.
Although no one survived, the number of zombies on the 2nd floor far exceeded that of the 3rd floor. After clearing it, Chu Tian's experience points directly surpassed the 200 mark. He opened the system interface without hesitation and chose to upgrade the 2nd ability.
Upgrade giant strength.
Scorching energy instantly swept through his entire body, and every muscle was filled with explosive power. As he clenched his fists, he felt an unprecedented desire to fight, as if one punch could shatter the earth. But soon, he suppressed this impulse.
Unless necessary, he would never easily reveal his close combat strength.
Call up the attribute panel.
Name, Chu Tian. System level, 1. Strength, 72 plus 41. Agility, 10. Constitution, 15. Energy, 33.
Talent, Magnetic Field Control LV2, 0/1000. Great Strength LV2, 0/1000.
Slot usage, 2/5. Experience points, 138.
After the upgrade, his strength reached 7 times that of an ordinary person. In terms of strength alone, he had stepped into the non-human realm, comparable to future genetically modified warriors.
Unfortunately, this upgrade did not enhance his physique. The next stage requires 1000 experience points.
Chu Tian sighed lightly. I can't save up enough in a short time. Glancing at his watch and estimating the time, he realized he had to act immediately.
I can't delay any longer.
Chu Tian's heart was alert. This was the only chance to acquire Li Ruyu's ability. In his memory, Li Ruyu would disappear for a long time after the apocalypse. Thinking of this, he no longer lingered in battle and decisively stepped forward. After clearing the obstacles, he rushed out of the scholarly building without hesitation. The survivors on the 3rd floor watched Chu Tian leave through the window. After some discussion, they finally mustered the courage to dismantle the legs of tables and chairs to use as weapons, trembling as they descended the stairs. Along the way, the path was littered with zombie corpses.
My God, he killed so many all by himself. If only we had followed him. Shut up, isn't it pretty safe now? He basically helped us clear the road. Ha, true. Follow me when we get out. My car is nearby.
Looking at the corpses scattered all over the ground, the group gradually relaxed and even started planning their escape route. But what they didn't know was that, in order to save time, Chu Tian hadn't touched the zombies on the 1st floor at all. The number of zombies there was even greater than the 2nd and 3rd floors combined.
As soon as they stepped onto the 1st floor, they immediately attracted the zombie horde. Damn it! Why are there still more? Help! Screams instantly echoed through the hallway. Facing the tide of zombies surging forward, the group was completely powerless to fight back. No, don't! Strength 31.
Listening to the screams behind him, Chu Tian did not look back. In the apocalypse, those who hesitate are destined to have only one path, the path to death. If they had decisively followed him at the time, at least half of them could have survived. But unfortunately, there are no ifs. Chu Tian thought coldly, dying early might actually be a kind of relief. Recalling the events of his past life, he gently shook his head. In this world shrouded in despair, the pain endured by the living often surpasses that of the dead. Survival means facing fear every single day, summoning all courage to fight against the cruel reality. Living is like being a humble ant, constantly struggling on the edge of death, never knowing when one might become a meal for the monsters. Chu Tian clenched his fists, his gaze sharp as a blade. Fortunately, in this life, I am no longer a helpless ant at the mercy of others.
Physique 15.
To reach the pedestrian street as quickly as possible, Chu Tian headed straight to the faculty parking lot after leaving the academic building.
From
City University of Technology to East Street was a full 20 kilometers. Without transportation, it was impossible to make any progress.
As he passed
through the campus paths, wandering zombies could be seen everywhere. These creatures had poor eyesight but were exceptionally sensitive to sound.
Many survivors were discovered as soon as they escaped the buildings. Once a single zombie let out a howl, the horde would swarm in, trapping their prey.
Chu Tian, who was well versed in the habits of zombies, never gave them a chance to make a sound. Zombies along the way were often unaware before being swiftly cut down by a flash of cold light.
Killed a regular zombie, experience +1. Killed a regular zombie. The system notifications sounded one after another, yet Chu Tian's pace remained steady.
Although his efficiency was not as high as when he focused solely on hunting, casually harvesting experience still yielded considerable gains.
In contrast, the
plight of other survivors was heartbreaking.
Along the way, Chu Tian saw many fleeing individuals, some traveling in groups, others alone.
These people had barely managed to escape from buildings, only to be surrounded by outdoor zombies moments later. In the open area, they were completely powerless to resist.
Most people couldn't last more than a few minutes before falling victim to the zombies. Some survivors,
upon discovering Chu Tian's abilities, desperately called out to him for help. The only response they received was Chu Tian's gradually receding figure. Soon, the cries for help turned into curses, and eventually transformed into piercing screams.
Then, silence returned. turn. Splat. Kill a regular zombie. Experience points +1. After taking down the last zombie, Chu Tian finally arrived at the parking lot.
This parking lot was exclusively for faculty and staff, not open to the public. Scanning the area, the majority of the vehicles were ordinary family cars like Volkswagen and Nissan, with only a few SUVs scattered around. Just as Chu Tian was about to randomly pick a car, a shadow in the corner caught his attention. It was a completely black Mercedes G63, commonly known as the Big G. What was even more surprising was that it turned out to be the 6-wheel, 6-drive 6x6 version, absolutely imposing. "Ha, looks like some rich kid's toy," Chu Tian sneered and walked straight over. Although the parking lot is not open to the public, students can park private vehicles after paying a fee. Arriving beside the G-Wagon, Chu Tian ignored the complex structure of the car lock, raised his hand to release magnetic energy, and the lock opened with a click. Click. With a crisp sound, the heavy car door automatically popped open. Sitting in the driver's seat, the vehicle started without needing a key. The screen lit up instantly, and the V8 twin-turbo engine let out a deep roar. Fortunately, Chu Tian had cleared the nearby zombies in advance, otherwise, the noise would have surely attracted a horde. Just as Chu Tian was familiarizing himself with the vehicle's controls, 3 figures were approaching. Leading them was Yin Xiaoyi, whose ability he had previously copied. Her state was clearly different now, as her powers seemed to have fully awakened. She held a blood-stained metal baseball bat in her hand, its body deformed, evidently having gone through intense battles. "I have a villa in the suburbs, it's very safe there. Let's take my car later. You know the Mercedes-Benz G-Class, right?" The speaker was the well-dressed young man beside her, his tone carrying a sense of superiority. "Zhang Shanglong, don't call me E." Yin Xiaoyi frowned and reprimanded sternly. At this moment, she deeply regretted saving these 2 people. Rather than calling it a rescue, it was more like being pestered endlessly by them. Out of classmate camaraderie, she couldn't bring herself to abandon them heartlessly. "I've already done my utmost by helping you escape. From now on, let's go our separate ways, okay?" Yin Xiaoyi just wanted to get rid of these 2 burdens as quickly as possible. "The outside is full of zombies. Where can a girl like you go? You might as well come with us." Zhang Shanglong was still unwilling to give up and continued to persuade. The deafening roar of an engine erupted as a black Mercedes G-Class sped out of the parking lot. "Shit!" Zhang Shanglong cursed angrily. "That's my car. Monkey, stop that car!" he shouted at the burly guy beside him, while he himself dashed forward recklessly, attempting to block its path with his body. Chu Tian inside the car had long noticed these 3 people but couldn't be bothered to pay attention. Just as he was about to accelerate and leave, a skinny, monkey-like boy suddenly jumped in front of the car. "Stop! Are you F********** ing deaf?" Chu Tian raised his eyebrows coldly, and instead of slowing down, he slammed on the accelerator. "I told you to stop. Did you hear me?" The boy nicknamed Monkey was initially shouting arrogantly, but when he saw the car not only failing to slow down but speeding up, his expression changed drastically. "Stop! Stop! Damn it! Stop now!" As the wheels drew closer, his eyes were filled with nothing but fear. Thud! The Mercedes-Benz G-Class jolted slightly, and Chu Tian felt as if it had run over a small pebble. Witnessing this scene, Zhang Shanglong's legs went weak, and he froze in place. Before he could react, the originally straight-driving G-Wagon suddenly turned and charged straight toward him. "No, no, no, don't come over." Zhang Shanglong scrambled and dodged in a panic, looking utterly disheveled. At the critical moment, the G-Wagon braked sharply and stopped right in front of him. As soon as the words were spoken, the blood splashed up by the tires covered his face. Zhang Shanglong blankly wiped his face, looked at the stuff on his hand, and let out a piercing scream. The scream was deafening. He was so terrified that he went insane, dropping to all fours and frantically sprinting toward the distant horde of corpses. From beginning to end, Chu Tian never gave him a single glance. The only reason for stopping the car, Yin Xiaoyi. Through the car window, Chu Tian noticed the subtle change in her aura. Her supernatural ability had already awakened. Name, Yin Xiaoyi. Gender, female. Ability, super strength LV1. The newly awakened Yin Xiaoyi only had a LV1 ability, while Chu Tian had already reached LV2. Can the same type of ability be copied a second time? Strength 31. Chu Tian rolled down the car window and said just 2 words indifferently. "Get in." Yin Xiaoyi looked up in shock, her eyes full of vigilance. "Why did you hit him?" Physique 15. Chu Tian did not explain, his tone firm and unquestionable. "Get in the car." Yin Xiaoyi still wanted to question him, but suddenly noticed that the horde of corpses in the distance was being drawn by the sound, and among them was the already infected Zhang Shanglong. At the critical moment, she clenched her teeth and quickly opened the passenger door. The moment the car door closed, Chu Tian grabbed her left hand. System, copy. Error. Target repeated. Copy failed. Chu Tian raised an eyebrow unsurprisingly, letting go of his hand as if nothing had happened. With a press on the accelerator, the G-Class roared out of the parking lot. The roar of the Mercedes G63 attracted zombies along the way, but any creature daring to come within a 20-meter radius was instantly headshot by a flash of silver. Inside the car, Chu Tian controlled the steering wheel with one hand while a throwing knife cleared the way ahead. The car wasn't moving fast as the road was filled with burning wrecked vehicles, with thick smoke billowing.
With Chu Tian's current abilities, he couldn't easily move these obstacles. This 6x6 off-road G-Wagon had outstanding performance, with a high chassis and strong off-road capability.
Encountering impassable road sections, they directly crushed sidewalks, greenbelts, and even central barriers. Yin Xiaoyi, sitting stiffly in the passenger seat, had not mentioned the incident of hitting someone since getting into the car. The man before her was unfathomable, exuding an overwhelming sense of oppression. What shocked her even more was Chu Tian's ability. She witnessed with her own eyes several flying knives emerging from his pocket, drawing deadly arcs in front of the car, precisely severing the heads of zombies.
This completely overturned her understanding.
Although she had also awakened a superpower, the enhancement of her strength was still within her comprehension. But Chu Tian's ability to manipulate objects from a distance was like something straight out of a sci-fi movie.
After a long silence, Yin Xiaoyi finally couldn't help but speak. Is this a superpower? How did you do it? Are there really superpowers in the world? Otherwise? Chu Tian looked straight ahead and asked indifferently, how do you think your strength came about? But I just got stronger. Isn't that something weightlifters can do?
Yin Xiaoyi clenched her fists and tentatively spoke. Chu Tian glanced at her sideways. With your thin arms and legs, do you have the muscle mass of an athlete?
Disproportionate strength, do you think that's normal? Yin Xiaoyi froze for a moment, then nodded thoughtfully. It really doesn't make sense. She immediately looked at Chu Tian warily. How do you know my strength increased? Are you spying on me? Guessed. Oh, the atmosphere in the car eased slightly.
Although she found the conversation a bit odd, Yin Xiaoyi didn't probe further. Compared to her unease, Chu Tian remained calm and focused as he maneuvered the tow truck. After leaving the congested city area, the G-Wagon finally sped along the wide highway, quickly shaking off the pursuing horde of corpses. After confirming their safety, Chu Tian rolled down the car window, and the hovering flying knives immediately changed direction and returned to their positions.
Following the intense battle, the blades were severely worn.
As magnetic energy surged, the dulled edges began to self-repair at a speed visible to the naked eye, gleaming coldly in an instant.
Yin Xiaoyi widened her eyes and blurted out, you can control metal? Like in the movies? A classic image flashed through her mind. Are you Magneto? Yes. Chu Tian responded nonchalantly.
Magnetic field abilities were already a publicly known method, so there was no need to deliberately hide it. The real trump card had to be saved for critical moments.
Will everyone awaken abilities? Or is it just a few people? Everyone's abilities are different? For example, you control metal, and I'm strong? After receiving confirmation, Yin Xiaoyi began to analyze aloud.
She was indeed clever. Even though it was just scratching the surface, she managed to deduce quite a bit of information, which was commendable.
Do you usually talk this much? Listening to her ramble on, Chu Tian finally couldn't help but interrupt. No, not at all.
I'm not usually like this, Yin Xiaoyi hurriedly explained, suddenly distracted by the view outside the window.
Wait, are we heading to East Street? Are you familiar with that area? Chu Tian detected a hint of peculiarity in her voice.
Not bad, I used to work there before, Yin Xiaoyi answered straightforwardly.
Work? Chu Tian immediately gave her a few more glances.
Only then did he notice that, despite her striking appearance, her skin was rather dark, and her hands were covered in calluses. Her clothes, though clean, appeared worn, and her jeans had long faded. It was evident that her family was not well off, perhaps even struggling. Judging by the word work, she was likely juggling part-time jobs while studying.
Why are you staring at me like that? Noticing Chu Tian's gaze, Yin Xiaoyi asked somewhat uneasily. Nothing. Chu Tian shook his head, but he couldn't help feeling a bit more admiration for her.
This girl had an astonishingly good foundation, even in the simplest clothes and without any makeup. She was breathtakingly beautiful. She could have easily taken shortcuts relying on her looks, yet she chose the most down-to-earth path.
When you were working on East Street, did you ever see Li Ruyu? Chu Tian asked casually.
Yin Xiaoyi was stunned.
It's already the end of the world, and you're still thinking about Li Ruyu? You really are. She suddenly laughed. So romantic. In Yin Xiaoyi's eyes, Chu Tian's persistence was the epitome of devotion.
She even felt a bit envious of Li Ruyu being sought after like this in the apocalypse. She thought carefully and said, I did see her a few times. Her uncle owns a clothing store on East Street, and she often went there.
Do you know the exact location? Chu Tian immediately asked. Yes, Yin Xiaoyi nodded. Chu Tian secretly breathed a sigh of relief.
Bringing her along was indeed a wise decision, saving him the trouble of searching aimlessly on East Street.
As the vehicle approached East Street, the road became increasingly narrow and congested.
A few days after the disaster broke out, the entire city had turned into a hellscape.
Looking
around, the streets were shattered, vehicles were chaotically crashed into one another, some had plowed into shops, others were stuck in guardrails.
Thick smoke and flames were everywhere.
Amid this wasteland, countless terrifying zombies roamed, keenly detecting any sound. Whether survivors hid or fled, they could hardly escape their doom. East Street, as the pedestrian street of the old little town, is narrow yet densely populated, with a zombie count several times higher than
other areas.
As the G-Wagon just entered East Street, the roar of the engine immediately caught the attention of the zombie horde. The first growl echoed, and more zombies joined this deadly chorus, surging forward like a tide. Yin Xiaoyi, sitting in the passenger seat, looked pale, her hand gripping the baseball bat trembling slightly.
What do we do now?
You drive, Chu Tian said with an unusual calmness, as if the chaos before him was of no concern. His composure instilled confidence in Yin Xiaoyi, and she quickly took over the steering wheel. Chu Tian, on the other hand, focused entirely on dealing with the horde of corpses. Throwing knives shot out one after another, turning into silver lightning.
Damn! Killed a regular zombie. Experience +1. The frequent notification sounds were almost irritating. Turn off the notification sound and summarize after the task is completed. What are you standing there for? Chu Tian tried giving the command, and the system responded immediately.
5 flying knives shot out simultaneously, piercing accurately into the eye sockets of the zombies in the front row. Blood mixed with black viscous matter splattered everywhere. To avoid rapid blade wear, Chu Tian skillfully controlled the flying knives to penetrate the eye sockets, directly destroying the brain rather than forcibly piercing through the hard skull.
This is too powerful. Yin Xiaoyi was dumbfounded.
This wasn't killing zombies, it was practically mowing the lawn. Chu Tian extended one hand out of the car window, his gaze cold and stern. Under his control, the flying knife transformed into a silver reaper, mercilessly harvesting lives. The wheels rolled over the first row of corpses, causing the car to jolt.
The excited Yin Xiaoyi almost twisted the steering wheel out of shape.
Keep it steady, don't damage the car, Chu Tian reminded calmly.
Oh.
Yin Xiaoyi quickly calmed her excitement and gripped the steering wheel firmly again. She glanced down at her slender arms and silently comforted herself.
Not envious. My abilities aren't bad either.
At least my strength has increased and my figure hasn't changed.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
While Chu Tian was clearing the road, a tragic scene was unfolding on the second floor of an old shop on the west side of East Street. 3 tattooed men surrounded a fat middle-aged man, punching and kicking him, with one of them using a rag to tightly gag his mouth.
The
middle-aged man rolled on the ground in pain, but could only let out faint groans. A few minutes later, the attackers finally stopped.
One of the tattooed men yanked off the rag and threatened viciously, "Dare to make a sound again?"
The middle-aged man was full of tears, truly not daring to make a single sound.
The burly bald man squatted down and patted his face. "Old Yang, did you think the end of the world meant you didn't have to pay back the money?"
He grinned, revealing yellowed teeth, and the centipede-like scar on his right cheek was exceptionally hideous. In the room, there was also a 10-year-old girl and a middle-aged woman dressed in luxurious clothing.
Ugh!
The girl cried out in fear, and the woman hurriedly covered her mouth.
"Little ancestor, do you want to attract the monster?"
A tattooed man grabbed a machete and stood up. They not only carried knives, but the bald man also had a pistol tucked at his waist.
"Don't hurt her. I'll do anything you want."
The woman knelt on the ground, pleading, her luxurious clothes already stained with dust.
"Oh, anything?"
The tattooed man leered as he sized up the well-maintained noblewoman.
"Ah, Tian, can't you see I'm handling serious business?"
The bald man barked, but only to calm his subordinates slightly.
He, got it, Brother Long."
The tattooed man licked his lips and stepped aside, though his eyes remained fixed on the woman.
Brother Long used the gun barrel to lift Yang Zuan's chin. "I'll ask one last time, where's the thing I want? Don't shoot. I really brought her here."
Yang Zuan's voice trembled, his forehead pressed against the cold gun barrel.
"Where is the person?"
Brother Long squinted his eyes, the scar twisting with the muscles of his face.
"Her stubborn temper.
I had no choice but to lock her in the warehouse." Yang Zuan sneaked a glance at the other's expression, having long cast aside any familial ties.
"It's just that,"
he suddenly stammered, his fingers nervously twisting the hem of his clothes.
"Cut the nonsense. Speak quickly."
Brother Long's brows furrowed tightly, his tone irritable.
"Well, I just don't know if she has mutated."
Yang Zuan's voice grew quieter and quieter, with the last few words almost swallowed. Brother Long sneered, "Who cares if she's mutated or not, this debt is settled.
From now on, you stick with me." Yang Zuan acted as if he'd been granted amnesty, nodding and bowing repeatedly. "Thank you, Brother Long. Thank you, Brother Long."
He wasn't worried about his niece at all, he was clearly afraid of messing things up and bringing trouble upon himself. Brother Long instructed his 2 subordinates, "You 2 stay here, Shaoli, come with me." Thinking of that young and beautiful figure, a trace of urgency flashed in his eyes.
"Brother Long, let me lead the way for you." Yang Zuan completely lost face, eagerly rushing forward.
The middle-aged woman in the room cast a pleading look, but he mercilessly ignored it.
A person who can sell out their own niece, how could they care about the lives of strangers? The warehouse is just downstairs. Yang Zuan bent over and pushed the door open, looking just like a lapdog.
The shop's main door had long been sealed shut, and a few corpses lay on the ground, including the husband of the woman upstairs.
"I heard your niece is still a virgin?"
Brother Long suddenly asked, his tone suggestive.
"Exactly. If she weren't obedient, I wouldn't be able to command her." Yang Zuan winked suggestively, heavily implying something. "Ha ha ha."
Brother Long burst into loud loud laughter, the desire in his eyes growing stronger. Upstairs, the tattooed man was about to assault the woman when his accomplice suddenly whispered, "A car is coming."
Is that a G-Wagon?
That's called the Mercedes-Benz 6x6, worth over $6 million. The two stared greedily at the rampaging luxury car, suddenly realizing something was off.
The zombies weren't being hit to death. They collapsed inexplicably as they approached the vehicle. Damn it, the car is coming straight at us. The two panicked and shouted loudly, "Quick, notify Brother Long." Is this the place? Chu Tian stared at the shop ahead, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. That's right, it's this one. I once saw Li Ruyu here. Yin Xiaoyi firmly pointed at the closed shop door. Roar!
The number of zombies on this street was astonishing. In just a short 100 meters, Chu Tian had already lost count of how many he had killed. The street behind the car was piled with corpses, the tires stained with blood, the rims covered in flesh, and the wipers relentlessly scraping the blood off the windshield. Yin Xiaoyi took out a tissue, ready to hand it to Chu Tian, when he suddenly braked sharply and stopped.
Get out!
She awkwardly withdrew her hand, only to see Chu Tian take the tissue to wipe the sweat from his forehead before pushing the door open and stepping out. Yin Xiaoyi was stunned for a second, then quickly grabbed the baseball bat and got out of the car. After getting out of the car, she realized that the zombies on the street had almost been completely cleared out, leaving only a few crippled ones missing arms or legs. The door is locked from the inside. There must be someone in there, Chu Tian said, touching the rolling shutter door. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened, and he looked up toward the second floor. Two thugs with cigarettes in their mouths were secretly peeking through the gap in the curtains.
Damn, we've been spotted. Quick, call the boss.
Just as the thug was about to go downstairs, the rolling shutter door suddenly rose automatically. When Chu Tian and the other person stepped into the shop, the rolling shutter door clattered down again, locking securely. Guard the door, don't let anyone escape, Chu Tian said, then rushed up the stairs. Yin Xiaoyi gripped the baseball bat tightly, standing vigilantly at the entrance. In the room on the second floor, two tattooed young men with knives were guarding a mother and daughter.
Where is Li Ruyu? Chu Tian kicked the door open. You son of a...
Before the tattooed man could finish his sentence, a flying knife pierced through his throat.
Another man panicked, barely able to hold the knife handle. Don't kill me. She's in the warehouse downstairs.
A flash of silver, and he too fell into a pool of blood. The little girl was about to scream, but her mother immediately covered her mouth tightly.
Their leader has a gun.
The woman trembled as she warned.
Chu Tian gave a bitter smile and tugged at the corner of his mouth.
The cruelty of the apocalypse seemed to have long numbed his heart. There's a survivor camp in the southwest.
There aren't many zombies outside. Find a car and head there.
He gave brief instructions and turned to go downstairs. As he left, he casually gestured, and two machetes flew into his hands mid-air. Flicking the blade with his fingertip, it emitted a crisp metallic resonance. Much better than the previous iron ruler, he nodded in satisfaction. Downstairs, Chu Tian signaled Yin Xiaoyi to let the mother and daughter go, while he headed toward the back of the shop. He was very familiar with this type of old-style commercial residential building structure. Residents lived on the second floor, while the first floor was divided into a storefront in the front and a living area and storage space in the back. Just as I turned the corner of the hallway, the sound of a heated argument reached my ears.
Yang Zuan, are you messing with me? Who the hell locked who inside? Accompanied by the sound of banging on the door. Brother Long, please don't get angry.
Yang Zuan approached the warehouse door with a charming smile, his voice suddenly turning gentle. Ruyu, listen to your uncle, open the door.
Get lost. I don't have an uncle like you. Li Ruyu's hoarse cry came from inside. Why are you so stubborn, child? Your parents entrusted you to me before they passed away. Cut the nonsense. Open the door now. Yang Zuan's expression suddenly changed, and he desperately pushed the unmoving door panel.
Brother Long, this dead girl has used the shelves to block the door.
He turned around with a flattering smile. How about we just break it open? Brother Long laughed loudly. Ha ha ha, sensible. I like people with attitude. He waved his hand and ordered, Shaoli, ram it for me. Listening to this conversation, Chu Tian finally understood everything.
He remembered the past of Li Ruyu losing her parents early, but he never expected her only relative to have such a face.
No wonder she turned out this way.
Chu Tian sighed to himself. Such an experience would make it hard for anyone to remain unchanged in temperament. Inside the warehouse, Li Ruyu heard the sound of the door being slammed, and the light in her eyes completely dimmed.
She sat motionless in the corner like a soulless shell. If only someone could come and save me,
she murmured softly, almost inaudibly.
The violent impact shook the entire doorframe.
The shelf bracing the door groaned under the strain, with miscellaneous items crashing to the ground. A blinding beam of light shot through the crack in the door, only deepening Li Ruyu's despair. That light was like the sword of judgment, declaring she was about to fall into an even deeper darkness.
Rumble. At this critical moment, a strange voice suddenly questioned from outside the door. Who are you?
Shaoli, who was ramming the door, stopped his actions and looked in shock toward the end of the hallway. At some point, a young man with a stern expression was standing there.
Where did you come from? Did Tian or Xiao Hu bring you in?
Brother Long squinted his eyes, his hand already gripping the pistol tightly.
machete. Chu Tian shook the machete in his hand. Are you talking about their original owner? Brother Long's face suddenly turned ugly, instantly understanding what had happened. He raised the pistol abruptly and roared angrily, courting death. But strangely, no matter how he pulled the trigger, the pistol remained as useless as a piece of scrap metal. Damn it! The safety is clearly off. Brother Long nervously checked the handgun, cold sweat already beading on his forehead. Xiao Hu, cut him. He had just given the order when an even more terrifying scene suddenly unfolded. The machete in Xiao Hu's hand suddenly flew out, tracing a deadly arc and precisely severing his carotid artery. Blood gushed out like a fountain, splattering all over the walls. Brother Long's face turned deathly pale in fear. You, what kind of monster are you? He staggered backward and suddenly knelt down to beg for mercy. Boss, spare me. I'll be your dog from now on. Slash. The response he got was a blade piercing his heart. Brother Long's obese body collapsed to the ground with a thud, lying motionless like a heap of mud. Yang Zuwen was already paralyzed with fear on the ground, his pants soaked, emitting a pungent smell of urine. Chu Tian frowned and revealed a look of disgust. A throwing knife instantly ended his life. Such scum, even saying one more word feels like dirtying one's mouth. A flash of cold light, the throwing knife precisely pierced Yang Zuwen's forehead. Chu Tian didn't even bother to take another look, letting the throwing knife remain stuck in the wall. Such a beast, even retrieving the weapon feels like dirtying one's hands. After dealing with the last thug, Chu Tian stood at the warehouse door, his powers surging within him. With a loud boom, the shelf blocking the door was forcefully pushed aside by an invisible force. In the dim corner of the warehouse, Li Ruyu was curled up into a ball. Her nails dug deeply into her arms, and her gaze was as vacant as a broken ragdoll. When the light suddenly poured in, she looked up blankly, and against the light, a tall figure appeared standing at the doorway. Come out, it's safe now. That voice was like a ray of sunlight, piercing through the heavy gloom in her heart. Li Ruyu froze, her lips trembling slightly but unable to make a sound. She stared intently at Chu Tian, afraid that if she blinked, the phantom would disappear. It wasn't until Chu Tian walked up to her and extended his hand that she snapped out of her daze. Chu Tian, do you still remember me? She remembered clearly, it was a brief encounter during a volunteer activity half a year ago. She never expected that in this apocalypse, the person she had only met once would come to save her. You are that volunteer. Before the words were finished, long-buried emotions suddenly broke down. Li Ruyu suddenly threw herself into Chu Tian's arms, crying her heart out. Thank you, really, thank you. At the moment the two touched, a system notification sounded in Chu Tian's mind, detected a replicable ability, lightning control, about to awaken. Chu Tian decisively chose to refuse. The painful memories of the first two times he copied without awakening his abilities were still vivid in his mind. This time, he decided to wait until the abilities were fully awakened before taking action. Swoosh. Done crying? It's time to go. Chu Tian calmly pushed her away, his voice devoid of any trace of pity. The first rule of survival in the apocalypse, those who act on emotions die the fastest. Li Ruyu responded dully, her red and swollen eyes still brimming with tears, yet she obediently kept her mouth shut, silently following behind Chu Tian like a frightened little rabbit. At this moment, her mind was blank, and the only thought she had was to cling tightly to this savior. Just like a drowning person clutching a piece of driftwood, refusing to let go even in death. Yin Xiaoi, who was guarding the door, saw the two of them come out and her eyes lit up. Wow, already a couple so soon. Ah! Responding to her were only Chu Tian's cold gaze and Li Ruyu's bewildered expression. Yin Xiaoi awkwardly scratched her head. Did I say something wrong? Chu Tian couldn't be bothered to explain and waved his hand, causing the rolling shutter door to buzz as it rose. The Mercedes 6x6 parked outside had long turned into a black and red blood vehicle, with most of its body stained dark red by the zombie's blood. The heavy stench of blood filled the air, and the street was littered with corpses. Blood flowed in winding streams through the drainage ditches, resembling a hell on earth. Ugh! Li Ruyu's face was pale, but she forcibly covered her mouth and suppressed the feeling of nausea. She struggled to muster a smile. I'm fine. That forced display of strength made her look just like a frightened kitten afraid of being abandoned. Chu Tian secretly raised his eyebrows. This was completely different from the future goddess of thunder who dominated the world. Of course, he understood that this was merely a psychological dependence caused by trauma. But thinking of Li Ruyu, who in his previous life was admired by countless powerful figures, now obeying his every command, he couldn't help but feel a trace of secret delight in his heart. Get in the car. Chu Tian shook off distracting thoughts, used magnetism to pull open the car door, and casually tossed the collected weapons onto the passenger seat. The sound of metal clashing was particularly crisp on the deathly silent street. As time ticked by, Li Ruoyua's body temperature rose instead of falling. She curled up in the back seat, resembling a steamed shrimp. Yin Xiaoi anxiously rubbed her hands together. Why is it taking so long? I only felt pain for a few minutes back then. The longer the awakening time, the stronger the talent, Chu Tian explained calmly, the rearview mirror reflecting Yin Xiaoi's instantly crestfallen expression. Wasn't this just a roundabout way of saying she was weak? Yin Xiaoi opened her mouth, wanting to retort, but ultimately lowered her head in
frustration. Chu Tian shook his head silently, a memory of his past life surfacing in his mind. That girl who could breathe underwater for 3 days and later became the ace of the deep-sea exploration team. The navigation prompt interrupted his thoughts, and a gas station came into view. Several wrecked cars were still smoking, and wandering zombies immediately lunged toward the sound of the engine. Chu Tian lightly raised his fingertips, and a flying knife traced a silver arc, felling the zombies in unison. Just as he unfastened his seatbelt, suddenly, boom! A deafening explosion echoed from afar, the shockwave shattering the gas station's glass and even cracking the bulletproof car windows into a web-like pattern. It's you? What happened? In Xiaoyi tightly shielded Li Ruyu, the oppressive air making her hair stand on end. Only Chu Tian remained calm, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. A space-time rift has opened. This explosion, which swept across the globe, signaled the imminent arrival of monsters 100 times more terrifying than zombies. We must leave immediately. Chu Tian pushed the door open and leaped out. Behind him came In Xiaoyi's tearful plea, "Be careful." Before the words had even faded, his figure had already disappeared into the rain of shattered glass. Chu Tian swiftly retrieved a fuel card from the fallen zombie gas station attendant, inserted the fuel nozzle into the tank, and a crisp click echoed loudly in the deathly silent gas station. Taking advantage of the refueling pause, he slipped into the convenience store. The shelves were toppled over, and crushed chip bags were scattered across the floor, evidence of a hurried raid. However, there were still plenty of canned goods and bottled water left behind. With a flick of Chu Tian's fingers, the metal cans seemed to be magnetically drawn into his shopping cart. By the time he pushed the fully loaded cart back to the car, the fuel gauge had just clicked off. Securing the supplies in the bed of the Mercedes 6x6, Chu Tian had just opened the car door when, screech, a piercing shriek tore through the sky. In Xiaoyi pointed upward in terror. What are those things? Several humanoid monsters hovered over the city. Their skeletal faces were paired with talon-like claws as sharp as an eagle's, and their wings, thin as cicada wings, glowed blood-red under the setting sun. Without even looking up, Chu Tian said, "Winged demons. They specifically target survivors in tall buildings." As if to confirm his words, the sound of shattering glass echoed from afar. The winged demons smashed through window after window, dragging out survivors hiding inside. Amid the screams, people were flung into the air like ragdolls, only to become blood-red blossoms, splattered on the ground below. In Xiaoyi clamped her hands tightly over her mouth, watching helplessly as a woman in pajamas was pierced through the shoulder by sharp claws. Struggling briefly 30 stories above the ground, she plummeted like a kite with a broken string. "Don't look!" Chu Tian slammed the accelerator, and the 6x6 tires screeched against the ground, producing smoke. These beasts have vision 10 times sharper than humans. If they lock onto you, it's over. In the rearview mirror, the last glimmer of daylight was swallowed by the overwhelming shadow of the winged demons. Piercing screams tore through the sky, so loud that even Chu Tian's group several kilometers away could hear them clearly. In Xiaoyi stared at the distant figures falling one after another, her lips trembling. Compared to these monsters, zombies are practically gentle little lambs. Chu Tian suddenly jerked the steering wheel, and in the rearview mirror, 2 black dots were rapidly closing in at an astonishing speed. "Hold tight." Before he finished speaking, the engine of the G-Class roared furiously, yet the 2 shadows continued to grow larger at an alarming rate. "It's winged demons. They've set their sights on us." In Xiaoyi gripped the baseball bat tightly, the veins on her hand bulging. Chu Tian's lips curled into a cold smile. "Want to play a hunting game? Then let's see who the real prey is." The car's speed gradually decreased, Chu Tian's gaze sharp as a blade. "You stay with Li Ruyu." As soon as the words fell, 2 winged demons swooped down, the piercing screech of their fleshy wings cutting through the air made one's teeth ache. For streaks of silver light suddenly lit up. The throwing knives, controlled by the magnetic field, intercepted with precision. But the inertia of the diving winged demon was too strong. The first one, though its chest burst into a spray of blood, did not slow down in the slightest. The blood splattered like ink onto the face of the second winged demon, igniting its even fiercer rage. Accompanied by a deafening crash, the winged demon's sharp claws pierced through the car roof as effortlessly as a hot knife slicing through butter. A cold glint flashed in Chu Tian's eyes as the previously launched throwing knives suddenly changed direction, once again piercing through the winged demon's body from behind. GRKK. The winged demon let out a painful screech, its claws yanking forcefully, tearing off the entire sheet of metal from the car roof as if it were paper. Chu Tian let out an angry roar, and the machete from the passenger seat suddenly flew out, tracing a deadly arc in the air before precisely striking the soft cartilage connecting the winged demon's eye socket and beak, straight to the brain. As the system notification sounded in his mind, the second winged demon was already diving down. Just as Chu Tian was preparing to face the attack, In Xiaoyi in the back seat suddenly unleashed an astonishing burst of strength. Gripping the blade tightly with both hands, he slashed down fiercely, accompanied by a piercing, tearing sound. The winged demon's body was unexpectedly cleaved in two with a single strike, and the foul-smelling black blood poured out like a torrential rain. The carriage suddenly fell into an eerie silence, leaving only only the roar of the engine and Li Ruyu's faint groans. Yin Xiaoyi suddenly touched her cheek as if electrified, and when she discovered her face was covered in the black blood of the winged demon, the pupils suddenly contracted. What was even more terrifying, she actually had her mouth open. This discovery made Yin Xiaoyi feel as if she had fallen into an ice cave. Scenes of the past flashed through my mind one by one. From the mountain village to the city, the arduous path of pursuing education, countless days and nights of working and studying hard. Tears gush out like a broken dam. She tightly grabbed Chu Tian's sleeve and cried out, "Kill me. I'd rather die than turn into that kind of monster." Her trembling voice was filled with extreme fear of the hideous appearance after mutation. In the carriage, only Yin Xiaoyi's sobbing could be heard. Chu Tian focused intently on the steering wheel, but the corners of his mouth involuntarily curved up slightly. This girl was crying with snot and tears all over her face, looking exactly like she was acting out a tragic drama of life and death. The biggest difference between ferocious beasts and zombies. Chu Tian suddenly spoke, his tone carrying a noticeable hint of amusement. "Is that the former can still go on the barbecue grill?" Seeing Yin Xiaoyi staring blankly with tearful eyes, he added, "Don't worry, even if you cook those wings into soup and drink it, at most, you'll just get an upset stomach." Yin Xiaoyi was dumbfounded. Even the tears hanging on the eyelashes were forgotten to be wiped away. Chu Tian took the opportunity to point at the broken wing swaying on the car roof. "I heard that grilling it makes it taste like crispy cartilage." This sentence seemed to press some kind of switch. She suddenly realized how exaggerated her performance had just been. "So, I won't mutate?" After receiving a positive response, Yin Xiaoyi's face immediately turned as red as a boiled shrimp. When Chu Tian suggested keeping the wings as a midnight snack, she almost jumped out of her seat. Yin Xiaoyi, would rather starve to death than eat such disgusting stuff." After discarding the broken wings, the car finally sped out of the urban area. Chu Tian steadily gripped the steering wheel with one hand. The needle on the dashboard easily surpassed 100 kilometers per hour. He searched for a safe spot on the central control screen while driving, skillfully avoiding the abandoned vehicles scattered across the road and the wandering zombies. "Here it is." Chu Tian quickly locked onto the target Yijiang Garden Villa district. Yin Xiaoyi clutched the seatbelt tightly, her face pale. "Can we park first before choosing a place?" Every time they brushed past an abandoned vehicle on the roadside, she would get so nervous that her toes curled up. Yet Chu Tian effortlessly continued steering the wheel with one hand. The enhanced neural response allowed him to maintain control even at high speeds, can easily avoid all obstacles. In less than 20 minutes, they arrived at their destination. At the entrance of the residential area, the charred wreckage of a car is stuck on the security booth. The zombie security guard trapped under the rubble hears the sound of an engine and immediately starts struggling frantically. Chu Tian waved his hand casually, and a charred piece of iron soared into the air, precisely severing the rotting head. "Kill E-level mutant zombie raider, experience +10. The system prompt made Chu Tian raise an eyebrow. This type of mutant, known for its speed, is not very valuable, but it's still somewhat better than ordinary zombies. However, compared to the winged demon's 50 experience points, still far from it. After driving into the neighborhood, Yin Xiaoyi widened her eyes, staring at the luxurious villa. "This house must be worth 10 to 20 million, right?" Chu Tian said with a light laugh. "Even if it's worth $1 billion now, it's useless. The harsh reality of the apocalypse has turned all wealth into mere scraps of paper." Li Ruyu was completely unaware. Chu Tian's burning gaze was not directed at her at all. Name, Li Ruyu. Gender, female. Ability, Thunder Control LV1. Finally, staring at the attribute panel that appeared before him, Chu Tian's eyes flashed with uncontrollable excitement. For this moment, he had poured in countless efforts. "Now, I can finally acquire the long-desired lightning ability." Chu Tian? Feeling uneasy under the intense gaze, Li Ruyu finally couldn't help but call out softly, her voice full of apprehension. Her cheeks were flushed red, and she stood there stiffly, at a loss for what to do. The feeling of being stared at directly made her feel like sitting on pins and needles. "Give me your hand." Chu Tian, who had come back to his senses, issued a straightforward command in a tone that brooked no refusal. "But there's still an electric current in me." Although her heart was full of doubt, Li Ruyu still obediently extended her trembling hand. Chu Tian grasped it without hesitation, while silently chanting in his heart, "Copy successful. Acquired ability, Lightning Control LV1. As the system notification sounded, a surge of immense energy instantly poured into Chu Tian's body. His muscles trembled slightly, as if every cell was cheering. A fleeting spark of electricity flashed in his eyes, then vanished without a trace. With his strong mental strength, Chu Tian easily mastered this newly acquired power without losing control like Li Ruyu. "Chu Tian, did I shock you again?" Seeing Chu Tian holding her hand in silence, Li Ruyu asked nervously. She stared intently at Chu Tian's expression, afraid that she had caused trouble again. What confused her even more was that, for a brief moment, she seemed to feel a strange connection, as if an electric current had built a pathway pathway between them. This peculiar feeling, though fleeting, left a deep question in her heart. Noticing Li Ruyu's confusion, Chu Tian calmly changed the subject. Go help In Xiaoyi clean the villa first. Li Ruyu pursued relentlessly. I'll patrol the area to ensure safety. Chu Tian casually made up an excuse. Then be careful. Although full of doubt, Li Ruyu still obediently got out of the car. After confirming that Li Ruyu had walked far away, Chu Tian immediately drove around to the other side of the residential area and stopped in front of a villa. As soon as he entered the door, two ferocious zombies lunged at him. Chu Tian waved his hand, and two flashes of silver light streaked swiftly. The zombies fell to the ground instantly, without even a chance to struggle. After confirming safety, Chu Tian leaned against the wall, a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. System, bring up the attribute panel. He silently recited in his heart. Ding. Name, Chu Tian. System level, 1. Strength, 72. Agility, 10. Constitution, 20 plus 5. Energy, 43 plus 10. Talents, magnetic field manipulation level 2. Super strength level 2. Lightning manipulation level 1. Occupied slots, March 5th. Experience, 422. Sure enough, copying an awakened ability can save the awakening process. Chu Tian nodded in satisfaction. Just in time to use the accumulated experience to upgrade the lightning skill. He excitedly ordered, System, upgrade lightning control. Ding. 100 experience points consumed. Lightning control upgraded to LV2. Even more powerful energy surged like a tide. Thunder flashed in Chu Tian's eyes, and violent currents leaped in his palm. With a casual wave, a lightning serpent roared out. The wall was blasted open with a large hole, its charred edges still crackling with tiny electric sparks, and the air was filled with the acrid smell of burning. Name, Chu Tian. System level, 1. Strength, 72. Agility, 10. Constitution, 27, plus 7. Energy, 60, plus 17. Talent, magnetic field manipulation LV2. Great strength LV2. Lightning manipulation LV2, 0/1000. Occupied slots, March 5th. Experience, 322. The lightning ability upgrade can actually enhance physical fitness. Chu Tian chuckled lightly and touched his well-defined abs. It seems the system is quite considerate, knowing that the body needs to be strengthened first to withstand more powerful energy. However, to reach the next level, he still needs to accumulate 1,000 experience points. Chu Tian was very clear about his own plans. Choosing Yijian Garden was because he valued its distance from the dangerous areas of the city center, while still providing enough zombies and fierce beasts to farm experience. In this cruel apocalypse, avoiding danger would only lead to a slow death. Only by continuously growing stronger could one survive. Time to head back. Chu Tian looked up at the sky, the blood-red sunset dyeing the clouds crimson, exuding an ominous aura. When he returned to the villa, In Xiaoyi had already cleaned up the zombies thoroughly, even wiping away the bloodstains completely with Li Ruyu. She was holding an air freshener and spraying it around, visibly startled when she saw Chu Tian return. These high-end villas are all equipped with whole-house ventilation systems. Chu Tian walked to the control panel on the wall and pressed the switch. With the humming sound of the machine in operation, the lingering odor was quickly extracted. Where's Ruyu? She's in the kitchen preparing dinner. He asked a simple question, then Chu Tian began to carefully inspect the three-story villa. In fact, there were 2 additional underground levels, fully equipped with everything: a gym, wine cellar, private cinema, and even an underground garage with direct access to the outside. Standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, Chu Tian gazed at the gradually setting sun, feeling a surge of emotion. If it were the old me, I probably wouldn't even be able to find a decent shelter. He was well aware of the harshness of the apocalypse. Ordinary people would fight tooth and nail for a single room and a shelter, and surviving alone was a near-death experience. At dinner, Chu Tian was surprised to find that he had eaten 4 times the amount of an average person. He didn't know whether this was a trait of the awakened, or if Li Ruoyue's cooking was simply too irresistible. Ruoyue, you'll take the night watch tonight. Chu Tian wiped his mouth and said calmly. Oh, guaranteed to complete the task. Li Ruyue's eyes lit up, her fists clenched involuntarily, and a trace of electric light flickered at her fingertips. She was most afraid of being seen as useless, but this task made her feel grounded instead. Don't be too nervous, it's temporarily very safe here. Chu Tian finished speaking and turned to go upstairs. Behind him came the voices of 2 girls talking. I'll keep you company on duty tonight. No need, I can handle it alone. The sound gradually faded away at the corner of the stairs. Friendships between girls really do develop quickly. Chu Tian's lips curved slightly as he sighed softly. Arriving at the 3rd-floor terrace, Chu Tian did not rest immediately. The night breeze gently brushed against his face, carrying a hint of coolness and a faint trace of blood, making him instinctively tense up. This time it should work. He rubbed the coin in his hand, murmuring to himself, his thoughts calm. Ever since gaining the ability to control magnetic fields, he had been pondering how to apply electromagnetic principles in combat. Electricity and magnetism complement each other and are theoretically completely feasible. Previous attempts all ended in failure, partly due to insufficient skill levels and and partly due to a lack of adequate experimental time. But now the situation is different. Chu Tian smiled faintly as the coin slowly floated in his palm, with blue arcs of electricity dancing at his fingertips.
Maybe I can try that legendary move.
He focused his mind, constructing invisible rails on both sides of the coin using a magnetic field.
The moment the current formed a closed loop between the rails,
the coin shot into the depths of the night like a bullet leaving the chamber.
Did it work? Chu Tian was momentarily stunned, then immediately took out another coin.
This time, he saw the entire process clearly. A powerful magnetic field propelled the coin along the rail, shooting out at nearly 3 times the speed of sound.
Unfortunately, ordinary metal couldn't withstand such high-speed friction and turned to ash after flying less than 100 meters.
Sure enough, it still has to be made with special alloy.
Chu Tian frowned, falling into deep thought.
Just as he was focused on his experiment, a life-and-death chase was unfolding on a highway several kilometers away. An armed transport vehicle and a battered pickup truck were frantically fleeing, with hordes of raging zombies in hot pursuit. The night made these monsters even more ferocious and swift.
Damn it! Have these beasts gone mad?
The blonde-haired young man in the escort vehicle stared intently at the rearview mirror, cursing repeatedly.
Boss, they're relentlessly chasing us.
The burly man in the passenger seat was like a moving fortress, his muscles knotted, his voice deep like thunder. Focus on driving, we're almost at the destination.
The navigation showed that their destination was Yijian Garden. However, just as the blonde-haired man was looking down at the navigation,
the vehicle suddenly jolted violently, as if it had hit something. Accompanied by a loud bang, the escort vehicle slammed into the abandoned car in the middle of the road. The bulletproof vehicle, relying on its several tons of weight, forcibly shoved the wrecked car aside and continued speeding forward.
Ow, Blondie, can you even drive properly?
Curses echoed one after another inside the carriage. The blonde-haired man paid no attention and slammed the accelerator to speed away. But the pickup truck following closely behind wasn't so lucky. At the moment of its sudden brake, the zombie horde had already swarmed over.
A raider lunged onto the truck bed with astonishing speed, its decayed body displaying unbelievable agility. Help! Zombies! Boom!
The middle-aged man in a tattered suit screamed in terror, only to be knocked to the ground in an instant. The bald man leaned out of the car window, and the shotgun roared deafeningly. Although it blasted off half of the zombie's shoulder, it was nothing more than a minor inconvenience to these undead creatures.
Can you freaking aim properly?
The driver cursed furiously. The bald man simply leaned half his body out of the window, fired 2 shots, and finally took out the threat in the truck bed with a headshot. But before he could feel triumphant, more zombies had already surrounded them. At the same time, the sky echoed with the unique piercing screeches of winged demons.
The next morning, Chu Tian woke up abruptly from his sleep.
After confirming the surroundings were safe, he decided that today's top priority was to modify the vehicle and collect supplies as quickly as possible. As he went downstairs, he saw Yin Xiaoyi sleeping soundly on the sofa with a baseball bat in her arms, while Li Ruyu had already prepared breakfast.
Was there anything unusual last night? Chu Tian asked while munching on bread.
Li Ruyu hesitated for a moment. I think I heard the sound of a car crash in the middle of the night. Chu Tian frowned, put down the food in his hand, and quickly walked outside. As soon as he stepped out the door, he was surrounded by a dense crowd of zombies. These were clearly not the original residents of the neighborhood. With the system notification sounds ringing one after another, Chu Tian keenly noticed something unusual. The clothing of these zombies looked more like they had wandered in from outside the city, and their numbers were extraordinarily large.
Something's wrong.
He quickly rushed to the entrance of the residential area, and the scene before him made his heart tighten. Hordes of zombies were pressing in like dark clouds, clearly lured here on purpose. The zombies were frantically tearing apart a battered pickup truck, its body covered in shocking bloodstains and claw marks. 2 bright red tire tracks stretched across the ground, leading deep into the residential area.
Looks like someone deliberately lured them here.
Chu Tian's eyes suddenly turned cold, then a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth.
Perfect, let's test my new moves on you. A dazzling blue arc of electricity danced in his palm. With a soft crackle, the lightning struck a zombie's head with precision. The powerful current instantly scorched its brain into charcoal. Killed a regular zombie, experience points +1. System notifications sounded one after another, and the air was filled with the pungent smell of burnt flesh. A trace of excitement flashed in Chu Tian's eyes as he suddenly increased the electrical output. Boom!
Thick bolts of lightning danced wildly like silver snakes, instantly annihilating all zombies within a 5-meter radius. The charred corpses emitted wisps of smoke, creating an extremely horrifying scene.
So refreshing.
Chu Tian laughed heartily as the throwing knives, under his magnetic field control, transformed into deadly silver streaks, precisely harvesting the lives of the
remaining zombies.
After clearing the horde, he followed the blood trail to a villa in the southeast corner. A deformed armored vehicle was parked there, emitting a foul stench.
Quite bold. Chu Tian released his magnetic field perception, raising an eyebrow slightly. For survivors, one of them is an awakened?
A cold glint flashed in his eyes. There were still 2 empty slots in his talent pool.
Inside the villa, the atmosphere atmosphere was so heavy it was suffocating. Tiger, yellow hair can't hold on any longer. The subordinate's voice trembled. The burly man known as Tiger slowly stood up, and the people around him instinctively took half a step back. At this moment, Wang Hu's left side had already mutated into a lizard-like form, with sharp claws growing from the end of his scaly arm. His vertical pupils glimmered with a dangerous light. In the corner, yellow hair, with a severed arm, was barely breathing. Save me. Wang Hu did not respond, merely taking a deep sniff of the bloody scent, his eyes revealing a strange hunger. The dying yellow hair's eyes widened. The tiger before him now felt utterly unfamiliar and terrifying. Yellow hair was horrified to realize that Tiger's gaze on him was like that of someone eyeing a sumptuous feast. Could it be he wants to eat me? Tiger. Before the words were finished, sharp claws had already pierced through his chest, shredding his heart to pieces. Wang Hu nonchalantly withdrew his blood-soaked claws and, taking advantage of the moment, quickly stuffed a piece of the heart into his mouth, a morbid look of satisfaction appearing on his face. At that moment, a subordinate walked over, blocking the view and failing to notice what he was chewing. Brother Hu, should we still send out the notice as planned? Or, maybe we should join another shelter, the subordinate suggested nervously. Originally planning to establish their own shelter and dominate the area, they had lost over a dozen people last night. Now, even Huang Ma was dead, leaving just the three of them all alone. Proceed as planned, Wang Hu said coldly, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. But there are only 3 of us left. The subordinate tried to argue but was interrupted by a sudden voice at the door. Because the 2 of you aren't even enough to fill the gaps in his teeth. Chu Tian leaned against the doorframe, looking playfully at the 3 people inside the room. Who are you? The 2 subordinates were scared out of their wits. Just as they were about to reach for their weapons, they saw the firearms automatically float into the air, load themselves, and point their dark barrels directly at them. Is this some kind of ghost? The 2 froze in place, staring in terror at Wang Hu. Wang Hu appeared calm on the surface, but inside, waves of shock surged. He had always thought he was the only one with special abilities. Name, Wang Hu. Ability, Beast Transformation, Lizard LV1, Irreversible. Chu Tian glanced at the information panel and shook his head in disappointment. I thought I had encountered someone impressive, but it turns out you're just a low-level beast transformation. You courting death. Enraged by the insult, Wang Hu lunged at Chu Tian with astonishing speed. Just as the sharp claws were about to touch Chu Tian, Wang Hu suddenly seemed to be yanked back by an invisible force, his entire body flung backward. Next time, remember to remove the metal accessories, Chu Tian said as he intensified the magnetic field. The metal buckle on Wang Hu's waist snapped off with a pop and struck his chin heavily. Roar! I'll tear you apart. After enduring a series of humiliations, Wang Hu went completely berserk. Scales rapidly spread across his body, his spine protruded, forming the shape of a tail, and he fully transformed into a beast. Looks like you don't even have the value of being a laborer anymore. Chu Tian's gaze suddenly turned cold, and the 2 floating pistols in his hands fired simultaneously. The bullets struck the scales, splattering blood, but they couldn't stop the monster's assault. Wang Hu roared and lunged again, but just 1 meter away from Chu Tian, he suddenly froze. Blinding electric light instantly filled the entire room. The violent current rampaged through Wang Hu's body, and the flesh beneath his scales began to blacken and carbonize. He convulsed in pain, unable to even let out a scream. Ha! After beastification, even your sense of pain dulls? Chu Tian frowned slightly, and the electric current output immediately increased. Wang Hu's body emitted wisps of white smoke and finally collapsed to the ground like a charred stump. Beastified individual killed. Experience points plus 50. Obtained. Beastification gene fragment, researchable. Chu Tian turned to look at the 2 people who had already collapsed to the ground in fear and said coldly, now, tell me about your plan. The 2 scrambled to confess, fearing that a moment's delay would lead to the same fate as Wang Hu. It turned out they planned to use the survivors as bait to lure the zombies, seizing the chance to escape. Even more appallingly, Wang Hu had already eaten 3 of his companions. Truly, worthless. Chu Tian coldly spat out these words. 2 flashes of electricity streaked by, and the room returned to dead silence. As he walked out of the villa, Chu Tian noticed survivors in the distance glancing in his direction. It seemed it was time to establish his own power. Wang Hu's sturdy body convulsed violently, with thick currents of electricity tightly wrapping around him like chains. The air was filled with the pungent smell of scorched flesh. Chu Tian maintained the electrical output with one hand, while the other continuously drew power from the socket on the wall. Sparks erupted from the appliances throughout the villa one after another, until the transformer burned out and the power supply was completely cut off. It really works! A glimmer of excitement flashed in Chu Tian's eyes. He understood that the ability to control lightning was far more than just discharging electricity. With enough energy, even heavenly thunder could be commanded. Wang Hu, who collapsed to the ground with a thud, still maintained an attacking posture. His chest had a charred black hole burned through by electricity, and his clothes had long turned to ashes. Ding! Killed Awakener, LV1, EXP plus 200. The sudden system notification left Chu Tian stunned.
Killing an awakener can also increase experience, he murmured in disbelief. You should know that ordinary humans don't provide any experience, and even infected ones only yield a small amount of experience after fully mutating.
200 experience
points. This is equivalent to the gains from 4-winged demons.
Shu Tian couldn't help but wonder, could awakened beings essentially be some kind of mutated entity?
But he quickly brushed this thought aside. At this moment, there were still 2 trembling survivors huddled in the corner of the wall.
Want to stay alive?
Shu Tian asked casually, his tone as relaxed as if he were discussing lunch.
Think.
The 2 nodded repeatedly, afraid that a slow response would lead them to follow in Wang Hu's footsteps. After confirming they could drive, Shu Tian assigned them to clean up the pile of corpses at the entrance of the neighborhood.
The 2 immediately sprang into action as if energized, not even bothering to put on protective gear. Put this on.
Shu Tian frowned and tossed over masks and gloves. He wasn't concerned about their safety, he just didn't want to waste this rare opportunity for free labor.
It wasn't until noon that 2 trucks loaded with corpses finished the cleanup.
The strong stench of decay wafted through the air. The 2 exhausted individuals couldn't help but steal glances at the Rolls-Royce not far away. Fear, fatigue, and a barely noticeable hint of greed flickered in their eyes. Shu Tian lounged comfortably on the leather seat of the Rolls-Royce, the air conditioning blowing cool air, a half glass of red wine swirling in his hand, exuding the demeanor of a post-apocalyptic aristocrat.
Damn,
we're working ourselves to death moving corpses, and he's over there enjoying himself. A porter couldn't help but complain in a low voice.
Are you crazy?
His companion turned pale with fright and quickly covered his mouth.
If you want to die, don't drag me into it.
After confirming that Shu Tian hadn't noticed them, the 2 finally breathed a sigh of relief, quickly putting on fawning smiles as they jogged over.
Stop right there. Shu Tian frowned and covered his nose. You stink. Just stay there and talk.
Sir, the bodies have all been loaded onto the truck. The 2 stood awkwardly, their faces filled with ingratiating smiles.
Take them out and burn them, then you can get lost. Shu Tian waved his hand nonchalantly.
Hearing this, the 2 immediately panicked.
Please don't drive us away.
We're willing to serve you like oxen and horses.
One of them pleaded desperately.
Shu Tian sneered. No need. What a joke. Why keep such useless baggage?
No way.
There are zombies outside. Going out is a death sentence, another person shouted emotionally. Before the words were finished, a throwing knife was already hovering between their brows, its cold gleam threatening.
If you don't leave now, you'll die now.
Shu Tian's tone was so calm it sent chills down one's spine. Only then did the 2 suddenly realize how foolish they had been to dare to bargain with this god of death.
In a panic, they scrambled back to the truck, started the engine, and fled in. Hurry!
Shu Tian retrieved his throwing knife and softly reminded, remember to burn the bodies. Unfortunately, his warning was completely drowned out by the sound of the engine.
The truck sped down the desolate street. Strangely, the zombies along the way seemed to completely ignore the vehicle loaded with corpses.
Away!
Why aren't these zombies chasing us anymore?
The driver slowed down, his face full of confusion. Probably got knocked out by the stench of corpses. Away joked half seriously, and the 2 couldn't help but burst into laughter. They were completely unaware that among the corpses in the truck bed, a few fingers were slightly twitching.
After confirming that the zombies were no longer attacking, the 2
fully relaxed, speeding up the vehicle more and more, even rolling down the windows, laughing as they drove, completely forgetting that the truck bed was piled high with corpses. Amid this relaxed atmosphere, no one noticed strange black liquid was slowly seeping out from the pile of corpses. The viscous black fluid seemed to have a life of its own, writhing as it slowly climbed along the bodies. The principle is actually quite simple. In Yijiang Garden, Shu Tian was guiding Li Ruyu on generating electricity using magnetic fields. Several rings made of magnetic field energy floated in his palm, and as the circular magnetic fields rotated at high speed, crackling currents emerged out of thin air.
My god, it really works! Li Ruyu's eyes sparkled with excitement. Then can I also create a magnetic field?
Shu Tian smiled without saying a word. Of course, he wouldn't say that this derived energy is far less controllable than the original ability. It's like how ordinary people can start a fire but
can't control its spread.
Even if Li Ruyu learns to generate magnetism from electricity, she would still be far from reaching his level of control. However, this ability often proves to be unexpectedly effective in combat, which is also why he is willing to nurture this future goddess of thunder.
I'm exhausted.
Yin Xiaoyi rushed over in a flurry, plopped down next to Shu Tian, and started complaining.
Do you know how many times I moved supplies?
Over 40 trips. She grabbed a bottle of mineral water and gulped it down.
Li Ruyu watched her and couldn't help but twitch the corner of her mouth. How is this a delicate woman?
Shu Tian, you're just a heartless boss. Yin Xiaoyi complained aggrievedly. You made me move all the supplies for the entire neighborhood by myself.
Injustice.
Shu Tian laughed and pointed to the Ford Raptor in the distance. If I really treated you as a laborer, I would have already made you lift that car.
Yin Xiaoyi looked in the direction he pointed and was instantly petrified. Was that the 2.6-ton giant pickup truck?
Encouraged by Shu Tian, she hesitantly grabbed the chassis and let out a delicate shout. The vehicle's body was actually barely lifted on one side. How is this possible? In Xiaoyi was so shocked that she almost let go. Chu Tian looked at her strength value on the system panel and revealed a meaningful smile.
Name, In Xiaoyi. Gender, female. Talent, great strength LV2, upgraded.
The intense labor of heavy lifting allowed In Xiaoyi's abilities to achieve a qualitative leap. When she realized this, her eyes instantly welled up. So, you made me do so much work just to help me improve my abilities. She was so moved that her voice trembled. She wanted to give Chu Tian a hug but, mindful of Li Ruyu's presence, only lightly touched his arm. Modified cars require steel, about a ton or so. Chu Tian casually changed the subject but his eyes were fixed on the system interface. 751 experience points, just one step away from upgrading his abilities. As night deepened, two girls in the villa were counting supplies. These bottles of red wine are enough to open a bar, but as for edible things, In Xiaoyi frowned while holding the list. At most, it will last 3 days. Li Ruyu flipped through the fresh ingredients and sighed. The wealthy district really doesn't stockpile canned food. She was suddenly stumped by In Xiaoyi's question. You guys, when did you get together?
Only met once.
This response caused the notebook in In Xiaoyi's hand to fall to the ground with a thud. She mechanically picked up the notebook but her mind was in chaos, so Chu Tian's daring rescue was purely. Meanwhile, in the underground garage, Chu Tian was fully focused on modifying a vehicle, completely unaware of the unusual behavior of the two girls upstairs.
The welding torch's sparks illuminated his focused profile.
The modified crash barrier gleamed with a cold metallic sheen under the light. In the underground garage, Chu Tian was fully engrossed in modifying the Mercedes 6x6. The once dominant off-road vehicle had now undergone a complete transformation. Its body was clad in heavy bulletproof steel plates, the windows were welded with dense protective mesh, and a sharp clearing plow was added to the front.
The most eye-catching part was still the rear area of the vehicle.
Under Chu Tian's magnetic control, several steel plates seemed to come alive, automatically transforming to convert the originally open truck bed into a sealed cargo hold. Creak! The sound of twisting metal echoed through the garage. Although the control speed was far from the flashy special effects in movies, Chu Tian was already quite satisfied with the current results. The weight of the modified war vehicle surged to 4 tons, yet the roar of the V8 engine remained as powerful as ever. In a small town 10 kilometers away, 2 trucks loaded with corpses eerily overturned by the roadside. Inside one of the truck beds, the bodies were mangled, and chaotic bloody handprints were scattered all around. Under the bed of a nearby household, a man covered in blood curled up, muttering in terror, "Monsters, they're all monsters." Suddenly, 6 arms of varying sizes simultaneously grabbed the doorframe. Reflected in the man's wide-open eyes was a horrifying figure pieced together from countless human body parts.
The morning sunlight spilled over Ijian Garden as the modified doomsday vehicle roared out of the neighborhood.
Chu Tian gripped the steering wheel tightly, with Li Ruyu and In Xiaoyi fully prepared, sitting in the back seat. "I'll handle the zombies later, you two focus on gathering supplies."
Chu Tian's suggestion was immediately opposed by the two girls. "We're awakened ones too." In Xiaoyi patted her chest and promised, "I definitely won't hold you back."
Li Ruyu also nodded seriously, "Let us help you.
It's too hard for you to do it alone."
Through the rearview mirror, Chu Tian saw the determined look in their eyes. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly, and he finally stopped insisting on acting alone. The armored vehicle crushed the gravel on the road as it sped toward the supermarket. The glass curtain walls of the distant high-rises reflected the morning sun, dyeing the entire street in gold. Chu Tian suddenly turned the steering wheel, and the doomsday vehicle emitted a piercing sound of tire friction, narrowly avoiding the slowly moving mountain of flesh. In the rearview mirror, the swollen creature's pustules kept bursting, spraying disgusting mucus everywhere, which corroded the ground into wisps of white smoke.
"Remember this," Chu Tian sternly warned. "When you encounter these self-exploding monsters, stay away from them immediately."
His knuckles on the steering wheel turned slightly white. If they had crashed just now, the entire car would likely have been corroded by the venom. The war vehicle continued to traverse the ruins as Chu Tian skillfully controlled the flying knives to precisely take down the zombies by the roadside. Each flash of silver light was followed by a system notification. When the number jumped to 917, a satisfied smile appeared on Chu Tian's lips. At this rate, breaking the 1,000-point mark within the day was absolutely no problem. Suddenly, a shadow was cast over the windshield. Before the sharp screech of the winged demon faded, a flying dagger pierced through its eye socket. Its massive body crashed onto the car hood and was then crushed under the wheels, producing a bone-crunching sound that made one's teeth ache.
"EXP plus 50. Big guys always give more experience,"
Chu Tian muttered, but suddenly slammed on the brakes. The two girls in the backseat, caught off guard, slammed into the back of the front seats. In Xiaoyi rubbed her forehead and asked. Following Chu Tian's heavy gaze, she saw a monster at the end of the road, bloated like a mountain of flesh. With each step it took, several pustules on its body burst, and yellowish-white pus dripped onto the ground, corroding pits that emitted white smoke.
"Hold on tight."
Chu Tian sharply turned the steering wheel, causing the combat vehicle to drift and spin around, leaving 4 charred marks on the ground. sound. In the rearview mirror, the monster known as the Swollen One slowly turned around, letting out a spine-chilling low growl. Yin Xiaoyi's face turned pale as she gripped the car door handle tightly.
In the rearview mirror, the venom-spitting monster gradually shrank.
She lowered her head to look at the handgun Chu Tian had tossed her, the cold metallic touch bringing her a slight sense of relief.
There's something even better in the trunk.
Chu Tian spoke without turning his head, the steering wheel spinning deftly in his hands. The war vehicle crushed several zombie remains, producing a bone-cracking sound that made one's teeth ache. As the supermarket drew closer, Chu Tian's expression gradually grew solemn. Outside the windshield, the number of mutated zombies had clearly increased, and the flock of winged demons circling in the air resembled a moving cloud. The spread of ferocious beasts is faster than expected. Chu Tian muttered to himself, yet his right hand still precisely controlled the flying knife. A streak of silver light flashed, and a distant ambusher that had just emerged fell to the ground in response.
Experience points, 1002. Suddenly, Chu Tian slammed on the brakes.
Before the two girls could react, they saw him close his eyes, with faint blue energy waves subtly emanating around him.
Li Ruyu covered her mouth in astonishment.
At this moment, in Chu Tian's eyes, the entire world seemed to be woven into a three-dimensional grid by countless magnetic field lines.
He gently raised
his hand, and over a dozen abandoned cars by the roadside began to tremble simultaneously, their metal components emitting a resonant humming sound.
Chu Tian stepped on the gas pedal again.
Excitement sparkled in his eyes, and the upgraded abilities greatly boosted his confidence. Even the metal billboard on the supermarket roof in the distance trembled slightly within his perception range. The armored vehicle roared as it charged toward the supermarket entrance, its
front-mounted plow roughly sweeping aside the zombie remains blocking the way.
Chu Tian gripped the steering wheel with one hand and lightly waved the other. The supermarket's metal roller shutter twisted and deformed as if torn by an invisible hand, revealing a dark, gaping entrance.
Stay close to me.
Chu Tian grabbed a shotgun and jumped out of the vehicle, the barrel gleaming coldly under the sunlight. He felt the surging magnetic energy within him, knowing that this supply search had already become the perfect real-world training ground.
Chu Tian's gaze was fixed on the data fluctuating on the system panel. With magnetic control upgraded to level 3, he felt as though the entire world was woven into a grid of countless magnetic lines. With just a thought, he could twist and deform the metal framework of the entire vehicle. What would level 3 lightning control be like?
He murmured softly, his gaze sweeping past the horde of zombies outside the car window, their ranks torn apart by flying knives. Over 20 streaks of silver light wove a web of death in the air, mowing down the zombies like wheat wherever they passed. Li Ruyu suddenly gripped the seat tightly, clearly feeling the energy fluctuations emanating from Chu Tian. The oppressive sensation made it almost impossible for her to breathe, like the low pressure before a storm.
Just a minor breakthrough,
Chu Tian said nonchalantly, while simultaneously controlling the flying knives to precisely pierce the heads of 3 zombies 100 meters away. The system notification sounds came one after another, and the experience points numbers jumped wildly. When the outline of the supermarket appeared in his field of vision, Chu Tian's pupils suddenly contracted. The blood-red figure at the entrance made him grip the steering wheel tightly. It was the ghoulhound that had caused him endless suffering in his previous life.
Prepare for battle.
He let out a cold laugh, and more than 20 throwing knives suddenly trembled, hovering in midair. From the shadows around the supermarket, countless pale eyes stared at them greedily.
Have my abilities grown stronger? Li Ruyu asked cautiously. You felt it?
Chu Tian raised an eyebrow, and the two girls nodded in unison, their eyes full of shock. Just now, a terrifying energy fluctuation suddenly erupted from your body.
Li Ruyu explained. We thought something had happened. Too terrifying.
Yin Xiaoyi's voice trembled. In the face of that force, I felt like a small boat in a storm.
It's just an ability upgrade.
Chu Tian replied calmly, his gaze fixed on the ghoulhound ahead.
Li Ruyu watched Chu Tian effortlessly take down the zombies, silently thinking to herself, when will I be able to help?
Using your abilities more often will help you grow quickly. Chu Tian suddenly spoke, as if he had seen through her thoughts, especially you, Ruyu.
Your potential is no less than mine. I will definitely become stronger.
Li Ruyu's eyes lit up as she clenched her fists tightly.
What about me?
Yin Xiaoyi asked expectantly.
Not too bad, I guess.
Chu Tian replied casually, his attention already focused on the imminent battle. Over 20 throwing knives revolved around him, ready at any moment to tear apart the cunning corpse-eating hounds. After his mastery of magnetic fields broke through to level 3, Chu Tian's control over the number and range of throwing knives had undergone a qualitative leap. Previously, he could only handle 5 or 6 knives, but now over 20 gleaming silver blades circled around him, extending his attack range to over 100 meters. These knives wove an impenetrable web of death in the air, flashing with silver light
and cold gleams. The zombies near the vehicle fell in unison, as if mowed down by an invisible scythe, their uniformity eerily chilling. Kill ordinary zombies, experience +1. Kill E-level mutant zombies, experience +5. Kill. System notification sounds echoed one after another another in Chu Tian's mind. Waves of zombies fell in succession, and the previously depleted experience bar refilled at an astonishing speed. Such efficient harvesting would even put the most precise killing machines to shame.
As the clearing speed increased, the speed of the vehicle also grew faster. In the distance, the outline of a supermarket quickly came into view.
Is that a ghoul hound?
While driving, Chu Tian suddenly noticed a strange creature wandering near the entrance of the supermarket. Although its size is similar to that of an ordinary hunting dog, this creature is completely hairless, with blood-red skin that looks as if it has been stripped away, evoking a chilling sense of dread at first glance.
An old acquaintance.
Chu Tian stared at the red figure, his gaze gradually turning icy.
We meet again.
If an ordinary person encountered such a creature, they would have been scared out of their wits. Yet Chu Tian not only showed no fear but was instead filled with a surge of anger. In his previous life, he had suffered greatly at the hands of this beast.
This time, it's your turn to be unlucky.
Chu Tian's lips curled into a cruel smile, but he did not act rashly. Years of experience had taught him that corpse hounds never acted alone, they always moved in packs. Sure enough, as he scanned his surroundings, flashes of red occasionally appeared through broken windows and in dark corners. Clearly, these beasts had already set up an ambush. It was likely that from the moment their vehicle appeared, these cunning hunters had begun laying their trap. Unlike those foolish zombies, corpse hounds were not only intelligent but even craftier than most humans, which was why they were far more difficult to deal with than zombies.
Even when sensing danger, Chu Tian remained absolutely calm. He knew very well that as long as he stayed in the car, these beasts wouldn't easily launch an attack. However,
as the vehicle gradually approached the supermarket, red figures became increasingly active among the surrounding buildings.
Those pale eyes flickered like ghostly flames in the darkness, staring intently at the moving war vehicle.
These hunters are extremely patient and never act rashly. They prefer to wait until their prey leaves the safety of the vehicle before launching a deadly strike. Same old tricks, these cunning beasts, Chu Tian sneered, his hands moving continuously, ready to fight at any moment.
Chu Tian, something doesn't feel right.
Li Ruyu, who had been silent all along, suddenly spoke, her sharp gaze fixed ahead. That dog guarding the supermarket entrance, it seems to be deliberately luring us over.
Chu Tian glanced at her with slight surprise, silently praising her.
As expected of the future goddess of thunder, her keen insight was truly extraordinary, aligning perfectly with his own thoughts.
Don't worry, Chu Tian said in a low voice.
Later, when we get out of the car, you and Yin Xiaoi stand back to back and make sure not to separate. Before he finished speaking, he suddenly slammed on the brakes. Amid the piercing sound of the brakes, the vehicle came to a steady stop about 50 meters from the supermarket entrance. The scavenger dog at the entrance of the supermarket only now seemed to notice them, slowly straightening its body, baring its sharp fangs, and crouching low in an attack stance. Chu Tian knew very well that this was just a diversion. The real first wave of attack would definitely come from the lurking pack nearby.
Get out of the car. Stay alert,
Chu Tian commanded, pushing the car door open and leaping out first. Li Ruyu and Yin Xiaoi followed closely behind, standing back to back as instructed, cautiously scanning their surroundings.
As soon as the three landed, a deafening roar suddenly erupted from the building on the left. Just as Chu Tian was about to turn his head, a dark shadow darted toward him like lightning from the right. Same old trick, Chu Tian sneered, not even bothering to turn his head.
Dozens of throwing knives shot out in response, like arrows leaving the bow, directly targeting the dark shadow.
Aru!
The corpse-eating hound was incredibly fast. Even while under attack from the flying knives, it managed to whip its tail and change direction mid-motion, forcibly altering its trajectory to evade the assault. However, the next moment, the flying knife drew a sharp arc and stabbed fiercely from behind.
Squelch!
The sharp blade pierced through the blood-red skin.
Under Chu Tian's control, the flying knife sliced horizontally, directly disemboweling it. Rip! Blood and entrails splattered all over the ground.
Although the ghoul hound is renowned for its copper head and iron tail, its soft abdomen remains a fatal weakness. The disemboweled ghoul hound collapsed to the ground, twitching and struggling in its death throes. Chu Tian flicked his fingers lightly, and the throwing knife drilled into its body, shredding its internal organs like a meat grinder.
Killed D-level beast ghoul hound, experience plus 100.
Before they could catch their breath, over a dozen ghoul hounds emerged simultaneously from the surrounding shadows, growling as they charged. Like a tide, they surged toward the three from all directions.
Chu Tian, watch out!
Yin Xiaoi shouted, rushing toward a ferocious beast that was pouncing. The baseball bat in her hand had been modified by Chu Tian, with its core replaced by high-strength steel from a car's A-pillar, significantly increasing its weight and hardness.
Bang!
The baseball bat struck heavily on the head of the corpse-eating dog. The beast was sent flying several meters, but its head remained completely unscathed.
Yin Xiaoi shook her numbed wrist and gritted her teeth, saying, "Is this beast's head made of iron? Copy."
As soon as the words were spoken, another ghoul hound lunged at Yin Xiaoi like lightning.
Ding! Watch out!
Li Ruyu's fingertips emitted a burst of lightning, striking the beast with precision. However, the lightning only made the ghoul hound shake its head briefly, and in the blink of an eye, it bared its fangs and charged again.
Aim for the waist.
Chu Tian Tian reminded in a deep voice while simultaneously controlling more than 20 flying knives to shuttle across the battlefield. Amidst the flickering silver light, these flying knives always managed to seize openings, launching surprise attacks from the flanks, precisely piercing into the soft abdomens of the corpse-eating hounds and stirring madly. Killed D-level ferocious beast, corpse-eating hound, experience plus 100. Killed D-level ferocious beast, corpse-eating hound, experience plus 100.
The surviving corpse-eating hounds quickly became cunning.
They lowered their bodies, their attack rhythm suddenly accelerating, with 3 or 4 of them pouncing simultaneously from different angles, leaving Chu Tian no chance to catch his breath.
A cunning ghoulhound sneaked behind Chu Tian, its fangs aiming straight for the back of his neck. "Chu Tian, watch out!" Li Ruyu and Yin Xiui exclaimed in unison.
The former unleashed lightning with all her might, while the latter directly threw her weapon.
Chu Tian almost couldn't help but laugh out loud.
"Are you here to fight or to cause trouble?" Before the lightning and baseball bat could reach, a silver flash had already pierced through the attacker's abdomen, shredding its internal organs to pieces.
Killed D-class beast, ghoulhound, experience plus 100. It's okay. Getting distracted during a fight can cost you your life. What about you?
Chu Tian's face was cold as he used magnetism to return the baseball bat to Yin Xiui's hand.
He had already sensed the ambush through the magnetic field, yet these two women still wanted to personally protect him?
Though the throwing knives were sharp,
the ghoulhound's vigilance had significantly increased.
Chu Tian's gaze swept over the abandoned vehicles on the street, and the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. It seems every magnetic manipulator is destined to end up as a demolition crew. Accompanied by the screeching roar of twisting metal, an entire car was lifted into the air by him and smashed into the beast horde like swatting a fly.
Chu Tian suddenly unleashed all his magnetic energy, and
the piercing sound of metal tearing apart exploded in the air. Under his control, 2 abandoned cars shattered into pieces, transforming into dozens of thick metal rods, each weighing several hundred pounds. He gently raised his hand, and the ferocious metal strips twisted in the air like living creatures, resembling giant steel serpents. Roar, roar! The pack of corpse-eating hounds froze in terror. Before they could react, the metal serpents had already whizzed toward them.
Despite the beast's desperate attempts to dodge, several were still ensnared.
The metal strips tightened instantly, their surfaces sprouting sharp serrated edges, shredding their prey into a bloody mess. Kill D-level ferocious beast, ghoulhound, EXP plus 100. Kill D-level ferocious beast, ghoulhound, EXP plus 100. Kill D-level ferocious beast, ghoulhound, EXP plus 100. System notifications sounded one after another. The ground was littered with severed limbs, not a single intact corpse remained, with the lightest injuries being bodies cleaved in half. The scene was utterly gruesome.
Woo! The last 2 remaining corpse-eating hounds finally broke down, tucking their tails and fleeing in panic. Trying to run now?
A cold glint flashed in Chu Tian's eyes.
2 metal rods deformed midair, transforming in the blink of an eye into 2 chillingly sharp spears.
The sound of them piercing through
the air erupted.
The 2 spears shot toward the fleeing beasts like lightning. One of them tried to dodge, but forgot that these deadly weapons could curve and track their target.
Put, put!
The javelin pierced through the beast's body from the side, pinning them to the ground like skewers, with the spearhead even embedding more than 3 inches into the concrete road surface. Killed D-class ferocious beast, carrion dog, EXP plus 100. Killed D-class ferocious beast, carrion dog, EXP plus 100.
SSS. Yin Xiui and Li Ruyu gasped in unison.
Looking at the ferocious beast skewered like a candied hawthorn, the 2 women exchanged glances and saw a trace of fear in each other's eyes. Chu Tian, however, appeared calm and composed, as if he had just finished a warm-up exercise, cleanup complete. He retracted his ability, letting the blood-stained metal clatter to the ground. Casually, he pulled some steel from the A-pillar of a scrapped car and, in the blink of an eye, forged dozens of brand-new throwing knives. There might still be some fish that slipped through the net in the supermarket. Stay alert, Chu Tian said, glancing at the 2 girls.
Having them gather supplies was simply the natural order of things. After all, isn't manpower meant to be used this way? Li Ruyu nodded calmly.
Yin Xiui, on the other hand, was eager and ready to go. This girl with extraordinary strength had always been enthusiastic about physical tasks. "Ruyu, you'll be in charge of picking things later, and leave the heavy lifting to me." Yin Xiui boldly rolled up her sleeves, revealing her fair arms, but suddenly realized it wasn't very elegant and hurriedly pulled her sleeves back down. The 2 walked into the supermarket side by side. Chu Tian stayed where he was and brought up the attribute panel.
The experience value section prominently displayed current experience value 902.
In just a few minutes of battle, the experience had nearly reached the 1,000-point mark.
This is just too unbelievable. Chu Tian secretly clicked his tongue.
Previously, clearing out all the zombies in the neighborhood had barely earned him 1,000 experience points, but now dealing with just a few fierce beasts was almost enough to meet the mark.
Boom! E-level winged demon 50 points. D-level corpse-eating dog 100 points. Then wouldn't higher-level beasts be even more?
At this thought, a glimmer of excitement flashed in Chu Tian's eyes. It seemed that the 10,000 experience points needed needed to reach the next level weren't as far off as he had imagined. After all, the creatures he was encountering now were just the lowest level monsters. How much experience can these monsters actually give? Just as he was calculating in his mind, a sudden scream from Yin Xiaoyi came from the supermarket. Did she encounter a ferocious beast? Or a mutated zombie? Chu Tian's heart tightened. With their current strength, ordinary zombies were hardly a threat. He rushed into the supermarket, only to find the situation completely unexpected. Yin Xiaoyi and Li Ruyu were pushing a shopping cart, standing in front of two middle-aged men armed with guns. Put the stuff down. Messing with my supplies. Are you tired of living? The sudden appearance of living people left the two girls momentarily stunned. Even though they had gained supernatural abilities, they still instinctively felt fear in the face of gun barrels. How did the supermarket's goods become yours? With so many supplies, can you even finish them all? Yin Xiaoyi mustered her courage to question. Li Ruyu appeared timid as she lowered her head, but the hand hidden behind her back flickered with dangerous electric light. Ha! This little girl is quite tough. Only then did the man with the gun notice that standing before him were two rare beauties, even more stunning than television stars. It's not impossible if you want supplies. The man lewdly licked his lips. As long as you behave obediently. Whoosh! Chu Tian's flying knife sliced through the air but was still a step too late. Listen to your head. Yin Xiaoyi suddenly launched an attack, a solid baseball bat smashing down with a whistling wind. Li Ruoyu's palm erupted with a burst of electric light. Ah! Amidst the screams, the man was first electrocuted into convulsions, then his head exploded like a watermelon, splattering red and white brain matter everywhere. Chu Tian's flying knife helplessly struck empty air. You all. Another man was scared out of his wits, frozen for a few seconds before coming to his senses. Just as he was about to pull the trigger, the gun in his hand eerily floated up, and the dark muzzle slowly turned toward him. Want to end up like your companion? Chu Tian slowly approached, his tone so calm it sent chills down one's spine. The man immediately shook his head like a rattledrum. Click! The floating handgun suddenly had its safety disengaged. No! Spare me! Spare me! The man dropped to his knees with a thud, waving his hands frantically. If I had known you were so sensible, wouldn't that have been better? I ask, you answer. Chu Tian slightly adjusted the gun's muzzle. Tell me, the supermarket is yours. Does that mean you've been hiding here all along? He was puzzled. Corpse-eating dogs have an extremely keen sense of smell, so how could these two remain unharmed? We haven't gone out since the day before yesterday. The man said tremblingly, those red-haired monsters outside, if you go out, you'll be eaten, but they never come in. When mentioning the corpse-eating hounds, the man's eyes were filled with fear. Is there someone else here? Chu Tian keenly caught the key word. After confirming, he said coldly, lead the way. Walking through the fresh produce section toward the employee area, Chu Tian noticed that the supermarket was unusually clean, with almost no trace of zombies. No wonder ordinary people dared to move around with guns. The man stopped in front of a tightly closed door, from which came bursts of eerie laughter. Ha ha ha, I can't take it anymore. Your turn. Ha ha, I can't hold on anymore. Ha ha ha, no. Ha ha ha, you can't touch there. Ha ha ha. Chu Tian's expression turned strange. It's only the third day of the disaster, and you're already playing this crazy? Although it was already known that humanity had long been lost in the apocalypse, the speed of its decline was truly astonishing. Behind him, Li Ruyu and Yin Xiaoyi were already blushing furiously. It's not what you think. The man was about to explain, but upon glimpsing the hovering handgun, he instantly fell silent in fear. He gently knocked on the door. Ha ha, wait a moment, is that Xiao Wang? Ha ha. Laughter continued inside the room, but someone still responded to the door. It's me. As soon as the man finished speaking, the door slowly opened. Unexpectedly, over a dozen people inside were neatly dressed, except for one man in the corner laughing uncontrollably, tossing a basketball-sized jelly-like object to someone else. Ha ha ha, your turn. So ticklish. Ha ha ha. The person who took over instantly burst into laughter as well, and the laughter in the room reached a new peak. So ticklish. Ha ha ha. A new round of wild laughter echoed in the room. Chu Tian's gaze locked onto that jelly-like object. It was a semi-transparent orange gel creature, looking exactly like a slime that had jumped out of a game. Its body was round and plump, without any limbs. It only had a pair of big, round eyes. It was using two tentacles to tickle people, and its body could freely change shape, sometimes even completely wrapping around its target. Ha ha ha, it tickles so much. Ha ha ha, I can't take it anymore. When the person being tickled reaches their limit, this little creature will even let out a cheerful giggle. Is this a tickle monster? Chu Tian searched his memory for a while and finally confirmed its identity, the tickle monster. It is the lowest level magical creature, or rather, the bottom tier existence among magical creatures. However, it is also one of the very few, perhaps even the only neutral magical creature that does not actively attack humans. No wonder the corpse-eating dog would rather stay at the door and not dare to go inside. Chu Tian suddenly realized why the corpse-eating dogs, despite knowing there were people around, did not attack. They must have caught the scent of a demon.
demon. Zombies have no concept of fear, but beasts do. Even the lowest level itchy monster is enough to intimidate the corpse-eating dogs. I wonder how much experience I would gain by killing it. This thought had just flashed through Chu Tian's mind, but before he could make a move, Li Ruyu and Yin Xiaoyi had already noticed the little creature. Whoosh! What is that? It's so cute. The two girls were instantly charmed, staring at it without blinking. Women's innate love for soft and adorable creatures made them completely defenseless against the tickle monster. Forget it, better to keep it. Chu Tian thought to himself that a living tickle monster was more valuable. He suppressed his killing intent, fully aware of the usefulness of this little creature. More importantly, it was incredibly rare. In the future, countless people would surely be willing to trade a large amount of resources for a tickle monster, yet the demand would still exceed the supply. Find some clothes to wrap it up and take it away. As soon as Chu Tian finished speaking, the survivors in the room immediately erupted into chaos. Who are you? What do you want? Everyone stood up, glaring angrily. Ignoring the questions, Chu Tian simply gave Yin Xiaoyi a look. Understanding his signal, Yin Xiaoyi picked up a staff uniform and walked toward the itchy monster. Damn, this is freaking robbery. Several young men instantly flew into a rage, making a move to grab their weapons. The next second, all the metal objects in the room suddenly floated into the air. Knives, steel pipes, guns, keys, even the metal accessories on their bodies were pulled into midair. Move, and you die. Chu Tian's voice was chillingly calm. Before the words had fully settled, all the floating metal objects turned their sharp edges, pointing at everyone. Oh my god, nobody move. I'm not moving. Everyone instantly froze in place. Those impulsive young men were now being threatened with sharp steel needles pointed at their eyeballs, so terrified that they even held their breath. This thing in your hands will only bring about your doom, Chu Tian said calmly, and his words were by no means an exaggeration. Although the itchy monster was gentle and harmless by nature, a magical creature was still a magical creature. If ordinary people were to come into prolonged contact with it, they would eventually pay with their lives. While Chu Tian was intimidating the crowd, Yin Xiaoyi had already tiptoed closer to the itchy monster on the ground. She gently wrapped it in some clothing and carefully picked it up. Giggling, the little one in her arms let out a joyful laugh, seemingly enjoying the feeling of being held. My goodness, so light. Yin Xiaoyi was surprised to discover that this basketball-sized gel-like creature weighed only 200 to 300 grams. You took it away. What if the monsters outside break in? A woman in her early 20s stood out from the crowd. Surprisingly, the room full of burly men fell silent, and she was the only one daring to voice her doubts. The monsters outside have already been cleared. Chu Tian glanced at her with a hint of admiration and added, if it were me, I would immediately drive away from here. As time goes on, more ferocious monsters will spread from the urban area, and by then, even the itchy monster will be of no help. Really? Are all the monsters outside dead? Upon hearing this, everyone started discussing, their faces full of disbelief. Chu Tian couldn't be bothered with these reactions. Seeing that Yin Xiaoyi had already secured the itchy monster, he turned and walked out. As he left, the floating metal objects all fell to the ground, and the room instantly erupted into chaos. Is what he said true? Can we really leave safely? Some discussed the Wishan shelter mentioned in the broadcast, while others planned to continue huddling in the supermarket. Only the woman who had asked the question silently stood up and followed him out. Between the supermarket shelves, Chu Tian carried the wrapped-up itchy monster in one hand while giving instructions. Prioritize taking high-calorie food. Bring along canned food and chocolate. Try to pack as much water as possible. Yin Xiaoyi was pushing a cart, loading entire boxes of bottled water onto it. Li Ruyu, on the other hand, was busy collecting various high-calorie foods. They were both very smart, heading straight to the warehouse to move entire boxes of supplies. Chu Tian, meanwhile, was sweeping luxury cigarettes into a shopping cart, as such luxury items would become increasingly scarce in the future. Toothpaste, toothbrush, razor. Chu Tian walked while looking around, his hands constantly tossing useful daily necessities into the shopping cart. Although there were ready-to-use items in the villa, finding brand new ones was naturally better. Just as he was focused on grabbing supplies, the brave woman finally caught up, panting heavily. The supermarket was too large, and she had searched for a long time, almost encountering a zombie attack along the way, but she managed to catch up in the end. Hello, Chen Meiyue was out of breath from running, struggling to speak coherently. After finally catching up to Chu Tian, she suddenly found herself at a loss for words. It wasn't that she couldn't speak, but she was quickly trying to think of the most appropriate phrasing. Stop stammering. Chu Tian interrupted her impatiently. Want to follow me? Chen Meiyue was visibly stunned, then frantically nodded. Yes, that's exactly what I mean. She was just about to explain when Chu Tian raised his hand to stop her. You can come along, but what value can you bring? Chu Tian asked bluntly and sharply. Chen Meiyue took a deep breath and said solemnly, my name is Chen Meiyue. I am a Michelin 2-star chef. This answer left Chu Tian momentarily speechless. He had expected to hear something like doctor or engineer, practical skills at the very least, or even a
a mechanic at worst.
But a chef? After a brief silence, Chu Tian still let out a sigh of relief. Can you drive a truck? A truck?
Chen Meiyue was a bit confused and hesitantly said, I have a C1 driver's license, so I should be able to.
All right,
Chu Tian decisively arranged. After moving the stuff later, drive the truck yourself and follow along.
One more person who can drive means one more carload of supplies.
Yin Xiaoyi and Li Ruyu are both students and have never had the chance to learn to drive.
Understood. Chen Meiyue was overjoyed and nodded repeatedly, then cautiously asked, how should I address you? Chu Tian. No, how about I just call you boss? Or, big boss?
Chen Meiyue felt that addressing him by name directly was too presumptuous.
Suit yourself.
Chu Tian couldn't be bothered to argue and continued using his magnetic ability to maneuver the shopping cart forward. Soon, Yin Xiaoyi and Li Ruyu also finished transporting the supplies.
The trunk of the doomsday vehicle was packed to the brim, and the remaining supplies were loaded into Chen Meiyue's truck. At this moment, both vehicles seemed particularly practical.
Before departure, Chu Tian solemnly instructed,
after you return, you two must immediately learn to drive. But there aren't any driving schools now, are there?
Yin Xiaoyi asked innocently.
Chu Tian couldn't help but roll his eyes. Do you still want to start from the first subject? Look at traffic lights? Learn traffic rules?
Just find an open space and practice a few laps, and you'll get it. After saying that, he lightly flicked Yin Xiaoyi on the forehead.
Ouch!
Yin Xiaoyi shrank her neck in pain and sheepishly climbed into the car.
After this little episode, the convoy finally set off.
The doomsday vehicle led the way, followed closely by Chen Meiyue's truck. Before getting in the car, Chu Tian coldly warned,
if you fall behind halfway, don't expect me to wait for you or save you.
These words instantly put Chen Meiyue on edge, keeping her eyes fixed on the car in front the entire time, terrified of losing track.
He.
A strange laugh suddenly broke the silence inside the car. Chu Tian looked down and found that the tickle monster, which had been tied up earlier, had somehow freed itself and was now squeezing out bit by bit through the gaps in the clothes, curiously looking around and occasionally letting out bursts of laughter.
What's so funny? Chu Tian cursed, unceremoniously grabbing the itchy monster and throwing it to the back seat. Chu Tian, why are you so harsh? It didn't even provoke you. Li Ruyu picked up the itchy monster and asked in confusion.
Yin Xiaoyi shrank her neck, not daring to speak, but her eyes were full of doubt.
Chu Tian explained through the rearview mirror. This is called an itchy monster, the lowest level of magical creatures. Please provide the text you would like translated.
At this moment, the itchy creature in Li Ruyu's arms seemed to understand, twisting its jelly-like body and unexpectedly extending two baby-like little hands,
making a want-to-be-hugged gesture. This is a monster? It doesn't look scary at all.
Li Ruyu and Yin Xiaoyi suddenly realized that the adorable little creature before them was actually the monster Chu Tian had mentioned. The stark contrast left them momentarily stunned.
It's a special case. Most monsters are extremely terrifying. They're quite different from zombies and wild beasts.
Usually, they possess bizarre abilities.
This is no ordinary superpower. Rather, it's something more sinister and elusive.
Chu Tian drove while calmly sharing his understanding of the creatures.
To be honest, he didn't know much.
In his previous life, he had no qualifications to come into contact with such beings. Encountering them meant certain death.
This itchy monster is no exception. It feeds on human negative emotions. Looking so cute is just to make people willingly approach it.
Ordinary people have their emotions drained by it over a long period.
At best, it leads to mental exhaustion. At worst, it can be fatal. Chu Tian continued explaining. His understanding of the itchy monster far exceeded that of ordinary people.
In the future, someone would surely be willing to trade priceless resources for it, and the reason was simple. The itchy monster can not only devour negative emotions but also absorb physical pain. For those trapped in despair, the itchy monster is like a living pain relief tool. But the problem is, people who are fed on by it for a long time gradually lose their memories, especially painful ones, and eventually are left with a silly smile, turning into fools.
Oh my god, this little thing is actually this powerful?
After listening to Chu Tian's explanation, Li Ruyu and Yin Xiaoyi were so shocked that they couldn't speak. They lowered their heads to look at the round and adorable creature in their arms, unable to associate it with the terrifying abilities hidden behind its appearance.
If nothing unexpected happens, this is just a juvenile tickling monster. Chu Tian lowered his voice and explained that under normal circumstances, a tickling monster wouldn't make people laugh uncontrollably upon contact. This little creature clearly hadn't fully mastered its abilities yet. Smell the scent on its body, Chu Tian suddenly said.
Li Ruyu and Yin Xiaoyi hesitated for a moment but still leaned in to sniff the itchy monster.
Giggle, giggle, giggle. The little creature laughed happily, its transparent little hands waving joyfully, as if wanting to touch their faces.
It's the smell of strawberry cake.
No, that's not right.
I clearly smell jasmine fragrance.
The two spoke in unison but came to completely different conclusions.
Li Ruyu was convinced she smelled jasmine fragrance, her favorite scent. Yin Xiaoyi, on the other hand, firmly believed it was the sweet aroma of strawberry cake.
As expected, expected, Chu Tian was not surprised at all.
The itch monster releases pheromones that bring pleasure. Everyone smells their favorite scent. This little creature clearly hasn't mastered its ability yet and is unconsciously emitting these pheromones all the time.
Then isn't it useless to us?
Yin Xiaoyi asked with a hint of disappointment.
Chu Tian didn't answer immediately.
Suddenly, he slammed on the brakes to slow down, pulled a gun from the glove compartment, and fired a shot out the window.
Bang!
The gunshot echoed through the desolate street, quickly drawing a large number of zombies, but Chu Tian was not waiting for these zombies. With a sharp screech, a winged demon dove down from high above.
Watch closely.
The corners of Chu Tian's mouth lifted slightly as he manipulated the magnetic field to reshape the car roof's metal into a giant metallic hand, grabbing the itchy monster and hurling it fiercely at the winged demon.
Plop! The itchy monster landed squarely on the winged demon's face.
A few seconds later, the winged demon lost its ability to move and crashed heavily onto the car roof.
What was spine-chilling was that the winged demon let out an eerie laugh. My god, it can even control ferocious beasts?
Yin Xiaoyi exclaimed, her eyes widening in shock. The itchy monster's ability doesn't discriminate, Chu Tian explained. Whether it's a ferocious beast or a demon, it works on them all. That's why this little guy will become priceless in the future, even capable of saving lives at critical moments.
Amazing, let's give it a name. How about Jelly?
After witnessing its abilities, Li Ruyu and Yin Xiaoyi were completely won over, excitedly discussing naming this adorable yet powerful little creature. Chu Tian did not join their casual chat, merely glancing silently at his own experience points.
Current experience points, 961.
Killing the winged demon earned him 50 experience points, and along with clearing a few zombies along the way, his experience points were once again nearing the threshold for leveling up.
Lightning control can be further enhanced.
Chu Tian appeared calm on the surface, but he couldn't hide his excitement inside. This upgrade speed was simply too fast. In comparison, Li Ruyu's lightning control was still at LV1, while he was already about to break through to LV3.
40 points to go.
Staring at this seemingly insignificant gap, Chu Tian was full of determination. Unfortunately, most of the zombies on the way had been completely cleared out, and now there were only a few wandering zombies left on the streets.
We'll take this route instead.
Seeing the fork in the road ahead, Chu Tian decisively turned onto another path. This road also led to Yijiang Garden, but it required passing through a small town and taking a few more turns. Li Ruyu and Yin Xiaoyi had no objections to his decision. They adjusted their sitting positions and vigilantly observed the surroundings, ceasing their idle chatter. As soon as they turned onto the fork, the number of zombies around them noticeably increased. Chu Tian felt a surge of joy, and dozens of silver flashes shot out like arrows.
You have killed an ordinary zombie. You have killed. You have killed.
As the familiar system notification sounded repeatedly, Chu Tian's experience points quickly soared, soon surpassing the 1000 mark. You have killed an E-level mutant zombie raider. Experience points plus 10.
Current experience points, 1009. Keep moving forward.
Chu Tian didn't rush to level up but instead drove while clearing the zombie hordes on the road.
Soon, the vehicle entered a small town by the side of a fork in the road.
Strangely, after entering the town, the number of zombies suddenly decreased, becoming sparse, as if the zombies here had already been cleared out. Wait, that truck. Chu Tian suddenly noticed a familiar truck parked by the roadside, one of the two that had previously transported the corpses. One had crashed into the wall of a residential building, while the other had destroyed the traffic lights at the intersection. The truck beds were still piled high with corpses, and the stench of decay permeated the entire street.
They actually didn't deal with these corpses. Chu Tian frowned.
Although he didn't want to assign blame, the scene before him stirred a faint unease in his heart. He guessed that those two people had likely met their demise and hadn't managed to leave this place alive. Be careful, something's off about this place. Chu Tian slowed down the car, cautiously moving forward along the main road of the small town.
Strange, why do all these corpses have no limbs?
Li Ruyu suddenly noticed that the zombie corpses on the street were unusually bizarre, all missing limbs, leaving only torsos lying on the ground, as if something had forcibly torn them off. The previously cheerful and playful tickling monster suddenly quieted down, curling into a ball and letting out faint whimpering sounds.
It seems like it's afraid of something?
Yin Xiaoyi lowered her head to look at the trembling itchy monster, her face showing concern.
It's a more powerful monster.
Chu Tian replied in a deep voice without turning his head. Something that could make the itchy monster feel fear must undoubtedly be a more terrifying existence.
Just as he finished
speaking, a sudden violent crashing sound came from the building on the left, accompanied by the noise of tables and chairs toppling over, making everyone's hearts tighten.
Look over there!
Li Ruyu screamed and pointed toward the source of the sound, instantly drawing everyone's attention. At the entrance of the building, a tall, dark shadow slowly emerged. First came a rough, large hand, followed by a slender child's arm, a fair woman's arm, a wrinkled elderly arm. These ghastly pale arms clung tightly to the doorframe, forcibly squeezing the massive body through the narrow doorway.
My god, what is that monster?
Yin Xiaoyi's voice trembled with fear. Before them stood a terrifying creature nearly 2 2 meters tall, its body seemingly pieced together from countless human limbs, covered in arms and legs, resembling a giant centipede. The lower half of the monster was densely packed, with asymmetrical human feet, moving at an astonishing speed. Each step it took caused the ground to quake, and the erratic flailing of its limbs made it all the more eerie and horrifying. The grotesque sight was enough to make anyone with trypophobia faint on the spot. Chu Tian, do you know what this thing is? Li Ruyu suppressed her nausea and asked in a low voice. Chu Tian calmly shook his head and replied, it could be a fusion monster, or perhaps a stitched abomination. There are indeed many types of monsters that piece themselves together using human bodies. This analysis sent chills down everyone's spine. Whatever it was, the creature before them was certainly no benevolent being. Chu Tian, it's coming at us. Yin Xiaoyi screamed a sharp warning. Though it had no eyes, the monster locked onto its target with precision and charged toward the doomsday vehicle at an astonishing speed. Its dozen or so feet alternated rapidly, moving far faster than any human. Dong, dong. Heavy footsteps roared like war drums. Chu Tian's eyes sharpened as he gave a brief command, protect the supplies. After speaking, he leapt off the vehicle. As soon as his feet touched the ground, the surrounding magnetic energy began to surge violently. Boom, boom. 2 abandoned cars were instantly torn into pieces by the powerful magnetic force. Some of the metal debris coiled around the monster like a giant python, while the rest floated in the air, transforming into sharp spears. Go! At Chu Tian's command, the metal spears shot out like lightning. Dozens of spears rained down like a storm, instantly turning the monster into a porcupine. The sound of puff, puff, puff echoed as the spears pierced through, leaving the monster's body covered in them, resembling a steel porcupine. However, the monster showed no sign of pain, its movements unaffected, and it continued charging at Chu Tian with astonishing speed. No weaknesses? Chu Tian frowned deeply and immediately manipulated the metal strips entwined around the monster's body to tighten abruptly. The sharp serrated edges continuously sliced through the monster's body during the strangling process. Amid the crack-crack sound of sawing, the monster's limbs broke off one after another and fell. Even more horrifying, these severed limbs wriggled like living creatures, slowly crawling back to the monster and rejoining its body. It can regenerate? Chu Tian's gaze grew colder, and the tip of the spear embedded in the monster's body suddenly transformed, turning into barbs like fishhooks, firmly hooking onto the flesh. Let's see how you recover this time. Chu Tian let out a cold laugh as the magnetic energy erupted violently, yanking the spear forcefully. Rip! Accompanied by the muffled sound of flesh tearing apart, each spear tore off large chunks of decayed flesh, splattering foul blood everywhere. The monster was forcibly ripped into several pieces, with countless rotting limbs scattered across the ground. There was no head, no internal organs. This was a grotesque entity pieced together entirely from human body parts. However, Chu Tian's expression remained grim. The system had not issued a kill notification. As expected, the scattered limbs began to wriggle on their own. Countless hands clawed at the ground, crawling forward, while feet slowly shifted, as if summoned, converging toward the center. Chu Tian narrowed his eyes, a cold smile curling at the corner of his lips, and spoke without hesitation. System, upgrade thunder control. 1000 experience consumed, thunder control upgrade complete. With the system prompt, violent thunder energy surged into Chu Tian's body. Amidst the flashing electric light, fine currents danced between his strands of hair, and his eyes were completely occupied by thunder light, with his pupils disappearing entirely. My god! Yin Xiaoyi was so shocked that her mouth fell open, while Li Ruyu was even more stunned, unable to speak. As a lightning ability user, she could clearly sense the surging thunderous power within Chu Tian's body. The energy intensity was at least dozens of times greater than hers. If she were to bear it instead, she would likely be reduced to ashes in an instant. Name, Chu Tian. System level, 1. Strength, 72. Agility, 10. Constitution, 35 plus 8. Energy, 164 plus 49. Talents, Magnetic Field Control LV3, Great Strength LV2, Lightning Control LV3, 0/10,000. Used slots, March 5th. Experience, 143. After the upgrade of Lightning Control, not only did the energy value skyrocket, but his physique also significantly improved. Chu Tian slowly opened his palm, where dancing arcs of electricity joyfully flickered. At this moment, his mastery over lightning had reached an entirely new level. The current continuously gathered and compressed in his palm, emitting crackling explosive sounds, and eventually condensed into a liquid-like form. The powerful energy fluctuations even generated a faint magnetic force, attracting nearby metal fragments to float toward him. Disperse! Chu Tian let out a light shout, and a stronger magnetic field instantly shook the metal fragments to the ground. Hope you can recover after being roasted, he murmured to himself, gently pushing the condensed electric ball forward. The palm-sized electric ball floated slowly toward the monster's remains, seemingly harmless as it hovered in midair, with tiny arcs of electricity occasionally sparking on its surface and striking the surrounding metal. The moment the electric ball landed on the monster's remains, a blinding
blinding white light erupted, accompanied by a deafening explosion. A violent current rampaged indiscriminately. Within 10 seconds, the monster's remains were completely carbonized, and the ground was blasted into a semicircular pit with a diameter of 40 centimeters. The pit walls, due to the high temperature, exhibited a glass-like smooth texture. Chu Tian stared at the scene in shock. What surprised him even more was that after leaving his hand, the electric ball completely broke free of his control, becoming some kind of independent energy entity. If he hadn't moved away in time, even he might not have escaped unscathed. This has already gone beyond the scope of ordinary lightning, he pondered silently. Once the energy dissipated, Chu Tian cautiously approached the deep pit. The system still hadn't sent a kill notification, so he didn't dare to let his guard down. Boom! Boom! Two abandoned cars were instantly torn into pieces by the magnetic force. Some of the metal debris coiled around the monster like giant pythons, while the rest floated in the air, transforming into sharp spears. Attack! At Chu Tian's command, metal spears shot through the air, dozens of them raining down like a storm, instantly turning the monster's body into a steel porcupine-like array of spikes. The continuous puff-puff-puff sound of piercing filled the air as the monster's body was riddled with spears, resembling a steel-clad porcupine. Yet the monster showed no sign of pain, its movements completely unaffected, still charging at Chu Tian with astonishing speed. No weakness? Chu Tian's brows furrowed tightly as he swiftly manipulated the metal strips coiled around the monster's body to suddenly tighten, their sharp serrated edges relentlessly slicing through the monster's flesh in a deadly constriction. The sound of crack echoed as the monster's limbs were severed and fell. Even more horrifying, these severed limbs wriggled like living creatures, slowly crawling back to the monster and reattaching to its body. It can regenerate? Chu Tian's gaze grew colder. He manipulated the tip of the spear embedded in the monster's body, which suddenly transformed into a fishhook-like shape, firmly gripping the flesh. Let's see how you recover this time. Chu Tian sneered coldly, and the magnetic field energy suddenly erupted, forcefully pulling the spear. Rip! Accompanied by the muffled sound of flesh tearing apart, each spear dragged down large chunks of decayed flesh, splattering foul blood everywhere. The monster was brutally torn into several pieces. Scattered across the ground were countless rotting severed limbs, no head, no internal organs, a grotesque existence entirely pieced together from human body parts. Yet Chu Tian's expression remained grave. The system had not issued a kill notification. As expected, the scattered limbs began to wriggle on their own. Countless hands clawed at the ground, crawling forward, while feet slowly shifted, as if summoned, converging toward the center. Chu Tian squinted his eyes, a cold smile curling at the corner of his mouth, and spoke without hesitation. System, upgrade thunder control. 1000 experience consumed, thunder control upgrade complete. With the system prompt, violent thunder energy surged into Chu Tian's body. Amidst the flashing electric light, fine currents danced between his strands of hair, his eyes completely overtaken by lightning, with his pupils vanishing without a trace. Yin Xiaoyi was so shocked that her mouth hung open, while Li Ruyu was even more stunned, unable to utter a word. As a lightning ability user, she could clearly sense the surging thunder power within Chu Tian. It was at least dozens of times stronger than her own. If she were to bear it, she would likely be reduced to ashes in an instant. Name, Chu Tian. System level, 1. Strength, 72. Agility, 10. Constitution, 35 plus 8. Energy, 164 plus 49. Talents, Magnetic Field Control LV3, Great Strength LV2, Lightning Control LV3, 0/10,000. Slots used, 3/5. Experience, 143. After the upgrade of Lightning Control, not only did the energy value skyrocket, but his physique also improved significantly. Chu Tian slowly opened his palm, and the dancing arcs of electricity joyfully flickered in his hand. At this moment, his mastery over lightning had reached a whole new level. The electric current continuously gathered and compressed in his palm, emitting crackling explosive sounds, eventually condensing into a liquid-like form. The powerful energy fluctuations even generated a faint magnetic force, causing nearby metal fragments to float toward him. Disperse, Chu Tian uttered softly, and an even stronger magnetic field instantly shook off the metal fragments. Hope you can recover after being cooked, he murmured softly, gently releasing the condensed electric orb. The palm-sized orb floated slowly toward the monster's remains, its surface occasionally sparking with fine arcs of electricity that struck the surrounding metal. When the orb finally landed on the monster's remains, a blinding white light erupted suddenly, accompanied by a deafening explosion. A violent current rampaged indiscriminately. Within 10 seconds, the monster's remains were completely carbonized, and the ground was blasted into a semicircular pit with a diameter of 40 centimeters. The walls of the pit, due to the high temperature, had a glass-like smooth texture. Chu Tian stared at the scene in shock. What surprised him even more was that the electric orb, once released, completely escaped his control, and turned into some kind of independent energy entity. If he hadn't moved away in time, even he might have been caught in the blast. This has already gone beyond the realm of ordinary lightning, he pondered silently.
When the energy dissipated, Chu Tian cautiously approached the deep pit. The system still hadn't sent a kill notification, so he didn't dare to relax his vigilance in the slightest. Squeak squeak, the little creature in Yin Xiaoi's arms suddenly pointed to a charred remnant by the edge of the pit.
Over there? Chu Tian followed the direction and went over. Indeed,
a pool of black liquid slowly seeped out from the wreckage, wriggling like a living creature as it crawled toward him.
I see now. Chu Tian suddenly understood. A continuous current of electricity flashed from his fingertips until the black liquid was completely evaporated. Ding!
Killed D-level monster, fragment of the limb reclaimer, experience points plus 1000.
The system notification sound finally rang out. The limb connector. Fragment? Chu Tian frowned deeply.
He had heard rumors about limb connectors but had never heard the term fragment before.
If a fragment equates to a D-level monster, just how terrifying would a complete limb connector be?
Still, the unexpected reward of 1000 experience points was a pleasant surprise, equivalent to the gains from killing over 1,000 ordinary zombies.
Too bad monsters aren't everywhere, Chu Tian muttered under his breath, fully aware of the reality. If monsters were so easy to encounter, he would have likely perished long ago.
A D-level fragment was already so troublesome, he couldn't even begin to imagine how formidable higher-level monsters would be.
However,
he shifted his tone. This experience is perfect for enhancing the giant strength talent. After dealing with the limb connector, Chu Tian decided to use the experience points to strengthen his close combat abilities. Although close combat was rarely necessary at
the moment, having this skill would always provide a sense of security.
He decisively ordered the upgrade to giant strength, and the system notification sounded once again. A surge of energy instantly filled his entire body, with this enhancement focusing more on the improvement of his physique.
Chu Tian felt an unprecedented expansion of power, as if every cell contained the energy to destroy the heavens and the earth.
The data perfectly validated his feelings. The increase in brute strength was astonishing, almost equivalent to the combined total of his other two
abilities.
Not only had his strength skyrocketed, but his physique had also reached nearly 8 times that of an average person.
It should be noted
that physique encompasses multiple defensive attributes such as endurance, immunity, and recovery speed. At this moment, Chu Tian's physical stats had completely surpassed the human range. The only shortcoming remained his speed, and he secretly calculated how to acquire speed-based abilities. As he was deep in thought, he suddenly noticed the max label next to brute strength LV3, indicating that the growth potential of brute
strength had reached its limit.
Chu Tian let out a soft sigh, closed the attribute panel, and turned to walk toward the battle vehicle.
As he passed by Yin Xiaoi, he cast her a meaningful glance before heading straight into the vehicle. After setting off again, the seating arrangement
inside the car was adjusted. Li Ruyu still held the itchy creature in the back seat, while the puzzled Yin Xiaoi was moved to the front passenger seat. In fact, both girls had accumulated many questions, but seeing Chu Tian with his brows tightly furrowed and lost in thought, they tacitly chose to remain silent.
Chu Tian was deep in thought.
During the earlier lightning compression experiment, theoretically, the nature of the energy shouldn't have changed, so why did it spiral out of control?
In the end,
he repeatedly recalled the scene just now, where he had attempted to push the power of lightning to its limit, desperately compressing the lightning energy in his palm. However, when the energy was compressed to a certain critical point, it completely escaped his control.
Moreover, judging from the explosion's effect, it didn't resemble ordinary lightning at all. Chu Tian suddenly thought of a technical term, plasma explosion.
He immediately shook his head in denial. No, the core of a plasma bomb is plasma state matter.
Could it be that his lightning energy had truly transformed into a plasma state?
This bold hypothesis plunged Chu Tian into deep thought, yet he struggled to find a way to verify it. He shook his head, temporarily setting aside the question, and refocused on reality. Noticing that Chu Tian had stopped pondering, Li Ruyu and Yin Xiaoi tacitly refrained from further questioning. As the vehicle approached Yijian Garden, the number of zombies along the way noticeably decreased, and the environment grew increasingly quiet.
The overly silent atmosphere made Yin Xiaoi unable to resist yawning. With Chu Tian's permission, she turned on the car radio. Is anyone there?
I'm President Aq Manhwa, trapped at. Whoever rescues me will get 5 billion game coins.
ZZZ. I'm actor Yang So-and-so. Please, kind-hearted people, come save me. I'll agree to any conditions. ZZZ. Send some food. I'm starving. I'm at. ZZZZZ. Help. Zombies are banging on the door. Ah. ZZZZZ.
As soon as the radio was turned on, a flood of desperate cries for help poured into her ears. Yin Xiaoi switched through more than a dozen channels, and every single one was filled with hopeless pleas. From billionaires to ordinary citizens, everyone was using the airwaves to seek their last glimmer of hope.
Is it really this bad out there?
Li Ruyu murmured softly. The days spent with Chu Tian had almost made her forget the harshness of the apocalypse. But the voices on the radio at this moment made her realize that everyone was living on the edge of death, their lives as fragile as candles in the wind.
When the apocalypse apocalypse first broke out, all my friends around me.
In Shoei's voice choked as she softly said, some of them were even by my own hand. The sound of the broadcast stirred her memories. She lowered her head, staring at the blood-stained baseball bat, her eyes involuntarily reddening. Suddenly, a translucent little hand reached out from the back seat and gently touched her. She couldn't help but laugh. They all turned into zombies. If I didn't act, I'd be the one dead. In Shoei's spirits instantly revived. As she adjusted the broadcast again, she finally caught a segment of unique content. To all survivors hearing this broadcast, please proceed immediately to Huishan prison. We have established a safe haven. Supplies are sufficient. The environment is secure, ensuring no zombie threats. Are you kidding me? In Shoei curled her lips, her face full of disbelief. Is there really any place that's absolutely safe these days? The broadcast continued, conveniently answering her question. We possess a large arsenal of weapons. Moreover, we have 3 ability users stationed here. Every survivor who arrives will receive food and shelter. Wishing everyone a safe arrival. The broadcast fell into a brief silence and resumed looping after about 10 minutes. Experience points +1. Experience points +1. Hui Mountain Prison? In Shoei turned off the broadcast, her brows tightly furrowed. Why does this name sound so familiar? Li Ruyu gently reminded, fragments of the supermarket survivors' conversation flashing through her mind. The group from the supermarket mentioned this place. In Shoei suddenly understood. So, this shelter might actually be reliable, she analyzed. Prisons already have high walls and must still have weapons stored. The claim about 3 ability users also makes sense. If that's the case, their claim of no zombies isn't necessarily an exaggeration. Li Ruyu nodded in agreement, feeling that the safety aspect shouldn't be an issue. Safety isn't the concern, Chu Tian suddenly spoke, his voice carrying a hint of coldness. But I advise you not to get your hopes up too high. What's wrong? The corners of his mouth curled into a meaningful, cold smile. Chu Tian knew that the current controllers of Huishan prison were a group of inmates, including some heinous felons. If ordinary people truly believed the broadcast and went to seek refuge, the consequences would be dire. However, the mention of 3 ability users in the broadcast piqued Chu Tian's interest. Maybe there's a speed-type ability I need. A glint of light flashed in his eyes. For ordinary people, it was a dragon's den. In his eyes, it had become a hunting ground. Shortly after turning off the broadcast, the vehicle returned to the main road, and the outline of Yijiang Garden was clearly visible in the distance. Finally, we're here. The 2 girls, who had been on the move all day, breathed a sigh of relief. Later, I must have a good soak in the bath. As In Shoei stretched her body, she unintentionally revealed her well-proportioned and athletic curves. Unlike Li Ruyu's gentle elegance, her figure exuded a sense of strength, not the result of gym workouts, but the solid physique honed through years of hard work. Although she kept saying she needed rest, as soon as the car stopped, she swiftly jumped out and began helping to unload supplies. It took over half an hour to unload the supplies from the 2 vehicles, leaving everyone drenched in sweat. At this moment, Chen Meiyue, the Michelin 2-star chef who had been driving the truck, finally arrived safely. The fierce battle in the small town that morning still left Chen Meiyue shaken, but it also gave her a first-hand experience of Chu Tian's formidable strength, further solidifying her resolve to follow him. I'll go prepare dinner. Chen Meiyue was very clear about her role. After unloading the supplies, she didn't even take a sip of water before heading straight to the kitchen. Surprisingly, she was exceptionally familiar with the layout of Yijiang Garden and found the kitchen without taking any detours. When Chu Tian casually asked about it, Chen Meiyue admitted that she used to live there. Besides being a chef, she also ran a high-end chain of restaurants. Boss, she said cautiously, may I go and retrieve my cooking utensils? They're at my former residence over there. She deliberately used former residence instead of my home and pointed to a nearby villa. Go ahead, Chu Tian replied indifferently. What mattered more to him was this Michelin chef's true skills. Soon, Chen Meiyue returned with her professional cooking utensils and carefully prepared a table full of stunning Sichuan dishes. Looking at the table filled with bright and enticing dishes, Chu Tian was somewhat surprised. Aren't you trained in Western cuisine? Actually, Sichuan cuisine is my specialty, Chen Meiyue said with a smile as she wiped her sweat. It's just that Michelin is biased against Chinese cuisine, so I could only earn 2 stars. When she said this, her tone was calm. After all, in the apocalypse, past honors were no longer worth mentioning. She raised her glass and sincerely said, Boss, thank you for taking me in. As her words fell, she tilted her head back and drank it all in one go. Chu Tian did not respond, merely focusing on savoring the dishes before him. The principle he always adhered to was, a person without value is not worth a second glance. Go! After the meal, he briefly instructed, arrange for someone to keep watch. With that, he turned and went upstairs to rest. Although the day had been quite fruitful, it had also left him utterly exhausted. I'll take the night watch. Chen Meiyue, who had just finished cleaning up the dishes, volunteered. She understood that to secure her place in the team, she had to constantly prove her worth. I'll stay with you. Li Ruyu thought for a moment and decided to stay and accompany accompany the new member.
Oof, so I'm the only one who gets to rest, huh?
Yin Xiaoyi pouted and muttered, but said no more. She picked up the itchy monster wrapped in clothes and turned to go upstairs. The night had long since blanketed the earth, but Yin Xiaoyi, who should have been resting well, was tossing and turning in bed. As the person who had been with Chu Tian the longest, complex emotions had already taken root in her heart. Admiration mixed with indescribable feelings. Especially after learning that Li Ruyu and Chu Tian were not a couple, these emotions surged forth like a flood.
Maybe I should take the initiative?
This thought refused to leave her mind.
No.
She immediately denied herself.
What if Ruyu blames me for stealing her love?
Yin Xiaoyi buried her face in the pillow,
caught in deep conflict.
She wanted to confess her feelings but was afraid of hurting their friendship, torn between the two.
Ah, so annoying.
She irritably scratched her head. She couldn't just go straight to cooking the rice, could she? As she was avoiding reality, the little itch monster on the bed quietly crawled out from her clothes.
Its bulb-like big eyes shone especially bright in the darkness, staring intently at
the dejected Yin Xiaoyi.
Negative emotions were the most delicious food for the itch monster. It cautiously stretched out its jelly-like little hand and gently touched Yin Xiaoyi's arm.
3 seconds later, Yin Xiaoyi suddenly sprang up from the bed.
It's already the end of the world, so why hesitate?
She suddenly figured it out.
If you like someone, you have to act.
Without a second thought, she dashed out of her room and headed straight for Chu Tian's bedroom.
Bang!
The door was violently pushed open.
Yin Xiaoyi, are you crazy? In the middle of the night.
Chu Tian's voice shifted from anger to surprise, and finally turned into,
"You're serious? Alright then." Li Ruyu, who was keeping watch downstairs, suddenly looked up. "Did any of you hear some strange noises? Could it be that zombies have broken in?"
Chen Meiyue stood up alertly, and the two went out with flashlights to check, unaware that the strange sound would persist throughout the night, only gradually stopping at dawn. The morning light was faint, and the golden rays of the rising sun spilled across the windowsill. Chu Tian was already dressed neatly, leaning casually on the balcony's lounge chair, smoking with a contemplative look in his eyes.
Ha, thought it would be impressive.
He flicked the ash off his cigarette, a disdainful curve on his lips. Despite his words, Yin
Xiaoyi's sudden action last night had indeed startled him.
At that moment, he was genuinely worried he might have suffered a hidden loss. At this moment, Yin Xiaoyi, who had just woken up, was so frustrated she almost fainted.
Did I lose my mind?
Wait, it must be that jelly causing trouble. She suddenly realized that her unusually bold behavior was very likely influenced by the jelly. Damn jelly! She gritted her teeth, wishing she could crush that little thing. At the dining table, Li Ruyu, sporting dark circles under her eyes, was chewing on bread while reporting to Chu Tian. Last night, there were strange noises outside. We searched several times but couldn't find the source. She completely failed to notice that Yin Xiaoyi beside her was almost burying her face in the bowl. Thanks to her enhanced physique from her abilities, otherwise, she might still be lying in bed unable to move.
That guy Chu Tian, isn't his ability magnetism? How is his physical condition also so freakishly strong? Yin Xiaoyi was utterly baffled. Ahem, Ruyu, stop making wild guesses.
She coughed lightly, trying to change the subject, though her gaze was evasive. Li Ruyu nodded hesitantly, as she had unwavering faith in Chu Tian's strength. After the small interlude passed, Chu Tian slowly put down his cup and announced his plan.
I'm planning to visit Huishan prison.
His tone was calm, yet his gaze was resolute, showing particular interest in the 3 awakened mentioned in the broadcast.
I'll go with you.
Yin Xiaoyi immediately expressed her stance without hesitation. This stubborn rural girl, once she sets her mind on someone, will follow them unwaveringly.
No need.
Chu Tian was about to refuse but changed his mind upon seeing the determination in her eyes.
Alright, let's go together. Immediately, Chu Tian turned to Li Ruyu and said,
"You and Chen Meiyue stay here, don't let anyone in."
Li Ruyu nodded in agreement.
She had always followed Chu Tian's arrangements without question, but Yin Xiaoyi's unusual behavior today made her take a few extra glances.
Ahem.
Yin Xiaoyi pretended to cough, hurriedly shifting her gaze. This small gesture only deepened Li Ruyu's suspicion.
Li Ruyu frowned, feeling that something was off. Strange, is she hiding something from me? Yin Xiaoyi muttered to herself inwardly, sorry, sister, who told you to be slower than me?
The footsteps grew faster and faster, as if trying to escape after doing something guilty.
Truly proving the old saying, plastic sisterhood, flying their separate ways in critical moments.
After breakfast, Chu Tian began selecting a suitable means of transportation within the neighborhood. Considering the long journey to Huishan prison and the need to travel light, he decided to find a high-performance vehicle. Sports cars? Why are they all sports cars? Chu Tian inspected the villa garages one by one, only to find Lamborghinis, Ferraris, and other luxury cars. He couldn't help but complain, these nouveau riches only know how to buy sports cars, not even a decent off-road vehicle. These luxury cars, once symbols of status before the apocalypse, now lack even basic practicality. The broken and rugged road conditions are completely unsuitable for supercars to drive on. Just as Chu Tian was about to give up, a modified Harley motorcycle caught his eye. Its vintage design paired with a modern power system, and the rear seat was equipped with a stylish saddlebag.
This modification is pretty professional.
Chu Tian immediately noticed that this vehicle had undergone extensive modifications, with even the engine replaced.
What surprised him even
more was discovering a complete set of modification parts in a small compartment of the garage, including specially designed off-road tires. After switching to the off-road tires, the Harley roared like a lion, with the exhaust pipe occasionally emitting crisp backfire sounds.
We're riding this?
Yin Xiaoyi was momentarily stunned, then suddenly understood. Given Chu Tian's capabilities, he didn't need the protection of a car, and the mobility of a motorcycle was actually more practical.
Not coming up?
Chu Tian urged, and Yin Xiaoyi hurriedly jumped onto the back seat, unexpectedly pulling at her injury, causing her to gasp in pain.
Just as Chu Tian asked, a faint pain also came from his waist. Yin Xiaoyi blushed and pinched him. What do you think? You're pretty good at pinching people. Wait.
Chu Tian smiled as he twisted the throttle, and the Harley suddenly shot forward. Yin Xiaoyi was so frightened that she clung tightly to his waist. On the abandoned highway, the roar of the Harley shattered the dead silence, attracting hordes of zombies. This steel beast carried the two of them, weaving nimbly through the zombie horde, becoming the only sign of life on the desolate road. Throwing knives, like silver lightning, cleared the path ahead of the Harley, and zombies fell in waves like rippling wheat.
You have killed a regular zombie. You have killed. System notifications sounded one after another, and experience points skyrocketed.
Yin Xiaoyi, sitting in the back seat, completely let herself go. The rushing wind swept away all her worries.
Ah!
She shouted loudly, her hands tightly wrapped around Chu Tian's waist, as if this was the only way to grasp a sense of security in the whole world.
Are you trying to strangle me?
Chu Tian rolled his eyes helplessly. This girl must have forgotten that he was a strength-type ability user. If it were an ordinary person, their eyeballs would have popped out from her grip by now.
Sorry.
Yin Xiaoyi apologized verbally, but the strength in her hands only loosened slightly, and she still clung to Chu Tian's back like a koala.
Daydreaming again? Want to find a place to rest for a bit?
Chu Tian deliberately stretched his tone.
No, no.
Yin Xiaoyi was so frightened that she quickly let go, only daring to lightly tug at the corner of his clothes, afraid he might actually stop the car. 2 hours later, the roar of the Harley gradually diminished and finally stopped beside a gas station at the highway exit. Why did you stop? Yin Xiaoyi's voice trembled. I already said it still hurts.
Can't you think about something else? Chu Tian sighed and rubbed his forehead, pointing at the fuel gauge. We're out of gas, can't you see?
Only then did Yin Xiaoyi notice that the fuel gauge needle had hit bottom. Blushing, she pointed to a nearby spot. There's a gas station over there. She quickly jumped out of the car to change the subject. I'll go find the fuel card.
Watching her panicked figure fleeing, Chu Tian couldn't help but laugh. However, the next second, the system notification froze his smile.
Yin Xiaoyi defeated a regular zombie, gaining +1 experience point. Chu Tian hurriedly pulled up the system panel, repeatedly confirming this baffling notification. Yin Xiaoyi had clearly never killed a zombie.
How could he inexplicably gain experience points? This sudden discovery plunged Chu Tian into deep thought. His gaze turned toward the direction of the gas station, where faint screams from Yin Xiaoyi could be heard. He immediately heightened his vigilance and quickly rushed over. Could this girl have awakened some special ability? Or was that bizarre itchy monster causing trouble again? Just as Chu Tian was pondering, the muffled sound of a zombie collapsing echoed from afar. Immediately after, the system notification sounded.
Yin Xiaoyi defeated an ordinary zombie, gained +1 experience point. The fuel card is found. Yin Xiaoyi excitedly ran back holding the card, only to see Chu Tian standing there in a daze. Hey, what are you daydreaming about? Chu Tian didn't answer. His gaze was firmly fixed on the suddenly updated attribute panel.
Name, Yin Xiaoyi. Loyalty, 100. Unwavering until death.
Absolute loyalists are automatically bound as subordinates to the host.
System, you have this function too?
Chu Tian silently questioned in his heart, but was met with nothing but silence.
This rigid system would never take the initiative to explain anything.
So he pulled up his attribute panel, and new information appeared before his eyes.
Subordinate, Yin Xiaoyi. Subordinates killing enemies can provide experience for the host.
Experience can be consumed to enhance subordinates' talents.
Chu Tian suddenly realized.
It turned out this silly girl was utterly loyal to him, with her loyalty off the charts, triggering the automatic binding mechanism. Now, every time she kills a zombie, he can gain a share of the experience points.
Interesting.
Chu Tian's lips curved slightly upward, and his gaze toward Yin Xiaoyi unconsciously softened a bit. This girl, who was always so loud and boisterous, was actually so devoted to him.
What are you looking at?
Yin Xiaoyi felt uncomfortable being stared at. Her cheeks slightly flushed as she shouted,
Hurry up and keep going.
Roar! After getting back on the road, Chu Tian deliberately slowed down the car, letting Yin Xiaoyi handle the zombies along the way.
By noon, the experience points had skyrocketed to 1971. Let's find a place to eat ahead.
Chu Tian patted the gas tank cover, and give you, the hero, an extra drumstick. Yin Xiaoyi's eyes lit up after hearing this, but she immediately crossed her arms over her chest vigilantly.
Let me make this clear first. Adding a drumstick is fine. Adding a meal is not. Chu Tian almost choked on his own saliva. What kind of filthy thoughts are in your head?
The midday sun scorched the asphalt road as Chu Tian parked his Harley on the outskirts of a small town at the urban-rural fringe.
Let's fill our stomachs before hitting the road.
He patted the gas tank cover, his gaze sweeping over the residential houses on both sides of the street.
Sure.
In Xiaoyi excitedly jumped out of the car, her white t-shirt long stained dark red by zombie blood. She paid no attention to the grime on her clothes and instead felt secretly delighted to be able to fight alongside Chu Tian.
It meant she wasn't a burden. Chu Tian chose a house with peanuts drying in front of the door.
The shriveled nuts were proof that the owner would never return to collect them. As they approached the courtyard gate, two zombies roared and lunged forward.
Mine.
In Xiaoyi moved first, the metal baseball bat leaving a trail of afterimages.
With two muffled bangs, the zombie's head exploded like a watermelon. In Xiaoyi killed an E-level mutant zombie raider, EXP plus 10. The system notification made Chu Tian raise an eyebrow. Looking at the brain matter splattered all over the ground, he said helplessly, "Do you want to switch to a machete? This is too bloody." "No way." In Xiaoyi disdainfully shook the baseball bat. "Those knives are so flimsy, like toys."
She was born with extraordinary strength, and ordinary weapons in her hands are like toothpicks.
"All right."
Chu Tian reached out, and the baseball bat flew into his palm. Activating his magnetic field ability, the metal began to flow and transform like liquid, quickly elongating into a sharp-edged Kamlong mace.
Still not enough.
Chu Tian grabbed parts of an abandoned tractor out of thin air and fused them into the mace.
The final pair of maces was completely
jet black, with a total length of 2 meters, capable of being split into 2 sections, and weighing an astonishing 80 kilograms. Twice as heavy as Guan Yu's green dragon crescent blade. In Xiaoyi took the modified weapon, casually twirled it, and the ground was instantly cracked by the forceful wind.
Understood.
Feels perfect. Her cheeks flushed with excitement. This custom-made weapon was practically designed for her violent fighting style. Chu Tian looked at the eager In Xiaoyi and suddenly felt that taking this violent loli on the road might be a wise choice. At least now, he had a reliable combat force and could earn experience points while lying down. Chu Tian manipulated the magnetic force to hand the modified pair of maces back to In Xiaoyi. The metal gleamed coldly under the sunlight, and the sharp-edged mace exuded a fierce killing intent. In Xiaoyi took the weapon and gave it a casual swing. The sound of breaking through the air was sharp and piercing. The 80-kilogram mace felt as light as a feather in her hand. Each swing brought forth a gust of wind that scraped off a layer of wall plaster.
Amazing. This is the kind of power I need.
She lovingly caressed the mace, her face full of an excited smile. When he pushed open the door, the family portrait on the wall made Chu Tian stop in his tracks. The cheerful smile of the girl in the photo formed a bizarre contrast with the zombie couple on the ground.
"Go upstairs and find some clean clothes."
"That girl's figure is about the same as yours," Chu Tian said, pointing at the photo. The kitchen was filled with the sour stench of rotting food. 3 sets of bowls and chopsticks were neatly arranged, yet there were only 2 zombie corpses.
This detail sent a chill down Chu Tian's spine. Where exactly had the girl in the photo gone? Chu Tian, someone's here. In Xiaoyi's panicked shout came from upstairs.
Her face was pale as she described the eerie scene. A young girl with her back to the doorway, her shoulders trembling slightly as if she were crying, yet she showed no response to any calls.
The two quietly made their way up to the second floor.
At the end of the dim corridor, faint sobbing sounds came from the bathroom. Through the gap of the half-closed door, a frail figure in a nightgown could be seen trembling incessantly in front of the mirror. In Xiaoyi cautiously took a step forward, her voice lowered to a whisper.
"Little sister? Don't be afraid, we won't hurt you."
Before the words were finished, that figure suddenly twitched bizarrely. Chu Tian grabbed In Xiaoyi's collar and forcefully pulled her behind him.
In that split second, the bathroom light was turned on by him using magnetic control.
A blinding white light instantly filled the cramped space.
The chilling sound of bones dislocating echoed.
The thin figure remained kneeling on the ground, but its head twisted 180 degrees like a broken doll. On the ghastly pale face, a pair of pupil-less eyes stared fixedly at them. That face, the sweetly smiling girl in the family photo. But now, the corners of her mouth were torn to her ears, revealing a mouthful of jagged, sharp teeth. A high-pitched cluck-cluck sound came from her throat.
"Step back!" Chu Tian shouted angrily.
Under his control, the metal bolt turned into a streak of silver light and struck the banshee's chest with a bang. The sound of a ceramic toilet shattering echoed, yet the petite figure climbed out of the pile of fragments as if nothing had happened. She climbed up the wall with her limbs bending in reverse joints. In Xiaoyi's pupils suddenly contracted. The pair of maces in her hands clicked together and merged. When the she-demon pounced again, the 80-kilogram heavy mace swept out with a sound of breaking through the air. Metal collided with claws, sparks flying. The banshee's 3 claws broke on the spot. Her body smashed through the brick wall like a cannonball. Amid the swirling dust, Chu Tian saw the blood-red word hungry repeatedly scratched onto the wardrobe mirror with fingernails, densely covering the entire surface of the mirror. At this moment, the banshee was hanging in a twisted posture on the shattered wardrobe door, her broken nails still unconsciously furiously scratching at the wooden panel. She was starving before she mutated. In Xiaoyi's voice trembled. Ha ha ha. The sunny girl in the photo ultimately turned into a monster that survived by devouring the living. This cruel reality made her hand holding the mace tremble slightly. Chu Tian did not respond, merely silently activating his powers. The scattered metal fragments on the ground began to float. At the moment the banshee leapt again, these fragments transformed into dozens of silver streaks, piercing through her body. The foul-smelling black blood splattered onto the family portrait on the wall, and the girl's sweet smile was gradually consumed by the crimson. The banshee dragged her severed arm as she slowly rose, her pale eyes fixed intently on the two of them. The lightning-scorched skin flaked off in pieces, revealing the writhing flesh beneath. That grotesque mouth, torn all the way to the ears, dripped foul-smelling slime. Accompanied by the grating sound of bone grinding, her jaw split open even further. Dark green mist gushed out from the throat. Chu Tian frowned and took half a step back. The smell was even more pungent than a rotten fish left for 3 months. Your bad breath could practically be used as a biochemical weapon. Chu Tian raised his hand to summon heavenly thunder. Thick lightning struck down, causing the entire house to tremble. Ha ha ha. The banshee was blasted away like a rag doll, with shattered wardrobe planks deeply embedded in her charred body. Before the banshee could struggle, the anti-theft bars outside the window suddenly twisted and deformed, transforming into dozens of metallic venomous snakes that coiled around her limbs. The seared flesh emitted a sizzling sound. The banshee's howl gradually turned into sobbing. The finishing touch is up to you. Chu Tian dragged the banshee, tied up like a dumpling, in front of In Xiaoyi and walked downstairs without looking back. A muffled sound came from behind. The system prompt sounded in his mind. Experience points plus 200. Chu Tian curled his lips. Compared to the D-level monster he dealt with in the abandoned hospital earlier, these experience points seemed insignificant. The reward from this C-level zombie was truly meager. It seemed that in the post-apocalyptic food chain, zombies were indeed at the very bottom. In the kitchen, Chu Tian found a few unopened packs of dried noodles. Just as he was boiling water, the sound of footsteps came from the stairs. When he looked up and saw In Xiaoyi's outfit, he almost threw the spatula away. A floral shirt paired with jeans, looking exactly like a country girl visiting the city. Her wardrobe is full of children's clothes. In Xiaoyi tugged at the two short sleeves and complained, "This is already the most decent one." The girl in the photo, who had a similar build to her, was actually a malnourished bean sprout. Chu Tian held back his laughter and started the Harley. In the rearview mirror, the violet lowly in an anti-style shirt clumsily adjusted the position of her double maces. This comical scene eased the earlier tension, but Chu Tian knew in his heart that what awaited them in Huishan prison was likely a monster 100 times more terrifying than the wailing banshee. In Xiaoyi tugged at the floral shirt she was wearing and winked at Chu Tian. "What, do you think I look too tacky? Anyway, it's just this desolate wilderness." Chu Tian couldn't be bothered to respond. "Who else would I dress up for if not for you?" Chu Tian remained lazily silent, twisted the throttle, and the Harley sped forward. A piercing screech of brakes suddenly rang out. The Harley left 2 charred skid marks on the road as it came to an abrupt stop. "What are you freaking out about?" In Xiaoyi's complaint abruptly stopped. Following Chu Tian's grave gaze, she saw a metallic glint flash at the top of the signal tower in the distance. 12 o'clock direction, there's a sniper, Chu Tian said in a low voice. Almost simultaneously, bang! A bullet shattered the asphalt road ahead, and fragments scattered, clinking against the Harley's fuel tank. In Xiaoyi instinctively reached for her weapon, but Chu Tian grabbed her wrist. The bullet's landing point was clearly a warning shot. 300 meters away on the signal tower, the sniper released the trigger and picked up the walkie-talkie. "Leader, a man and a woman. The woman looks like a country girl." An excited male voice came through the static. "How's the face?" "Floral shirt with jeans. Ridiculously tacky." "Damn it." The sound of something being smashed came from the other end of the walkie-talkie. "Send Skinny Monkey to handle it." 5 minutes later, a modified prison van kicked up dust as it approached. 6 armed men formed a fan-shaped encirclement around the Harley, with the leader, a skinny man, grinning to reveal yellowed teeth. "Welcome to Huishan Shelter. Are you here to join us?" Chu Tian propped himself up on one foot, skipping the pleasantries directly. "I heard you have 3 superhumans?" The skinny monkey's expression changed. Ordinary survivors usually asked about food and safety first, but this person went straight to the core. He instinctively reached for the Type 92 pistol at his waist. "Brother, you're quite well informed, huh?" Chu Tian couldn't be bothered to say more. The skinny monkey signaled with his eyes, and 2 burly men stepped forward, reaching out. "You know the rules, right? Hand over your weapons first." In Xiaoyi gripped her double maces tightly, only to see Chu Tian calmly take off his tactical dagger. She gritted her teeth, slowly unfastened her weapon belt, and cursed inwardly, "Later, I'll make these scumbags kneel and lick the maces clean." The iron door of the prison van slammed shut with a clang, and the corner of Chu Tian's mouth curled into a cold smile. In the rearview mirror, the skinny monkey was whispering into the walkie-talkie. "The fish is in the net." Chu Tian spread his hands, a faint smile lingering at the corner of his mouth. "Feel free to check, I'm not carrying any weapons. Ever Ever since his mastery of magnetic fields broke through to level 3, he had long disdained carrying any cold weapons. The few coins in his pocket at the moment could transform into weapons more lethal than bullets in critical moments.
The skinny monkey waved his hand pretentiously. Brother, you're joking. We're just going through the motions.
His eyes, however, were fixed intently on the pair of maces handed over by In Xiui. When the two burly men grimaced and struggled to lift the 80-kilogram heavy maces, everyone's expressions changed.
Only then did the skinny monkey seriously size up In Xiui.
Beneath the floral shirt was a slender waist that could be held with one hand, and her dust-covered face was stunningly beautiful.
You two must come back to the base with us.
The skinny monkey's Adam's apple bobbed, his voice trembling, plenty of hot meals and warm water. His greedy gaze swept back and forth over In Xiui, completely oblivious to the cold glint flashing in Chu Tian's eyes. Amid the roar of the motorcycle engine, Chu Tian suddenly looked up at the signal tower. 300 meters away at the top, a sniper was about to light a cigarette when his entire body froze. He was horrified to discover that his sniper rifle was uncontrollably twisting its direction, the pitch-black muzzle slowly aiming at his own temple.
You're too kind to them,
In Xiui murmured softly, holding Chu Tian's waist, according to your usual style.
Those guys should turn into minced meat as soon as they hit the ground. Chu Tian let out a light laugh.
The rearview mirror reflected the dark figure falling from the signal tower. At the same time, a piercing sound of twisting metal suddenly came from the prison van behind.
The riot-proof railing on the roof coiled tightly around Skinny Monkey's neck like a giant python.
What's the rush?
Chu Tian stepped on the gas.
The rust-covered gate of Huishan prison was already in sight.
Let the bullet fly a little longer.
The prison van lost control at the back and crashed into the guardrail. In Skinny Monkey's bulging eyes, the last thing reflected was Chu Tian raising his middle finger without looking back. The death radius controlled by the magnetic field has always exceeded 100 meters.
I knew it.
In Xiui excitedly patted Chu Tian's back, her eyes sparkling.
You really took out that sniper. This is the Chu Tian I know. Chu Tian almost laughed out of exasperation. You are nothing but a murderous maniac in my eyes? Let's go. Or what? In Xiui retorted confidently.
Seeing Chu Tian's dangerous gaze, she immediately clung to him like a koala and said coquettishly,
"Oh, come on, I was just joking."
"Our brother Chu is the gentlest," she asked slyly, blinking her eyes.
"Come on, what big fish are you trying to catch by keeping those small fry?" Chu Tian's lips curved slightly. "If you are the leader,
I heard a beautiful awakened woman arrived at the base.
Surely you'd come personally to capture her."
In Xiui blurted out, suddenly realizing something, her face instantly flushed red.
"Wait, did you just say I was pretty?"
Her whole being seemed to be surrounded by pink bubbles as she buried her face in Chu Tian's back, giggling foolishly.
"This is the first time you've ever complimented me."
Chu Tian shook his head helplessly. This girl's thought process is always so peculiar.
At this moment, the skinny monkey in the prison van was spitting saliva as he spoke into the intercom. "Boss, top-notch goods, looks just like a celebrity, can still swing a 200-pound iron rod with one hand." He was so excited that he slapped his thigh. "I swear on my little brother, there's no way I got it wrong." "Good kid, this time, you deserve the highest credit." An excited shout came through the walkie-talkie.
Skinny Monkey rubbed his hands together in delight, as if he could already see the glorious future of promotion and wealth. Inside the prison van, a few thugs whistled and jeered.
"Monkey Bro is going to hit it big this time. That girl is really something. I wonder if the boss will get tired of her and maybe..." The skinny monkey slapped him. "Shut up, how dare you say such a thing."
On the motorcycle ahead, In Xiui suddenly sneezed.
"Strange, who's cursing me? We're here, we're here."
The skinny monkey leaned half his body out of the car window, shouting, and pointing at the towering wall in the distance. Under the sunlight, the perimeter of the modified prison was lined with over a dozen metal watchtowers, each reflecting the glare of sniper scopes.
Chu Tian squinted his eyes. These fools actually use tons of metal materials to reinforce their defenses?
In his eyes, this was nothing more than a weapons cache prepared just for him.
In
Xiui suddenly tugged at Chu Tian's sleeve. On the open ground outside the prison, several bruised and battered survivors were being
pinned to the ground and roughed up.
Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be the group of people who had escaped from the supermarket.
Quite the runners, Chu Tian sneered.
Last night, he and In Xiui had been busy until dawn, but he hadn't expected this group to arrive first only to end up in such a sorry state. The prison van stopped in front of the heavy metal gate, and Chu Tian suddenly burst out laughing.
These fools actually made the prison gate out of solid steel? Isn't that equivalent to handing him the nuclear button on a silver platter?
In Xiui tilted her head and asked,
"What are you laughing at?" "Nothing."
Chu Tian's fingertips gently rubbed the coin in his pocket. Just suddenly felt, this place is really so thoughtful.
Chu Tian almost burst into laughter. These fools actually used pure steel to build the prison defenses? They might as well hand over the keys to the armory with both hands.
His fingertips unconsciously rubbed the coin in his pocket. His metal craving was about to flare up.
The biomagnetic field of the tattooed brute on the watchtower suddenly caught his attention. Precision Precision throw LV2. Chu Tian's expression immediately fell. That's it? He curled his lips disdainfully. No matter how accurate the throw is, can it curve? This lousy talent can't even catch the tailwind of his coin.
At this moment, Zhou Lihua was greedily staring at Yin Xiaoyi, completely unaware that Chu Tian's gaze at him was like looking at frozen meat on a chopping board. Chop up that freeloader and feed him to the pigs.
Zhou Lihua made a throat-slitting gesture to his underlings.
The pigs they referred to were the survivors who had been tricked into becoming slaves. When the solid steel door rumbled open, a dozen armed prisoners swarmed out, their gun barrels all pointed at Chu Tian, the man labeled as trash. Yin Xiaoyi was deliberately avoided by them, as if she were a fragile treasure.
Don't be afraid, beauty. Zhou Lihua rubbed his hands together, slowly approaching, drool hanging between his yellowed teeth.
Red wine and steak are all prepared.
As long as you.
He completely failed to notice that Chu Tian was scanning the surroundings with a cold gaze, counting the amount of metal he could manipulate at any moment. Just as they brushed past each other, Chu Tian's voice suddenly rang out, coldly saying, "By the looks of it,
you have no intention of calling the other two over?"
Zhou Lihua's figure froze, his face instantly darkening.
This insolent brat dared to speak to him in such a tone?
He sneered, pulling out a throwing knife from between his fingers and playing with it, his voice full of menace.
Who gave you permission to speak?
But
Chu Tian couldn't help but burst into laughter. A throwing knife? And it's made of metal.
In that split second, the commotion at the door had already drawn the attention of those nearby. In the distance, the prisoners who were beating up the supermarket survivors all stopped and turned their heads in unison.
Seeing their boss Zhou Lihua brandish a throwing knife, they understood immediately.
The young man riding the motorcycle is unlikely to see tomorrow's sun. But who could have expected that they would see Chu Tian with a mocking cold smile on his lips?
Is this guy crazy? Hua Ji has already pulled out a knife, and he still dares to laugh? Is his brain waterlogged? TSK tisk. The newcomer just doesn't understand Brother Hua's methods. Exactly, this is what they call ignorance is fearless.
A few exhausted prisoners gathered together, eagerly waiting to watch the show. In the muddy ground, the few battered and bruised survivors struggled to lift their heads and immediately recognized Chu Tian and Yin Xiaoyi not far away.
It's him, the one who took the slime.
Several people immediately widened their eyes. Unlike others, they had witnessed Chu Tian's terrifying strength firsthand.
Could it be?
Looking at the tense standoff before them, a spark of hope reignited in the lifeless eyes of several people.
Miss, I suggest you stay far away. The scene might get very ugly in a moment.
Zhou Lihua saw that this loser still dared to mock him, and a murderous intent surged within him.
He couldn't wait to order his men to act. He wanted to personally kill Chu Tian right now.
Before his words even finished,
Pooh ha ha. Yin Xiaoyi couldn't help but burst out laughing and teased. What should I do? Chu Tian, should I listen to him and step aside first? Ha ha ha.
She tried to act serious, but ended up laughing even harder.
With this laughter, the originally tense atmosphere instantly turned bizarre. Alright, go laugh on the side. I'm handling serious business here. Chu Tian shook his head helplessly and casually pushed Yin Xiaoyi aside. Damn it, do you think I'm invisible?
Zhou Lihua flew into a rage, raising his hand and hurling a throwing knife straight at Chu Tian's face. It had to be admitted, Zhou Lihua's accuracy with the throwing knife was astonishing. Through magnetic field sensing, Chu Tian clearly determined that the knife was heading straight for his left eye.
What a pity. Chu Tian let out a cold snort,
and the throwing knife seemed to be frozen in midair as if under a spell.
What the hell?
Zhou Lihua's eyes widened in shock, momentarily stunned, but he quickly reacted and roared angrily.
Damn it, you're an ability user too.
In his astonishment, he hurriedly pulled out another throwing knife, but before he could make a move, an excruciating pain suddenly erupted from his waist, leaving him utterly powerless. When he lifted his clothes to check, he saw the knife in his pocket had moved on its own, deeply stabbing into his waist and abdomen. Like a meat grinder, it spun wildly inside him, shredding his flesh and organs into a bloody mess. Zhou Lihua fell to his knees, wailing in pain. To make him enjoy it longer, Chu Tian deliberately controlled the flying knife to avoid vital points, first shredding his stomach and intestines, then slowly cutting upward. It is said that people who are cut in half at the waist can live for half an hour. Someone like Zhou Lihua could probably last at least 10 more minutes, right? This pain had long exceeded the limits of human endurance. Zhou Lihua frantically slammed his head against the ground, desperately trying to knock himself unconscious.
Answer me 2 questions. I'll make it quick for you. Chu Tian's tone was as calm as if he were discussing the weather.
At this moment, the dozen or so armed prisoners around finally came to their senses. Although they couldn't understand what method Chu Tian had used to subdue Zhou Lihua, there were still 2 leaders stationed at the base. If they chose to stand by and do nothing,
there's no way to explain it anymore. Let Brother Hua go immediately. Right now. At once. If you don't release him, I'll shoot you dead. A dozen prisoners held guns, their dark barrels uniformly aimed at Chu Tian. Chu Tian, however, showed no reaction. They meant what they said and directly pulled the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. Deafening gunshots instantly exploded. Chu Tian.
Yin Xiaoi's heart tightened suddenly, and without hesitation, she rushed forward, intending to use her body to shield Chu Tian from the bullets.
However, the next second,
Yin Xiaoi realized her worry was unnecessary. All the bullets, the moment they left the barrel, seemed to hit an invisible barrier and stopped abruptly less than 10 centimeters from the muzzle.
Not a single one was an exception.
All of them eerily hovered in mid-air. What was even more shocking was that these bullets began to slowly turn around, their sharp tips uniformly aiming at the prisoners who had fired them.
Gulp! Someone swallowed hard, unsure of who it was. The next second, bullets rapidly enlarged in their pupils. No!
Amid the screams, over a dozen prisoners fell to the ground. Each had a bloody hole in the center of their forehead.
Can you answer my question now?
Chu Tian didn't even glance at the corpse on the ground, his eyes fixed firmly on Zhou Lihua.
Kill me. Please, just kill me.
Zhou Lihua frantically banged his head against the ground, begging for a quick death.
The first question. Besides you. There are 2 more awakened in the base. Where are they? Chu Tian ignored his pleas and began asking questions on his own.
Zhou Lihua knelt on the ground, his forehead pressed tightly against the floor, but his eyes were fixed on the watchtower behind Chu Tian, as if begging the people on the tower to save him, or rather, begging them to give him a quick end. But no matter how he thought about it, what happened next completely shattered his last shred of hope.
Answer me. Chu Tian raised his hand and made a grasping motion.
Several steel-framed watchtowers suddenly twisted and deformed, as if crushed by an invisible giant hand, collapsing with a thunderous crash. The person on the tower screamed as they fell, with some landing directly on the upright steel pipes, their bodies instantly pierced, staining the ground red with blood. Witnessing all this, Zhou Lihua finally understood what kind of existence he had provoked, and despair engulfed him like a tidal wave.
The chief took people out to gather supplies. The third brother should be in prison. Zhou Lihua endured the intense pain and answered intermittently. Then you must be the second one. Chu Tian let out a cold laugh and continued questioning. What are their abilities? Chief, body, can become like steel, impervious to blades and bullets.
Zhou Lihua's face was deathly pale, and his speech had already become indistinct.
What about the other one? The third, can, instantly.
Before he could finish speaking, blood mixed with fragments of his internal organs gushed from the corner of his mouth.
You killed a LV2 awakened. EXP plus 500. Current EXP, 2661. Is it over just like that? Should have known to go easier.
Hearing the system prompt, Chu Tian shook his head regretfully, not expecting Zhou Lihua to be so useless, unable to hold out for even 5 minutes. At this moment, the commotion caused by Chu Tian had thrown the entire prison into chaos, with piercing alarms echoing through the sky.
Even
standing at the main gate, one could hear the frantic footsteps and shouting inside, clearly indicating they were preparing for an emergency. Outside the prison, the area around the collapsed watchtower was filled with wails of pain. The surviving prisoners, including those who had just been beating up the survivors, were all scared out of their wits.
Hua Ge is dead?
The prisoners, who initially wanted to watch the commotion, now looked ashen-faced.
What do we do now? How about pretending to be dead like them?
A clever young prisoner was the first to lie down in the mud, and the others quickly followed suit, lying next to the survivors of the
earlier beating and pretending to be dead. Revenge? What a joke.
Even if they were given 100 times the courage, they wouldn't dare. While the people on this side could still play dead, the skinny monkey on the other side was in trouble. By the prison van, the skinny monkey, who had been dreaming of earning merit, was now completely dumbfounded, wishing he could dig a hole and crawl into it on the spot. After all, this disaster was caused by him.
Come down.
Before the skinny monkey could react, he saw Chu Tian beckon him with a finger. Although he was unwilling 1,000 times over, he still walked over dejectedly.
Brother, no, no, boss, spare me, boss.
The skinny monkey was so scared that his tongue got tied, wishing he could kneel and kowtow to Chu Tian on the spot.
Take me to meet your third leader. Chu Tian's tone was calm.
The word Shun mentioned by Zhou Lihua before his death caught his special attention.
Shun, could it be teleportation ability?
If that's the case, this trip would be a huge gain.
This kind of ability is much rarer than speed-based ones. Are you looking for the other 2 leaders? Of course. I know where they are. The skinny monkey immediately understood. Since he had already decided to lead the way, he might as well go all the way.
This way, big brother. The skinny monkey bowed and scraped as he stepped aside to lead the way, heading toward the prison gate first, with Chu Tian following closely behind. As they were leaving, Chu Tian lightly clenched his right hand. Creak! The prison van parked behind the Harley was instantly crushed into a metal pancake, killing the dozen or so people inside on the spot. These were all the skinny monkey's subordinates who had previously spoken rudely to Chu Tian and Yin Xiaoi.
Now that's more like your style.
Hearing the commotion, Yin Xiaoi pouted but had no objections. Whatever Chu Tian did, she would support him unconditionally. The skinny monkey guessed what had happened, but as
as long as he could survive, what did losing a few subordinates matter? Big brother. Just as they entered the prison gates, the skinny monkey suddenly froze in place. On the square ahead, dozens of guns were all pointed directly at them. From pistols to heavy machine guns, everything was there. On the walls, there were even 2 light machine guns and rocket launchers mounted. You guys raided the armory? Chu Tian was also startled by this scene. The skinny monkey nodded nervously, unable to understand how Chu Tian could remain so calm. No matter how skilled he was, it would be impossible to block so many bullets at once, right? It was the big leader who found it. Only brought back a portion. The skinny monkey, whose legs were trembling under the aim of the gun, dared not hide anything. At that moment, a refined man wearing glasses in the crowd suddenly waved his hand. Open fire. As soon as the order was given, all firearms simultaneously spewed tongues of flame. Hey, it's me. The skinny monkey was scared out of his wits, but the group of desperados from Huishan prison fired without hesitation, showing no mercy. Bullets rained down like a storm, about to turn the few people into sieves. If you had gone out to take a look just now, you would know not to use guns against me. Chu Tian merely raised his hand lightly, and all the bullets instantly froze, forming a wall of bullets in front of him. Damn it! It's an Esper! Quick, use the rocket launcher! The prisoners were in chaos, and just as the prisoner on the wall lifted the rocket launcher, Chu Tian coldly sneered and waved his hand. Now, return to the rightful owner. The bullet wall instantly shattered, and thousands of bullets flew back in reverse. Screams echoed one after another, then abruptly ceased. The prisoners fell like harvested wheat, and in the blink of an eye, corpses were strewn everywhere, yet the bespectacled commander was nowhere to be seen. Where did that glasses guy go? Chu Tian frowned deeply. He had clearly been in the crowd just now, but in the blink of an eye, he had vanished without a trace. Skinny monkey. Chu Tian grabbed Skinny monkey by the collar. Who gave the order just now? Skinny monkey, still shaken by the gunfire, stammered in response. It was the third boss. Only then did Skinny monkey come to his senses and stammer. He's the new third boss. Indeed. Is it really teleportation ability? Chu Tian frowned tightly. If it really was teleportation, they would probably have fled long ago. I should have been more cautious. Just as Chu Tian thought the other party had already escaped. Suddenly, a feeling of being watched struck him. He turned around sharply and locked eyes with the pair of glasses behind the iron window of a building. Guard the entrance. Before Chu Tian finished speaking, he had already dashed toward the building. The man with glasses, realizing his cover was blown, cursed and was about to make a move. Boom! The heavy iron door flew out with a bang. This place seemed tailor-made for Chu Tian, with metal structures everywhere. Rushing into the room, he saw the bespectacled man crouched, poised to flee, frozen in the small room on the right. Chu Tian shouted sternly, focusing his mind in an attempt to probe the other party's information. However, before he could see clearly, swish, the figure vanished into thin air, leaving only a wisp of pale green smoke. Can it really teleport? Chu Tian's pupils suddenly contracted. This was definitely not invisibility, as even the biological magnetic field had disappeared. It's appeared again. Sensing it, Chu Tian's alertness heightened. The other party appeared in a room a few meters away. Chu Tian quickly followed and indeed saw the man with glasses standing inside. In the corner, several battered men were curled up. The room was filthy and chaotic, with waste overflowing from the toilet, emitting a pungent stench. The man with glasses was standing on tiptoe, looking extremely disheveled, with nowhere to escape. Damn! At this moment, Chu Tian was already blocking the doorway. Brother, let's have a talk. Stop. There's no deep-seated hatred. The man with glasses forced himself to stay calm, but his eyes were fixed on Chu Tian, ready to flee at any moment. Alright, come out, and let's talk slowly. As Chu Tian spoke, he secretly probed the other party's information. Name, Wang Liangtao. Ability, basic blink LV1. Blink? How is this different from teleportation? Just as Chu Tian was puzzled. Swish! Wang Liangtao disappeared once again. Damn it! Chu Tian cursed under his breath and immediately expanded the range of his magnetic field perception. Sure enough, he found the target in the next room. Why do you never run far away each time? Chu Tian suddenly realized that this ability might have a distance limitation. Having figured out the key point, Chu Tian quickly gave chase. This time, the room only had 2 middle-aged women with numb expressions, their eyes hollow like walking corpses. Chu Tian continued tracking and finally cornered the panting Wang Liangtao in the innermost area. The continuous flickering had left him drenched in sweat, his energy nearly depleted. Why do you keep chasing me relentlessly? Wang Liangtao leaned against the wall, looking at Chu Tian approaching step by step in despair. He felt as if he had been fitted with a tracker, unable to escape no matter what. Originally, we had no grievances or enmity. Try running away one more time. Chu Tian approached with a sinister smile. Wang Liangtao's eyes suddenly sharpened, and he disappeared again. This time, he appeared on the open ground outside the building, unexpectedly smashing the glass with a punch and grabbing a sharp shard. You really think I'm afraid of you? Without his glasses, Wang Liangtao resembled a trapped beast
beast, his face twisted with ferocity, as if possessed by madness.
Don't think I don't know. Strange.
He tightly gripped the shard of glass, letting his palm be cut and bleed profusely, his bloodshot eyes fixed firmly on Chu Tian's throat.
You people with special abilities, your bodies are particularly fragile.
I see. Before the words had even finished,
swish, the figure vanished again. Almost simultaneously, Chu Tian instinctively sidestepped to dodge.
In fact, his combat skills were already exceptional, but he rarely used them after gaining magnetic field abilities.
In a flash of lightning,
Wang Liantao blinked forward with a thrust, but the shard of glass only sliced through the air. Wang Liantao turned back in shock, only to see an iron fist magnifying before his eyes. Chu Tian not only predicted his dodge but had also swung his fist in advance, waiting for him to collide with it. The breath of death rushed toward him.
Wang Liantao mustered the last of his mental strength. Swish, another flash. Boom. Chu Tian's fist only dispersed the faint blue smoke.
A few meters away, Wang Liantao staggered into view, unable to even hold his weapon, as shards of glass clinked to the ground.
No, is there any point in your desperate struggle?
Chu Tian was irritated by this slippery eel-like ability, yet he grew increasingly eager to possess it.
Cough, cough, cough. Blood flowed from Wang Liantao's nose and mouth, a sign of mental exhaustion. It was originally meaningless.
He suddenly looked toward the sky, where a helicopter roared into view.
Things are different now. The hatch suddenly burst open, and a figure leapt down with a furious roar.
Who dares to cause trouble in Huishan prison? The person landed like a cannonball, creating a deep crater and sending a wave of dirt soaring into the air.
What?
A 2-meter-tall giant man emerged from the smoke and dust, his metallic skin clanging like steel, resembling a living sculpture.
Chu Tian's magnetic field scan swept over him, and the identity of the figure made his expression instantly peculiar. It's over. Don't tell me. Is this the reinforcement you've been waiting for?
Because the magnetic field indicated that this giant man was indeed a genuine metal being.
Brother Chang, don't come over.
Wang Liantao suddenly woke up, shouting.
He can control. Crack. Chu Tian's iron-like hand had already gripped his throat. Skill acquired. Beginner flash LV1. Crunch.
The sound of a shattered throat echoed, and the corpse was discarded like trash.
Killed LV1 awakened. Experience points plus 200.
The metal giant charged in fury, causing the ground to tremble violently.
I'll crush your head. A fan-like metallic palm came whistling down. Swish. Chu Tian suddenly vanished, leaving only a wisp of smoke.
A voice came from behind. Using flash, you need to focus and lock onto your target.
Otherwise, you might crash into a wall.
The burly man turned around in a panic, only to meet Chu Tian's teasing gaze.
You, how did you?
The metallic face twisted into an expression of horror.
How could it flash?
Chu Tian raised his index finger, pressed it against his lips, and softly said, "Shu."
Copy. The next second, Shi Jinxiang suddenly realized that his lips seemed to be welded shut. The joints of his entire body seemed to be firmly shackled by invisible chains. Even his eyeballs couldn't move.
At this moment, he was like that bronze statue in the museum, with only his thoughts surging in panic.
So the limit of LV1 flash is only 5 meters. Ah, Chu Tian pondered as he tentatively tested the newly acquired ability. There's still 1.2 seconds of cooldown time. Bring up the system interface. Experience points, 2,861. I see. Level up directly to LV3. Ding, ding. 2 streams of warmth continuously infused into the body. Beginner blink LV3, max.
The attribute panel has been completely refreshed. Agility plus 22, energy plus 22.
What is even more surprising is the change in ability. His figure instantly appeared 60 meters away. After continuous testing and confirmation, the maximum distance reached 65 meters. Cooldown time reduced to 0.3 seconds.
And can be used consecutively 25 times. This completely renders ranged weapons useless.
Chu Tian satisfactorily stretched his neck, then suddenly patted his forehead, remembering something. Turning around to look at the rigid metal giant, the system scan results appeared. Shi Jinxiang, talent, metallization LV2, irreversible. Remarks indicate that consuming metal is required for upgrading. How exactly do you eat metal? The magnetic force loosened slightly, allowing the other person to speak.
Chu Tian casually tore off his left arm.
Crash. Liquid metal, like mercury, flowed out of the fracture. Ah, I ate it directly.
Shi Jinxiang howled in pain as he confessed.
The tremor from his metallic vocal cords was particularly grating. Chu Tian nodded thoughtfully. This way of growth is indeed quite unique.
He nodded with great interest. The abilities of the awakened are truly diverse and peculiar.
What do you excrete then? Swish. Metal impurities.
Shi Jinxiang hurriedly answered, fearing punishment if he was late again.
So you're a human-shaped furnace. Chu Tian suddenly revealed a dangerous smile.
The magnetic field energy instantly enveloped the giant man.
Crack, crack, crack.
The metallic body began to twist and deform. The muscle contours gradually softened.
Certain parts bizarrely caved in and bulged out. No, stop.
Shi Jinxiang was horrified to discover.
I am actually turning into a 3-meter tall metallic woman.
When the restraints were lifted, she collapsed, touching that new body.
Devil, you are absolutely a devil. Shu Tian seemed to be deep in thought. It seems that metallization does not affect movement. Then memory should also be modifiable. Electromagnetic sparks danced at his fingertips, slowly pointed at the other person's head.
I heard that memories are stored in the hippocampus.
Dad, grandpa, ancestor.
Shi Jinxiang suddenly prostrated himself completely.
The metal head thudded against the ground with a loud bang. I am willing to toil like an ox or a horse. Please turn me back. Do whatever you want, kill me or flay me. The 3-meter-tall giant wept like a child. Interesting, but don't let me die in a woman's body.
The words revealed a disdain for women,
preferring death over ending life in such a form.
Shu Tian saw this and knew the intimidation had worked.
In fact, he doesn't know anything about memory implantation at all, but destroying the hippocampus to cause amnesia is something he can do.
It's just that doing so would turn someone into a vegetable.
Do you hate women?
The magnetic field once again restrained the frenziedly bowing metal giant.
It was because of a woman that I ended up in prison.
Steel Force gritted his teeth and said, "That wench cheated on me, and I caught her red-handed."
Stop. Shu Tian waved his hand in disappointment,
thinking it was some kind of wrongful case, but it turned out to be just a crime of passion.
Big brother, please turn me back.
The 3-meter-tall metallic body banged its head on the ground.
From now on, you are my real father. Although the system couldn't display loyalty, but this cowardly look is estimated to be over 90%. From now on, you'll be called Steel Force. Shu Tian casually used the name of a movie character. Movie? Steelus shook his head blankly. Spent 10 years in prison. Magnetic energy surged again. The metallic body returned to its original form. Only a certain part was deliberately left unrestored by Shu Tian. Thank you, big brother. Steel Force was so excited that his metallic voice trembled. As long as it doesn't look like a woman. Dong dong dong. This 300-kilogram metal giant followed closely behind.
Each step caused the ground to tremble slightly.
Where did that helicopter come from? Shu Tian asked without turning his head. Shu Tian squinted his eyes, recalling the helicopter that had suddenly landed. The medical helicopter from the second hospital. Gang Lisher's deep metallic voice buzzed. My cellmate used to be a pilot at the second institute.
When the two circled back to the prison's main gate, In Shoei rushed over like a frightened rabbit. Shu Tian. She stared warily at the 3-meter-tall metal giant, while Skinny Monkey was so terrified that he directly fell to his knees. LLL.
Leader? Steel Force grabbed Skinny Monkey and asked, Boss, should I crush him? Keep it. Shu Tian waved his hand, looking at the pyramid scheme offender with great interest. You've been in charge here for 5 years? The Skinny Monkey's eyes darted around, and suddenly he prostrated himself. Big boss. At your command. Smart.
Shu Tian nodded in satisfaction, then dropped a bombshell. From now on, you'll be in charge of the Huishan base.
The Skinny Monkey almost bit his tongue. But I'm just a pyramid scheme guy. Perfect.
Shu Tian sneered as Steel Fist cooperatively cracked his metal knuckles. Under this deadly threat, Skinny Monkey had no choice but to reluctantly take on the heavy responsibility.
When asked about the handling of the survivors, Skinny Monkey's stammering response made In Shoei cover her mouth and take 2 steps back. Change the rules, Shu Tian said in a deep voice, issuing a new decree.
Entry to the base requires a payment of 10 kilograms of supplies.
Men and women go out to gather in proportion. The elderly and children are responsible for farming.
The metal giant suddenly knelt on one knee. Big brother, these rules. They can support 10 times the population. Shu Tian looked toward the high prison walls, as if envisioning the grand scene of a wildfire spreading across the stars. This was merely the first piece of his grand blueprint.
Understood.
The Skinny Monkey's eyes lit up. This management plan seemed tailor-made for him.
Don't worry, boss.
He patted his metal chest in assurance.
If I can't manage it well, you can always. Don't be so quick to make promises.
Shu Tian interrupted him meaningfully, then turned to Steel Giant with a glance. Go help our new supervisor establish some authority. The metal giant stepped forward with a sinister grin, and Skinny Monkey's legs immediately cramped. This was a true lesson in what it means to borrow the tiger's might. 3 hours later, all the prisoners stood in neat rows, and Skinny Monkey, standing in Steel Giant's shadow, announced, This brother Chu is the real boss. Hello, boss. The roar was so loud that it made the prison walls tremble, especially the survivors who had just been rescued, shouting until their voices were hoarse. As for those uncooperative troublemakers, they were currently piled up next to the incinerator. The survival rule of the apocalypse was, either obey or disappear. It's time to go. When Shu Tian turned around, Steelman had already prepared the helicopter. Surprisingly, the pilot turned out to be an elderly man with white hair. Uncle Jean used to be a pilot at the Second Institute. Steelman scratched his metallic head and explained, he ended up here because of drunk driving. In Shoei suddenly wrinkled her nose.
Why does it smell like alcohol? 3 deadly stares instantly locked onto old Zhang. I just took a tiny sip.
The old man's hands trembled like a sieve.
I swear it won't affect anything.
Shu Tian gazed at the rapidly retreating scenery outside outside the window, sighing helplessly in his heart. What else can I do now but trust this drunkard? Meanwhile, on the outskirts of Yijiang Garden, 4 military vehicles tore through the morning mist as they approached. The leading armored vehicle was welded with a shovel, the jeep behind it was filled with people in camouflage uniforms, and the truck was packed with survivors and supplies. Li Ruyu, observing from the rooftop, put down the binoculars. It's the regular army. Chen Meiyue stared at the standard equipment and nodded. Ordinary people can't get these. The two exchanged a glance and gripped their weapons tightly. In this world where order had collapsed, those in military uniforms were not necessarily saviors. Chen Meiyue gripped the gun handle tightly, cold sweat seeping from her palm. They're coming for us. Through the binoculars, the armored vehicle's shovel gleamed coldly. Li Ruyu flicked her long hair aside, blue sparks bursting from her fingertips. Chu Tian said, "Not a single fly is allowed in." The convoy of military vehicles screeched to a halt in front of the iron gate. Captain Zhang had just picked up the walkie-talkie when he heard a young soldier complain, "The base is already overcrowded." "Shut up!" Captain Zhang shouted angrily, the scar on his face looking particularly menacing under the sunlight. "Have you forgotten the oath you took when you enlisted?" Suddenly, a bolt of lightning struck in front of the military boots, and scorched blades of grass swirled into the air. All the gun barrels instantly lifted, only to see a graceful figure wrapped in electric light stepping out from behind the iron gate. Li Ruyu grasped the high-voltage power line, her hair wildly dancing in the static electricity. With LV2 lightning control, she resembled a vengeful goddess from Greek mythology. A rookie's hand trembled. Bang! A bullet whistled out. In the nick of time, an electric grid exploded around Li Ruyu, and strangely, the current formed a small electromagnetic field. The bullet hovered mid-air, sizzling with green smoke. "Cease fire! Everyone, cease fire!" Captain Zhang's face turned pale. Suddenly, a top-secret code from headquarters flashed through his mind. Goddess of Thunder. The bullet bizarrely traced an arc in the magnetic field, finally embedding deeply into the tree trunk 3 meters away. Nobody moved. Captain Zhang roared, his gaze fixed on the bullet suspended in mid-air. Suddenly, he recalled the confidential report from the Research Institute. Speculations on the possibility of electromagnetic system awakeners. Li Ruyu stared at her trembling hands. The uncontrollable magnetic lines eerily resembling the electricity generates magnetism phenomenon that Chu Tian had once mentioned. "Ma'am, listen to me." Captain Zhang suddenly took off his military cap, revealing the mottled old bullet scar on his temple. "Our base has 300 children, starving every day to the point of gnawing on tree bark." His eyes reddened as he pointed to the truck. Through the gaps in the tarp, several pairs of terrified children's eyes came into view. Electric sparks flickered on and off in Li Ruyu's palm. Suddenly, Chen Meiyue exclaimed, "They have a red cross symbol on their vehicles." Indeed, the faded medical symbols were painted on the sides of each military vehicle. "The mutant dogs at Chanwan supermarket." Captain Zhang smiled bitterly as he unwrapped the bandage, revealing his torn left arm. "Last week, we lost 4 brothers." Li Ruyu abruptly withdrew the electricity, flinging a set of keys that clattered against the armored vehicle. "There are 20 boxes of canned food in the bottommost level of the warehouse, but if they dare step into the residential area." Blue electric arcs burst around her, weaving a warning grid in the air. Captain Zhang solemnly saluted and quietly set down the bloodstained military radio before leaving. The channel knob was set to 9.7 MHz, the final emergency communication frequency of the Southwest base. The roar of the helicopter grew louder as it approached. Li Ruyu stared unblinkingly at the dust kicked up by the military vehicle. Chu Tian would never know just how great a crisis she had averted for the team that afternoon, because that convoy is not a rescue team at all. "Captain, do we need to report the situation of that awakened one to the higher-ups?" In the returning armored vehicle, a young soldier hesitated before speaking. "According to regulations, discovering an awakened one must be reported to the base immediately. This time, we won't report it for now. Recently, something feels off about the situation at the base. The last awakened one we brought back caused trouble as soon as they arrived at the base. I don't want this girl to suffer the same misfortune. Her talent is exceptional. She might become an important force for humanity in the future." Captain Zhang was speaking when he was suddenly interrupted by a team member's exclamation. "Look at the sky, something's happening." In the distance, 2 flying demons were glaring menacingly at a medical helicopter, clearly preparing to attack. But in the blink of an eye, 2 metallic flashes shot out from the helicopter, instantly killing the creatures before mysteriously retracting back into the cabin. The entire process was seamless, as if nothing had ever happened. "Another awakened one?" Captain Zhang was dumbfounded. "Who exactly are those people?" Chu Tian on the helicopter also noticed the armored convoy below, feeling puzzled. "Judging by the direction, they seem to be coming from the Yijiang Garden area. Turn around, let's go back and take a look." He immediately ordered the pilot to change course. Although Master Zhang had a bit to drink, his piloting skills were still proficient, and he quickly landed the helicopter steadily on the residential area's dedicated helipad. "Old Zhang, is there enough fuel for the return trip?" "Don't worry, Chief, there's
there's definitely enough. After the helicopter landed smoothly, Chu Tian patted the pilot's shoulder approvingly. Try to fly higher on the way back to avoid those monsters. Thank you for your concern, Chief. Old Zhang's eyes reddened with emotion. Chu Tian said no more, turned around, and stepped off the plane. From a distance, Li Ruyu watched cautiously. Upon recognizing him, she immediately ran over joyfully, completely shedding her usual cold and elegant demeanor, and leapt into his arms like a cheerful little bird. Until she saw Yin Xiaoyi get out of the car, she finally let go of her hand, blushing. Step back. Ruyu, if you want a hug, just hug. Yin Xiaoyi smiled considerately and took a few steps back, giving the two some space. Seeing that you are all safe, I can rest assured. After slightly calming her emotions, Li Ruyu quietly stood beside Chu Tian, her face still tinged with a faint blush. At this moment, the steelman descended from the helicopter with heavy steps, ignoring everyone else present. Like a loyal guard, he silently stood behind Chu Tian, never uttering a word. There's a guard booth at the entrance of the community. Chu Tian pointed toward the gate and instructed, from now on, you will stand guard there. The steelman immediately turned around and walked toward the designated location with heavy, powerful steps. Each step caused the ground to tremble, slightly, as if the entire earth was responding to his movements. Anyone unaware of the truth might mistake him for a high-precision military robot. Is this really a human? Li Ruyu asked in disbelief. Yes, Chu Tian replied indifferently. Don't think too much about it. Just let it guard the door. Chu Tian didn't elaborate further. In his eyes, the steelman was merely a convenient tool, not even qualified to join the core team. By the way, Ruyu, Chu Tian suddenly remembered something important. I saw a convoy from the plane earlier. It seemed to have departed from here. Li Ruyu quickly responded, I was just about to tell you about that. Here's what happened. She meticulously reported the recent encounter, afraid to miss any critical details. Southwest Base? Chu Tian's brows furrowed tightly. It was a place he knew all too well. After escaping the city in his previous life, it was the first shelter he joined and the one he had recommended to that mother and daughter. Has the situation deteriorated to this extent? He asked gravely. Even the Southwest Base is sending people here to gather supplies. Chu Tian's expression grew increasingly serious as he pressed further. Did they say anything before they left? Yes. Li Ruyu pulled out the walkie-talkie left by Captain Zhang from her pocket. That Captain Zhang once invited me to join their base, saying it was because their defense forces were insufficient and they urgently needed awakened individuals like me. Other than that, it seems he didn't say much. Li Ruyu tried hard to recall, but she had refused too decisively at the time, leaving little opportunity to ask detailed questions, so the information she had was limited. Insufficient defense forces? Chu Tian took the walkie-talkie and fell into deep thought. Suddenly, as if he had remembered something important, his expression turned exceptionally serious. He turned and shouted loudly toward the helicopter that had not yet taken off. Old Zhang, turn on the broadcast immediately and tune it to channel 91.1. Hurry. Chu Tian's tone carried urgency, and old Zhang, flustered by the sudden command, quickly adjusted the frequency to 91.1 as instructed. Zzz, piercing static noise quickly filled the cabin, and fragmented human voices struggled to emerge from the broadcast. Around H City, zzz, survivors, when you, zzz, hear this looping broadcast, please immediately evacuate through satellite. Observed, large-scale zombie riot forming, zombie tide, direction. Zzz, the signal completely cut off at this point, and a few minutes later, the same content began looping again. Zombie tide? Yin Xiaoyi and Li Ruyu simultaneously caught the key information from the broadcast. Not the small-scale kind you're imagining, Chu Tian said grimly, his face clouded with lingering worry. He didn't explain immediately but gestured for old Zhang to proceed with takeoff and return. The helicopter's rotors quickly accelerated, soon becoming a black dot on the horizon. The city of H originally had a population of over 4 million, Chu Tian said slowly. After the apocalypse, nearly half turned into the Walking Dead, not to mention the infected survivors. The number of zombies in the city alone is close to 2 million. He didn't directly mention the term zombie horde but instead threw out this shocking figure first. The faces of the two women instantly turned pale. Chu Tian, are you saying there's a zombie horde of 2 million gathered in the city? Yin Xiaoyi's voice trembled. That number was completely beyond her comprehension. Could this still be called a zombie horde? It was more like a mountain and sea of corpses. It's not quite as exaggerated as 2 million, but Chu Tian sighed lightly. In any case, the scale is quite considerable. As night deepened, during dinner, Li Ruyu and Yin Xiaoyi ate without tasting the food. The news of the zombie horde was too shocking for them to process. Don't worry too much. If it really comes to the worst, we can relocate at any time, Chu Tian said casually at the dinner table, trying to comfort the two women. Apart from Chen Meiwa being an ordinary person, Li Ruyu and Yin Xiaoyi had both awakened special abilities. If it really doesn't work, running away shouldn't be a problem. Just in time, we recently took over Huishan prison. Although the conditions at the Huishan base are somewhat basic, it's safe
safety is definitely a notch higher. If the zombie horde really comes, immediately relocate to the Huishan base.
This time going to Huishan. Chu Tian was just about to give a detailed introduction of the Huishan base when suddenly boom, a deafening explosion interrupted his words, seemingly coming from a very distant place.
Immediately after, the ground trembled slightly, as if experiencing a minor earthquake, but it lasted only a few seconds before returning to calm.
What just happened?
Yin Xiaoyi and Li Ruyu simultaneously sprang up from their seats.
Bang! Just as they stood, the lights in the villa suddenly went out, plunging everything into darkness.
Strangely, despite it being nighttime, the outside was as bright as day, as if some intense light was illuminating the entire land. Chen Meiyue also moved to the window, and the three of them looked outside together. Instantly, it felt as if they had fallen into an ice cave, a piercing chill
shooting from their feet straight to their heads.
In the distance, on the horizon, a massive mushroom cloud was slowly rising, reaching high into the sky.
Mush, room, bomb, the three exclaimed in unison, their voices trembling uncontrollably. It's Enex City.
Chu Tian walked to the window, gazing at the distant lights, and said in a deep voice. Enex City was adjacent to H City, less than 100 kilometers apart, a drive of just over an hour in the
past. Unlike the densely populated H City, Enex City was primarily industrial.
Shortly after the apocalypse began, this city, like it is today, was completely wiped off the map by a mushroom bomb.
Could it be that there are no survivors left there?
Li Ruyu asked in confusion.
Do you remember when I told you about the origin of zombies and monsters?
Chu Tian calmly gazed at the mushroom cloud in the distance.
I remember. It was caused by a spacetime rift. You mean, similar cracks have appeared in Silver X City as well? They want to use mushroom bombs to close the cracks? Li Ruyu immediately understood Chu Tian's meaning. Chu Tian nodded slightly. Did they succeed?
Li Ruyu asked anxiously, and Yin Xiaoyi also looked over expectantly. They both longed to hear good news.
But Chu Tian shook his head. Captain, failed. Instead, they released something even more terrifying.
Chu Tian uttered these words slowly and deliberately, and the already dim atmosphere in the villa due to the power outage instantly became even more oppressive.
Chu Tian could even hear Chen Meiyue's heartbeat growing increasingly rapid. What exactly did they release?
Black Forest. Chu Tian's response was concise and powerful, yet it sent chills down the spines of the three.
Strangely, the same image simultaneously
appeared in their minds: twisted dead branches, endless darkness, and countless terrifying monsters lurking deep within the dense forest.
Too scary.
Yin Xiaoyi shook her head desperately, trying to dispel the horrifying images in her mind. But every time the words Black Forest flashed, those scenes reappeared, as if there was some inexplicable eerie connection.
Stop overthinking. As long as you don't actively venture into the Black Forest, there won't be any danger. Those trees won't grow legs and run out on their own. That's good. Chu Tian noticed their fear and spoke to comfort them. Besides,
instead of worrying about those intangible things, it's better to first figure out how to solve the power outage. As soon as he finished speaking, he glanced around the still pitch-black villa, his brows furrowed.
If I'm not mistaken,
it should be the explosion of the mushroom bomb that affected H City's power system. Power outages are no small matter. Every aspect of modern life depends on electricity. Once a large-scale blackout occurs, basic infrastructure like water supply and gas will collapse, and even the most basic cooking will require gathering firewood.
I have an idea. Li Ruyu suddenly had a flash of inspiration.
She quickly walked to the outlet and placed her palm on it.
Zzz, electricity immediately began flowing steadily from her body into the outlet. Click.
The chandelier in the dining room lit up instantly.
Before long, the lights throughout the entire villa gradually came back on. Thanks to Li Ruyu's efforts, this villa became the only brightly lit place in Yijiang Garden and even the entire H City.
However, Chu Tian didn't show any joy. Instead, his face was full of helplessness.
Are you planning to stay here 24 hours a day as a human generator? Can your mental strength withstand such exhaustion?
Chu Tian rubbed his temples and sighed. Ruyu, you usually seem pretty sharp, so why are you getting muddled at such a critical moment?
Understood. Ha, what's this got to do with me?
Yin Xiaoyi looked completely confused, wondering why the topic suddenly shifted to her. Li Ruyu finally realized and awkwardly withdrew her hand. Immediately after, the villa, which had just regained light, plunged into darkness again.
I remember there are candles among the supplies we brought back. Let's find them for now as an emergency measure. Make do with it for tonight. Tomorrow, I'll figure out a way to bring back a few generators.
After Chu Tian finished speaking, he turned and left the restaurant.
Originally planning to take a hot shower, he could only give up helplessly.
After Chu Tian left, the three women looked at each other in silence and eventually lit some candles. Although the community gate was guarded by steel warriors, they still felt uneasy and decided to take turns keeping watch at night. Li Ruyu was assigned to rest first. Seeing that she didn't have to take the first shift, she took a candle and went upstairs alone.
Not long after, a figure quietly followed. Shu, it's me, Sister Ruyu.
It turned out to be Yin Xiaoyi.
What's wrong, Yi? Shu, don't talk yet.
Yin Xiaoyi took out a tightly wrapped little ball from behind her, unwrapped it, and a jelly-like tickle monster jumped out.
Giggle. The tickling monster laughed excitedly, reaching out its little hands to play.
In its world, there were no boundaries between humans and monsters. It just wanted to find a playmate to have fun with. This little creature was like a lively puppy, happily pouncing on anyone it saw.
Why did you bring the tickling monster here? Chu Tian said this little guy can't control its abilities and is very dangerous.
Unlike Yin Xiaoyi, who occasionally talked back to Chu Tian, Li Ruyu always followed Chu Tian's words without question. Since Chu Tian said the tickling monster was dangerous, she would never touch it lightly.
Don't be nervous, Ruyu, Yin Xiaoyi said with a smile. Don't you want to know what really happened last night?
She decided to confess, otherwise, every time she saw Li Ruyu, she would feel so guilty that she couldn't lift her head.
Ruyu, I have something to tell you. Please don't get mad. Actually, it's okay, I already know.
Yin Xiaoyi was about to speak but was interrupted by Li Ruyu.
Li Ruyu was not foolish, she simply hadn't thought in that direction at first.
However, after Chu Tian and Yin Xiaoyi left, she had already started to suspect something.
You already know?
Yin Xiaoyi, like a thief caught red-handed, immediately blushed with embarrassment.
It's okay, Li Ruyu forced a smile and comforted her in return. Chu Tian and it's really not a big deal. You don't have to go out of your way to comfort me. That is...
Even so, anyone could hear the tremble in her voice.
I'm not here to comfort. How should I put it?
Yin Xiaoyi seemed very conflicted and finally decided to replace words with actions. Forget it, sister, I won't say much, she said. I'll leave it all to jelly. After speaking, before Li Ruyu could react, Yin Xiaoyi directly stuffed the tickle monster into her hands.
You are.
Before the words were finished, Li Ruyu froze. Why did you do this?
Giggle.
The tickle monster in her hand was overjoyed and began to continuously absorb her negative emotions.
Unrequited love? Hesitant and timid?
To put it bluntly, it was just fear, just terror.
Negative emotions, go ahead and absorb them. In just a moment, Li Ruyu seemed like a different person. I've figured it out.
Since it's the end of the world anyway, she said firmly, why care so much? At worst, we'll just, together. She no longer felt fear or hesitation, becoming like the Yin Xiaoyi she used to be, bold in love and hate.
Thank you, I'll take action right now. It's fine if you're ahead of me. I can't let Chen Meiyue get ahead of me.
After Li Ruyu finished speaking, she flung the tickle monster aside, then pushed the door open without looking back and quickly went upstairs, leaving Yin Xiaoyi and the tickle monster standing there, staring at each other in confusion.
That's right. Bang!
A familiar sound of a door being kicked came from upstairs.
That poor door, still unrepaired, was once again violently kicked. Could it be? Did I kick the door like that last night too?
Hearing the sound, Yin Xiaoyi widened her eyes, staring at the wriggling ticklish creature on the ground.
Giggle giggle giggle. How could the itchy monster understand human language?
Seeing Yin Xiaoyi staring at it, it immediately stretched out its little hands, smiling as it sought a hug. Jelly, oh Jelly, you've really helped me a lot. Yin Xiaoyi wrapped the itchy monster in her clothes, then turned and left the room. The night passed in silence.
A familiar scene played out once more. Only this time, the person bowing their head at the dining table was Li Ruyu. Each of you, have you all eaten bear hearts and leopard guts? Are you really fearless of heaven and earth?
At the dining table, Chu Tian looked puzzled. Yin Xiaoyi was still fine. This girl had always been bold and daring.
Unexpectedly, even Li Ruyu had now become so audacious. This is thanks to Guodong. Under Chu Tian's questioning, the two girls finally revealed the whole story, detailing the tale of the itchy monster.
After hearing this bizarre operation, Chu Tian, who was full of complaints, was suddenly at a loss for words.
Alright, you two are truly a perfect match. Chu Tian gave a thumbs up.
In the future, many people tried to discover new uses for the itchy monster, experimenting with various methods, but no one expected
such an extraordinary effect.
It must be said, Li Ruyu and Yin Xiaoyi, especially Yin Xiaoyi, who was the first to discover this function, are truly talented. But to be honest, the itchy monster really did Chu Tian a big favor. Normal people would have doubts in their hearts. Even if they deeply love someone, they might question themselves, worrying that their love
isn't deep enough.
However, the itchy monster happened to eliminate the concerns in the hearts of the two girls, allowing them to face their true feelings and solidify their love and hatred for Chu Tian.
As a result, the loyalty of the two girls to Chu Tian skyrocketed to 100% overnight, unwavering unto death. Strength 151, Agility 32, Constitution 79, Energy 186. Talents: Magnetic Field Control LV3, Lightning Control LV3, Super Strength LV3 Max Level, Basic Blink LV3 Max Level. Used slots 4/5. Subordinates: Yin Xiaoyi, Loyalty 100, Li Ruyu, Loyalty 100. Experience 1911. After a night passed, Li Ruyu's name appeared in the subordinates section of Chu Tian's attribute panel.
In other words, from now on, whether Li Ruyu kills zombies or ferocious beasts, Chu Tian will gain experience. However, Li Ruyu is destined to be unable to participate in today's actions. At the moment, she finds it difficult even to walk, let alone go out to search search for a generator. After breakfast, Chu Tian took In Xiaoyi and left the villa. Li Ruyu had to stay home due to her injury, while Chen Meiyue was not an active field member and was only responsible for cooking. Strictly speaking, there are two tasks today. One is to find a diesel generator, and the other is to find a tanker truck to load fuel. Chu Tian plans to find 2 tank trucks, one for gasoline and one for diesel, to solve the fuel problem in one go, saving the trouble of running around looking for fuel in the future.
Forget it. Do we need to split up? After hearing Chu Tian's plan, In Xiaoyi asked. No need. Step by step, there's enough time. Chu Tian shook his head.
Then he got into the previously modified doomsday vehicle, started the engine, and set off with In Xiaoyi. Arriving near the entrance of the residential area, Chu Tian shouted loudly, "Steelman!" As soon as the words were spoken, the sound of Steelman's heavy footsteps came from the security room. Chu Tian knew that this guy had stayed in the security room the entire night, only coming out
to deal with a few zombies that got too close.
He was so certain because Steelman's entire body was made of metal, and every movement he made couldn't escape Chu Tian's magnetic field sensing.
"Boss, did you call me?" Steelman ran straight to the armored vehicle,
his over 2-meter tall frame aligning perfectly with the vehicle's window.
Just how high must the chassis of this modified armored vehicle be? Get in.
All right. As soon as Chu Tian finished speaking, Steelman wasted no time and opened the rear compartment of the armored vehicle. Due to the cramped space, Steelman had to hunch over and struggled quite a bit to squeeze into the rear compartment.
After leaving the neighborhood, Chu Tian drove while pulling out his phone to open the pre-downloaded map.
Let's go find a generator first, and on the way, see if we can come across a fuel truck.
Since the power outage, the network has been disrupted, and navigation is no longer useful. Should we go to the supermarket to find a generator? No need. Faced with In Xiaoyi's question, Chu Tian shook his head.
Although the places she mentioned did make some sense, places like fresh food supermarkets and cold drink shops sometimes do have diesel generators, it's
ultimately just a possibility, and finding one would depend entirely on luck.
Besides, even if there is a generator, its power output is usually not very high and can only meet basic needs.
Then where exactly should we go to find one?
In Xiaoyi seemed a bit puzzled. Based on her life experience, this was undoubtedly the most reasonable place she could think of.
But Chu Tian quickly gave an answer. The hospital.
If you want to find high-power generators with 100% certainty, the most direct place is a hospital, especially large hospitals, which are equipped with super-large generator sets, one of which is enough to power an entire building.
As long as we bring one back, the power supply problem at Yijian Garden can be completely resolved. Oh, how could I be so stupid? I actually forgot about hospitals. Hospitals definitely have generators.
In Xiaoyi patted her head, frustrated for not thinking of this place earlier.
It's not like this is the first day you've been this absent-minded.
Chu Tian chuckled lightly and teased her. After speaking, he stepped on the gas, and the armored vehicle sped off toward the direction marked on the map.
The distance wasn't actually far.
Chu Tian drove the armored vehicle, bumping along the severely damaged road, and before long, the hospital building came into view. At the same time, he noticed a tanker truck overturned at
the intersection.
The cab was severely deformed, clearly the result of losing control while trying to avoid other vehicles during the outbreak of the apocalypse. Fortunately, the tank was intact, showing no signs of leakage.
Go and set that truck upright. Chu Tian parked the vehicle next to the tanker and said to In Xiaoyi, "No problem, but you have to use your magnetic field ability to help me out." In Xiaoyi knew very well that she couldn't move such a massive vehicle on her own. After speaking, she jumped out of the car and approached the oil tanker. Instead of lifting the vehicle immediately, she climbed into the driver's cabin and started searching. Chu Tian, this vehicle is compartmentalized for transport. It carries both diesel and gasoline.
The records indicate 2.2 tons of 92-octane gasoline, 3.5 tons of 95-octane gasoline, and 3.1 tons of zero-grade diesel. In Xiaoyi held up a small notebook and shouted excitedly,
"Looks like we don't need to look for a second oil tanker anymore."
Upon hearing this news, Chu Tian revealed a satisfied smile. This oil tanker has a total capacity of about 10 tons. Although it's not completely full, it still contains nearly 9 tons of various types of fuel, which is more than enough to meet the demand.
Let's get to work.
Chu Tian spoke as he released magnetic field energy and began to manipulate the overturned oil tanker. In Xiaoyi dropped her notebook, crouched down, and firmly grabbed both sides of the vehicle, lifting it upward with all
her strength. With their combined efforts, the massive vehicle weighing over 10 tons was slowly turned upright.
Accompanied by a loud bang, the wheels hit the ground heavily, and the impact almost caused the tires to burst. Go check if the truck can still start.
In fact, In Xiaoyi had already eagerly climbed into the driver's cabin.
Luck was on her side today. As soon as she got in, she found the key still in the ignition.
With a gentle twist, vroom, the engine started smoothly.
Several red lights lit up on the dashboard, likely indicating damage to internal components of the front end, possibly the radiator or something similar, but it wouldn't affect driving.
No problem, it can run. Chu Tian, can I drive back later?
generator? Yin Xiaoyi's face lit up with a smile as she eagerly asked.
Ever since they returned from collecting supplies at the supermarket last
time, she had been practicing driving in the neighborhood whenever she had free time, and now she had mastered the basic operations.
Once we find a generator, I'll let you drive the oil tanker.
Chu Tian did not dampen her enthusiasm. Besides, he couldn't drive 2 cars by himself.
As for Steelman, with its size, it probably couldn't even squeeze into the driver's seat. Let's go to the hospital first.
After Chu Tian finished speaking, he waited for Yin Xiaoyi to get in the car, then continued driving toward the nearby hospital.
Before long, they arrived at the hospital entrance.
After clearing out a group of approaching zombies, Chu Tian parked the car in the open space at the
entrance, preparing to enter the hospital on foot.
The reason for not driving into the hospital was that it was filled with abandoned vehicles, many of which had long been burned into blackened skeletons. Clearly, a large crowd had gathered here when the apocalypse broke out.
Chu Tian, are we really going in? Something feels a bit off here.
After getting out of the car, Yin Xiaoyi looked at the building not far away, and a chill ran down her spine. Starting from the 4th floor, the hospital's exterior walls on the east and north sides bore obvious burn marks. The windows were pitch black, and the rooms inside had been completely destroyed by the fire. Although the flames had long been extinguished, the air was still filled with a pungent, scorched smell, partly like burning plastic, partly like the scent of overcooked meat. It does feel a bit strange.
Chu Tian nodded. You feel something's off too?
Yin Xiaoyi paused for a moment, then turned to look at Chu Tian.
Off? Not at all. I mean, there are too few zombies here.
Chu Tian shook his head and pointed to the square at the hospital entrance, where only a few scattered zombies were wandering. These zombies lingered among the abandoned vehicles, with some even stuck between the cars, struggling to get out. So many cars, yet only a few zombies.
This is too unusual, Chu Tian said in a deep voice. Dong dong dong. At this moment, the steelman jumped down from the rear of the doomsday vehicle.
The sound of its footsteps immediately attracted the attention of the few zombies nearby.
The zombies roared and lunged forward. Even those trapped zombies climbed over the vehicle, stepping on the roof as they charged.
Seeing this, Chu Tian released magnetic field energy.
Just as he was about to deal with these zombies, a deafening roar suddenly erupted from inside the hospital building. Accompanying this roar,
a bizarre-looking creature burst out. It had a human torso but bore 4 eyes and 4 arms. 2 of its arms were thick and powerful, while the other 2 were slender and equipped with sharp claws. Even more terrifying, the monster had a pair of massive bat wings on its back. These limbs were extremely mismatched with its body, as if they had been forcibly pieced together.
Even the well-informed Chu Tian was baffled by this monster. Upon closer inspection, Chu Tian could actually recognize some of the monster's features, but it was simply too bizarre.
Its torso resembled that of a zombie, or rather a mutated zombie.
Those clawed arms were unmistakably the claws of a wailing banshee.
The wings on its back were clearly the fleshy wings of a winged demon.
Chu Tian couldn't identify the other parts, but he guessed they were pieced together from the limbs of other zombies or ferocious beasts.
When the monster first appeared, it didn't attack Chu Tian and his group. Instead, it charged at the zombies. Though its limbs were
uncoordinated, its speed was astonishing.
As it ran on all 4s, it resembled a raging bull, directly knocking a zombie into the air.
Then, with a swift swing of its claws, another zombie's head flew off instantly.
Before the remaining zombies could react, the monster suddenly leapt up, spreading its massive wings and soaring into the air. Using the momentum of its dive, it took out several zombies in one go. After eliminating all the zombies, the monster still paid no attention to Chu Tian and his companions. Despite having 4 eyes, it
acted as if it couldn't see them at all.
Once it had killed all the zombies, it squatted on the ground and began feasting voraciously.
Can't you see us?
Yin Xiaoyi tightly gripped the long mace, her face full of confusion. The creature before her was truly bizarre.
Clearly a monster, yet it didn't attack humans. Instead, it specifically killed zombies. Steelman, take it down. Chu Tian gave the order after a brief moment of thought.
No matter what this monster's origin was, it was blocking the only path to the hospital, and no one could be sure it wouldn't suddenly go berserk. The steelman moved forward without hesitation, his heavy steps heading straight for the monster. When he encountered abandoned vehicles blocking his path, he stepped on them, causing their roofs to cave in instantly. Sure enough, just as Chu Tian had predicted, when the steelman approached within 5 meters, the monster that was feasting suddenly sprang into action, dropping the half-eaten corpse and lunging directly at the steelman.
Name, Chu Tian.
Swish! The banshee's sharp claws grazed the steelman's neck, accompanied by a piercing sound of metal scraping, leaving several scratches on his neck.
The steelman showed no weakness, swinging his iron fist to strike back fiercely.
The monster was sent flying, its uncoordinated body rolling twice on the ground before quickly getting back up.
It spread its wings and took to the air.
Seeing this, the steelman grabbed a piece of scrap metal, spun around once on the spot, and hurled it like a discus, knocking the just lifted monster back down. The monster crashed heavily onto an abandoned car, instantly crushing the vehicle into a metal pancake. The The monsters seemed to be seriously injured, struggling a few times before barely managing to stand. Stop! The steelman was about to press the advantage, but Chu Tian suddenly spoke to stop him. Let me do it. As soon as the words fell, the abandoned vehicle beneath the monster suddenly shattered into pieces, with metal debris coiling around the monster like a python. Sharp spikes then emerged, piercing fiercely into the monster's body. Immediately afterward, the spikes transformed into claws, which, under the influence of a magnetic field, violently tore outward. Snap! The monster exploded on the spot, its flesh and blood scattering everywhere. However, the system did not display any kill notification. At this moment, Chu Tian noticed a few drops of black liquid seeping out from the chunks of flesh. Fragments of the limb graft? He frowned, raising his hand to release an electric current, evaporating the black liquid. Still, there was no notification sound. Unwilling to give up, Chu Tian increased the output of the electric current, burning all the scattered flesh into charcoal, but the notification sound remained silent, as if he hadn't killed any monster at all. Could it be? Chu Tian's heart stirred as a shocking possibility suddenly occurred to him. This thing is artificial? Chu Tian, what exactly was that monster just now? Yin Xiaoyi asked eagerly as Chu Tian happened to walk back. Not sure. Chu Tian shook his head. What we can confirm for now is that this thing is unlike any monster we've seen before. He looked up at the half-burned hospital building, his expression turning serious. Be careful later. I suspect there's more than one of these things. After speaking, Chu Tian took the lead and stepped into the hospital building. The outpatient hall was empty, no zombies, no monsters, only dried bloodstains all over the floor and chaotic human footprints. The generator room should be in the basement, Chu Tian said. This is the pharmacy. Yin Xiaoyi pointed to the intact pharmacy on the left. Remember to take some common medications later. Medicines were neatly displayed on the shelves, clearly untouched by any survivors. How about I go collect the medicines now, and you guys go look for the generator? Yin Xiaoyi suggested. Find the generator first. Chu Tian shook his head. The medicines aren't urgent, they won't run off on their own. Prioritize tasks by importance and urgency. Chu Tian led the team along the corridor to the staircase leading to the basement. There used to be a locked iron door here, but before their arrival, the door had been violently destroyed by some force, leaving only a twisted doorframe and a pitch-black, deep staircase. Chu Tian, should we find a flashlight before going down? Yin Xiaoyi hesitated as she looked into the darkness. No need. Chu Tian opened his palm, and several beams of light immediately lit up in his hand. Using these light sources, Chu Tian took the lead and descended the stairs. Seeing this, Yin Xiaoyi had no choice but to steel herself and follow, while Steelman silently brought up the rear of the group. As soon as they entered the basement, Yin Xiaoyi hugged her arms tightly and shivered. Why is it so cold down here? What part of the hospital is this? She asked softly. Maybe the morgue, medical records room, storage room. Oh, right, some hospitals also set up the cafeteria in the basement. Chu Tian walked ahead, answering calmly. But Yin Xiaoyi couldn't help but shiver upon hearing the first few words. The cafeteria and the morgue together? That won't happen. These two areas are usually not adjacent, Chu Tian explained calmly. Then, he stopped in front of an iron door. Found it, the generator room. Chu Tian pushed the door open, and several massive diesel generators came into view. These machines were different from ordinary generators. On the market, measuring 3.3 meters in length, 1.8 meters in height, and 1.8 meters in width, with a single unit weighing 1.88 tons. Load these onto the truck, Chu Tian ordered the steelman after confirming the target. Understood. The steelman responded without hesitation, hoisting a generator and heading out. Then should I go get the medicine? Yin Xiaoyi asked. All right. Chu Tian nodded in agreement. From the moment they entered the hospital until now, they hadn't encountered a single monster, not even a zombie. Even this eerie basement was surprisingly safe. Apart from the unsettling atmosphere, there seemed to be no actual danger. You collect the medicine here, I'll go upstairs to take a look. After returning to the first floor lobby, Yin Xiaoyi entered the pharmacy to start gathering medicine, while Chu Tian continued exploring upstairs via the staircase. On the second floor, the signs on the doors indicated pediatrics and ENT, but the corridor was empty, with only a few overturned chairs. Just like the first floor and the basement, there were no signs of zombies or monsters on the second floor either. However, there were more bloodstains in the corridor, and dried bloody handprints remained on the walls, as if something had fled in a panic, leaving these bloodied traces behind. It seems there's definitely something hidden here. Chu Tian squinted his eyes and continued climbing to the third floor. This floor housed the operating rooms, but still, no zombies or monsters were found. However, the bloodstains on the floor were even more shocking, almost dyeing the ground a dark red. Chu Tian did not linger and went straight upstairs. Upon reaching the fourth floor, a burnt smell hit him in the face. Although there was no danger here either, the bloodstains on the walls and floor had disappeared, replaced by charred marks left by a raging fire. The entire corridor, along with the rooms on both sides, was burned pitch black. If not for the faint sunlight streaming in through the windows, it would have been as dark as midnight. Chu Tian stepped onto the corridor, and the scorched
floorboards creaked under his feet.
Amid the strong burnt smell, there was still a faint trace of an unmistakable metallic scent of blood.
It's blood.
He took out a coin and scraped it against the charred surface on the wall. As the charred layer flaked off, a glaring patch of dark red bloodstain was revealed. Just as Chu Tian was inspecting the wall, a girl's figure suddenly flashed at the end of the corridor, accompanied by a silvery laugh.
Is it a demon?
Chu Tian hesitated slightly but eventually followed, reaching the end of the corridor and turning into another hallway.
He.
The girl's figure appeared once again, still at the end of the corridor, vanishing without a trace after just a fleeting moment, as if deliberately luring Chu Tian to give chase.
I want to see what you really are.
With a wave of his hand, the scorched metal objects around him flew over: door bolts, hinges, keys, surgical knives.
Various metals hovered around him.
After securing his defenses, he prepared to continue the pursuit.
Suddenly,
a familiar roar suddenly exploded, and a monster similar to the one at the hospital entrance roared as it smashed through the window, blocking Chu Tian's path.
Just as I thought, there's more than one.
Chu Tian's eyes sharpened, and without hesitation, the metal around him instantly transformed into countless steel needles, shooting toward the monster like a torrential rain.
The monster roared as it lunged at Chu Tian, but its bloated body couldn't move freely in the narrow corridor.
Soon, it was riddled with steel needles. These needles burrowed into the monster's body and stirred violently, destroying its structure.
Boom! The monster had only taken a few steps before collapsing heavily at Chu Tian's feet.
Just like last time, the system notification sound still did not ring.
Manually controlled? Trying to stop me from moving forward?
Chu Tian looked at the monster's corpse on the ground, then glanced at the shattered window, and a few suspicions arose in his heart. Although he knew someone was trying to obstruct him, he did not give up on the investigation.
After dealing with the attacking monster, Chu Tian resolutely stepped into a new corridor.
At the end of the corridor stood an intact wooden door, forming a stark contrast with the charred surroundings.
Chu Tian took a deep breath, slowly reached out to grasp the doorknob, and gently pushed it open.
The door hinges turned, emitting a faint sound, and a circular room suddenly came into view. This room was a world apart from the corridor outside, which was filled with the stench of burning.
The walls of the outer corridor
were blackened by smoke, seemingly narrating the devastation of a terrible fire, while here, the floor was intact, spotless, without a trace of fire damage or even a drop of blood, as if it were a corner forgotten by time. Although the hospital was in a state of power outage and the outside was pitch dark, the fluorescent light overhead in this room stubbornly shone, emitting a ghastly white glow that illuminated the entire space as if it were daylight. The room was completely empty, devoid of anything. Not even a single window could be found. It was a fully enclosed space, like an isolated island cut off from the world. But on the wall, 9 identical wooden doors were neatly arranged, and the one Chu Tian had just entered was one of them.
Behind each door extended a mysterious corridor, winding and twisting, leading to an unknown destination. This place, rather than being an ordinary room, was more like a transit chamber connecting 9 corridors.
Chu Tian frowned deeply, pondering to himself, how could there be such a strange structure in a hospital?
Could this place be an illusion?
Filled with doubts, Chu Tian casually pushed open one of the doors and walked in. The corridor behind the door was long and narrow, dimly lit with flickering yellow lights that seemed ready
to go out at any moment.
He walked all the way to the end, only to encounter another wooden door. Gently pushing it open, Chu Tian was shocked to find himself back in the circular room. A strong sense of unease surged in his heart.
Chu Tian hurriedly turned around and pushed open the door he had originally entered through.
The scene before him made his pupils contract sharply. The once familiar exit had vanished, replaced by a brand new wooden door. He pushed it open again, only to find himself back in the circular room.
Ghost wall? Could this really be an illusion?
Chu Tian stopped in his tracks, his mind racing. There were countless creatures capable of creating illusions, but those that could deceive magnetic field
sensing must be extraordinarily powerful.
Just as Chu Tian focused his attention, a fragment on the ground reflected a faint glimmer of light, catching his eye. He bent down to pick it up, only to realize it wasn't glass but a piece of a broken mirror. Looking around, he noticed similar fragments scattered near each door, as if someone had deliberately placed them there.
Could it be that these mirrors need to be pieced together?
All right. Chu Tian pondered for a moment, then began to carefully gather all the fragments and attempt to assemble them.
Sure enough, under his efforts, a complete round women's makeup mirror gradually emerged.
The moment the mirror was pieced together, a woman's arm covered in terrifying nails shot out like lightning from the mirror. The nails gleamed with a chilling cold light, aiming straight for Chu Tian's throat.
Chu Tian, who was already on guard, reacted extremely quickly.
He sharply tilted his head, barely dodging the fierce strike. Without hesitation, he reached out and firmly grabbed the arm extending from the mirror with an iron grip.
"Get the hell out here, you bastard!" Chu Tian roared furiously, gripping the hand tightly and yanking it backward with force. Ah!
Accompanied by a piercing and horrifying wail, the creature in the mirror was forcibly pulled halfway out by Chu Tian, appearing outside the mirror. It was a woman with disheveled hair, dressed in a white gown, her skin as pale as white paper, exuding a strong aura of death, as if she were a messenger from hell.
Daytime wraith?
Seeing the figure in the mirror, Chu Tian couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. A B-level monster, the Daytime Wraith, was a terrifying existence capable of destroying a human refuge single-handedly.
Wait. Soon, Chu Tian noticed something unusual.
If it were truly a Daytime Wraith, with his level of strength, he would have already met his end.
How could he have managed to pull it out? Ha! So, you are a nocturnal spirit.
Chu Tian instantly reacted, forcibly pulling the demon out of the mirror. The woman before him had disheveled hair, wore a white dress, and her feet did not touch the ground, as if she were floating in the air.
The hem of her dress fluttered without wind, seemingly controlled by a mysterious force.
Beneath her loose black hair were a pair of blood-red eyes, eerily strange.
Her mouth was full of sharp teeth, resembling the legendary vengeful ghost, even bearing some resemblance to Sadako.
Before this Sadako could attack Chu Tian, the overhead fluorescent light shone on her, causing her to scream in agony. That piercing scream, as grating as nails on a chalkboard, sent shivers down one's spine. Although the nocturnal spirits share a similar name with the daytime spirits, their strength is worlds apart. Nocturnal spirits are merely sea-level creatures with fatal weaknesses. They fear fire, light, and anything that emits heat or radiance. Under the light, the nocturnal spirit writhed in agony, white smoke rising from its body.
Suddenly, she became as ferocious as a cornered beast. Trying to run?
Chu Tian immediately saw her intention to escape back into the mirror. In a flash, he blocked her path. The nocturnal spirit slowly raised her head, her blood-red eyes glaring at Chu Tian with deep resentment.
Just as Chu Tian thought she would launch a desperate
attack, her body suddenly became ethereal, passing through Chu Tian in a semi-transparent state, and then she dove into the mirror, disappearing without a trace.
She still got away. Chu Tian cursed under his breath and picked up the mirror. What on earth is this thing?
I don't know if it was out of fear or for some other reason, but this time the nocturnal spirits did not launch a sudden attack. Through the mirror, Chu Tian saw the scene behind the room.
Wait.
He was startled to discover that a wooden door, which originally did not exist, had appeared in the mirror.
The 10th door.
He hurriedly turned around to check, but saw nothing. The circular room still had only 9 doors. Looking back at the mirror, the extra door still existed, right between the second and third doors. The reflection in the mirror shows the space between the second and third doors.
According to the principle of reflection,
what I should be checking is the space between the 7th and 8th doors. Chu Tian put down the mirror, turned, and walked toward the 7th door, reaching out to touch the wall beside it.
Sure enough,
as soon as he touched it, a door that had not existed before slowly appeared. This door was different from the others, entirely pitch black, as if bearing the marks of a fire, exuding an aura of mystery and danger.
Dawn.
Just as Chu Tian was about to push the door open, a door behind him was suddenly pushed open.
Understood. You can't go in.
Roar. A completely emotionless female voice suddenly came from behind, cold and indifferent like a command issued by a robot.
Chu Tian turned around and saw a young
woman, or rather a girl, dressed in a white lab coat.
Her appearance was stunning, even more captivating than Yin Xiaoi and Li Ruyu combined.
But with just one more glance, it became apparent that her eyes were as cold as a still pond, unchanging and devoid of any emotional fluctuation, as if she were a
merciless humanoid machine.
No matter how beautiful her face was, under the absolute stillness of her gaze, it could only make people keep their distance.
Bai Xiao Xiao. Chu Tian shouted her name in shock.
The woman's eyelids lifted slightly, but her expression remained unchanged. In this world full of the unknown and the eerie, Bai Xiao Xiao's voice was calm and unruffled, with not a trace of confusion in her eyes. To be precise, it seemed that no matter how earth-shattering or subtle the changes in the world were, they could not stir even the slightest ripple in her tranquil state of mind.
Thud. Name, Bai Xiao Xiao. Talent, high-speed thinking LV3, absolute rationality. Boom. The side effects marked in parentheses are precisely the shadows hidden behind the brilliance brought by this ability. This counts as a talent? Isn't it more like a curse? Chu Tian's gaze fell on Bai Xiao Xiao's attributes, and he couldn't help but instinctively question, how could this woman feel unfamiliar to him?
In fact, he was more than familiar with her. Bai Xiao Xiao, like a glimmer of hope for humanity in this apocalyptic despair, or more accurately, a beacon for the future of ordinary, unarmed people. She does not possess powerful supernatural combat abilities, unlike those awakened in the apocalypse, but her existence is of extraordinary significance. She is like a beacon in the darkness, allowing countless ordinary people without abilities to barely find a glimmer of hope for survival in the hellish cruelty of the apocalypse.
Because she is an outstanding scientist.
Looking back at his previous life, Chu Tian had benefited from the genetic serum spearheaded by Bai Xiao Xiao's research, which allowed him to transform from an ordinary person into an extraordinary super soldier. Revolutionary inventions like hers were countless, like stars scattered across the sky, illuminating humanity's arduous path forward in the apocalypse. In this increasingly unpredictable world, where the limits of human understanding could be shattered at any moment, this seemingly delicate woman before him steadfastly relied on the power of science, tenaciously resisting those terrifying entities capable of overturning reality. humanity. However, this persistence and dedication came at a cost. Bai Xiaoxiao lost the most precious emotions of humanity, forever bidding farewell to the
elation brought by joy and the sorrow triggered by pain.
She became like a cold, unfeeling machine in operation, or perhaps an untiring supercomputer. Chu Tian took a deep breath, trying hard to temporarily cast aside the flood of memories surging in his mind, and asked, "Why won't you let me in? If you die, humanity will lose a powerful magnetic field ability user. If she dies, I will lose my protection." Bai Xiaoxiao's voice remained as calm as still water, responding to Chu Tian's question. Chu Tian was already used to this.
Lost protection? Could this thing still protect you? Chu Tian pressed on relentlessly with his questioning.
Bai Xiaoxiao nodded lightly, her expression as calm as if she were stating the most ordinary fact. "I have mastered her patterns of behavior. She can't hurt
me, but her presence will make many fierce beasts wary and reluctant to approach.
If she dies, my subsequent situation will become extremely dangerous." Bai Xiaoxiao explained calmly and methodically, without showing the slightest hint of annoyance despite Chu Tian's repeated questioning. After all, for her, emotions like annoyance had long since disappeared like fine sand in the river of time, no longer existing at all.
"Are those monsters outside created by you?"
Chu Tian pointed at the monster pieced together with various bizarre limbs, his eyes filled with intense curiosity.
"Well, a failed model. It still can't accurately receive human instructions, possibly because its body is a zombie with brain damage.
If you can help me find a zombie with an intact brain, perhaps the experiment will succeed." While responding, Bai Xiaoxiao also made this request to Chu Tian. After hearing this, Chu Tian felt a wave of helplessness but was not surprised at all. After all, this way of doing things indeed matched his understanding of Bai Xiaoxiao. The experimental subject isn't urgent. "Once I take down this nocturnal spirit, you can ask for as many zombies as you want,"
Chu Tian said. "Are you still planning to kill her? What benefit will that bring you?"
Bai Xiaoxiao's gaze fell on Chu Tian. Although her words were full of questions, her stunningly beautiful face still showed no trace of emotional fluctuation, not even a hint of doubt.
"If there's no benefit, I will stop you,
because that would harm my interests." Bai Xiaoxiao spoke calmly, her tone seemingly carrying a hint of threat. But Chu Tian knew that Bai Xiaoxiao's thinking had always been like this. She was merely weighing the pros and cons rationally.
"There is a benefit. It can make me stronger," Chu Tian confessed honestly.
Although he didn't mention specific reasons like experience, he knew that this answer was enough for Bai Xiaoxiao.
"All right, I'll help you."
Sure enough, as soon as Chu Tian finished explaining his reasoning, Bai Xiaoxiao unhesitatingly chose to help him. The reason was simple. In her absolutely rational thought system, making a magnetic field controller stronger was far more important than her momentary safety. Bai Xiaoxiao's logic was very clear. In her eyes, everything in the world has its pros and cons. As long as it could ensure the survival of the human species in the apocalypse, anything was worth weighing and sacrificing, even her personal interests or her precious life. If you had gone in just now, your chances of dying would have been even greater than hers. Bai Xiaoxiao spoke as she slowly walked to the invisible door Chu Tian had faced earlier. Behind the door is her world. She can exert her full strength there, while your magnetic field ability would be greatly suppressed. Bai Xiaoxiao spoke calmly. Although it was unclear how she knew these things, it was evident that she had seen the scene of Chu Tian fighting that monster, and thus learned about Chu Tian's magnetic field ability.
"Speaking in terms of data, what's the approximate ratio?" Chu Tian couldn't help but ask.
"Data? Battles can't be precisely calculated using data. There are too many variables involved. Besides, I don't have a specific understanding of your or her strength." Bai Xiaoxiao turned to look at Chu Tian, her gaze seemingly saying, "How could you ask such a foolish question?" However, this was just Chu Tian's illusion, as Bai Xiaoxiao's clear eyes remained pure and devoid of any emotional impurities.
"Sizzle, what if I told you that I possess not just one kind of power?"
Chu Tian pondered for a moment, then slowly extended his hand.
Several lively bolts of lightning intertwined and danced joyfully at his fingertips, radiating a dazzling brilliance. "Magnetism generates electricity?"
"Then her chances of survival are much slimmer." Bai Xiaoxiao remained expressionless. As soon as she finished speaking, she took the lead in pushing open the hidden door. The moment she stepped in, Chu Tian keenly noticed that there seemed to be something in the pocket at her waist, bulging slightly and exuding a mysterious aura.
After stepping through the hidden door, what came into view was a corridor.
However, unlike the corridors behind the other doors, this one was immaculately clean, with a floor as smooth as a mirror, clearly reflecting people's figures. The fluorescent lights overhead emitted not a harsh glare but a soft and comfortable glow.
"Isn't this guy afraid of light?
Why are there still lights here?" Chu Tian frowned, his heart filled with doubt.
"The lights are fake.
This is her domain, or rather, her world," Bai Xiaoxiao said softly, then continued to walk ahead of Chu Tian with her usual steady steps, her face showing not the slightest trace of fear. It was worth noting that she was merely a weak woman with no combat ability. Facing a powerful nocturnal spirit was already beyond her capacity, let alone an ordinary zombie that could easily take her life at any moment.
"Baixiaxio, you'd better walk behind me," Chu Tian couldn't help but advise.
"It's more dangerous behind," she replied calmly without turning her head.
"She likes to ambush from the back."
Chu Tian was momentarily speechless. So it turned out he had oversimplified things. It was nothing more than wishful thinking.
Chu Tian walked slowly along the slightly dim corridor.
The wooden floor beneath his feet emitted faint creaking sounds, as if whispering untold stories.
Finally, he reached the end
of the corridor. This time, the end was no longer the old wooden door. The sight before him made Chu Tian pause slightly. He had somehow returned to the fourth floor of the hospital. But the problem followed. Under normal circumstances, the fourth floor of the hospital would have long been reduced to ruins in that fire.
Yet now,
it appeared as the fourth floor of the hospital before the fire. The walls were pristine white, without a trace of scorch marks. The floor was as shiny as a mirror, clearly reflecting people's images, as if time had reversed.
Even stranger, Chu Tian had clearly entered the hospital during
the day, but outside the window was the pitch-black night. The clock hanging above the corridor clearly displayed 21:54, the middle of the night.
"Bed 64, time to check your blood pressure. Did you eat anything tonight?"
At that moment, a nurse's gentle voice suddenly came from a nearby ward. Shortly after, the slightly weak voice of a patient followed. "Nurse, when I turned over just now, my wound felt a bit sore."
"Is it serious?" "A slight soreness is normal.
If it hurts badly, press the bell by the bedside." The daily conversations between nurses and patients in the ward were clearly audible, as if the hospital was still operating normally, and the shadow of the apocalypse had never descended.
"Someone?" Chu Tian wondered in his heart.
He manipulated the magnetic field and gently pushed the door open. However, the ward behind the door was empty, and the voices he had just heard seemed to have been an illusion.
Yet the messy bedding on the hospital bed
clearly indicated someone had slept there, and a cup of steaming water placed nearby further proof that what he had just experienced was not a hallucination.
"You should have followed me."
Bai Xiao, who had been walking ahead, turned around helplessly and followed Chu Tian into the adjacent ward. Tap, tap, tap. Just as the two were in the ward, the crisp sound of a nurse's footsteps suddenly echoed from the hallway, accompanied by the faint clinking of items in a treatment tray.
"Xiao Li, you're on duty tonight?"
"Yes."
"Aunt Wang, it's so late, and you're still not off work?"
Sigh,
cleaning up was a bit slow.
Voices of a nurse and the cleaning lady quickly came from the hallway. Interestingly, when Chu Tian and Bai Xiao stood in the hallway, sounds would come from the ward, but when they entered the ward, the sounds would come from the hallway.
"If I open the door and go out now, will there be no one outside?" Chu Tian seemed to have figured out some patterns and couldn't help but ask. "The sounds are all fake. She is confusing you. Every time you enter or leave the ward, your position in this space changes randomly. If you forget the way back,
you'll be trapped here, never able to leave," Bai Xiao quietly explained. This was also one of the reasons she chose to walk in front. Only by minimizing the number of times they entered and exited the ward could they avoid getting lost in this eerie space.
"We just entered from wards 64 to 68.
Later, we should exit from wards 12 to 16, or 24 to 28. Bai Xiao continued speaking.
"Didn't they say the positions would change randomly?" Chu Tian frowned. "It's random, but there is a pattern.
There are only 1,340 possible combinations, just memorize them." After saying this, Bai Xiao extended her slender hand and gently pushed the door open. Chu Tian followed her out of the hospital room, and sure enough, as soon as they stepped out, the voices in the hallway abruptly stopped, restoring the corridor to its empty silence. Shortly after, voices from the surrounding hospital rooms began to emerge again.
Chu Tian turned to look at the hospital room he had just exited. The sign clearly read beds 12 to 16. LV3's high-speed thinking is truly impressive.
At this moment, Chu Tian couldn't help but admire Bai Xiao's mind, which was akin to a supercomputer.
Even so, he had no desire to replicate this ability, because that absolute rationality it brought only resulted in endless suffering. To say nothing of other things, Bai Xiao couldn't even taste the deliciousness of food. It wasn't that she lacked a sense of taste, but rather that she simply couldn't perceive food as delicious or unappetizing. She was like a cold machine. How could a machine find gasoline tasty or unpleasant? "So, what now? Are we just going to keep wandering around here?" Chu Tian frowned and said.
Compared to Bai Xiao's cautious and methodical approach, he preferred a more direct and forceful style.
What change of position? What getting lost and unable to find the way back?
In his view, as long as the nocturnal spirits were eliminated, there was no way they couldn't get out.
"Are you trying to break her game rules?" "Follow me."
Bai Xiao said something cryptic, then walked straight toward the end of the corridor.
"Game rules?"
Chu Tian quickly followed, walking while asking in confusion. "Just like a game, as long as you follow the rules here, you can leave if you win.
I got out like this the last few times."
Bai Xiao walked while patiently explaining. As soon as she finished speaking, the two had already reached the end of the corridor, with the restroom
right beside them. Bai Xiao turned without hesitation and walked into the women's restroom. Chu Tian followed her in without the slightest hesitation. "Break the mirror, and she will come out."
Inside the women's restroom, Bai Xiao pointed at the slightly worn mirror above the sink and said calmly. Without hesitation, Chu Tian charged forward forward like a tiger pouncing on its prey, gathering all his strength and smashing the mirror with a fierce punch. A piercing, blood-curdling scream seemed to come from the depths of hell, sending shivers down the spine. Immediately after, wisps of black mist emerged from the shattered mirror fragments. The black mist, as if alive, quickly converged and eventually formed the figure of the nocturnal wraith. Unlike what had been seen before, the nocturnal wraith now stood at a towering 2 meters tall, half of which was due to her flowing long dress, made even more eerie by the swirling black mist. Regardless, the nocturnal wraith was clearly much stronger now than when Chu Tian had seen her earlier. As soon as the nocturnal wraith appeared, her crimson eyes locked onto Chu Tian in an instant, her gaze as if she intended to devour him alive. She clearly remembered that it was this man who had dragged her out of the mirror. Heh, quite the grudge holder, aren't you? Chu Tian let out a cold snort, reached into his pocket, and a few coins instantly transformed into gleaming throwing knives, shooting toward the nocturnal wraith like lightning. The flying knife sliced through the air with a sharp whistle, instantly piercing the body of the nocturnal spirit. However, strangely enough, the flying knife did not cause her the slightest harm. The moment the knife passed through, the nocturnal spirit seemed to become intangible, losing her physical form. No matter how the knife penetrated, it was as if it were slicing through air, unable to inflict any damage, like a truly ethereal ghost. This completely enraged the nocturnal spirit. With a piercing wail, she raised one hand, revealing a gleaming claw under her sleeve, exuding a chilling murderous intent. The claw descended with lightning speed. At the critical moment, Chu Tian's figure flickered and leaped a meter away, using the basic blink skill he had previously copied to skillfully evade the deadly strike. The nocturnal spirit's claw missed its target, seemingly stunned for a moment, with a trace of astonishment flashing across its twisted face. At this critical moment, a crisp swish sound was heard as a streak of black light flashed by. Chu Tian's figure flickered like a phantom, instantly appearing behind the mysterious nocturnal spirit. This time, he did not use the magical magnetic energy but instead clenched his fist tightly, his knuckles slightly whitening from the force. With his sheer brute force, he swiftly threw a punch. This was no ordinary strike. It carried 15 times the strength of an average person, a terrifying power that seemed capable of shaking mountains. After all, this was Chu Tian's first time choosing to engage in close combat with an enemy. He held nothing back, pouring all his strength and determination into the blow. Accompanied by a thunderous roar, the air seemed unable to withstand the pressure, and the explosive sound was deafening. The fist, resembling a cannonball, drove the airflow straight toward the slender back of the nocturnal spirit. Then, a shocking scene unfolded. The fist went straight through. Sure enough, it can resist physical attacks. Chu Tian speculated silently in his heart. When his fist struck the void, there was no sensation of hitting anything solid. But he was not surprised, as this punch was merely a test. Unlike other demons, information about nocturnal spirits had long been widely circulated. The two most critical pieces of information are, first, she has an intense fear of light and heat, second, she is almost immune to all physical attacks. Perfect, I have both light and heat right here. Chu Tian's lips curled slightly as he spoke softly. Before the nocturnal spirit could turn around to counterattack, he darted like a ghost, instantly moving several meters away and skillfully creating distance. Immediately, he raised his hand without hesitation, and a lightning bolt like a silver serpent struck the nocturnal spirit with a boom. Ah! The nocturnal spirit finally reacted, letting out sharp and piercing screams that echoed all around. The electrocuted area sizzled with white smoke, as if enduring indescribable agony. Immediately afterward, her figure flickered and she passed through the wall, disappearing into the bathroom. It works, it works. Chu Tian frowned slightly, his gaze fixed on the direction where she had disappeared, muttering to himself, but the destructive power seems to be lacking. In his view, this lightning served more as a deterrent, instilling deep fear in the nocturnal spirits. At this moment, Bai Xiao, who had been quietly observing, suddenly spoke. You can continue using physical attacks. Her voice was clear and resolute. Are you sure? Chu Tian looked puzzled. Isn't this thing immune to physical attacks? In fact, Chu Tian didn't distrust Bai Xiao. It's just that the fact that nocturnal spirits are immune to physical attacks was already common knowledge in the future. She is not immune to physical attacks. Bai Xiao's gaze was steady as she slowly said, she can freely switch between tangible and intangible states. Only when she is in a tangible state will your physical attacks be effective. This was the conclusion she reached through keen observation during the brief and intense battle just now. Then when is she tangible? Chu Tian chose to trust Bai Xiao and eagerly pressed for an answer. Bai Xiao slowly raised her head, her clear eyes like stars twinkling in the night sky, meeting Chu Tian's gaze directly, and said, when she is about to attack you. When she is about to attack you. This sentence couldn't be clearer, meaning that Chu Tian must neither dodge nor evade, but quietly wait for the night spirit's attack and then counterattack at the critical moment. Alright, we'll do as you say. Chu Tian gritted his teeth and nodded, deciding to trust her. He dashed out of the women's restroom and chased with all his might in the direction where the night spirit had fled. Just as he stepped into the hallway, the scene before him suddenly flickered violently, like an old malfunctioning television. The once clean and tidy mighty corridor instantly transformed into a charred and desolate ruin, as if it had been ravaged by a raging fire. Immediately after, the lights flickered erratically, as though silently battling against the darkness. Accompanied by the eerie flickering lights, the hallway before Chu Tian's eyes shifted rapidly.
1 second it was pristine and
orderly, the next it turned into a scorched wasteland, making it feel as though he was straddling two completely different worlds.
He.
Immediately, a strange sound of eerie laughter echoed out of nowhere. The sound darted left and right, as if countless ghosts were whispering by the ear, making it impossible to discern its source. Subsequently, the doors on both sides of the corridor seemed to be controlled by an invisible force, creaking open in unison. A bone-chilling wind, like a demon surging out from the depths of hell, rushed madly into the corridor from every door. Chu Tian's clothes flapped violently in the wind, as if they could be torn apart by the gale at any moment. The howling wind in his ears, the flickering lights, the ever-changing scenes, each one felt like the tentacles of a demon, fiercely disturbing Chu Tian's senses. In such a spine-chilling environment, Chu Tian found it increasingly difficult to accurately determine the exact location of the nocturnal spirit.
Suddenly,
a claw as sharp as a blade abruptly extended from the howling gale, with a swish sound, like a meteor streaking across the night sky. Chu Tian reacted swiftly, decisively dodging aside, his figure instantly appearing a few meters away like a ghost. At the same time, the lights flickered more frequently, swaying
unpredictably like a candle about to go out.
Bloodstains began seeping from the walls, and the pungent smell of blood grew stronger, as if the entire world was enveloped in this stench.
Sight, sound, touch, smell.
A flood of sensory disturbances surged like a tide, making the surroundings increasingly eerie. The end of the corridor began to twist and deform, the ceiling and floor seemingly wrung into a spiral by invisible hands. Everything before his eyes resembled a hallucination induced by poisonous mushrooms, absurd and terrifying.
Do you think this will stop me from finding you?
Faced with the endless interference, Chu Tian steeled himself, simply closing his eyes and focusing all his attention on magnetic field sensing. In an instant, it was as if the world stood still, and all the disturbances dissipated like illusions. The twisted corridor instantly returned to being straight and empty, and every movement around him became as clear as a painting, etched into his mind.
The next second, the nocturnal spirit appeared again.
Accompanied by a piercing wail, the nocturnal spirit in a white dress burst out from the wall beside Chu Tian like a ghost from hell. Her sharply raised claws gleamed with a chilling cold light, aiming to crack open his skull.
Couldn't hold back anymore?
Chu Tian slowly opened his eyes, standing quietly, his cold gaze seemingly able to pierce through the darkness, waiting for the claw to strike.
Just as Bai
Xiao had said, when the claw was less than 10 centimeters away from him, the translucent body of the nocturnal spirit suddenly solidified slightly. Chu Tian's eyes sharpened, and he decisively dodged. In his palm, streaks of lightning like silver snakes coalesced, and with a sudden force, he struck heavily at the chest of the nocturnal spirit. The lightning exploded, and the overflowing energy turned into countless tiny currents like mischievous sprites, spreading wildly in a web-like pattern. The chest of the nocturnal spirit, struck by the lightning, burst open with a shocking hole, as if it had been struck fiercely by a giant hammer. Her ghostly body flew uncontrollably like a kite with a broken string. At this moment, Bai Xiao, seemingly prepared, stood firmly at the spot where the nocturnal spirit was about to land. She quickly pulled out several long, rod-like devices resembling floodlights from her pocket and threw them onto the ground without hesitation. Thud! The nocturnal spirit crashed to the ground, emitting a muffled sound.
You know me?
The moment it landed, the nocturnal spirit let out a mournful wail, a sound that seemed to pierce through one's soul. Her body began to fade, preparing to escape. The device dropped by Xiao suddenly emitted a piercing low-frequency noise, akin to a demon's roar, unsettling and disturbing.
Immediately after, each device burst forth with blinding ultraviolet light.
Under the intense exposure to ultraviolet rays, the nocturnal spirit let out a painful scream, with white smoke rising from her entire body. Horror! Slender, emaciated figure twisted into bizarre positions on the ground, as if enduring the torment of 1,000 arrows piercing her heart.
Gender, female.
The dual torment of low-frequency noise and ultraviolet rays rendered her unable to dissipate, leaving her to struggle and writhe in agony.
Alright, now you can kill her.
Bai Xiao calmly watched the struggling nocturnal spirit and said indifferently. After a thrilling confrontation, she quietly stepped aside, her expression serene, as if everything was under control. Before the voice had faded, the nocturnal spirit snapped out of its brief stupor, letting out a deep roar. Its sharp claws extended, swiftly, wreaking havoc on the surrounding devices. The sound of metal twisting was particularly jarring in the silent space. Chu Tian remained silent as he observed, his expression grave and his gaze fixed firmly on the spirit. Slowly, he raised his right hand and clenched his fist in the air. In an instant, a surge of destructive electrical energy, like a dark current from the abyss, emerged and rapidly coalesced in his palm. Zzz, the crackling sound of electricity, like the whispers of a demon, reverberated freely through the air. Immediately afterward, a spear formed entirely of lightning energy, like a divine artifact descending from from the heavens, appeared in Chu Tian's hand. The spear was entirely entwined with electric light, resembling the thunderbolt spear wielded by Zeus in ancient Greek mythology, exuding
an awe-inspiring and majestic power.
Chu Tian did not hesitate, unleashing his full strength and hurling the lightning spear fiercely. The spear, like a meteor tearing through the night sky, instantly dissipated the gust of wind as it cut through the air. The corridor, distorted and deformed by the power of the demon spirit, seemed to be gently smoothed by an invisible hand, gradually returning to its original state, as if all obstacles were effortlessly cleaved by the spear. Finally, the spear, like a heavy bomb, accurately struck the nocturnal demon spirit. In an instant, the lightning erupted violently, and a dazzling white light, so bright it seemed to engulf the entire space, exploded forth.
What followed was a deafening explosion, akin to rolling thunder, echoing endlessly in the corridor. The blast shook the corridor violently, as if the earth itself trembled. The walls twisted and shattered, and the surrounding scenery gradually became surreal, like a nightmare about to dissipate. At that moment, rays of sunlight, like messengers of hope, began to penetrate from the outside, gently yet resolutely dispelling the darkness that had
engulfed the space. Gradually, the scene, as dark as night, returned to the reality of daylight, as if the illusory dream was transforming into reality. As the light dimmed slightly, Chu Tian blinked and found himself back on the 4th floor of the hospital, ravaged by fire. The surroundings were so familiar that it felt as if one had never left, as though they had never been anywhere else. Boom! However, the ruins ahead, collapsed due to the explosion, stood like a vivid historical record, proving that everything just now was no illusion. Looking out from the hospital, the entire building seemed to have suffered a merciless bombardment, with a shocking gaping hole blasted into the west side of the structure.
You have slain a sea-level monster, Night Spirit, EXP plus 3000. Okay. Current experience points, 6211.
The notification sound arrived late at this moment but brought shocking news.
Killing the nocturnal spirit earned a whopping 3000 experience points.
Coupled with the experience accumulated from eliminating zombies and ferocious beasts along the way, Chu Tian's total experience points have surpassed 6,000.
Save up to 10,000, then upgrade the system.
Chu Tian calculated silently in his heart, beginning to plan where to allocate the experience. At this moment, Bai Xiaoxiao walked steadily, stepping on the creaking, precarious floor caused by the explosion, and slowly approached Chu Tian. Her face was expressionless, as if endless secrets were hidden beneath her calm demeanor, showing no fear of the floor that could collapse at any moment.
How should I address you?
Chu Tian naturally knew her name, yet Bai Xiaoxiao still did not know the name of the brave man before her.
Chu Tian. Chu Tian introduced himself succinctly and powerfully. Why, Chu Tian?
Bai Xiaoxiao softly repeated, paused for a moment, and continued. Can you give me a sample of your blood?
If you're also willing to give me a bit of brain tissue, that would be even better.
Her tone was calm and serious, as if this were an entirely ordinary request. Chu Tian was momentarily speechless at the sudden request.
After a few seconds of silence, he asked faintly, why? At first, I thought the lightning you released was the result of electromagnetism generating electricity.
Bai Xiaoxiao explained unhurriedly. Later, I realized that wasn't the case.
You seem to possess multiple abilities simultaneously. I've observed 3: magnetic fields, lightning, and teleportation. I want to study this to see if it's possible for more people to have multiple abilities like you. She spoke quietly, her eyes shimmering with a persistent curiosity and longing for the unknown.
What set her apart was that Bai Xiaoxiao, with just a few glances, keenly discerned that Chu Tian's lightning was not caused by electromagnetism.
This astonishing insight undoubtedly showcased her rapid and precise thinking. Then you might be disappointed. Chu Tian shook his head helplessly. My ability cannot be replicated. No matter how much you study it, there won't be any results.
This statement was like a bucket of cold water, instantly extinguishing Bai Xiaoxiao's enthusiasm for research.
After all, how could anyone else possess that mysterious and unfathomable system?
Bai Xiaoxiao was straightforward and decisive, asking no further questions as she turned to leave.
Wait a moment. Chu Tian hurriedly stopped her.
But before he could explain his thoughts, Bai Xiaoxiao calmly replied, I will go with you.
But I need to organize the materials I want to take first.
In fact, as early as when Chu Tian insisted on eliminating the nocturnal spirits, the meticulous Bai Xiaoxiao had already guessed that this
man intended to take her away.
At that time, she did not voice any objections, which, to some extent, could be considered tacit approval. Chu Tian hadn't expected Bai Xiaoxiao to be so straightforward and was slightly stunned.
He then asked, do you need me to help?
Yes, Bai Xiaoxiao answered bluntly. As soon as she finished speaking, she took Chu Tian and headed straight downstairs. The two had just reached the staircase when they ran into Yin Xiaoyi, who was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan, rushing upstairs in a hurry.
Chu Tian.
Seeing that Chu Tian was safe and sound, with sweat all over her face and extreme anxiety, Yin Xiaoyi finally felt a huge weight lifted off her heart. Without hesitation, she threw away the long mace in her hand and dashed to Chu Tian's side like a nimble little deer. She carefully examined him from head to toe, and only after confirming that he was completely unharmed did she let out a long sigh of relief, appearing utterly reassured.
I just heard an explosion and thought.
Yin Xiaoyi was speaking when she suddenly noticed a stunningly beautiful woman standing beside Chu Tian. She froze slightly, her delicate eyebrows involuntarily raising.
She is. Yin Xiaoyi wasn't jealous, just purely curious. In just a few minutes, where on earth had Chu Tian found such a breathtakingly beautiful woman? Indeed, Bai Xiaoxiao's beauty was like a snow lotus blooming on an icy mountain. Even Yin Xiaoyi, as a woman, couldn't help but marvel at it.
However, those cold and indifferent eyes, like an invisible barrier, blocked all thoughts of wanting to get close.
Truly a classic ice-cold beauty, admired from afar but untouchable. Her name is Bai Xiaoxiao. She'll be coming with us later. Chu Tian gave a brief introduction, then continued following Bai Xiaoxiao toward her laboratory.
Yin Xiaoyi quickly picked up the long mace and hurried to catch up.
They went downstairs all the way and eventually entered the basement.
This time, it wasn't the corridor leading to the engine room, but another passageway that was darker and filled with an eerie atmosphere. By the faint light of the emergency exit sign on the wall, the three striking characters for morgue suddenly came into Chu Tian's view.
The emergency exit sign is equipped with a battery, emitting a faint glow even during a power outage.
"We're here," Bai Xiaoxiao said softly, then pushed the door open and entered.
Her laboratory is actually set up in the morgue? Yin Xiaoyi asked tremblingly.
Ever since stepping into this corridor, she had been clinging to Chu Tian like a frightened bird, not leaving his side for a moment. Chu Tian chuckled lightly. She really isn't afraid. With that, he stepped into the morgue without hesitation. After all, in this day and age, there really wasn't much to fear about the dead, what with the streets full of corpses that had died but still wandered around. Stepping into the morgue, a strong smell of disinfectant alcohol rushed in, but the pungent odor still couldn't mask the lingering scent of dissection blood in the shadows. Click. Bai Xiaoxiao reached out and pressed the switch on the wall. Instantly, the lights in the morgue of the power-out hospital flickered on. What came into view was a room that had been completely transformed, laid bare for everyone to see. The first thing that caught the eye was the massive surgical table pieced together in the center of the room, upon which lay a half-finished monster. The monster possessed a human body but was cruelly disemboweled, its internal organs exposed, evoking a sense of horror. Nearby, numerous twisted and grotesque limbs were piled up, seemingly dismantled from different monsters, awaiting stitching and assembly. The surrounding shelves were filled with all sorts of strange instruments, some glinting coldly as if freshly pulled from blood. In the corner, several jars contained biological organs preserved in formalin, exuding an eerie aura under the dim yellow light.
No!
In this apocalyptic and bizarre scene, traces of terrifying human activity mingled with the horrifying presence of rampaging monsters.
This sudden scene struck into Yin Xiaoyi's eyes, leaving her completely stunned as if struck by lightning.
Her small mouth was pulled open wide by an invisible force, as if it could fit an egg, seemingly trying to vent all her shock through this exaggerated expression.
Chu Tian, those ferocious-looking monsters outside, could they have been created by her?
Yin Xiaoyi suddenly remembered something terrifying, her face full of fear.
Her voice trembled as she hurriedly asked Chu Tian.
Chu Tian nodded heavily, as if dropping a bombshell on Yin Xiaoyi's heart. Yin Xiaoyi was instantly stunned, her gaze shifting to Bai Xiaoxiao, as if she
were the most terrifying monster in the world.
Her body instinctively and unconsciously moved a few steps back, a subtle action filled with primal fear. At this moment, Bai Xiaoxiao, passing by the operating table, appeared calm, like a still lake.
She said to Chu Tian, "The ones you killed
before were Type 1 and Type 2 biological weapons, but this one in front of you is Type 3, which has not yet been fully modified."
"Are there any differences between these types?"
Chu Tian frowned slightly, asking with a hint of doubt. Bai Xiaoxiao explained methodically, "Their controllability is different.
Type 1 can only be implanted with basic commands.
At the time, I instructed it to clean up the zombies. But it has a fatal flaw, it can't distinguish between friend and foe when someone approaches, making it a ruthless killing machine with no regard for anyone. Type 2, on the other hand, can accept more complex commands.
For example, before you entered that corridor, I told it to block you, and it executed the order perfectly."
As her words fell, Bai Xiaoxiao had already efficiently organized the materials she planned to take. Part of it was a thick stack of yellowed paper files, seemingly containing countless pieces of
complex research information.
There was also a uniquely designed, minimalist laptop exuding a mysterious technological vibe, with no brand logo visible, suggesting it was custom-made for her research.
Chu Tian, Yin Xiaoyi.
Holding the laptop and documents, Bai Xiaoxiao walked over to the two of them, pointed at the bottles and jars piled around, and asked bluntly, "Can you help me move these samples?" In her world, it seemed there were no such words as polite or tactful. Every sentence she spoke was as direct and decisive as a bullet. Chu Tian glanced around, the bloody and chaotic scene before him resembling a slaughterhouse. He couldn't help but advise, honestly, Bai Xiaoxiao, you should just throw these things away. I think the potential of mechanical technology far surpasses that of biological weapons, with much broader prospects for development. In fact, Bai Xiaoxiao's true talent and achievements lay in developing various cutting-edge high-tech weapons. However, during the chaotic and uncertain uncertain early days of the apocalypse, she was like a wanderer groping in the dark, taking many detours and expending a great deal of energy on the seemingly enticing but thorny path of biological modification. Chu Tian was well aware of the pros and cons and wanted to take this opportunity to help steer her back on track.
I know.
Bai Xiaoxiao nodded lightly, a trace of helplessness flashing in her eyes. But the cost of modifying organisms is lower, and it consumes fewer resources.
In this resource-scarce post-apocalyptic world, that's a reality we can't ignore.
Even so, she did not strongly oppose Chu Tian's suggestion. Clearly, her research into biological weapons was not a path she willingly chose but rather a reluctant decision forced by the harsh conditions of the apocalypse.
In the end, none of the jars and containers in the morgue, which held the secrets of biological modification, were taken away.
Chu Tian picked up a can of gasoline and, without hesitation, poured it over the jars. He then struck a match and tossed it over. In an instant, flames roared like the giant tongue of a demon, consuming everything until only charred remains were left. After leaving the hospital, the sharp-eyed Bai Xiaoxiao quickly noticed the steelman standing guard in front of the doomsday vehicle. A familiar glint flashed in her eyes, and she blurted out a familiar line, "Can I have a tissue sample from it?"
"Sure," Chu Tian agreed without hesitation.
With just a thought, as if there was some mysterious connection between him and the steelman, a slit suddenly appeared on the steelman's arm.
A few drops of liquid metal, shimmering with an eerie mercury-like luster, slowly flowed out. Chu Tian skillfully manipulated the magnetic
field, like a general commanding a vast army, effortlessly drawing the steelman's blood into his body. Then, with a casual wave of his hand, he restored the steelman's wound as if it had never happened, making the earlier scene seem like nothing more than a fleeting illusion.
Liquid metal?
Bai Xiaoxiao did not rush to study the sample like those fervent researchers. Her expression remained calm. After a simple inspection, she calmly took out a glass tube and carefully preserved the sample.
"Are the generator and medicines all packed?" Chu Tian turned and asked.
After receiving a positive confirmation, he strode into the vehicle and skillfully started the doomsday war.
The vehicle slowly drove away from the hospital, which was billowing thick smoke, silently narrating the cruelty of the apocalypse.
On the way back, Chu Tian's doomsday war vehicle moved like a majestic vanguard, while Lin Xiui's tanker followed closely behind like
a loyal rear guard.
Together, they traversed the streets that had been cleared earlier. However, strangely, within just a few hours, the road that had seen a decrease in zombie numbers now had a significant increase in their population. Not only that, mutant zombies, like raiders and bloaters, appeared frequently, as if the apocalyptic land had been pressed with a button for rampant reproduction. If it were an ordinary person encountering such a situation, they would probably already be as restless as ants on a hot pan, not knowing what to do. But Chu Tian remained calm, as if everything was within his expectations, and even a trace of joy quietly appeared at the corner of his mouth.
"Yes, you killed a regular zombie, experience points +1. You killed an E-level mutant zombie raider, experience points +10. You killed." Chu Tian steadily drove the vehicle while controlling the makeshift throwing knives. The knives, like agile scythes of death, weaved and danced among the zombies, precisely reaping their lives one by one.
"I should be able to reach 10,000 experience points soon." Watching the rapidly increasing experience points, he couldn't help but reveal a satisfied smile, as if he could see the dawn of his growing strength in this apocalyptic world.
Unfortunately, this sense of harvest didn't last long. After all, the hospital wasn't far from Yijiang Garden.
Soon, Chu Tian found himself back on a road he had frequently traveled. As the distance shortened, the number of zombies drastically decreased. From afar, the orderly and distinct villas of Yijiang Garden gradually came into view.
"Wait a minute." Chu Tian's eyes suddenly sharpened. "Is that an armed helicopter?" At that moment, he noticed two helicopters circling above Yijiang Garden.
One was an armed helicopter, its belly loaded with intimidating rockets and missiles, resembling a steel predator ready to strike. The other was a transport helicopter, hovering steadily in the air, lowering a fast roping line. One by one, fully armed and well-equipped soldiers descended swiftly along the rope like phantoms.
"People from the southwest base?"
From a distance, Chu Tian witnessed the scene, his gaze instantly turning icy, as if capable of freezing the air.
Last time, Li Ruyu had clashed with them, and he had thought both sides would keep their distance, minding their own business.
Unexpectedly, today they suddenly went back on their word, even dispatching an armed helicopter. Their intentions were undoubtedly hostile. With that, Chu Tian slammed on the brakes, and the doomsday vehicle screeched to a steady halt by the roadside. He quickly turned his head and shouted to Lin Xiui in the back, "Forget about the tanker for now. Stop the car and come protect Bai Xiaoxiao immediately."
Bai Xiaoxiao's importance to the entire team was self-evident.
After careful consideration, Chu Tian chose the agile and reliable Lin Xiui to guard her. Lin Xiui had already noticed the anomaly in the distance. Without hesitation, she abandoned the tanker truck and quickly ran in this direction.
"Steelman!"
Chu Tian roared angrily, his voice echoing like a thunderous bell. "Get down here and get to work." Before the words had even finished, Steelman burst through the rear door of the vehicle like a battering ram, him, leapt down, and followed closely behind Chu Tian. Like a black lightning bolt, he swiftly charged toward Yijiang Garden. Meanwhile, the soldiers who had rappelled down from the helicopter began a thorough search of Yijiang Garden. Soon, one soldier discovered the villa where Li Ruyu was located. As he stepped into the villa, a lightning bolt as swift as a dragon struck down, blasting him out. However, these soldiers seemed to have been prepared, wearing full-body rubber insulation suits. The fallen soldier twitched for a moment before gritting his teeth through the pain and struggling to get back up. Reporting to the officer. Target located, he shouted hoarsely, in Villa number 8. With this report, the surrounding soldiers, like a well-trained wolf pack, quickly surrounded from all directions. The two helicopters in the air also stopped circling and roared toward Villa number 8. Attention, everyone! A commanding voice came through the walkie-talkie. Check your ammunition. Absolutely avoid using live ammunition. Prepare the tranquilizer guns. In the overcast sky, a helicopter hovered like a black hawk. Inside the cabin, a middle-aged man with eyes as sharp as a falcon's was shouting hoarsely into a walkie-talkie, his voice filled with undeniable authority. Meanwhile, outside the villa, in an atmosphere both luxurious and tense, soldiers who had received their orders moved silently like ghosts, swiftly surrounding the villa. They skillfully loaded their weapons, chambering tranquilizer darts with precision. Inside the villa, Li Ruyu, like a leopard poised to strike, was ready for battle. Her eyes resembled deep thunder pools filled with leaping lightning. Her jet-black, glossy hair moved wildly as if guided by an invisible force. The surrounding metal objects were occasionally struck by small but powerful electric currents, emitting crackling sounds. Li Ruyu tilted her head slightly, her gaze sweeping through the window at the soldiers standing ready outside. She noticed they were wearing specially insulated suits. A thought flashed through her mind, and she murmured to herself, these must be soldiers from the southwest base. It seems they're here for me. She turned her head to look at Chen Meiwei, her expression serious and resolute as she said, Chen Meiwei, hurry into the basement and hide. No matter what terrible things happen outside, do not come out. When Chu Tian returns, you must tell him every detail of what happened today, exactly as it occurred. Her words revealed her determination to fight to the death against the enemy. However, what Li Ruyu did not expect was that the usually gentle and ordinary Chen Meiwei firmly shook her head at this moment and resolutely said, no, I'm staying with you. She turned around, her movements crisp and decisive, as if she were a completely different person, and took a shotgun from the cabinet. That shotgun was a trophy Chu Tian had previously seized. Since he rarely used it, he had casually left it in the car and the villa. Unexpectedly, it came in handy at this moment. Chen Meiwei tightly gripped the shotgun and said, if something happens to you, do you think Chu Tian would let me off easily? She was well aware of her position in Chu Tian's heart and understood that if anything happened to Li Ruyu, the consequences would be unbearable for her. She glanced again at the soldiers outside, wearing insulated suits, and continued, besides, look at them, they're all wearing insulated suits. Without the advantage of lightning, what fundamental difference is there between you and me? As soon as she finished speaking, a loud bang echoed as the villa's front door was violently smashed open by a powerful force. Without hesitation, Chen Meiwei's gaze turned resolute, and she decisively pulled the trigger toward the doorway. All right, the power of the shotgun was immediately evident. With one shot, dozens of steel pellets scattered like a torrential downpour. As long as the aim wasn't wildly off, at least one pellet was bound to hit the enemy. Moreover, as a billionaire, Chen Meiwei often visited shooting ranges abroad for practice. While her marksmanship wasn't flawless, she would never miss within a range of several dozen meters. Sure enough, accompanied by the crisp sound of gunfire, the soldier ramming the door was instantly riddled with bullets. Although the rubber-insulated suit could resist electric shocks, it was utterly powerless against the powerful impact of the bullets. Attention! There are others around the target. Armed. Hearing the gunfire, the other soldiers immediately realized the situation had changed and quickly adjusted their combat plan. Shortly after, a series of urgent commands rang out. Team A, prepare to deploy tear gas. Team A, prepare to deploy tear gas. Okay. As the orders were issued, several windows of the villa were instantly shattered with force, glass shards falling like snowflakes. Immediately after, several smoke grenade-like devices were accurately thrown into the house. It's tear gas. Ruyu, quickly, follow me to the bathroom. Chen Meiwei reacted swiftly, grabbing Li Ruyu and preparing to hide in the bathroom. However, at that moment, the tear gas canisters suddenly seemed to be gripped by an invisible hand, hovering in midair. Then, under the shocked gazes of everyone, they were all flung out of the window by a mysterious force. At the same time, a deafening boom echoed from outside the villa, as if the earth itself was shaken by the force. Immediately after, a series of heavy, earth-shaking footsteps approached rapidly, as though some colossal entity was closing in. Bang! There are other awakened ones here. Ah! Outside the villa, a soldier heard the commotion and quickly turned his head to look. He saw a burly man, standing 2 meters tall and entirely made of steel, roaring as he charged forward like a fierce tiger. With every step he took, the ground trembled violently, and the shattered glass fragments still hanging on the window window frame clattered to the ground.
Ah! Open fire!
Accompanied by a terrified shout, the soldiers who had been surrounding the villa swiftly turned their guns and pulled the triggers at the steel giant. A barrage of tranquilizer darts rained down on the steel man, but as soon as the needles touched his body, they bent and fell to the ground, utterly ineffective.
Use live ammunition, quickly!
One soldier reacted swiftly, loading live rounds into his gun with practiced speed.
Yet even so, it was to no avail. The steelman, controlled by Chu Tian, finally regained some of his former dominance in the face of ordinary soldiers.
Bullets struck his body like they were hitting a solid steel plate, ricocheting off without hindering his advance in the slightest.
Boom!
Suddenly, a rocket shot toward the steelman like a meteor, landing at his feet and exploding with a deafening roar. The powerful shockwave from the explosion caused the steelman to lose his balance, his massive and heavy
body crashing to the ground and sliding dozens of meters. However, the fierce explosion did not cause any substantial damage to the steelman.
It was as if he had merely stumbled. Shaking his head, he prepared to stand up again.
Keep firing, don't let it get up.
Seeing the steelman attempting to rise, the pilot of the armed helicopter in the air immediately issued a command. Moments later, another rocket, trailing a scorching tail flame, tore through the air.
Like lightning, heading straight for the steelman.
However, halfway through its flight, a bizarre scene unfolded. It seemed to enter some kind of invisible force field, its speed suddenly slowing until it hovered motionless in midair.
Returning it to you.
Chu Tian's figure appeared like a phantom behind the steelman, striding forward with steady steps. It turned out that his magnetic field had already silently enveloped the entire battlefield. The tear gas from earlier had been thrown by him through his manipulation of the magnetic field. Now, Chu Tian once again controlled the magnetic field, freezing the rocket in midair and skillfully redirecting its front end toward the armed helicopter in the sky.
Ah, what the hell is going on?
The helicopter pilot's eyes widened in shock and terror. In a state of extreme panic, he instinctively prepared to fire another rocket. However, before he could press the red launch button, the frozen rocket shot toward the helicopter like an arrow released from a bow. Despite its fuel being long depleted and its tail flame extinguished, it seemed to be driven by a mysterious force, continuing to speed forward at high velocity.
Swish! Dodge! Dodge! It's too late! Jump quickly!
The armed helicopter instantly descended into chaos, with the crew members shouting in terror, each one gripped by extreme panic.
However, it was all too late. Boom!
Accompanied by a deafening roar that tore through the sky, a dazzling fireball erupted in the air.
The helicopter was blown in half by the powerful
impact, billowing thick smoke, and plummeted like a bird with broken wings. The personnel on board had already been obliterated in the moment of the explosion.
It's him! Shoot quickly!
The soldiers on the ground finally noticed Chu Tian and hurriedly aimed their guns at him.
I really don't know what kind of fools sent you here to die.
Chu Tian swept a calm glance over the group of soldiers, just one glance. In an instant, all the firearms in the soldiers' hands seemed to be pulled by an invisible force,
flying out of their grasp into the air.
The soldiers desperately tried to hold onto their guns, but it was futile. No matter how hard they tried, they couldn't stop the weapons from slipping out of their control. A soldier who held on too tightly was even lifted into the air along with the gun.
Ah!
He screamed in terror, instinctively letting go, and then plummeted
from mid-air.
As if synchronized with his scream, dozens of rifles floating in the air simultaneously turned, their barrels aimed at their original owners.
No, no, no.
All the soldiers were stunned by the scene before them, frozen like statues.
They were not awakened beings, just ordinary soldiers, and the firearms in their hands were their only reliance on the battlefield.
Now, this sole reliance had turned against them, plunging them into utter despair.
Boom!
Now, having lost their firearms, all the soldiers present deeply felt a sense of hopeless powerlessness, as if the entire world had suddenly collapsed and disintegrated.
Quick, run!
This urgent shout, like a sharp blade, sliced through the tense air, suddenly bursting from the mouth of some panicked soldier.
In an instant, fear gripped everyone's throats tightly.
All the soldiers, as if driven by an invisible force, turned around without hesitation and fled in panic, their chaotic footsteps resembling an uncontrollable escape. However, their frantic retreat seemed to ignite a terrifying chain reaction.
Bang 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 bang.
At the moment the soldiers turned around, the dozens of firearms firmly controlled by Chu Tian awakened like ferocious beasts, roaring as they spewed flames. A dense barrage of bullets poured down like a torrential storm, instantly engulfing the soldiers and turning them into riddled sieves in the blink of an eye.
Cancel the capture. Mission failed. Meanwhile, another helicopter originally responsible for transport had already keenly detected the anomaly.
Like a startled bird, it quickly changed direction, eager to escape this terrifying battlefield.
Since you're here, don't even think about leaving.
Chu Tian heard the commotion and his gaze shot into the sky like lightning.
His expression was stern as he slowly reached out and made a grasping motion in the air.
The helicopter desperately trying to escape suddenly seemed to sink into a thick mire, its body trembling violently and its speed slowing abruptly.
Go quickly. What are you standing there for?
On the helicopter, the middle-aged man with eyes as sharp as a hawk's was now filled with terror.
He cursed inwardly, Really, weren't they saying there was only one lightning-type awakener? How the hell did two more suddenly appear? And one of them seems to be able to control magnetic fields. The middle-aged man was utterly horrified, like an ant on a hot pan, repeatedly urging the pilot to quickly escape this deadly place. Commander! The pilot was also flustered, his voice trembling noticeably. It seems like something is pulling us. He desperately pushed the control stick to its limit, but the helicopter seemed to be firmly held by a mysterious and powerful force. Not only was it unable to move forward, but there were even strange signs of it being pulled backward. Warning! Warning! Accompanied by bursts of sharp, piercing alarm sounds, the helicopter engine, unable to withstand the abnormal pressure, began to emit wisps of blue smoke, as if letting out its final groan. It's that person's doing. The middle-aged man suddenly realized and hurriedly turned to look back. Chu Tian extended a hand, grasping at the air as if he had truly caught hold of the helicopter. Then, Chu Tian's hand slowly clenched. In an instant, the helicopter seemed to be crushed by an enormous, invisible hand. The metal cabin couldn't withstand the pressure, emitting a painful creaking sound, Gigi accompanied by a teeth-gritting noise as the cabin slowly caved inward. The bulletproof glass fell out of the deformed frame with a crash, landing on the ground. Immediately afterward, the propeller stopped spinning, and several blades were twisted into a corkscrew shape by a strange force, hanging crookedly. Get down here! Chu Tian roared thunderously, and the helicopter, having lost its lift, could no longer stay aloft, plummeting straight toward the ground like a falling meteor. A loud bang echoed as the helicopter crashed heavily onto the neighborhood road, causing the ground to tremble violently. At the moment of impact, the immense force threw the pilot against the control panel, his brain matter splattering, red and white flesh staining the dashboard. However, the middle-aged man seemed to be extraordinarily favored by fate, miraculously surviving the crash. Amid this gruesome and tragic scene, he became the sole survivor among the group. All around, soldiers lay sprawled in disarray, blood gushing from their bodies and slowly pooling along the road into a foul-smelling stream, eventually flowing into the sewer. A middle-aged man struggled to crawl out of the twisted wreckage of the helicopter. Amazingly, the wounds on his body were healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. The wounds closed rapidly, then scabbed over, and the scabs fell off like snowflakes. All this happened extremely quickly, like a strange magic show. Ha, it seems you're an awakened too. Chu Tian walked over, just in time to witness the magical transformation on the man's body. His gaze slightly focused, and the middle-aged man's attribute panel immediately appeared clearly before him. Name, Shi Gaoyang. Talent, basic self-healing LV2. Self-healing. Seeing the middle-aged man's talent, Chu Tian's eyes immediately lit up with a gleam of excitement. If this ability were possessed by an ordinary person, it would at most slightly increase their durability, with no significant improvement to combat effectiveness. But for Chu Tian, who already had multiple abilities, this particular talent was undoubtedly a dazzling gem in the darkness, worthy of being called a god-tier talent. Even basic self-healing could greatly enhance his margin for error, giving him an extra layer of confidence to survive in brutal battles. Faced with this ability delivered right to his doorstep, Chu Tian did not hesitate. A decisive glint flashed in his eyes as he suddenly stomped hard on Shi Gaoyang's head, shouting loudly in his heart. Copy successful. Acquired basic self-healing LV2. Upgrade basic self-healing. The experienced and decisive Chu Tian immediately decided to upgrade this ability the moment the copying was completed. 1,000 experience points consumed. Basic self-healing upgraded to LV3. The energy surge brought by the recently copied ability had not yet dissipated when another, even more massive wave of energy flooded into Chu Tian's entire body, causing him to tremble slightly. It's now. Strength 151. Boom. Agility 32. Constitution 140 plus 61. Energy 186. Talents: magnetic field control LV3, lightning control LV3, primary self-healing LV3, max, primary blink LV3, max, great strength LV3, max. Used slots 5/5. Subordinates: Yin Xiaoi, loyalty 100, Li Ruyu, loyalty 100. Experience 7527. The potential for high-speed self-healing, like immense strength and basic flicker, reaches its limit at LV3. However, the effect of this enhancement is astonishing. Chu Tian was pleasantly surprised to discover that his physique had skyrocketed to an extremely exaggerated level, a full 14 times that of an average person, matching his strength. Such terrifying physical qualities made him seem as if he possessed steel-like bones, showcasing a significant advantage in combat. Unexpected. You're truly a kind-hearted person who brings warmth from afar. After the copying was completed, Chu Tian lowered his head and looked down at Shi Gaoyang, whose head was being stepped on. The corners of his mouth lifted into a mocking smile, as if ridiculing his overestimation of his own abilities. Ah! Shi Gaoyang struggled desperately, flailing his limbs wildly in an attempt to break free from Chu Tian's restraint. But his insignificant strength was like a joke in front of Chu Tian, unable to make the slightest impact. Do you know who I am? You think? Ah! Before the words were finished, a trace of impatience flashed in Chu Tian's eyes, and he suddenly increased the pressure of his foot. In an instant,
moment, Shi Gaoyang felt as if his head was being crushed by immense force, even clearly hearing the slow cracking sound of his skull, a crack noise that resembled the footsteps of death gradually approaching his life. Shi Gaoyang let out a piercing scream, as if trying to vent all the fear and pain from the depths of his heart. A few seconds later, Chu Tian, as if bored, slightly eased the pressure. At this moment, Shi Gaoyang was like a drowning man on the verge of death, suddenly given a breath of life-saving air, gasping heavily, sweat dripping from his forehead onto the ground. You. He struggled to lift his head and, under the shadow of the sunlight, saw a pair of cold, merciless eyes staring down at him icily. Those eyes were as piercing as a blade, making him shiver involuntarily.
Boom! Don't kill me. I was just following orders. I'll tell you everything you want to know. After feeling the bone-chilling cold of death, Shi Gaoyang instantly cowered completely, like a tamed quail, secretly cursing the intelligence team in his heart. This is what they call just one awakened being? That's all it took to scare you?
Chu Tian frowned slightly, a trace of disappointment flashing across his face. He had finally encountered an awakened being with self-healing abilities and had planned to have some fun tormenting him. But this guy turned out to be so useless, scared out of his wits with just one look. Forget it, just say it.
Who sent you?
Chu Tian curled his lips, his tone carrying a hint of contempt as he tried to extract clues about the mastermind from Shi Gaoyang.
Dr. Zhao.
Shi Gaoyang's voice broke the tense atmosphere, tinged with a mix of reverence and unease. He dared not hide anything and hurriedly explained everything in detail. He ordered us to capture the awakened.
Dr. Zhao? Chu Tian frowned.
The name was completely unfamiliar to him, as if it belonged to another secret world.
Why capture them? Dissection? Research?
Chu Tian continued to press, his eyes filled with vigilance and suspicion.
Yes.
Shi Gaoyang nodded lightly, but as soon as he spoke, he seemed to realize he had said too much and quickly added, "But I really
didn't participate in the research. I was only responsible for going out to capture."
The research was all done by Dr. Zhao and the others. Shi Gaoyang wanted to say more, but Chu Tian impatiently waved his hand to interrupt, saying coldly, "One last question.
How did you know there was a lightning awakener here? Did that guy surnamed Zhang tell you? The one surnamed Zhang. Are you talking about Zhang Haoping?
No. Although the awakener was discovered by him, he didn't report it. It was one of the survivors accompanying his team."
Sure.
Gaoyang, driven by a strong survival instinct, spilled everything he knew like beans being poured out, even going so far as to describe in detail the name and appearance of the informant survivor.
All right, no need to say more. Chu Tian waved his hand and turned to leave without looking back. Shi Gaoyang originally thought he was doomed.
Seeing Chu Tian turn and walk away, he froze for a full second, as if waking from a dream, then
suddenly became overjoyed.
He quickly scrambled to his feet, repeatedly shouting, thank you, big brother, for sparing my life." But just as he began to feel a bit relieved, a creaking sound echoed. A long strip of metal detached from the smoking wreckage of the
helicopter, slithering like a nimble python.
With a swift motion, it coiled around his neck and yanked him forcefully toward the helicopter.
Ugh.
The smile on Shi Gaoyang's face froze instantly, like a still frame from a horror movie. He struggled desperately, his legs kicking wildly in the air, his hands frantically pulling at the metal strip, but it was all in vain. All he could do was watch in endless despair as he was slowly dragged into the eerie wreckage of the helicopter.
Immediately afterward, a loud boom echoed as the wreckage was violently compressed inward.
The cabin, which had a bit of space left, completely collapsed with the entry of this middle-aged man, Shi Gaoyang. It was like a soda can being forcefully crushed, turning into an almost solid iron ball. Then, splat streams of blood mixed with fragments of flesh gushed out like fountains from the gaps in the wreckage.
You have killed a LV2 awakened, EXP plus 500. Current experience points, 8,027.
Accompanied by the system's cold notification sound, Chu Tian calmly returned to the villa. At this moment, Li Ruyu and Chen Meiyue had already hurried out of the villa.
The battle outside had ended too quickly.
By the time the two came out, the ground was already littered with severed limbs, and the air was filled with a nauseating stench of blood.
Sorry, Chu Tian.
Seeing Chu Tian, Li Ruyu lowered her head in shame, her cheeks flushing red, her eyes full of guilt. She felt deeply ashamed of her lack of strength.
Do you know what the most foolish thing you did today was?
Chu Tian shook his head helplessly, his gaze sweeping over the ground littered with soldiers in insulated suits. Those soldiers lay sprawled in disarray, like discarded dolls.
You knew these people came prepared and that they were all targeting you, yet you still didn't run and stubbornly fought them head-on?
Awakened ones are never invincible, especially when deliberately targeted. In such a situation, not running is no different from seeking death.
I understand.
But I promised you to guard this place. Li Ruoyue's thoughts were very pure. She firmly believed that once she promised something to Chu Tian, no matter what difficulties and dangers she faced, even if it was a mountain of blades, a sea of fire, or the abyss of death ahead, she must never give up lightly. Chu Tian looked at the stubborn girl in front of him, as obstinate as a bull, and was momentarily at a loss for words. Then work hard to become stronger. As long as you're strong enough, no matter how the enemy targets you, it will ultimately ultimately be in vain.
As soon as Chu Tian finished speaking, a lightning spear instantly formed in his palm, radiating dazzling lightning as if it contained the power to destroy the heavens and the earth. He swung his arm and hurled the lightning spear straight at the corpse of a soldier wearing an insulated suit not far away. Under Li Ruyu's shocked gaze, a burst of white light suddenly erupted. The moment the lightning spear, filled with destructive energy, hit the ground, it obliterated the corpse completely, leaving no trace behind. The so-called insulating suit and seemingly thick rubber dissolved instantly like snowflakes falling into lava in the face of this terrifying energy, leaving no trace behind. After finishing all this, Chu Tian said nothing more. He gently rubbed Li Ruyu's little head and then turned to the steelman beside him, saying, "Steelman, find a car and transport the bodies out to burn them. Make sure to go far away before incinerating them."
Not long after, the corpses scattered across the neighborhood disappeared as if they had evaporated into thin air. The wreckage of the two helicopters was also tossed outside the neighborhood like garbage by the steelman. Even the shocking bloodstains on the ground were carefully cleaned up by a few women. At this moment, apart from the faintly perceptible trace of a metallic scent lingering in the air, it seemed as if nothing had happened in the neighborhood, as tranquil as a paradise. But whether it was Yin Xiaoyi or Li Ruyu, they both understood that this was merely the calm before the storm. Prepared to restore power. Chu Tian seemed to have put the intense battle just now behind him and was currently struggling with Bai Xiaoxiao to connect the generator set they had brought back from the hospital to the main circuit of the community. With the assistance of Bai Xiaoxiao, a scientific research genius, Chu Tian also replanned the wiring, not only saving energy but also solving the power supply problem for the entire community in one go.
"From now on, you can live here. If you need anything, just let me know."
After solving the power supply issue, Chu Tian specially arranged a standalone villa for Bai Xiaoxiao. The reason for separating her from others is mainly because Bai Xiaoxiao often comes up with some shocking experimental projects. To avoid scaring others, the best solution is to let her live alone. Bai Xiaoxiao responded softly, then rattled off like a machine gun. "I need a sterile room, a centrifuge, liquid nitrogen, a microbial incubator, a microscope with over 1,000 times magnification." At the end, she didn't forget to add, "If you want me to change my research direction, then the required equipment will be even more." Afterward, she listed a long string of instruments and equipment, even including something as absurd as a particle collider on the list. Chu Tian listened with increasing speechlessness, silently complaining in his heart. As expected, only large survivor bases can support such research projects. A small place with just 2 or 3 people like ours probably can't afford to host someone as significant as Bai Xiaoxiao.
"Are you worried about not being able to find the equipment I mentioned?" Bai Xiaoxiao seemed to sense Chu Tian's concerns.
The corners of her mouth lifted slightly as she confidently said, "Don't worry, I know where those pieces of equipment are. With your abilities, it won't be difficult to get them."
Ha!
After speaking, Bai Xiaoxiao opened her laptop, her fingers flying across the keyboard. Chu Tian couldn't understand her operations at all. It seemed as though she had accessed the feed of some satellite. On the laptop screen, a real-time satellite view from high altitude immediately appeared.
"Wasn't there a power outage and internet cut off?"
Chu Tian glanced over and was surprised to find that Bai Xiaoxiao's laptop was still connected to the internet, filling his heart with doubt. The night sky, like an invisible black cloth, slowly enveloped the earth.
"The civilian network has been disrupted. The military network is temporarily unaffected." Bai Xiaoxiao's crisp voice rang out as her slender, jade-like fingers deftly glided over the touchpad, as if silently playing a tense symphony.
With her operation, the satellite images seemed to be pushed by an invisible giant hand, rapidly zooming in and drawing closer. In the blink of an eye, the screen clearly displayed the real-time footage of H-City at this moment.
Could this be a military reconnaissance satellite? Chu Tian couldn't help but whisper in astonishment.
The image was magnified to the extreme, yet still remained as clear as if seen with the naked eye. Ordinary satellites could never achieve such an effect.
Bai Xiaoxiao nodded slightly and continued to introduce, "This is the reconnaissance satellite Xenarun, Zhuanmi from the Free Nation."
After speaking, she extended her finger and pointed to a certain area on the screen. "Look, there is a biological laboratory here, 35 kilometers away from us." After a brief pause, she added, "This is also the closest one to us." As soon as she finished speaking, her finger continued to slide on the touchpad, and the satellite map shifted accordingly.
"Weapons Research Institute, 71 kilometers. Nuclear Function Design Research Institute, 116 kilometers. This is also a biological laboratory, 125 kilometers. Disease Control Center, 144 kilometers.
One research institute and laboratory after another was introduced by Bai Xiaoxiao as if she were presenting her own treasures. Many of these locations are extremely confidential, and you can't find a trace of them on civilian maps.
"Hold on,"
Chu Tian suddenly spoke, pulling the satellite image back to its original position and pointing to the biological laboratory 35 kilometers away that Bai Xiaoxiao had mentioned first. "Is there a doctor with the surname Zhao in this laboratory?" The reason he asked this was because he keenly noticed that the location of this biological laboratory happened to be near the southwest southwest base, only 5 or 6 kilometers away.
Dr. Zhao?
Bai Xiaoxiao frowned slightly and, after a moment of contemplation, replied, "You must be referring to the security officer of this laboratory, Zhao Liwei.
However, he actually doesn't hold a doctoral degree."
It was evident that Bai Xiaoxiao was thoroughly familiar with the situation of these laboratories. As soon as Chu Tian asked, she quickly provided an answer, even knowing clearly whether the person in question had a doctoral degree or not.
Chu Tian's lips curved into a meaningful smile. In fact, he didn't care whether Zhao Liwei was a real PhD or a fake one. After hearing Bai Xiaoxiao's response, he was already almost certain in his heart that this Zhao Liwei was very likely the Dr. Zhao mentioned by Shi Gaoyang.
Meanwhile, on a highway located more than 10 kilometers north of the southwestern base, several fully armed soldiers, using an armored vehicle for cover, were engaged in a fierce battle with several winged demons in the air. The winged demons let out sharp, piercing screeches, SSSGA, tearing through the night sky, intertwining with the dense sound of gunfire. Despite bullets raining down like hail, it was still difficult to stop the winged demon's fierce diving attack. Soon, a young warrior was unfortunately caught by the sharp claws of a winged demon diving down from behind. The razor-sharp claws instantly pierced through his shoulder blade, dragging him into the air.
"Captain Zhang, help me!" The young warrior watched the ground gradually shrink, his desperate cries echoing in the night sky.
The person he was calling, Captain Zhang, was none other than Zhang Haoping, who had previously led the team to Yijian Garden.
Xiao Li. Captain Zhang witnessed his companion being seized into the sky, his face changed drastically, and he hurriedly raised his gun to fire at the winged demon. His marksmanship had always been precise, but at this moment, he still couldn't save the young warrior who had been captured. Aha!
As the winged demon released its claws, the young warrior plummeted straight from nearly 100 meters high. With a bang, he hit the ground, reduced to a mangled mess of flesh and blood.
"I'll kill you! Ah, die!"
The young warrior's tragic state completely enraged the other soldiers in the team, and fury burned fiercely in their eyes. An old soldier, about the same age as Captain Zhang, rushed out of the cover without hesitation and fired madly at the winged demon in the air.
"Old Lu, come back!"
Captain Zhang shouted while firing continuously, trying to draw the winged demon's attention, but it was all too late. The 3 remaining winged demons in the sky seized the opportunity and swooped down like arrows released from a bow. Screech, creak, screech. That iconic screeching howl, reminiscent of the terrifying whine of a Stuka attack aircraft from World War II, sent chills down the spine. The veteran's eyes were bloodshot as he raised his gun with one hand, firing wildly, while his other hand swiftly reached for his waist to grab a grenade.
"Lao Lu, don't do anything foolish, Lao Lu."
Amid the terrified gazes of the other soldiers,
3 winged demons swooped down like phantoms. The veterans simultaneously pulled the grenade pin and then let go. Boom! A loud bang, like muffled thunder, shattered the night sky.
The veteran was instantly blown to pieces, and the diving winged demon was also affected by the blast's shockwave. Although the grenade fragments were unlikely to cause fatal damage to the winged demon, the intense shockwave violently slammed them to the ground.
Hiska!
The winged demon on the ground howled in pain, desperately flapping its wings in an attempt to take flight again. However, the surrounding soldiers had bloodshot eyes, their anger almost reaching its peak.
"Kill them!"
With furious roars, the 3 fallen winged demons were instantly shattered like sieves. The soldiers seemed consumed by rage, only stopping in a daze, as if waking from a dream, when their magazines were emptied.
Another young warrior in the team looked at his fallen comrade and couldn't help but cry out loud, tears streaming down like a breached dam. "Unstoppable! Stop shouting, don't attract the beasts."
Although overwhelmed with grief, Zhang Haoping, as the captain, understood the responsibility on his shoulders. He forced himself to suppress his sorrow, and continued to command, "Everyone, get in the vehicle immediately. We must report the latest information about the corpse tied to the base right away." This time, he and his team were not out to gather supplies but had taken great risks to enter the outskirts of H City to investigate the latest movements of the corpse tide. Reality, however, was incredibly cruel. The scale of the zombie horde far exceeded the initial estimates. Just as Captain Zhang was getting into the vehicle to retreat, the portable radio at his waist suddenly crackled urgently. The screen displayed an unfamiliar channel. "This is the Southwest Base's supply collection team. Who are you?" Zhang Haoping connected to the channel and reported his identity. "Captain Zhang, right?" A voice with a hint of coldness came through the radio. It was Chu Tian. "You are." "Understood." Zhang Haoping frowned slightly, as if suddenly remembering something, and then questioned, "Why is the walkie-talkie in your hand? What about that little girl with the lightning ability?" In Zhang Haoping's eyes, Li Ruyu, who had not yet graduated from university, was indeed still a little girl.
"Don't be nervous." Chu Tian did not answer directly but said, "I came to ask you something. How many people in your team know that there's someone with lightning abilities in Yijian Garden?" Chu Tian already had a plan in mind.
Although he knew about the so-called Dr. Zhao, it was obvious that an ordinary researcher could not possibly mobilize advanced equipment like an armed helicopter. This had always been his style. Either he wouldn't act, or once he did, he would uproot everything completely, leaving no future troubles behind. "Why are you suddenly
asking this? Did something happen?
Captain Zhang had been struggling to survive in the post-apocalyptic world for many years, experienced countless battles, and upon hearing these words, his heart tightened as his instincts told him that something was probably wrong. In the channel, Chu Tian's voice was calm yet carried a chilling coldness. Your southwest base sent 2 helicopters today, deploying personnel to capture her. These icy words made Captain Zhang involuntarily shiver.
That's absolutely impossible.
Zhang Haoping widened his eyes, his face full of disbelief.
I never reported anything about her. Besides, the base is extremely short on defensive forces right now. We're so busy recruiting awakened ones, who would have the time to go after that little girl? What's wrong, Captain Zhang?
A nearby soldier, seeing the captain so agitated, couldn't help but ask with concern.
So you're saying, you had no idea?
On the other end of the channel, Chu Tian's voice carried a hint of helplessness. He had originally hoped to extract some clues from Captain Zhang, but unexpectedly, the other party knew nothing. Just as Chu Tian was about to cut off the communication, Zhang Haoping suddenly had a flash of inspiration and hurriedly spoke.
I thought of someone.
If anyone besides me and the team members knows about that little girl, it must be him. When we arrived at Yijian Garden, we had a few survivors in the car, and they must have revealed the information to him. Zhang Haoping furrowed his brows tightly, pondered for a moment, and quickly pieced together the sequence of events.
Chu Tian asked further. Zhao Zhangxie,
the head of our base's defense department, specifically responsible for the base's defense work, and has the authority to command us field troops. Moreover, every survivor brought back must go through his department's review.
Zhang Haoping explained. Although Zhao Zhangxie was not from a military background, he was a typical bureaucrat.
Before the apocalypse, he leveraged his position to form factions in the southwest base, gradually building a formidable force. The field troops are not allowed to bring back any survivors. This order came directly from his hand.
Zhao Zhangxie?
Chu Tian murmured this name softly in the channel, seemingly deep in thought, and then cut off the communication.
Zhao Zhangxie?
That unscrupulous doctor from before also had the surname Zhao.
Could they be relatives?
After Chu Tian ended the communication, although he had identified the mastermind behind the attack, the sky was getting dark, and he did not rush to settle the score. Chu Tian found Yin Xiaoyi and Li Ruyu and said sternly, take this time to rest for a while.
Tonight, I'll take you out to hunt fierce beasts. Tonight?
Yin Xiaoyi could hardly believe her ears.
Didn't you say the night is even more dangerous?
All along, Chu Tian had never taken them out of the shelter at night. All actions were carried out during the day.
Precisely because the night is more dangerous, I want you to go out.
Compared to other awakeners of the same period, Yin Xiaoyi and Li Ruyu's improvement speed was already very fast, placing them among the top-tier powerhouses. But in Chu Tian's eyes, their growth was still too slow.
You must become stronger as soon as possible, especially you, Ruyue. Chu Tian looked at Li Ruyu, secretly wondering in his heart, could turning dark really bring power?
In this lifetime, Li Ruyu was saved by him and did not endure those cruel torments, but her strength grew more slowly instead.
I'm sorry, Chu Tian. I will definitely become stronger.
Please believe in me, I will never let you down again. The mentioned Li Ruyu panicked instantly, like a little stray cat afraid of being abandoned by its owner, hurriedly assuring Chu Tian. Chu Tian didn't expect Li Ruyu to react so strongly and waved his hand helplessly. Alright, go rest quickly.
There are still a few hours until nightfall. Soon, the night descended like a vast black silk, slowly enveloping the earth.
Chu Tian arranged for the steelman to guard the neighborhood, while he left with Yin Xiaoyi and Li Ruyu. Completely different from the daytime, the zombies at night seemed to enter a berserk state, moving more swiftly and with senses several times sharper than during the day. The three had just left the neighborhood when, like iron filings drawn to a magnet, they immediately attracted a large swarm of zombies and ferocious beasts. This time, Chu Tian stood aside the entire time, leaving the battle entirely to Yin Xiaoyi and Li Ruyu. The two women, having cooperated many times before, still displayed perfect coordination in this battle. Li Ruyu played the role of the main damage dealer, focusing on eliminating the mutated zombies and ferocious beasts on the field. Yin
Xiaoyi acted as the front line, wielding dual maces and precisely headshotting every zombie that broke through Li Ruyu's electric grid. Li Ruyu killed an ordinary zombie. Experience +1. Li Ruyu killed an E-level mutated zombie raider. Experience +10. Yin Xiaoyi killed a raider. Experience +10.
At night, zombies have extremely keen senses, and the slightest disturbance can attract swarms of them. The numbers range from dozens to hundreds.
Under the dim moonlight, zombies surge like waves, flooding in endlessly. In the darkness, heads bobbing densely create an exceptionally horrifying scene.
Facing the relentless onslaught of zombies and ferocious beasts, the two women gritted their teeth and silently persevered in battle. Whether their strength had improved or not, Chu Tian wasn't sure, but his own experience points were skyrocketing like a rocket.
Li Ruyu killed an assailant. Experience points +10. Current experience points, 8,716.
Still 1,300 to go. Chu Tian, like a foreman, stood on the rooftop of a building 100 meters away, smiling as he watched the two women fighting fiercely furiously on the battlefield. These two seem to have really been provoked by my words. A trace of surprise flashed in Chu Tian's eyes. A full 30 minutes. Facing what seemed like an endless horde of zombies from all directions, the two women actually held their ground without a word, not taking a single step back, nor uttering a single plea for help. At first, Chu Tian just wanted to train them while harvesting experience points along the way. But as time ticked by, the unwavering fighting spirit of the two women completely shocked him. Yin Xiaoyi killed a zombie. Experience points +1. Li Ruyu killed a raider. Li Ruyu killed. Current experience points 10156. Through the relentless efforts of the two women, Chu Tian's experience points had long surpassed the 10,000 mark. At this moment, Yin Xiaoyi's appearance was simply horrifying. It was as if her body had been drenched in blood by a demon, layers upon layers of bloodstains covering her, making her seem as though she had fallen into an endless pool of blood, exuding a chillingly terrifying aura of bloodlust. To avoid the foul-smelling, putrid blood from splashing into her mouth and nose, she made a quick decision, swiftly tearing off a corner of her sleeve and skillfully using it as a mask to tightly cover her mouth and nose. The relentless high-intensity battles, like a merciless meat grinder, were gradually draining every ounce of strength from her body. At this moment, Yin Xiaoyi was utterly exhausted. So drained was she that the pair of maces, which had once felt so natural in her hands, now seemed to be imbued with some dreadful magic, their weight suddenly multiplying several times over. If only I had known, she murmured softly, I should have asked Chu Tian to make this long mace lighter. The two long maces, originally weighing 80 kilograms each, were usually wielded with ease, but now they seemed to be infused with immense force, each feeling as though it weighed 300 to 400 kilograms. Every swing required all her strength, and retrieving them was even harder, as if the maces were firmly stuck to the ground. Hey, watch out! Just as Yin Xiaoyi was struggling to swing her mace, Li Ruyu suddenly screamed sharply. A twisted, foul-smelling zombie lunged at Yin Xiaoyi from behind like a starving wolf pouncing on its prey. Li Ruyu, anxious and desperate, raised her hand and shot out a lightning bolt like a soaring dragon. However, her mental strength was already on the verge of collapse. Beads of sweat as large as soybeans rolled down her forehead like broken pearls, her legs trembling slightly, barely able to stand. That's it. Chu Tian kept his eyes fixed on the battlefield. Seeing the two exhausted figures not far away, a sudden flash of inspiration struck him. I think I can consume experience points to upgrade my subordinates' innate abilities? He suddenly remembered that as their bonded superior, Yin Xiaoyi and Li Ruyu would provide him with valuable experience when they killed zombies, and he also had the ability to consume experience to upgrade their innate abilities. Anyway, it's the experience you earned. Chu Tian murmured softly, just consider it returned to you. Just as Chu Tian was about to focus and upgrade their innate abilities, boom! In an instant, the battlefield underwent a dramatic shift. Li Ruyu, who had been utterly exhausted and on the verge of mental collapse, suddenly had a lightning bolt flash in her eyes, brighter and more dazzling than ever before. That lightning seemed to come alive, flickering and dancing in her gaze. Her beautiful long hair was instantly covered with strands of lightning threads, dancing wildly without wind, flying freely like writhing thunder snakes. Immediately after, Li Ruyu raised her hand abruptly, and thick lightning intertwined into a massive electric net. The scattered arc was like a sharp blade, instantly charring the brains of zombies attempting to approach, filling the air with a pungent burnt smell. Suddenly, the electric grid exploded with a deafening roar. A blinding white light erupted like a miniature sun, instantly illuminating the entire night as if it were daytime. Thick bolts of lightning, as wide as an arm, surged like agile electric serpents through the dense horde of zombies, leaving screams and collapsing bodies in their wake. Centered around Li Ruyu, a terrifying minefield instantly formed within a 20-meter radius. Zzzzz. Zombies were electrocuted in large numbers, turning charred and smoking, collapsing like piles of burned coal. Ruyu, Yin Xiaoyi exclaimed, you've gotten stronger? The indiscriminate lightning surged like a torrential flood, almost reaching Yin Xiaoyi. Fortunately, she reacted extremely quickly, like a black phantom, escaping the range of the lightning field just in time. This is... Chu Tian was slightly stunned. An upgrade? He hurriedly opened Li Ruyu's attribute panel to check. Loyalty, 100, unwavering until death. Talent, lightning control LV3. Sure enough, Li Ruyu's lightning control had successfully advanced to LV3. Chu Tian couldn't help but smile wryly. As expected, potential is something that's forced out. Not long ago, he was secretly complaining about Li Ruyu's slow progress. Unexpectedly, in the blink of an eye, her lightning control had caught up with his. That's fine. The corners of Chu Tian's mouth lifted slightly. Saves me 1,000 experience points. After speaking, he turned his gaze to Yin Xiaoyi. System, upgrade Yin Xiaoyi's innate ability, Mighty Strength. Chu Tian decisively gave the order. Consumes 1,000 experience points. Subordinate Yin Xiaoyi, innate ability, Super Strength upgraded to LV3. As soon as Chu Tian finished speaking, the system's mechanical and rigid voice clearly echoed in his mind. At the same time, not far away, the already exhausted Yin Xiaoyi suddenly froze in place, as if immobilized. She could clearly feel a surge of energy as as turbulent and overwhelming as a mighty river, continuously pouring into her entire body.
This unprecedented and wondrous sensation instantly made her forget all her fatigue. Damn it! Watch out! Li Ruyu saw Yin Xiaoyi in a daze, her heart tightened, and she quickly diverted some of her attention, raising her hand to precisely strike down the zombies attempting to approach Yin Xiaoyi with a few bolts of lightning. What are you daydreaming about? Li Ruyu shouted loudly.
At this moment, Yin Xiaoyi snapped out of it, instantly shedding her earlier exhausted appearance.
Her entire demeanor transformed as if reborn from the ashes, radiating a renewed and vigorous energy. Ruyu, Yin Xiaoyi exclaimed excitedly, I think I've gotten stronger too.
With that, she suddenly swung her long mace, unleashing a domineering sweep that could crush thousands. Accompanied by the whistling sound of air being torn apart, the seemingly bladeless long mace now appeared to be the sharpest weapon in existence, carrying earth-shattering power. In an instant, the surrounding circle of zombies was all cut in half at the waist. It's just that the severed edge of the waist was not smooth and neat but was covered with hideous cracks torn by a terrifying force, as if ruthlessly ripped apart by some giant beast.
Ha ha!
The newly empowered Yin Xiaoyi's little head swelled with pride. I told you,
I, Yin Xiaoyi, am the best. Ha ha!
She wielded her long mace like a fierce tiger descending the mountain, charging into the zombie horde without hesitation. Each sweep of the long mace stirred up a storm of blood and gore, with zombies being smashed into pieces, creating an extremely brutal scene. Moreover, the scene was filled with a strong sense of incongruity. A young and beautiful girl wielding a long mace as thick as her arm, charging into a horde of zombies like a tiger among sheep, wreaking havoc and slaughtering left and right. Such a bizarre sight would likely leave anyone stunned for 2 seconds. It was simply too shocking and too incongruous. Every time a natural talent or special ability is upgraded, it brings a transformative change akin to being reborn for the user. After leveling up from LV2 to LV3, the battle situation for the two women underwent a dramatic shift, becoming incredibly effortless. Previously, zombies had been surging in like a tide from all directions, leaving them overwhelmed and struggling to cope. But now, the battle has completely turned into a one-sided massacre. Gradually, the speed at which the zombies surged forward could no longer keep up with the speed at which they were being harvested.
Experience points +1. Experience points +10. Experience points +1. Experience points +10. The continuous notification sound in his ears left Chu Tian almost dumbfounded. Are these two women crazy? Boom!
The 1,000 experience points just used to upgrade Yin Xiaoyi's abilities not only fully recovered but also increased by more than 1,000 on top of the original amount.
Current experience points 11244. Current experience points 11287.
Moreover, the experience points are rapidly climbing at a speed visible to the naked eye.
Chu Tian fell into deep thought. Which one should I upgrade first?
Upgrading the system requires 10,000 experience points, and upgrading magnetic field control or thunder control also requires the same 10,000 experience points. The latter would undoubtedly provide the most direct boost to combat power. But for some reason, Chu Tian vaguely felt that upgrading the system might bring greater and more unexpected benefits.
Forget it. After some hesitation, Chu Tian finally made a decision. I'll upgrade the system first. Cough, cough, cough.
As soon as he finished speaking, the system notification sound immediately rang out.
10,000 experience consumed. System level upgraded to level 2. Talent slot increased. Current remaining slots, May 10th. Scanning information enhanced. Newly added, scannable hostile creatures. New feature, subordinates. Can freely bind subordinates. The loyalty of the bound target must not be less than 80.
Can control the life and death of subordinates. System level 2/0/100,000.
Strength 151. Gender, male. Agility 32. Constitution 140. Energy 186. Talents, magnetic field control LV3, lightning control LV3, basic flash. Expand. Slots used 5 out of 10. Copy.
Subordinates, Yin Xiaoyi, loyalty 100, Li Ruyu, loyalty 100.
Experience 1354. Ding.
Chu Tian had already had a vague premonition, and sure enough, when the light of the system upgrade flashed before his eyes, it did not immediately bring the qualitative leap in strength he had been expecting.
But an unexpected surprise quietly arrived in another corner.
The talent slots, which had originally been packed so tightly that not a single gap remained, suddenly, as if by magic, gained 5 additional empty slots.
Not bad.
A gleam of excitement flashed in Chu Tian's eyes as he murmured softly, just these extra slots alone are worth 10,000 experience points.
Ding.
His heart was filled with a sense of satisfaction. These 5 additional slots were like 5 keys to unlocking a treasure trove of powerful abilities, signifying the possibility of replicating 5 more extraordinary powers. Compared to simply enhancing attribute values, this was undoubtedly a generous gift from the heavens, carrying extraordinary significance. Moreover, this system upgrade was like a magnificent magical feast. Beyond the surprise of the talent slots, it also introduced 2 brand new features. One of these was the subordinate system function that had been quietly accidentally activated earlier. However, at the time, it seemed to be bound by an invisible chain, only allowing binding with individuals whose loyalty reached 100.
Name, Chu Tian. System level, 1.
Now, that chain has been loosened. Not only can he freely choose binding targets, but the loyalty threshold has also been lowered to 80. Even more shocking is that the upgraded function is akin to wielding the hand of God. With just a fleeting thought, he can control the life and death of his bound subordinates.
At this moment, Chu Tian clearly feels that the invisible power seems to gently sway at his fingertips.
The lives of Li Ruyu and In Xiaoyi, not far away, are like candles in the wind, ready to be extinguished at any moment.
But this function,
Chu Tian frowned slightly, pondering to himself, is really somewhat redundant.
After all, Li Ruyu and In Xiaoyi's loyalty has become unshakable, reaching the realm of unwavering devotion until death. What does unwavering devotion until death mean?
It means that no matter what storms or trials of life and death they face, their loyalty remains as steadfast as an ancient towering mountain, never wavering until the end of life. In addition to the increase in talent slots and the innovation of subordinate functions, the final change brought by the system upgrade fell on the scanning function. It was like a sword that had been continuously sharpened, now even sharper than before.
Can it scan hostile life forms now?
Chu Tian murmured to himself, pondering for a moment.
His gaze, sharp as an eagle's, locked onto an ordinary zombie not far away.
As his attention focused, it was as if an invisible electric wave shot out, and a piece of information instantly appeared on the screen.
Runner, common zombie.
A common type of zombie with vision so poor it seems shrouded in a layer of mist, but with extraordinarily sharp hearing, like a nocturnal spirit. They can run, with a speed similar to that of an average person.
Note, weaknesses include the brain and central nervous system.
This information is as detailed as a professional lecture, even clearly marking the zombie's fatal weaknesses.
Roar.
Just as Chu Tian was immersed in the amazement of testing the new scanning feature, suddenly, a deafening roar came from not far away. The sound was like it came from the depths of hell, completely different from any zombie or ferocious beast's roar he had heard before, filled with an eerie and terrifying aura.
This is the sound of a night demon?
Chu Tian's brows furrowed instantly, and a trace of vigilance flashed in his eyes.
The next second, his figure vanished like a phantom, disappearing without a trace.
In just an instant, Chu Tian, who had been standing on the rooftop, seemed to transform into a wisp of smoke, slowly dissipating. When he reappeared, he was already in the middle of the street, the scene resembling a frozen frame in a movie, fleeting and ephemeral.
Immediately after, he disappeared again.
Within a mere second, Chu Tian flickered like a star, flashing twice and crossing 100 meters in an instant to arrive beside the two women.
In Xiaoyi, who was fiercely engaged in battle and filled with adrenaline, was completely immersed in the fight, entirely unaware of Chu Tian's silent approach.
Hearing the commotion, she instinctively reacted, raising the thick, sturdy mace without hesitation and slashing fiercely in the direction of Chu Tian.
"You wild tigress!"
Chu Tian cursed inwardly, his figure flickering like a phantom as he swiftly appeared behind In Xiaoyi, then lightly slapped her firm, rounded buttocks. In Xiaoyi let out a scream and instinctively shouted, "A zombie is harassing me." She hurriedly turned around, only to realize that it was Chu Tian standing behind her, and immediately understood.
"Ah, Chu Tian,"
In Xiaoyi said somewhat flustered, "I'm sorry, I
didn't know it was you who came over."
Halfway through her sentence, she suddenly seemed to have an epiphany.
"Hey, wait a minute," she asked with a puzzled expression. "When did you learn to teleport?"
Although In Xiaoyi had also gone to Huishan prison at the time, she wasn't by Chu Tian's side the moment he acquired the blinking ability, and Chu Tian had never demonstrated this miraculous power in front of her. So, just like Li Ruyu, In Xiaoyi had no idea that Chu Tian possessed the ability to teleport.
"Now's not the time to talk about this."
Chu Tian's face was solemn, without offering much explanation. His sharp gaze swept toward the dim and shadowy corners of the surrounding buildings.
"Have you two not realized that you're already surrounded?"
Chu Tian said coldly, his voice carrying a hint of frost, sounding particularly clear in the silent night. The dim moonlight seemed like a worn-out silver cloth, barely spilling onto the earth. In the surrounding buildings, tall and thin figures occasionally flitted by like phantoms. Those figures vanished in an instant, moving with astonishing speed, as if they had traversed from one end of the darkness to the other in a flash.
Within just a few seconds, these figures danced like specters, swiftly encircling the three people on the scene.
In Xiaoyi's eyes widened in shock, her face full of astonishment.
"When did they come?"
Li Ruyu couldn't help but exclaim, her voice tinged with a trace of fear. Upon hearing Chu Tian's reminder, the two women seemed to awaken from a dream, noticing the eerie figures around them. A chill instantly surged from their feet straight to their hearts. "I told you, nighttime is the most dangerous." Chu Tian spoke while keeping a close eye on those flickering tall figures, his gaze stern, not only because zombies at night become as ferocious as mad beasts, with greatly increased attack power.
More importantly,
he paused slightly, his tone growing heavier. Many mysterious and terrifying things only appear under the dark curtain of night.
This creature is one of them.
Soon, Chu Tian's keen perception, like a precision instrument, captured the characteristics of one of the figures.
Night demon, C-class mutant zombie.
Night demons are like the darlings of darkness, dwelling in endless shadows, and usually appearing like phantoms only after nightfall. They possess terrifying strength, move swiftly like black lightning, have astonishing jumping abilities, can easily climb walls, and never act alone, always moving in groups like a dark legion.
Note: fear of strong light and ultraviolet rays. Sure enough, it's a night demon. The scan results were just as Chu Tian expected. Those tall and thin figures were the terrifying night demons from his memory. Night demons? Li Ruyu frowned slightly and asked in a low voice, are they zombies too?
Yes, a type of mutated zombie that only appears at night. Chu Tian nodded, his expression serious.
At this moment, the deafening roar resounded again like a thunderclap.
Roar! The roar seemed like a signal of death, as over a dozen dark figures shot out from the shadows like arrows leaving the bowstring. They do not swarm chaotically but attack swiftly from different directions, angles, and even times, like well-trained assassins.
This thing is really ugly.
Yin Xiaoyi looked disgusted, her fearless attitude surfacing once again as she decisively swung her long mace. The long mace seemed to come alive in her hands, slicing through the air with a whoosh and striking directly at the waist of an oncoming night demon. Under Yin Xiaoyi's astonishing brute strength, the long mace, clearly a blunt weapon, at this moment seemed like an incredibly sharp blade, slicing the night demon in half at the waist.
That terrifying force almost split the night demon into two, creating a bloody and shocking scene.
However, before Yin Xiaoyi could celebrate, the severed night demon suddenly opened its blood-red maw.
Its jaw bizarrely split into two halves.
Each petal is filled with razor-sharp teeth, glinting with a sinister cold light under the moonlight. Even more terrifying is, a barbed tongue suddenly shot out from the night fiend's mouth, springing forward with a whoosh. At the same time, another night fiend charged from Yin Xiaoyi's left side. Another deafening roar echoed, and this night fiend also shot out a barbed tongue from its mouth.
Li Ruyu shouted anxiously.
The electric light in her palm seemed to be drawn by a mysterious force, rapidly converging and condensing. In the blink of an eye, a lightning spear, shining with freely flowing electric light and seemingly containing the power of heaven and earth's thunder, took shape. This stunning move was a unique skill she had learned from Chu Tian.
Get out of the way!
Li Ruyu shouted urgently, her tone filled with anxiety and concern. Immediately, the muscles in her arm tensed as she forcefully hurled the spear imbued with powerful lightning energy.
ZZZZT. At that moment, it was as if daylight had descended, the blinding lightning illuminating the dark night.
The lightning struck the ground, instantly triggering a violent explosion. The raging electric energy rapidly spread from the explosion point, forming a lightning field with a diameter of over 10 meters, like an enraged beast opening its bloodthirsty maw, instantly devouring several night demons around Yin Xiaoyi.
Li Ruyu killed a sea-level mutant zombie, night demon. Experience points plus 200. Li Ruyu killed a sea-level mutant zombie, night demon. Experience points plus 200. Roar! Boom!
Piercing howls echoed one after another. Before Li Ruyu could revel in the joy of killing the night demon, the next moment, another group of night demons pounced on her like ravenous wolves, their ferocious momentum leaving no room to catch her breath.
Here we go again.
Chu Tian frowned slightly and said helplessly, this fighting style is no different from a carrion dog. As soon as he finished speaking, he slowly closed his eyes, and the aura around him suddenly changed.
A powerful magnetic energy surged out like a volcanic eruption.
In an instant, the surrounding metals seemed to receive some kind of mysterious command and responded one after another.
Boom! Boom! Boom!
Abandoned cars were instantly torn into pieces under the powerful ripping force of the magnetic field, with parts scattering in all directions. Under Chu Tian's precise control, these metal fragments swirled around him and the two women like agile dancers, spinning at an astonishing speed. From a distance, they resembled blades spinning rapidly in a meat grinder.
Any night demon daring to intrude into this vortex would instantly be shredded into fine minced meat. You have killed a sea-level mutant zombie, night demon. Experience points plus 200.
Yin Xiaoyi, seeing the protective circle formed by the metal fragments, grew bolder. She gripped the long mace tightly with both hands, raised it high, and with all her strength smashed it down from above. Accompanied by a dull thud, the head of a night demon was directly smashed by her, the exaggerated force almost driving its head into its chest.
Yin Xiaoyi killed a sea-level mutant zombie, night demon. Experience points plus 200.
At this moment, a deafening roar echoed from not far away. The night demons, which had been surging like a tide, suddenly seemed to receive some mysterious signal and immediately turned in unison.
They no longer blindly charged into the metallic vortex to their deaths, but instead nimbly climbed along the outer walls of the buildings, like agile geckos.
Soon, they reached the rooftops and began tearing off concrete bricks with their sharp claws, viciously hurling them at Chu Tian and the others.
Yin Xiaoyi couldn't help but exclaim, this group of zombies can actually use weapons?
She widened her eyes, her understanding of zombies completely collapsing at this moment. The bizarre behavior of the night demons went far beyond this. One of the night demons even dismantled the lightning rod from the roof and hurled it down like a spear. However, the lightning rod was made of metal and was stopped mid-air by Chu Tian using magnetic field energy.
Is that all the brains you have? Chu Tian's lips curved slightly with a hint of mockery as he said, didn't you notice I can control metal?
As soon as he finished speaking, he made a casual wave of his hand, and the lightning rod, which had been suspended, shot back like an arrow leaving the bow, instantly piercing through Night Demon's body and pinning it firmly to the wall.
Chu Tian. In Xiaoyi dodged the flying stones while anxiously asking, aren't zombies supposed to be brainless? Why is this group of zombies using weapons? Night demons are an exception. Chu Tian responded briefly, then waved his hand again.
The spinning metal fragments around him immediately transformed into sharp steel needles. These needles shot toward the Night Demon on the rooftop like a storm.
You have killed a sea-level mutant zombie, Night Demon. Experience plus 200. You have killed.
While controlling the steel needles to shoot and kill the Night Demon on the rooftop, Chu Tian also allocated part of his mental energy to transform the remaining metal scraps into long, thin, and
flexible metal wires. These wires moved nimbly like spirit snakes, quickly spreading along the surrounding buildings.
In just a moment, a massive heavenly net tightly enveloped the nearby structures.
Yes, Ruyu. Chu Tian shouted loudly, let's discharge together. Following his command, he and Li Ruyu, both LV3 level lightning controllers, simultaneously mobilized the lightning power within their bodies. In an instant, the night seemed to be illuminated by a blazing sun.
As several furious and destructive lightning pillars rampaged around like enraged dragons, the moment the lightning pillars touched the metal wires set up by Chu Tian, they found an outlet and surged in violently. Accompanied by the crackling sound of electric shocks, the buildings on both sides of the street were instantly covered by an electric grid.
Each metal
wire conducted a terrifying amount of electrical energy, and the powerful current caused the wires to glow red-hot, even showing signs of slowly melting.
Not far away, that spine-chilling roar echoed once again. However, it was already too late.
The web of metal wires began to unleash lightning frantically, with ghostly blue arcs of electricity leaping from the wires like
agile electric snakes, striking every conductive object around them.
In an instant, lightning intertwined in all directions, and as far as the eye could see, the entire world seemed to transform into an ocean of lightning.
The Night Demon climbing onto the rooftop was instantly engulfed by the merciless lightning field.
The dispersed electrical energy even caused the lights in buildings that had long lost power to briefly flicker on, but the glow lasted only a moment before every bulb shattered explosively under the intense current.
You have killed a sea-level mutant zombie, Night Demon. Experience points plus 200. Li Ruyu has killed a sea-level mutant zombie, Night Demon. Experience points plus 200. You have killed.
Notification sounds echoed one after another, continuously ringing in everyone's ears.
Experience points surged like a runaway horse, skyrocketing by the hundreds.
Soon, Li Ruyu's mental energy was the first to be exhausted.
She panted slightly, a trace of fatigue appearing on her face. After a while, Chu Tian also stopped releasing electricity. It wasn't because his mental energy
was depleted, but because he keenly noticed that, apart from the three of them, no living beings remained in the surroundings.
Phew! In Xiaoyi and Li Ruyu looked around, panting heavily as they asked, is it over?
No trace of the living night demons could be found on the field. Those previously ferocious winged demons had all, without exception, been electrocuted into charred corpses. Zzzzz, the raging electric energy gradually subsided, but the surrounding buildings were littered with glowing red-hot metal.
On some conductive objects,
occasional residual arcs of electricity still leapt out. The pungent smell of burning filled the air, a nauseating mix of scorched plastic and roasted meat. Soon after, fires began to ignite in some of the buildings, as the lightning had set flammable materials ablaze. Fueled by the wind, the flames grew fiercer, and
the once pitch-black night was gradually illuminated as if it were daytime.
The scorching heat made it feel as though one were standing inside a blazing furnace.
Is everything resolved? Li Ruyu walked up to Chu Tian, slightly panting as she asked.
No.
Chu Tian shook his head, his expression grave. One managed to escape.
It turned out that one night demon had been hiding in the distance, using its deafening roar to command the other night demons. During the previous battle, it had never approached the front lines.
That earth-shaking
roar echoed from afar, and it was under its command that the other night demons displayed those seemingly intelligent actions.
Otherwise, their intelligence would be no different from that of ordinary zombies.
The one that just escaped is likely the night demon leader. Chu Tian pondered for a moment and said in a low voice, if my guess is correct, there might be a night demon nest hidden nearby.
Leader? Li Ruyu widened her eyes in surprise. And a nest? Could it be that this group of zombies has already developed its own social system?
All along, she had thought that zombies were nothing more than a bunch of brainless, unorganized walking corpses. However, the appearance of the night demon completely overturned her preconceived notions.
It's not as exaggerated as you think.
Chu Tian waved his hand dismissively and said calmly, at the end of the day, this thing is similar to a wolf pack. The smartest one is just the leader, that's all. However, after all, it is still just a zombie. He continued, his tone carrying a hint of determination. No matter how smart it is, it can't be that smart.
Should we find their lair and wipe them out in one go?
In Xiaoyi walked over lightly, her face full of seriousness, and asked.
Chu Tian gently shook his head. Let's head back. Tonight, Tonight, we'll stop here at 660.
He knew very well that the prolonged and intense battles had already left Li Ruyu and Xiaoyi physically exhausted and completely drained.
Moreover, tonight's
objectives had all been accomplished, the two women's abilities had significantly improved, and he himself had gained enough experience to successfully upgrade the system. More importantly, the night demons that appeared later were practically treasure troves of experience, bringing him a massive amount of it. The experience points, which had been nearly depleted due to the system upgrade, now broke through the 6,000 mark, reaching current experience 6,345. One night demon could provide 200 experience points, and there had been at least over 20 night demons earlier.
Sure enough, risk and reward are proportional.
Chu Tian smiled helplessly. Only by coming out at night can the experience points increase so quickly.
Tonight's harvest can indeed be described as a fruitful one.
When the three of them returned to Ijian Garden, Steelix, as usual, was quietly guarding the security room at the entrance of the community.
Boss, you're back.
Steelman immediately spotted Chu Tian, quickly stepped out of the security room, walked to the entrance of the community, and extended his strong, muscular arms to slowly lift the heavy metal gate.
This gate was personally crafted by Chu Tian in his spare time.
It stands 3 meters tall, perfectly matching the height of the surrounding walls, and is entirely solid, weighing at least 400 to 500 pounds.
Chu Tian looked at Steelman, his attention instantly focused.
With the system upgrade, he could finally check others' loyalty levels toward him. Suddenly, the Steelman's attribute panel appeared before his eyes.
Name, Steel Force. Gender, none. OK. Loyalty, 91. Talent, Metallization LV2, irreversible.
As expected, Steelman's loyalty far exceeded the standard for becoming a subordinate, reaching as high as 91, already at the level of absolute devotion. Chu Tian suddenly fixed his gaze on the gender field.
Why has the gender become none? Compared to loyalty, he was more concerned about Steelman's gender at this moment. According to his understanding, it should either be male or female. How could there be an option for none?
Could it be the system's nonsense? Chu Tian pondered for a while, as if he understood something, but he didn't dwell on it too much.
System, bind Steelman as a subordinate.
With a single command, he instantly established a superior subordinate binding relationship with Steelman. In an instant, he felt that as long as he willed it, he could easily control Steelman.
Boss? Steelman was somewhat confused, not understanding what had happened.
He only felt that Chu Tian's aura had suddenly become overwhelming, almost impossible to look at directly. A mysterious power made him involuntarily want to submit to Chu Tian, even though he had long been wholeheartedly loyal. Chu Tian coughed lightly and instructed, Steelman, make sure to go out and hunt zombies and fierce beasts more often when you have time. Don't just stay cooped up like a security guard all day. Since he was already bound, it was natural to maximize Steelman's value.
Chu Tian wouldn't let the free experience points go to waste. Steelman responded briefly, instinctively feeling that he must obey Chu Tian's orders.
After entering the community, as it was already late, Chu Tian gave up on the idea of reviewing and learning anew with the two women. The three returned to the villa, freshened up, and prepared to rest. After taking a shower, Xiaoyi was about to go upstairs and habitually went to check on Itchy Monster.
She walked to the glass room.
Chu Tian had specially prepared for Itchy Monster, which was actually just a fish tank, and was shocked to find it completely empty.
Manhwa, have you seen Jelly?
Xiaoyi hurriedly found Chen Manhwa, who had been staying in the villa, and asked anxiously.
Taken away by that new girl. Chen Manhwa answered truthfully, the one living in villa number 9. By Xiao Xiao.
Xiaoyi's eyes widened in shock, and the eerie, terrifying scene of the hospital morgue immediately flashed in her mind.
Done. She began to panic and imagine the worst. Could Jelly have been dissected by her?
Her heart was racing like ants on a hot pan, desperately wanting to rush into Bai Xiaoxiao's villa to rescue Jelly, but she simply didn't dare to go in alone. After all, the terrifying scenes from the hospital morgue were still vivid in her mind.
Who knows what horrifying experiments Bai Xiaoxiao might be conducting inside? Chu Tian. After some struggle, Xiaoyi finally found Chu Tian. Just take it. It's not like this little thing is of any use for now anyway. At first, Chu Tian didn't take this matter to heart. If Bai Xiaoxiao wanted to study it, then let her study it. After all, she was a genius. Let's go take a look. Xiaoyi looked at Chu Tian with pleading eyes. What if Jelly gets dissected by her? Please, I don't dare go in alone. In the end, Chu Tian still couldn't resist Xiaoyi's persistent coaxing. This refers to physical entanglement in the literal sense.
The two went downstairs and headed toward the neighboring villa. After entering villa number 9, Chu Tian had no intention of going upstairs to look for anyone. He directly led Xiaoyi straight to the basement.
Sure enough, even close to 1 in the morning, the basement of villa number 9 was still brightly lit. Bai Xiaoxiao's graceful figure moved back and forth between the experimental tables. Calling them experimental tables was a bit of a stretch. They
were actually repurposed pool tables with their edges removed, and most of the surrounding equipment was homemade, looking extremely rudimentary.
It's Jelly.
Xiaoyi immediately recognized the tickle monster, which was being held in by Xiaoxiao's hands. But there was one thing that puzzled puzzled Yin Xiaoyi. Bai Xiaoxiao clearly had no protection and was directly touching the tickle monster with her hands, yet she wasn't laughing at all.
Could it be the tickle monster had learned to control its abilities?
At this moment, Bai Xiaoxiao also noticed the arrival of Chu Tian and Yin Xiaoyi. Her stunningly beautiful face remained cold and indifferent, her expression completely unperturbed.
Are you here to look for it?
Bai Xiaoxiao said as she placed the itchy monster back on the table. As soon as the itchy monster landed, it immediately wriggled its round body and, with its disproportionately small feet, quickly moved away from Bai Xiaoxiao.
Jelly, are you okay?
Yin Xiaoyi's face was full of concern as she rushed over like the wind and tightly hugged the itchy monster in her arms.
However, as soon as she touched it, she seemed to be under a spell and couldn't help but burst into uncontrollable laughter. Jelly, Jelly. She laughed so hard that tears streamed down her face, speaking intermittently. I thought, you could control your, ability now. Laughing while struggling to speak. Stop, stop it,
Yin Xiaoyi watched Bai Xiaoxiao calmly holding the tickle monster and felt secretly pleased, thinking that this little guy could now freely release and control its tickling ability. But in the end, she let her guard down and got thoroughly tricked.
Is it called jelly?
At the critical moment, fortunately, Bai Xiaoxiao reacted quickly and effortlessly lifted the itchy monster as if picking up a chick. Then, she leaned in, sniffed lightly, and said firmly, "Good, it's releasing pheromones again." As soon as she finished speaking, Bai Xiaoxiao immediately threw the itchy monster into a completely sealed, rudimentary device and pressed the switch next to it. Buzz. Accompanied by the sound of the machine slowly operating, it seemed as if a mysterious force was surging, with invisible matter being extracted bit by bit and slowly flowing into a nearby beaker through the transparent glass tube outside the instrument. After a series of seemingly simple yet intricately principled purification operations, the matter finally transformed into a few drops of crystal-clear liquid, shimmering with a mysterious glow in the beaker.
Chu Tian curiously approached, staring intently at those few drops of liquid and asked.
Bai Xiaoxiao looked serious and explained, "The pheromones released by this creature have a magical effect, capable of effectively reducing the aggressiveness of ferocious beasts.
This will be extremely helpful for my upcoming research."
After speaking, she carefully stored the freshly purified pheromones.
What research? Chu Tian frowned slightly and asked warily. You're not planning to develop biological weapons again, are you?
Bai Xiaoxiao shook her head, her eyes revealing determination and persistence. I plan to extract part of the genes of ferocious beasts and develop a genetic potion that can enhance humans. As she spoke, she suddenly raised her head, her bright and clear eyes directly looking at Chu Tian. Before she could speak, Chu Tian had already guessed what she was about to ask.
When can you help me get the experimental equipment I need? Sure enough, it was exactly as Chu Tian had anticipated.
Bai Xiaoxiao, devoid of emotions, had no understanding of what tact or politeness meant. She had always been straightforward with her words.
Die for me, tomorrow.
Chu Tian replied in a deep voice, "Tomorrow, I will bring back the equipment you need." The next day, the slightly overcast sunlight pierced through the heavy clouds like sharp swords, scattering faint rays into a large survivor base in the southwest. It is said to be a survivor base, but it is more like a strange combination of a military base and an abandoned construction site. Half of the base is filled with a standard military style, with rows of neatly arranged tents stretching from one end to the other. Inside the tents, armed soldiers patrol with steady and powerful strides, their vigilant eyes scanning the surroundings. Occasionally, one can spot the imposing presence of armored vehicles and the quietly parked armed helicopters, showcasing the deterrence of military power. The other half of the base resembles an abandoned construction site hastily built and then deserted. The perimeter, though, is almost identical to a military base, surrounded by tall and sturdy walls to fend off zombie attacks.
At regular intervals, there are watchtowers constructed from scaffolding, manned by armed soldiers standing tall and vigilant, guarding the area. However, the scene inside is as bleak as a slum, shocking to behold.
Shacks made of various broken plastic and wooden boards were haphazardly piled together, completely disorganized. The survivors struggled to live in this cramped and oppressive space, like livestock. The surroundings were filled with household waste, with no place to dispose of feces, which were simply dumped by the roadside, emitting a nauseating stench. The air was unbearably polluted, a mix of sweat and fecal odors permeating everywhere, making it almost impossible to breathe. In contrast, the military tents on the other side were as comfortable as five-star hotels.
However, these tents were not occupied by soldiers.
The real military personnel were either fighting zombies to the death on the outskirts of the base or out gathering supplies or searching for other survivors. At this moment, inside a tent within the base, a pot-bellied middle-aged man was reclining on the sofa in an extremely lazy posture. On either side of him nestled a young girl girl who looked like a student, seemingly no more than in her teens. These girls are the most ordinary survivors in the base, and the middle-aged man is none other than the head of the Southwest Base Defense Department, Zhao Zhengxie.
As the defense chief, Zhao Zhengxie wields great power and can freely control these pitiful survivors.
Anyone who disobeys him can have their already meager daily rations deducted for any reason he comes up with, or even without any reason at all. What's even worse is that he can directly expel these people from the base, leaving them to fend for themselves in this dangerous post-apocalyptic world.
You did well last night. When you collect rations today, take an extra share.
Zhao Zhengxie grinned smugly and pulled the girl on his left into his arms, starting to grope her. Given his age, he could easily be the girl's father, or even her grandfather, yet he showed no restraint, his actions remaining brazen and shameless.
Thank you, Supervisor Zhao.
The girl forced herself to suppress the nausea in her heart, barely squeezing out an awkward smile from the corner of her mouth.
Ha ha ha.
Zhao Zhengxie burst into laughter at the sight. He loved seeing these girls' expressions of disgust mixed with helplessness, as if it satisfied his twisted psyche. At that moment, a soldier rushed into the tent in a panic.
Supervisor Zhao. The soldier hurriedly leaned close to Zhao Zhengxie's ear and whispered, "There's news from the laboratory. They said yesterday's capture operation failed." "What did you say?" Zhao Zhengxie's face instantly turned ashen, and he violently kicked the girl in his arms to the ground. The girl, in pain, had tears welling up in her eyes but dared not resist. She could only grit her teeth and slowly get up on her own. "What do you mean by fail?"
Zhao Zhengxie glared with wide, furious eyes and roared, "2 teams of men, plus an armed helicopter.
And you can't even catch a single woman?
Useless. A bunch of useless fools. All of you are useless." Zhao Zhengxie was burning with rage, like a bull suddenly driven mad, roaring furiously. The soldiers and the girls were so frightened they didn't dare make a sound, fearing they might provoke him further.
"When did this news come through?"
Zhao Zhengxie gritted his teeth, suppressing his anger, and asked coldly.
It came through yesterday afternoon."
The soldier lowered his head and answered with difficulty, "But you gave the order yesterday that no matter what happened, no one was to disturb you." It turned out that yesterday, Zhao Zhengxie had set his sights on the 2 female survivors. After a series of threats and temptations, he finally succeeded. At that time, his mind was filled with vile thoughts, and he paid no attention to any news, directly ordering that no one was to disturb him. "It's all your fault, you 2 bitches." Zhao Zhengxie, furious and humiliated, refused to take any responsibility, venting all his anger on the 2 innocent girls. After punching and kicking them, he shoved and pushed them out of the tent. "Prepare the helicopter."
After venting his anger, Zhao Zhengxie gradually calmed down and gave the order with a grim expression.
The soldiers dared not say much and slunk out of the tent. Wait! Just as Zhao Zhengxie was preparing to head to the laboratory, someone had already taken the lead on the road dozens of kilometers away. On the wasteland resembling an apocalyptic painting, a uniquely designed doomsday war vehicle roared like a steel beast, speeding along the cracked and dusty abandoned highway, kicking up a cloud of dust. Following closely behind was a heavy-duty truck, once a common sight at construction sites, now serving as a loyal escort. In the truck's driver's seat sat a steel man forged entirely of metal, standing over 2 meters tall, his burly figure strikingly conspicuous. Who still remember this morning, in order to allow the steelman to drive the heavy truck smoothly and facilitate the subsequent transportation of experimental equipment, Chu Tian went to great lengths. He gathered various tools, exerted all his strength, and forcibly removed the truck cab's roof, converting it into a convertible, just so the steelman could barely fit inside.
On the doomsday vehicle, Li Ruyu was whispering with Chu Tian.
Sunlight streamed through the shattered car windows, falling on their slightly weary yet resolute faces.
Li Ruyu frowned slightly and said softly, "Chu Tian, are you saying those people who came to capture you earlier were actually sent by Dr. Zhao?"
Upon hearing that the mastermind was hiding in the biological laboratory they were about to reach, a flash of anger instantly appeared in Li Ruyu's eyes. She clenched her small fists tightly, as if ready to unleash her hatred at any moment, wishing she could rush over immediately to confront Dr. Zhao. Chu Tian nodded slightly, his expression serious as he reminded, "Yes, but don't forget, our most important task on this trip is to obtain the experimental equipment. Don't act impulsively and end up damaging that crucial item."
Li Ruyu responded obediently, "Yes, I understand. I won't act recklessly."
She was already calm and composed by nature, and after hearing Chu Tian's advice, she immediately buried her thoughts of revenge deep in her heart. Seeing her sensible behavior, Chu Tian's lips curved slightly, and he said with a smile, "Bringing you along is still much quieter than before." Compared to the fiery and energetic Yin Xiaoyi, Li Ruyu is like a clear spring, gentle, virtuous, and resembling a perfect wife and mother. She is completely obedient to Chu Tian, rarely ever contradicting him. For this operation, Chu Tian carefully considered his options and decided to bring only Li Ruyu and the highly capable Steel Force along. Yin Xiaoyi was left behind to focus on protecting Chen Meiyue and Bai Xiaoxiao, especially Bai Xiaoxiao, whose combat abilities are almost non-existent, yet her value is immeasurable. She is fully dedicated to developing the gene potion, and if successful, its worth will be beyond imagination.
More importantly, Chu Tian firmly believes that with Bai Xiaoxiao's intelligence and perseverance, this research will undoubtedly achieve a breakthrough.
After all, the most powerless feeling in the world comes from doing futile efforts with no results, like investing in a business that may not be profitable or pursuing a girl who may not be attainable.
The unknown always brings fear. But once there is a 100% guarantee of success and a promise of substantial rewards, who would be foolish enough to refuse? With the satellite map meticulously drawn by Xiaoxiao, Chu Tian skillfully maneuvered the doomsday vehicle and quickly arrived at the area where the biological laboratory was located. The moment he stepped into this zone, Chu Tian keenly sensed a trace of abnormality.
This is a remote suburban area, and logically, zombies should be everywhere. However, along the way, only 2 or 3 zombies were encountered. The zombies around here seem to have been deliberately cleared out, Chu Tian speculated silently. It didn't take long for him to find the answer. Less than a kilometer away from the biological laboratory, a pile of burned corpses came into view, with a faint scorched smell lingering in the air. Apparently, someone cleaned up the nearby zombies and gathered the bodies here for incineration.
Didn't expect the people here to be quite efficient. Chu Tian's lips curled into a faint sneer, and he continued striding toward the direction of the biological laboratory.
The laboratory was located in a remote park area. The nearest building was a sizable foreign-funded hospital, and beside it stood an unfinished, abandoned building, appearing particularly out of place against the desolate backdrop. Generally speaking, biological laboratories are classified into 4 levels based on protection grades, with level 1 being the lowest and level 4 the highest.
The one in front of Chu Tian was a level 3 protection laboratory.
It was precisely for this reason that it was situated in the outskirts. However, the laboratory before them had long been unrecognizable.
Calling it a laboratory would be less accurate than describing it as a heavily guarded military fortress.
The original walls had been heightened and reinforced, with platforms built at intervals for people to stand on. At this moment, several armed soldiers on the platforms had already noticed Chu Tian and his group from afar, but they showed no obvious reaction, not even raising their guns. "Look," one of the soldiers mocked loudly, "another bunch of fools who took the wrong path."
"Ha ha." Another soldier chimed in, "Hey, do you think they might have mistaken this place for the southwest base?"
Watching the 2 vehicles slowly approaching from a distance, the soldiers remained completely nonchalant, chatting and laughing as if survivors taking the wrong route had long become a routine occurrence for them.
"Alright, hurry up and notify the doctor.
More test subjects have delivered themselves to our doorstep," one soldier urged.
"Damn, if only this happened every day."
"Exactly, then we wouldn't have to risk our necks capturing test subjects." Speaking, they watched the car getting closer and closer, then stopped talking and slowly returned to their respective posts. "Doctor, a car is approaching." A soldier picked up the walkie-talkie and began reporting to the doctor. Buzz, a slightly hoarse middle-aged man's voice came through the walkie-talkie, accompanied by the piercing buzzing sound of a medical drill and another person's painful wails.
"Not someone from the southwest base, right?" the voice asked.
"No," the soldier hurriedly replied. "It's a modified vehicle, probably survivors fleeing." "Wait." Before the soldier finished speaking, his gaze inadvertently swept over the 2 vehicles and suddenly noticed something unusual. In the front vehicle sat a young man and woman, but the key point was the heavy truck without a roof behind them, where a massive metallic giant was seated.
"It's an awakened. Doctor, an awakened is here," the soldier shouted in terror, quickly reporting through the walkie-talkie.
The surrounding soldiers were also startled upon hearing this, instantly shedding their previous indifference. They all raised their guns to aim at the 3 of Chu Tian, their expressions tense.
"Stop the vehicle.
Come any closer and we'll shoot," a soldier roared angrily. As soon as the words fell, a blinding silver light shot toward the soldier like lightning. Before the soldier could see clearly what the silver object was, he suddenly felt his body become weightless, as if his soul had left his body. Immediately, the scene before his eyes began to spin wildly, as if the entire world had been turned upside down. The last image he saw was a headless corpse slowly falling from the platform.
"Why doesn't my body have a head?"
Accompanied by this final desperate question, his head slammed heavily onto the cold, hard concrete ground, producing a dull thud.
"Enemy attack. Open fire."
The sudden assault threw the other soldiers into panic, instinctively pulling their triggers.
However, in the next second, a despairing scene unfolded.
The bullet bizarrely halted in mid-air, as if time had frozen. Then, as though controlled by an invisible force, it slowly turned and shot back at high speed toward the shooter.
"Run! It's a magnetic manipulator."
Amid the desperate shouts, the platform on the wall instantly bloomed with dazzling yet cruel blood flowers, each one precisely blossoming on a soldier's forehead.
On the doomsday vehicle, Li Ruyu stared blankly at Chu Tian, her face full of disbelief. "Didn't you say not to act rashly?"
Chu Tian's expression was calm, his tone indifferent. "Yes, I told you not to act rashly, but I never said I couldn't act." As soon as he finished speaking, a trace of determination flashed in his eyes. He suddenly stepped on the accelerator, and the doomsday vehicle accelerated.
Like a wild horse, charging toward the laboratory's gate.
Accompanied by a violent crashing sound, the gate collapsed with a thunderous roar. At the same time, in the eerie and sinister biological laboratory, the air was oppressively suffocating. A middle-aged man with thick black-framed
glasses resting on his nose slowly put down the walkie-talkie in his hand.
His movements were sluggish, as if every action carried a heavy burden. In front of him was a cold operating table. On the table lay a young man, with a shocking hole drilled into his forehead. Beside him, a medical drill rested quietly, its slender bit still stained with traces of fresh blood, as if silently recounting the brutal scene that had just unfolded.
The young man let out a desperate scream. "Let me go. UF asterisk 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 ing psycho. Let me go."
Despite the hole in his forehead, his survival instinct drove him to struggle frantically on the operating table, his eyes filled with terror, like a trapped beast in utter despair. But his limbs were firmly secured by sturdy restraints, rendering all his struggles futile.
"Could anyone know I'm here?"
The bespectacled man turned a deaf ear to the experimental subject's wails, his heart filled with anxiety, fearing that his shady actions might be discovered by outsiders.
No, no, he muttered under his breath, shaking his head in a more frantic manner.
Then, he hurriedly picked up a slender steel needle with a scooping tip and carefully, yet ruthlessly, inserted it into the hole he had just drilled, slowly stirring it in a precise direction within the subject's brain. Before long, he extracted a small piece of pristine white brain tissue. In an instant, the young man on the stage stopped struggling, his gaze turning hollow and lifeless as he stared straight at the ceiling, resembling a vegetative state, with drool involuntarily dripping from the corner of his mouth.
"Quick, quick, quick! Don't let Dad down." "What is this?"
The man with glasses spoke hurriedly as he swiftly picked up a tube of viscous black liquid, slowly dripping it into the subject's brain through a small hole.
Ah!
The moment the liquid entered the brain, the test subject seemed to endure the most terrifying torment imaginable, letting out a piercing scream and struggling frantically, with such force that it almost broke the restraints locking their hands and feet.
The blood-curdling scream lasted for several seconds before gradually subsiding. "From now on, you are number 4.
The man with glasses said as he reached out to unlock the test subject's shackles. The test subject sat up silently, showing neither an intention to escape nor any aggression toward the man with glasses. Instead, it looked around blankly, as ignorant and naive as a newborn baby.
"Look at me!"
The man with glasses barked sharply. The test subject reflexively turned its head, fixing its gaze firmly on him.
"Remember my face. I created you. I am your father. From now on, you are called number 4.
The man with glasses brought his face close to the test subject, as if trying to imprint his appearance deeply into the other's mind.
"Yes, F.A. Father."
The test subject struggled to utter these words. "Quick, quick, quick, check if your abilities are still there." The man with glasses urged impatiently. Ability. The test subject raised his hand in confusion. In the next moment, a ball of blazing flames erupted from his palm like a roaring fire dragon.
"Ha ha, another success. I've succeeded again. I truly am a genius. Ha ha, I truly am a genius." The man with glasses laughed excitedly, instantly dispelling the previous look of panic.
Outside the laboratory, Chu Tian suddenly slammed open the laboratory door and jumped out of the car.
Immediately afterward, a team of fully armed soldiers surged out of the building like a tide. "Quick, open fire."
But before the soldiers could pull their triggers, Chu Tian merely waved his hand lightly, and a powerful magnetic field energy swept across the scene like a raging
tide. In an instant, the surrounding metal objects seemed to come alive, transforming into sharp blades that pierced through their bodies with lightning speed. Ah!
Accompanied by a series of blood-curdling screams, the once mighty squad fell to the ground, lifeless, in the blink of an eye. Although in terms of destructive power, Chu Tian's current mastery of magnetic fields might not rival that of lightning, when it came to dealing with ordinary people, the efficiency of magnetic field control far surpassed any other ability, making it an unstoppable weapon.
"Steelman, guard the door. Don't let anyone in or out." Chu Tian left these words behind and strode into the biological laboratory with Li Ruyu. Awakened?
As soon as he stepped into the laboratory, a pungent smell of disinfectant assaulted his senses. Chu Tian couldn't help but frown slightly. He truly despised this odor, as if it carried an air of evil and eeriness.
"Let's go. The laboratory should be underground."
Chu Tian glanced at the building's structural diagram on the wall and decisively headed toward the stairs. Li Ruyu followed closely behind, her eyes filled with vigilance, ready to respond to any sudden danger.
"Quick, the enemy is here."
Just as they reached the stairway, Chu Tian ran into two soldiers holding guns. But before Chu Tian could react, Li Ruyu raised her hand, and two dazzling bolts of lightning struck out instantly.
The electric currents twisted and leaped through the air like serpents, accompanied by deafening thunderclaps, and struck the two
soldiers with force. In an instant, their bodies turned charred black, like burnt wood, convulsing as they collapsed to the ground.
"Control the destructive power later, don't destroy the equipment."
Chu Tian's tone was calm, not even sparing a glance at the fallen soldiers. After all, electrical attacks have a clear drawback. A slight lapse in attention can cause devastating damage to nearby electronic devices.
I know.
Li Ruyu was evidently well aware of this as well and immediately began deliberately controlling the intensity of the current. The two stepped onto the staircase, and the sound of orderly and hurried footsteps came from below.
It was clear that a fully armed squad of soldiers was quickly approaching.
Heh, this place is quite lively, Chu Tian sneered, full of disdain.
The next second, a few screams echoed from downstairs.
When Chu Tian and Li Ruyu came down, they saw 3 soldiers' corpses sprawled at the foot of the stairs, their foreheads pierced by metallic objects from their bodies, with blood gushing out. Even in death, they hadn't had the chance to clearly see Chu Tian's face.
You're already this strong?
Li Ruyu marveled inwardly, stepping over the corpse with her long legs.
The two entered the underground laboratory, greeted by a corridor lined with pristine white tiles, so clean it was almost blinding.
As soon as they stepped in, a deep voice of a middle-aged man echoed through the space. So it's you. Ha, I never thought you'd deliver yourself right to my doorstep. What a stroke of luck. The man's laughter came from the speakers on the ceiling of the corridor, filled with arrogance and conceit. Chu Tian calmly surveyed his surroundings and finally spotted a camera not far away, its red light blinking.
You are Dr. Zhao?
Chu Tian stared at the camera, the corner of his mouth curling into a faint cold smile as he asked, what you just said about effortlessly getting what you want, were you referring to me, or to the lady behind me? The camera slowly moved, its red lens steadily focusing on Chu Tian's face.
You're the magnetic ability user?
Ha, your timing is perfect. Your magnetic ability, combined with this lady's lightning ability, will be the perfect addition to my army of awakened ones.
Ha ha.
The voice from the broadcast grew increasingly arrogant, the tone as if Chu Tian and the woman were already firmly under his control.
Awakened army? Ha, do you really think you've caught me?
Chu Tian was amused by Dr. Zhao's arrogant words. As the laughter faded, the magnetic energy around him erupted like a breached dam, penetrating walls one after another, extending like sharp tendrils, searching meter by meter for the speaker.
Ha, if you hadn't come in, I might not have been able to take you down. But since you've come in,
Dr. Zhao's smug voice leisurely echoed through the broadcast, his satisfaction akin to a hunter witnessing prey fall defenselessly into a trap, a thrill rising from the depths of his heart.
The next second, it was as if a demon had opened the gates of hell.
The corridor's ventilation system abruptly shut down, the exhaust fan snapping shut with a loud clap, a sound that was jarringly out of place in the silent hallway.
The stairwell door
that Chu Tian and Li Ruyu had just stepped through also seemed to be controlled by an invisible hand, slowly closing before locking with a click. In an instant, the corridor turned into an airtight cage, plunging into a state of complete confinement. Hiss hiss immediately after, a chilling sound echoed, as a large amount of green gas, like the breath of a ferocious demon, spewed wildly from the ceiling vents. Trust me, once I remove your frontal lobes, you will undoubtedly become my most capable children.
Ha ha ha. Dr. Zhao seemed to already envision that beautiful scene and couldn't help but burst into maniacal laughter.
Sigh. Chu Tian shook his head helplessly, his eyes full of resignation toward the unreasonable antics of the mischievous child.
Next time before you laugh, can you replace the exhaust fan with a plastic one?
Before the words had even settled, Chu Tian slowly closed his eyes. The magnetic field he had just set up began to work its wonders. With a slight movement of his thoughts, it was as if he had cast a mysterious spell.
The toxic gas outlets on the wall seemed to be gripped by an invisible force, instantly compressed and deformed, sealing themselves tightly.
The exhaust fan that had just been turned off began to rotate slowly under the influence of magnetic force, as if it had been brought back to life without the need for electricity. Immediately afterward, the doors in the corridor opened one by one, and the entire ventilation system restarted like a phoenix reborn. The green gas that had just been released hadn't even reached Chu Tian before it was
sucked in by the activated exhaust fan like a whale swallowing water.
In an instant, the air in the corridor was refreshed, and even the disinfectant smell that Chu Tian usually detested disappeared without a trace.
Now,
Chu Tian's voice was as calm as water, yet when it reached Dr. Zhao's ears through the broadcast, it sounded like the whisper of a demon, carrying an endless sense of terror.
No, no, no.
From the broadcast, Dr. Zhao's voice first sounded panicked, then erupted in anger, like a rabid dog whose tail had been stepped on. Number 2.
Number 3. Kill those 2 intruders for me.
As the command was issued, heavy footsteps immediately echoed from the other end of the corridor.
Boom, boom, boom.
The sound resembled a rampaging rhinoceros charging forward, causing the entire corridor to tremble slightly with the vibrations.
Prepare for battle, it's a big one.
Chu Tian closed his eyes again, clearly sensing the intense biological magnetic field. Based on an initial assessment, this creature was at least as massive as a colossus like Steel Titan.
Boom, boom, boom. Soon, a hulking figure began to emerge faintly at the end of the corridor.
Accompanied by a loud bang, the metal isolation door at the end of the corridor was smashed open as if hit by a heavy shell. A muscular giant, nearly 3 meters tall, appeared before everyone. His bald head almost grazed the corridor's ceiling,
and his muscles bulged like solid rocks, each one brimming with immense power.
However, in stark contrast to his exaggerated physique, the giant's head was pitifully small, resembling an egg, which made him look particularly incongruous.
Name, number 3. Talent, Giantification LV2, irreversible, incomplete. complete. Due to unknown reasons, the target's talent is in an incomplete state, unable to be copied or enhanced.
The burly man's massive frame almost completely filled the corridor, pressing tightly against the walls on both sides. Not to mention a person, even a nimble little dog would find it hard to squeeze through the gap. At that moment, however, a figure forcibly squeezed through from the side. It was a middle-aged woman, no taller than 1.6 meters, as thin as a bamboo pole, with arms so slender they seemed like they
might snap with a gentle bend, practically skin and bones.
Her face had no fat, just a layer of skin clinging tightly to her bones, shriveled like a skeleton, as if a light breeze could blow her away.
Name, number 2. Talent, Beast Transformation, Fox Person LV2, incomplete.
Due to unknown reasons, the target talent is in a defective state, unable to be copied or enhanced.
Unknown reasons? Defective?
Chu Tian's gaze fell on the attribute panels of the two individuals, keenly noticing that both had this special notation. At the same time, the panel clearly displayed the words unable to copy.
F.A. Father has ordered. Kill the intruders. Intruders? Where?
After number 2 and number 3 appeared, they did not immediately launch an attack on Chu Tian and Li Ruyu.
They just stood there blankly, their hollow
gazes fixed on Chu Tian and Li Ruyu, as if trying hard to discern from their chaotic thoughts whether these two were the intruders their father had mentioned.
Hey!
Chu Tian called out tentatively, but the two remained motionless, as if frozen in place by a spell. At this moment, Dr. Zhao's anxious and restless voice came through the broadcast again, roaring like a gambler who had lost everything. You two idiots.
What are you standing there for? They are the intruders. Kill them now.
As soon as Dr. Zhao finished speaking, it was as if a start button had been pressed for number 2 and number 3.
You are intruders.
The emaciated number 2 slowly uttered each word deliberately.
Kill.
His voice was cold and heavy.
In comparison, number 3 appeared more sluggish.
Number 2 seemed to have been created earlier, with slightly higher intelligence, though only by a negligible margin.
Roar.
The burly man known as number 3 let out a deafening roar, as if it could tear through the surrounding air. He took heavy steps, his massive, bull-like frame suddenly charging toward Chu Tian. Should have called Steelman down to help earlier. Chu Tian shook his head helplessly, raising his hand as he said, watching these two iron fools fight is bound to be interesting.
Squeak squeak. In an instant, the corridor's ceiling seemed to be shaken by a mysterious force and began to collapse.
Bolts fixing the ventilation pipes, steel pipe frames, these seemingly ordinary objects in daily life all transformed into sharp arrows, densely shooting down at the burly man from above. In the blink of an eye, the scene resembled an ancient battlefield with tens of thousands of arrows raining down, an awe-inspiring spectacle.
Roar! The burly man let out an angry roar. However, the result was unexpected.
The metallic sharp arrows merely pierced his skin, like stones sinking into the sea, causing no substantial harm to him.
So tough?
Chu Tian was slightly startled, and a sense of awe for the burly man's defensive power arose in his heart.
Let me try?
Li Ruyu raised her hand, gathering thunder in her palm, and a lightning spear crackling with electricity instantly took shape in her hand. Wait a moment, Chu Tian stopped her in time.
With a wave of his hand, two metal lab tables seemed to come alive, shattering glass as they roared out from the room on the right side of the corridor.
In midair, the metal tables transformed miraculously into two long metal chains, one precisely wrapping around the burly man's neck and the other tightly locking his ankle. Immediately, the metal chain seemed to gain consciousness and tightened firmly. Roar! The burly man, restrained, let out a furious roar filled with anger and defiance, seemingly unfazed by the pain. He exerted all his strength, veins bulging on his forehead as blood seeped through his pores, quickly staining his entire face. However, under that terrifying brute force, the metal binding him was forcibly snapped apart. A top-tier melee type awakened. Chu Tian stared at the burly man in front of him, anger igniting in his eyes.
Destroyed just like that.
A level 2 awakened could actually rely on brute force to withstand the attacks of a level 3 magnetic field manipulator like himself.
This clearly shows just how powerful this giantification talent truly is.
Such a highly potential awakened has now been reduced to a lifeless puppet, only capable of mechanically carrying out the simplest commands. What pained Chu Tian the most was that he was unable to replicate this powerful talent.
Damn it!
The anger in Chu Tian's heart was like a flame fanned by the wind, burning ever more fiercely. He clenched his fists tightly, as if to channel all his fury into them. In an instant, a powerful magnetic energy erupted like a volcanic explosion. All the surrounding metal seemed to be driven by a mysterious force, instantly twisting and deforming into jagged blades. These blades, like ferocious beasts bearing their fangs and claws, madly lunged at the burly man, tightly entangling him. Two of the sharpest jagged blades coiled around his neck like venomous snakes, then began spinning rapidly, emitting a chilling sawing sound. Roar! The burly man let out a thunderous roar, still struggling desperately. But with every step he took forward, the sharp serrated edge cut deeper, like a ravenous beast. Before long, the blade mercilessly tore through his flesh, and bright red blood gushed out like a fountain, splattering across the ground.
Number 2, be obedient. Listen to your father. Listen to your father. Just as Chu Tian was fully restraining the burly man, at the other end of the
corridor, the emaciated number 2 swayed like a gust of wind, on the verge of collapse. She wore the smallest size of hospital gown, yet it still appeared oversized and loose on her. Her slightly hunched figure revealed her skeletal frame entirely. It was clear that she wore nothing underneath, but it wasn't awkward. Her entire body was skin and bones, devoid of any fat, with muscles merely a thin layer clinging to her bones, as if a light breeze could scatter her.
Obey. Number 2. Kill the intruder.
Number 2 muttered incessantly, as if talking to herself, trying hard to convince herself to obey the command. After a moment of struggle, she suddenly raised her head, and in her previously hollow eye sockets, a ferocious, beast-like glint appeared.
She let out repeated roars of kill,
followed by an earth-shaking roar of fury. Number 2's withered body suddenly swelled up like a balloon under a spell. Her spine arched high, and her tailbone slowly extended outward, forming a furry tail. At the same time, her face began to elongate, sharp fangs grew from her mouth, and red fur rapidly covered her entire body. Her previously frail and emaciated frame underwent a dramatic transformation in mere seconds, and her hospital gown, unable to withstand the change, tore apart with a loud rip.
Number 2 slowly stood up, now transformed into a 2-meter-tall half-beast monster with the face of a fox and the body of a human.
Kill the intruder. She locked onto Chu Tian, her figure like a red phantom, swiftly pouncing forward. Facing the burly man's obstruction, Number 2 showed no fear, leaping up with all her might. Those sharp claws, like hardened steel hooks, easily pierced the wall, supporting her as she ran on it as if it were flat ground.
Chu Tian, watch out.
Li Ruyu saw this thrilling scene, her heart tightening sharply, and without hesitation, she forcefully hurled the lightning spear in her hand.
The spear, wrapped in violent lightning, shot through the air like an enraged thunder dragon, with tiny arcs of electricity occasionally darting around.
The lightning spear collided fiercely with the transformed Number 2 in midair. In an instant, a dazzling white light erupted like a solar explosion, and the violent thunder energy poured out like a breached dam.
The laboratory glass couldn't withstand the impact and shattered into pieces with a crash.
A half-meter diameter pit appeared in the corridor, surrounded by a field of lightning, with countless arcs jumping around like lively little sprites. Number 2 was knocked down by the intense impact, collapsing at the edge of the pit, her body uncontrollably twitching. Her fur was burned to charcoal, emitting a pungent scorched smell. The dispersed lightning energy, like mischievous ghosts, spread along the metal controlled by Chu Tian, reaching the burly man.
Roar!
The burly man also suffered an electric shock, his entire body convulsing violently, his hands swinging uncontrollably in a frenzy, hammering the walls on both sides. The wall surfaces cracked and became mottled, resembling a spider web on torn fabric.
This electricity even affected the laboratory's power system.
The sound of continuous explosions echoed, and the corridor lights went out one by one, as darkness gradually spread.
Sigh.
Chu Tian looked at the chaos before him and sighed helplessly. I should have had you stay outside and let Steelman come down. Li Ruyu then realized she hadn't controlled her strength properly and panicked. I am sorry, Chu Tian, I was just too worried about you. She had acted hastily out of concern for Chu Tian being surrounded.
Did you forget I can teleport? Chu Tian gently patted Li Ruyu's little head, his face showing no trace of anger.
On one hand, he understood that Li Ruyu hadn't done it intentionally. After all, concern can cloud
judgment.
On the other hand, he had just confirmed through magnetic field sensing that those devices were intact and had not been damaged by Li Ruyu's powerful lightning attack.
In fact, Chu Tian's worries were unnecessary.
Although some research equipment was delicate, it was far from fragile and not so easily broken.
In that case,
a confident gleam flashed in Chu Tian's eyes. I can let loose now. Actually, Chu Tian hadn't exerted his full strength earlier.
Now that the equipment was no longer at risk of damage, he decided to fully showcase his abilities. Watch closely, Ruyu. Boom! Chu Tian said to Li Ruyu with a face full of pride.
After speaking, he took a coin out of his pocket, pressed it against his thumb, and made a throwing gesture. Invisible magnetic energy quietly condensed into two imperceptible rails, while arcs of bluish electricity danced like lively sprites at his fingertips, occasionally connecting with the rails and emitting fantastical, dynamic glimmers of light.
Today, I'll show you. Chu Tian's lips curved slightly upward, his gaze resolute, the electric sparks dancing at your fingertips. This is the unwavering faith of my life. Super electromagnetic cannon.
As Chu Tian forcefully flicked his thumb, the coin instantly seemed to be drawn into an invisible acceleration track, moving at a speed that was utterly astonishing.
Gender, male.
The coin vanished without a trace, completely undetectable to the naked eye. Immediately afterward, a deafening sonic boom erupted, as if it were tearing the entire space apart. Following this, the man known as Number 3 heard a sharp pop, like a watermelon being struck, as his head exploded. Red and white brain matter and bone fragments scattered like a blooming, blood-red flower, splashing backward. This man, reputed to withstand piercing attacks and even endure serrated cuts, was utterly defenseless against a tiny coin, instantly killed by a headshot. Boom! The burly man's massive body collapsed to the ground. No matter how strong the physique, once the brain is lost, it is nothing more than a meaningless meaningless shell.
You have killed a level 2 awakened. Experience plus 500.
Although such a good talent was wasted in vain. Hearing the system notification, Shu Tian frowned slightly but quickly relaxed. At least I can still gain experience. At this moment, his mood finally improved a little. After instantly killing the burly man with one move, Shu Tian slowly turned his gaze toward number 2, who had fallen beside the crater blasted open by the lightning spear.
Roar! Number 2, transformed into a foxman, forcibly took a lightning spear from Li Ruyu.
Though not killed on the spot, he collapsed on the ground, barely alive, letting out a faint roar.
Gender, female. Kill. Intruder.
Even in such a weakened state, number 2 still hadn't regained his sanity, muttering those words incoherently. Shu Tian shook his head helplessly and lightly gestured with his hand.
A metal spear instantly took shape, like a black lightning bolt, piercing through number 2's brain in an instant. You have killed a level 2 awakened. Experience plus 500. Current experience, 7721.
After dealing with number 2 and number 3, Shu Tian's gaze became even more resolute, and he continued advancing deeper into the corridor without hesitation. At this moment, relying on his keen perception, he had roughly pinpointed the location of the mysterious Dr. Zhao. It had to be said, this Dr. Zhao was truly a cunning character. Whether he had conducted some research on magnetic field sensing or used some special method, he had inexplicably managed to hide inside a medical cabin tightly wrapped in a lead layer. Shu Tian focused intently, using magnetic field sensing to carefully probe 2 or 3 times, finally detecting that subtle anomaly.
Let's go. It's time to meet this so-called Dr. Zhao.
Shu Tian turned to look at Li Ruyu, his eyes exuding calmness and confidence, then led her toward the medical cabin. They steadily walked through the corridor, stepping over the isolation door that had just been smashed to pieces by number 3. Suddenly, their view opened up, revealing a spacious laboratory of over 200 square meters.
A lead-encased medical module sat quietly in the corner of the lab. No, no, no. Don't come any closer.
Dr. Zhao, hiding inside the medical module, panicked at the sight of Shu Tian. His face turned as pale as paper, and he frantically shut the module door, as if the thin glass door could serve as an impenetrable barrier.
Number 4. Kill them quickly. Hurry.
Inside the cabin, there was still a young man with a blank expression. Dr. Zhao, like a madman, kept urging him, frantically issuing orders to attack Shu Tian. But the young man remained like a wooden statue, completely unresponsive, his face still blank.
Name, number 4. Talent, Flame Control LV2, incomplete. Due to unknown reasons, the target talent is in an incomplete state, unable to be copied or upgraded. Shu Tian's gaze swept over the young man's attribute panel, and he instantly flew into a rage, unable to stop himself from cursing. Damn it, another top-tier talent ruined by you, you bastard. As soon as the words left his mouth, he suddenly waved his hand, and the several-ton medical cabin seemed to be pulled by an invisible force, slowly flying toward him under the influence of magnetism. No, no, no. Number 4. Kill them quickly. Number 4.
Watching the medical cabin getting closer and closer to Shu Tian, Dr. Zhao's panic had reached its peak. This man in his 30s, at this moment, was screaming hysterically like a terrified teenage girl. Being controlled by a useless person like you, these people are truly out of luck for 8 lifetimes. Shu Tian's face was full of disdain as he spoke coldly. Who would have thought that this sentence was like a sharp dagger, ruthlessly stabbing into Dr. Zhao's sensitive and fragile heart.
I am not useless. I am not useless. I am a genius. I am a true genius.
Dr. Zhao seemed to have been greatly provoked, losing control of his emotions in an instant, and the whole person became hysterical. You call yourself a damn genius.
You don't even have a PhD. Did you get in through the back door?
Shu Tian suddenly remembered what Bai Xiaoxiao had once said. This so-called Dr. Zhao, Zhaoliwei, didn't even have a PhD.
No, no, no.
Shu Tian's words were like a precision-guided bomb, instantly hitting Zhaoliwei's sore spot. Already on the verge of a mental breakdown, he completely collapsed, falling into madness. I didn't get in through connections.
I didn't. I am a PhD. I am a genius.
Zhaoliwei frantically slapped the glass of the experimental cabin, roaring hoarsely in anger, looking every bit like a madman.
Number 4. Hurry. Use your ability. Kill him for me.
Zhaoliwei, who had completely lost his sanity, seemed to forget that he was trapped inside the sealed cabin, still frantically ordering number 4 to activate his power. Ability. This time, number 4 seemed to finally understand Zhaoliwei's command. He slowly and blankly raised his hand. An incredibly scorching flame suddenly erupted from his palm, like a raging fire dragon, instantly filling the entire cabin.
No, stop it. Number 4. Number 4.
At this moment, Zhaoliwei finally woke up as if from a dream, but it was already too late. The terrifying flames, like the gaping maw of a demon, mercilessly devoured him in an instant. In the raging flames, Zhaoliwei's skin rapidly charred and twisted at a speed visible to the naked eye, then caught fire and burned. His piercing wails abruptly came to an end. Only a charred corpse remained, continuing to be roasted in the sea of fire. Fat sizzled out from the surface of the corpse, causing the fire to grow even fiercer. The scene was extremely disgusting, far beyond what an ordinary
person could endure. A pungent and unpleasant smell of burnt roasted meat slowly wafted through the gaps of the cabin. Li Ruyu, who witnessed the scene up close, turned pale and couldn't help but run to the side to retch violently. Chu Tian was also somewhat bewildered by the sudden turn of events. He had just pulled the cabin over and hadn't had time to take any action, yet this guy had managed to kill himself and died so tragically. You can be considered, the most understanding enemy I've ever encountered. Chu Tian shook his head helplessly. Immediately, he waved his hand, and the glass door of the medical module was suddenly flung open with a loud boom under the effect of a powerful magnetic field. The blazing flames from the module surged out like a wild horse, the scorching heat causing Chu Tian's clothes to flutter violently. Ability. Jolly inside the module had already been burned into shriveled charcoal, yet number 4 remained miraculously unscathed, tirelessly unleashing roaring flames. Go down and take a rest. As soon as Chu Tian finished speaking, a scalpel instantly flew into the air like a black lightning bolt, slicing through the air in the blink of an eye and striking number 4 with precision. You have killed a level 2 awakened. Experience plus 500. Accompanied by the system notification echoing in his mind, number 4 collapsed to the ground with a thud. The flames, having lost their source, quickly extinguished, leaving only the lingering intense heat in the surroundings as proof that everything that had just happened was no illusion. Tell the steelman to come down and move the equipment. I'll go check up ahead. After dealing with number 4, the entire biological laboratory posed no immediate threat. Chu Tian assigned the task of moving the equipment to the steelman and asked Li Ruyu to oversee it, while he continued to venture deeper into the laboratory. There, he sensed the biomagnetic field of a living person. Walking through the laboratory corridor, a heavy isolation door appeared in front of him. Chu Tian merely glanced at it, and the metal door automatically rose slowly under the influence of magnetism. As the door opened, a nauseating stench hit him in the face, like the foul smell of spoiled food, dried blood, and human excrement mixed together. If only there were a superpower to block odors. Chu Tian frowned slightly but stepped into the room decisively without hesitation. Due to Li Ruyu's earlier lightning attack damaging the laboratory's power supply, the room was pitch black, with visibility so poor that one couldn't see their own hand in front of their face. By the faintest glimmer of light, he vaguely saw rows of iron cages resembling prison cells, and could hear intermittent sobbing coming from within. Chu Tian spread out his palm, and electric energy instantly converged, using the bright electric light to illuminate the surroundings. Don't hit me! Don't hit me! A flash of light appeared, and immediately panicked pleas for mercy came from the cage, both male and female voices, clearly an instinctive reaction after severe trauma. The moment they saw Chu Tian holding lightning in his hand, their first reaction was to beg for mercy in terror while desperately retreating to the depths of the cage. Don't be nervous, I won't hurt you, Chu Tian quickly whispered to calm him down. He instinctively took a step back, moving swiftly and cautiously, like an alert leopard. Immediately, his gaze swept over everyone present, like a high-precision scanner. After careful observation, he found that most of these people were just ordinary mortals, with nothing special about them in this apocalyptic world. However, among them, there were also a few awakened ones, though their abilities were truly laughable. For example, the guy with the ability of acidic vomit. Just hearing the name, you can tell that the stuff he vomits is highly acidic, capable of easily corroding various objects. The thought of it alone is enough to make one nauseous. Then there's a woman whose entire body is covered in spikes, looking from afar like a humanoid porcupine walking upright. Her ability is bone spikes, but these spikes have limited use in actual combat. Unless the enemy is foolish enough to charge directly at her, they hardly serve much purpose. The abilities of the other awakened ones were even more ridiculously poor, even worse than that guy Chu Tian had encountered earlier who could only breathe underwater. Those awakened ones with a bit of skill have probably all been turned into fools by that bastard. Chu Tian couldn't help but curse under his breath. He knew very well that the slightly stronger awakened ones had definitely been taken by Zhao Liwei for so-called modifications, which was why only these feeble individuals were left here. In fact, the so-called transformation by Zhao Liwei is not some advanced technology. Chu Tian clearly remembered that the guy had once brazenly declared on the broadcast, "I will remove your frontal lobes." Roar! Just this one sentence completely exposed the truth behind the so-called transformation, lobotomy. Kill. This type of surgery has existed since the early 20th century, when some cruel psychiatric hospitals in the West used it to treat mental patients. People who have had their lobes removed inevitably lose part of their cognitive abilities, becoming like docile lambs, easily manipulated. For the awakened, losing cognitive abilities is equivalent to being crippled. Their abilities can no longer improve, let alone develop new ones, and they can only rely on instinct to use their pitifully limited powers. The person who could come up with such a despicable trick could be considered a genius, right? Chu Tian shook his head helplessly, filled with disdain for Zhao Liwei in his heart. With a single thought, Chu Tian used some mysterious power, and the iron cages imprisoning everyone in the room all opened with a clang. You can leave now. Chu Tian's voice echoed in the empty room. Boom! However, the people locked in the iron cages seemed to be under
under a paralysis spell, not a single one dared to move. They still huddled in the corners, their faces full of fear, their eyes filled with wariness and unease. Shu Tian could tell they were still afraid, so he spoke again to explain that Dr. Zhao or whatever, I've already dealt with him. To be precise, he brought about his own demise.
In any case, you're safe now.
After speaking, Shu Tian didn't care whether they believed him or not and turned to leave. At that moment, his gaze was drawn to a corner of the room where an iron cage stood. Inside was a boy of about 13 or 14 years old, extremely thin, as if a gust of wind could knock him over. He was covered in mud, looking as though he had just crawled out of a swamp, filthy and emitting a pungent stench that made people frown from afar. His short hair was uneven and messy, as if chewed by a dog, with mud clinging to it, wet and sticky. In a crowd, he was the spitting image of a little beggar, so inconspicuous that it was hard to notice him. Roar! However, Shu Tian keenly noticed that on the boy's dirty face, there was a pair of exceptionally bright eyes, lively and sparkling like stars in the night sky.
Shu Tian couldn't help but stop in his tracks, turning to focus all his attention on the boy. As he concentrated, the boy's attribute information appeared before his eyes, like an illusion. Name, Annie. Talent, Animal Affinity LV1. Note, N is a surname, ranked 79th in the Song Dynasty's 100 family surnames. Gender is female? Shu Tian was slightly taken aback.
If it weren't for the system's prompt, with this tomboyish appearance, he really would have been fooled by her. That messy short hair, combined with the dirty and disheveled look, she looked every bit like a little boy.
Wait, this talent.
Shu Tian's attention was immediately drawn to the abilities of this tomboy in front of him.
Animal Affinity? What exactly is the use of this ability? Could it be beast taming? He couldn't quite
determine the true purpose of the girl's talent. At first glance, it seemed useless, like a trash talent, but he had a vague feeling that things weren't so simple. At the very least, this talent had no side effects.
You, come out.
After pondering for a moment, Shu Tian decided to take the girl with him. The girl was called out, her pupils instantly dilated, like a startled fawn. She wanted to hide behind the others, but the survivors in the cage had already scattered like avoiding the plague, leaving her completely exposed. ABA with nowhere to hide. Annie could only pretend to be mute, making a series of ABA sounds. She knew in her heart that as soon as she spoke, her identity as a girl would be completely exposed. Stop pretending, I know you're a girl. Shu Tian saw through her clumsy disguise at a glance. Several male survivors in the iron cage also turned their gazes toward Annie, but they quickly looked away after a glance, muttering, so filthy, dirty and smelly, just like a little beggar.
Come on, follow me later.
Shu Tian didn't care at all whether she was dirty or not, extending his hand once again as he spoke.
This time, the girl did not refuse again.
She obediently stepped out of the cage. However, she did not take Shu Tian's hand but instead lowered her head, timidly standing behind him, always keeping a distance of more than a meter.
Let's go.
Seeing this, Shu Tian said nothing more, turned around, and started walking away.
At the same time Shu Tian found Annie, almost simultaneously, a transport helicopter was rapidly heading toward the biological laboratory. On board was none other than the head of the Southwest-based Defense Department, Zhao Zhongxie.
Even on the helicopter, the old man couldn't resist indulging himself, accompanied by a middle-aged woman. From time to time, he would pull the woman over without hesitation, groping her without restraint.
Supervisor, we've arrived, the pilot reminded at the right moment.
The helicopter began to descend slowly. To avoid attacks from airborne beasts during the journey, both helicopters and other aircraft usually opt for high-altitude flights to reduce risks, only lowering altitude when approaching their destination.
As the helicopter gradually descended, Zhao Zhongxie suddenly exclaimed, that thing down there that looks like an Iron Man, is it a newly discovered awakened? Sir, I'm not quite sure, but I think so. Zhao Zhongxie's trusted subordinate quickly leaned out to take a glance below.
He too had never seen such a steel man before.
As expected of my son. Like father, like son. Silently brought in another awakened one.
Zhao Zhongxie stared at the steel man below, his mood instantly improving. The anger accumulated from the failed capture mission dissipated in an instant.
Before long, the helicopter steadily landed on the open ground in front of the biological laboratory, right next to the Doomsday War vehicle.
As soon as the vehicle came to a stop, Zhao Zhongxie impatiently pulled open the cabin door and stepped out, followed silently by the middle-aged woman without making a sound. Just like number 2, number 3, and number 4 whom Shu Tian had encountered before, the middle-aged woman's eyes were vacant and lifeless, as if she were a soulless shell, only knowing to follow Zhao Zhongxie closely.
Hey! A sharp shout pierced through the airport's clamor like an arrow.
Zhao Zhongxie, who had just stepped off the helicopter, glared with wide, angry eyes and shouted loudly at the steelman, who was methodically transporting equipment, "What's your number?" The steelman seemed to have heard some strange command and halted its firm, powerful steps. With a pair of eyes gleaming with an eerie light, it scrutinized the old man who had descended from the helicopter with a face full of anger, its gaze filled with confusion and contemplation. At this moment, it seemed as though a fierce internal struggle was taking place in its mind, hesitating whether or not to launch an attack on the old man before it After a moment of hesitation, it ultimately decided to let it go and continued moving things. After all, the new order Chu Tian gave it clearly stated to move things, not to fight. Another fool. Zhao Zhangxie saw that the steel man ignored his shouts and continued mechanically moving things. He became even more convinced that this Iron Man was indeed his son's new masterpiece. These guys are good at everything, he muttered under his breath while glancing back at the middle-aged woman behind him. Feeling unsatisfied, he turned around and pinched her a few times. The woman stood motionless like a wooden stake. No matter how much force Zhao Zhangxie used, she showed no reaction, as if she couldn't feel any pain at all. Pa Zhao Zhangxie, being older, stopped after a few squeezes, panting heavily. He spat a mouthful of phlegm onto the ground and walked toward the enigmatic laboratory building ahead, cursing under his breath. Number 1, follow me. Hearing Zhao Zhangxie's words, the middle-aged woman followed closely behind him without hesitation, like a shadow. If Zhao Zhangxie had stayed obediently at the laboratory door, the steelman might have continued to ignore him. But the moment he tried to enter the laboratory, it was as if he had triggered some dangerous mechanism, activating Chu Tian's order to prohibit anyone from entering or leaving. Without hesitation, the steelman slammed down the heavy equipment with a clang and decisively launched an attack. Boom, boom, boom. The steelman strode forward with drum-like heavy steps, aggressively charging at Zhao Zhangxie. What are you doing? Zhao Zhangxie was so frightened by the sudden attack that his face turned pale, and he shouted in panic, "Don't you even recognize me? Beast, didn't Wei show you my photo?" However, no matter how Zhao Zhangxie screamed and yelled, the steelman, like a cold and ruthless killing machine, showed no sign of stopping. Finally, he realized something was wrong. The Iron Man actually possessed independent thinking ability. He hurriedly looked around, his eyes suddenly widening. He saw corpses lying haphazardly under the laboratory walls. Upon closer inspection, they turned out to be the soldiers he had sent to assist Zhao Liwei. Quick! Zhao Zhangxi finally realized the gravity of the situation, cold sweat pouring down as he hastily ordered the middle-aged woman. Number 1. Stop him for me. The middle-aged woman responded succinctly. As soon as the words left her mouth, the muscles on her body rapidly swelled, and the nails on her 10 fingers quickly grew longer and curved, resembling 10 gleaming steel blades. Immediately, the woman let out a furious roar, her voice filled with boundless killing intent, and lunged fiercely at the steelman's face. Get down! The steelman had just reached out to grab her, but she moved like an agile cat, flipping over and skillfully climbing onto his back. Then, her claws, sharp as steel blades, slashed wildly across the steelman's back like 10 razor-sharp knives. Each scratch produced a piercing screeching sound, sparks flying everywhere, making one wonder if her nails were actually made of metal. The steelman roared in fury, desperately reaching out to grab her, but his burly and powerful muscles restricted the range of his arm movements. No matter how hard he tried, he was always just a little short of catching the woman. Fortunately, the woman's attacks were temporarily unable to cause substantial damage to the steelman, only leaving thin, long scratches on his hardened metallic skin. Just like that, the two of them found themselves locked in a stalemate, each trying to counter the other. You guys! Zhao Zhangxie, who had narrowly escaped danger, suddenly remembered that his son was still in the laboratory, his fate unknown. Too frightened to go in himself, he could only shout orders to the accompanying soldiers. What are you standing around for? Go in and check if Wei is okay. Yes, yes, yes. 3 soldiers, along with one of Zhao Zhangxie's trusted aides, were terrified out of their minds but dared not argue. They could only steel themselves, trembling as they picked up their guns and slowly walked toward the laboratory building. Go in, or die. The steelman noticed they were preparing to enter the building and simply ignored the woman clawing at his back. After all, she couldn't hurt him much. He roared like an enraged bull and charged fiercely at the soldiers. Hurry, hurry, shoot him dead. Zhao Zhangxie's trusted aide turned pale as paper, his voice trembling as he and the 3 soldiers beside him pulled the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. A barrage of gunfire erupted instantly, but the bullets were mercilessly deflected by the steelman's impenetrable body. The clanging impact sounds, like the intense noise of iron being forged, were deafening. Instead, the woman behind the steelman was unlucky, struck by a ricochet. She let out a miserable scream and fell heavily from the steelman's body. Gender, male. Die. The steelman took the opportunity to turn around and stomp down fiercely. He showed no mercy to the woman. His raised right foot came down mercilessly, like a heavy hammer, stomping hard on the woman's abdomen. Accompanied by the sickening sound of flesh and bones shattering, the woman's abdomen instantly caved in. The steelman stomped nearly pierced through her stomach, her intestines and stomach crushed into pulp by the brute force, slowly oozing out from beside his foot. Ugh! The woman painfully spat out a mouthful of dark, blackened blood mixed with fragments of internal organs, creating an extremely gruesome scene. I was wondering why it was so noisy outside. Just as the steelman raised his foot again, ready to end the woman's life completely, Chu Tian's slightly mocking voice suddenly came from the laboratory building. So, after killing the small fry, the big boss shows up, huh? Chu Tian sneered, walking out of the laboratory building at an unhurried pace. Behind him followed Li Ruyu, along with the recently found and who had been disguised as a man. Zhao Zhangxie saw the unfamiliar trio walking out of the laboratory building, and his heart tightened as if he had guessed something.
His face turned red with agitation. Away? What did you do to my son? Away?
Chu Tian's lips curled into a cold smile.
Away is already dead.
You chose this, didn't you? He deliberately slowed his speech, wanting Zhao Zhongxie to savor the pain of losing his son. This kind of psychological torment is sometimes harder to endure than physical suffering.
No, no, no.
Zhao Zhongxie lost control of his emotions, roaring like a madman. Impossible.
My son is so smart.
There's no way you could have killed him.
You got that right.
Chu Tian spoke as he walked out unhurriedly. That clever son of yours wasn't killed by me. Before I could make a move, he played with fire and burned himself. Zhao Zhongxie's eyes turned bloodshot, his fat belly trembling violently as he roared in fury, kill him for me. However, the next second, what sounded wasn't gunfire, but a few dull thuds of bodies hitting the ground. Zhao Zhongxie turned his head in terror, only to see his trusted aide and 3 soldiers all struck through the brain by some mysterious force, collapsing stiffly to the ground, utterly dead. Zhao Zhongxie finally felt a fear that penetrated to his very bones. His voice carried a trace of despair as he placed his last hope on the only remaining awakened.
Number one.
But the scene before him was like a merciless thunderbolt, instantly shattering the hope in his heart into pieces, leaving only bone-deep despair.
Die!
The steel man uttered that low and murderous voice, like a judgment from hell. He slowly raised his right foot again, the thick muscles of his leg tensed, and every vein bulged like a fully drawn bowstring, ready to strike. Then, his foot slammed down fiercely onto the head of number 1, who lay on the ground, powerless to resist, with the force of an avalanche. Accompanied by this thunderous stomp, the ground seemed to tremble as if experiencing an earthquake, and a powerful shockwave spread outward.
Steelman killed LV2 awakened. Experience points plus 500.
This striking prompt seems to announce the end of a life. The fatal kick of the steelman, like the last straw that broke the camel's back, completely extinguished the last glimmer of hope in Zhao Zhongxie's heart. His son died right before his eyes, and the dream of an army of awakened ones vanished like a bubble in an instant.
No, no, no.
Zhao Zhongxie trembled as he uttered these words, his lips quivering. As he spoke, he unconsciously stepped back, as if his soul had left his body. At this moment, his spirit was like a string about to snap, teetering on the edge of collapse.
Away once said.
He murmured to himself, his voice trembling.
As long as we control enough awakened, my son and I can reign supreme in this apocalypse. We can have whatever we want.
Sleep with whichever woman we desire. As he spoke, he suddenly let out a maniacal ha-ha laugh, completely immersed in that illusory fantasy world, until a rock tripped him hard, sending him sprawling to the ground with a heavy fall. The intense pain finally dragged him back from his fantasy to the harsh and cold reality. After the beautiful dream shattered, what followed was an endless nightmare. Zhao Zhongxie stared in terror at Chu Tian, who was slowly walking toward him, as if the man had transformed into a monster from the abyss, the embodiment of a nightmare.
Boom!
Chu Tian's lips carried a faint mocking smile, which in Zhao Zhongxie's eyes seemed like a devil's malicious grin.
Don't come any closer. Don't come any closer. Ah!
Zhao Zhongxie's entire body trembled violently, his pupils dilated sharply, and his eyeballs seemed about to pop out of their sockets. Fear, like a surging tide, eroded every inch of space in his mind. Even though it was broad daylight, as Chu Tian approached step by step, it felt as if boundless darkness surged in from all directions, completely engulfing him. Zhao Zhongxie felt it increasingly difficult to breathe, as if an invisible hand was tightly gripping his throat. In his vision, he could no longer see anything, except for the slowly approaching Chu Tian. But Chu Tian still walked unhurriedly, step by step, like the Grim Reaper strolling slowly.
No!
Finally, with a piercing and desperate scream, Zhao Zhongxie was so terrified that he died on the spot. His face was twisted and hideous, his features distorted, as if he had endured endless torment before his death, unable to escape the pain even in his final moments.
Ha! Scared to death? Chu Tian's face showed a trace of bewilderment.
With a hint of confusion, he walked to Zhao Zhongxie's side and gently nudged him with his foot. After quite a while, he finally confirmed that this old guy had indeed been scared to death by him.
Would being scared to death be this painful? Chu Tian glanced at Zhao Zhongxie's horrifying expression before his death and immediately looked away.
Even someone as experienced and knowledgeable as him couldn't help but feel a tinge of discomfort at such a tragic sight.
All right,
this time, no one else should come.
Keep moving.
After scaring Zhao Zhongxie to death, Chu Tian calmly spoke to the crowd and then instructed them to continue transporting the equipment. As for himself, he turned and walked toward the helicopter Zhao Zhongxie had arrived in.
Boom!
The helicopter pilot, seeing Chu Tian walking toward him, was so terrified that he didn't dare to breathe, cold sweat streaming down his forehead, with large beads of sweat rolling down his cheeks. He didn't actually want to escape, but the helicopter suddenly seemed to malfunction. No matter how frantically he operated it, the instruments and control stick remained unresponsive, and the helicopter seemed like an iron bird nailed in place.
This helicopter is really something.
Chu Tian leisurely walked up to the helicopter, reached out, and lightly knocked on the cabin door next to the pilot.
Gulp! A dry sound came from the pilot's throat.
He felt as if his throat was so parched it might catch fire. He swallowed hard, but had no idea how to respond to Chu Tian's question.
What model is this, G9?
Seeing that the pilot didn't respond, Chu Tian didn't get annoyed and began carefully inspecting the aircraft. With his extensive experience, he confirmed without a doubt that this was indeed a G9. This lightweight multi-purpose helicopter, with a maximum takeoff weight of 4 tons, was an extremely rare asset in the current apocalyptic environment. Yes, it's a G9. The pilot finally snapped out of his extreme fear and hurriedly replied,
Can I borrow it for a bit?
Although Chu Tian was asking, his tone carried a hint of undeniable firmness.
Sure, of course, no problem.
The pilot didn't dare to object and quickly took off his headset, preparing to leave the helicopter.
What are you doing?
Chu Tian reached out to stop him.
Sir, didn't you say you wanted to borrow the plane?
The pilot was startled, thinking Chu Tian was about to kill him to silence him, and his heart tightened instantly.
The plane is originally mine. When I said borrow, I meant borrowing you. Help me deliver some goods. If you do it well, I might spare your life, Chu Tian said indifferently.
Hearing this, the pilot finally breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly replied,
Send as many trips as needed, sir, just give the order.
The pilot was also a sharp individual. After speaking, he didn't return to the plane but instead perceptibly ran over to help Steelman move the equipment.
With the combined efforts of several people, the laboratory was quickly cleared out. The doomsday chariot and the large truck driven by Steelman were packed to the brim, with various equipment and supplies piled high.
Fortunately, Zhao Zhongxia thoughtfully sent over a transport plane, otherwise, it would have been impossible to carry so much in one trip.
Follow the convoy later.
Don't fly too high, or I'll shoot you down directly. Before departure, Chu Tian solemnly reminded the pilot.
No.
Rest assured, sir, I promise to fly low the entire time and absolutely won't ascend. At this moment, the pilot had already witnessed Chu Tian's terrifying power firsthand and knew well that he had no chance of escaping.
Even if the helicopter ascended slightly, it would be dragged down by that invisible force. Sizzle. Good that you understand.
After Chu Tian finished speaking, he boarded the doomsday vehicle. Li Ruyu followed closely behind, gracefully taking the front passenger seat. The dirty and disheveled Annie, feeling ashamed of herself, didn't dare to approach Chu Tian and Li Ruyu and could only sit silently in the last row. If the cabin hadn't been packed full of various goods, she might have wanted to hide in the cargo compartment.
I heard from Chu Tian that your name is Annie?
In the car, Li Ruyu tried to break the heavy atmosphere, hoping to ease Annie's guardedness.
Annie only responded softly. What a beautiful name. Li Ruyu continued. Annie did not respond further. How old are you this year? 13.
Li Ruyu tried various topics, but no matter how hard she tried, all efforts ended in failure. No matter what she asked, Annie's answers were always just 1 or 2 words, or simply In the end, even the extremely patient Li Ruyu felt helpless.
Chu Tian, I feel like this little girl is a bit hard to get along with.
Li Ruyu leaned close to Chu Tian's ear and said softly with a helpless tone,
Take it slow. The little girl is timid and a bit cautious. Chu Tian didn't lower his voice and spoke in a normal tone.
Go. Little Annie obviously heard it, and her previously expressionless face finally showed a slight change.
Chu Tian, I think it's not wrong for the young girl to be a bit cautious. Li Ruyu unusually expressed a different opinion. After all, a teenage girl in this harsh post-apocalyptic environment, what's wrong with being a bit cautious? How does that equate to cowardice? I'm not a coward. I'm just protecting myself.
Hearing Li Ruyu speak up for her, the usually silent and reserved Annie couldn't help but defend herself.
See, didn't you just start talking?
Chu Tian shrugged, his face showing an expression of having expected this all along.
Little Annie was instantly dumbfounded. So she had been tricked by Chu Tian, led into saying more than she intended? Could it be that adults' hearts are so fragile? Such thoughts quietly emerged in her mind, and a wave of disappointment surged in her heart.
Indeed, she still wasn't careful or cautious enough. Although she muttered inwardly, once the words were out, it wasn't so easy to stop talking.
Annie, Chu Tian said you're also an awakened. So, what exactly is your talent?
Li Ruyu asked curiously, her eyes carrying a hint of expectation.
I don't really know either.
Annie frowned slightly, her face showing a hint of confusion.
There are actually people who don't know their own talent?
Li Ruyu opened her mouth wide in surprise, as if she had heard something unbelievable. I only remember one time when I was surrounded by 2 ferocious zombies. The scene was truly despairing. Just when I thought I was going to die, a dog that looked extremely fierce suddenly rushed out and saved me. Annie recalled the scene from that time, still shaken.
Was it a red dog?
Li Ruyu pressed on, a strange glint flashing in her eyes.
Annie nodded gently. My goodness, isn't that a ferocious beast? Li Ruyu couldn't help but exclaim, her voice full of shock.
Just like that, with Chu Tian's prompting, Annie and Li Ruyu started chatting back and forth. Unknowingly, the two gradually began discussing supernatural abilities.
The animals in animal affinity, Li Ruyu murmured to herself. So it turns out they were referring to ferocious beasts? Gender, female. Annie also asked in confusion. Chu Tian had been quietly listening all along. Upon hearing this, he finally gained some understanding understanding of Annie's talent. I just wonder if this animal affinity can be used to control ferocious beasts instead. Chu Tian pondered to himself, if it can, then this truly is an extraordinary ability that could be considered a divine skill. Just as Chu Tian was deep in thought, a convoy approached from ahead. To be precise, it was two imposing armored vehicles. Screech, accompanied by the sharp sound of tires braking, the two armored vehicles slowly decelerated. Seeing this, Chu Tian quickly stepped on the brakes of the Doomsday War vehicle. Looks like they're from the southwest base. Li Ruyu immediately recognized the armored vehicle, lightning flashing in her eyes, her entire body tensing up in an instant, clearly ready for battle. Don't be nervous, it's an old friend. Chu Tian's lips curved into a slight smile, revealing a relaxed expression. As he spoke, he opened the car door and jumped out of the war vehicle. Opposite them, the people in the armored vehicle also got out one after another. Leading them was Zhang Haoping and his squad. However, they did not recognize the Doomsday War vehicle. Several soldiers wore serious expressions, as if facing a formidable enemy, already prepared for combat. Is it you? It wasn't until Chu Tian and Li Ruyu got out of the car that Zhang Haoping suddenly realized. Put down your guns, they're not enemies. He hurriedly waved his hand, signaling his subordinates to lower their weapons, fearing an accidental discharge. If you are here to rescue Zhao Zhengxie, Chu Tian half-jokingly said, then you might be too late. But if you're here to collect his body, you might still make it in time. After all, these people were all from the southwest base. Soldiers, after all, are just a group of people who follow orders. Chu Tian couldn't guarantee that the orders they received wouldn't conflict with his own. Neither. Zhang Haoping shook his head and explained, this time, I acted on my own. I suspected that Zhao Zhengxie was related to the disappearance of some survivors in the base, so when I saw him leaving the base by helicopter, I brought people to follow him. Speaking of this, Zhang Haoping couldn't help but disdain Zhao Zhengxie. The southwest base was only a little over 20 kilometers from here, yet this old guy didn't even dare to take a car and insisted on wasting a helicopter. But since Zhao Zhengxie has already been killed by you, there's no need for us to continue the investigation. Clearly, Zhang Haoping had no intention of becoming an enemy of Chu Tian. After speaking, he gestured to his subordinates nearby. A few soldiers immediately understood and boarded the armored vehicle, preparing to return the way they came. Zhang Haoping did not get in the vehicle immediately but walked toward Chu Tian. Stop, wait, I'm not joining. As soon as Zhang Haoping started to speak, Chu Tian directly interrupted him. Zhang Haoping was instantly speechless. He glanced at Li Ruyu, who was beside Chu Tian, and immediately understood why his previous invitation had also failed. So these two were in cahoots, huh? This gentleman. Zhang Haoping was just about to address him but awkwardly realized he didn't even know Chu Tian's name. Chu Tian took the initiative to introduce himself. Mr. Chu, my invitation to you carries no ulterior motives. Zhang Haoping still refused to give up easily. As a military officer with a considerable rank, he repeatedly pleaded in a low voice, clearly not for his own sake but for the tens of thousands of ordinary survivors in the southwest base. Mr. Chu, there is something you may not be aware of. Currently, within H City, a massive super zombie horde numbering in the millions has formed. Moreover, the horde is continuously spreading outward. My invitation to you is not for any other reason but for the tens of thousands of survivors in the southwest base. Zhang Haoping was a typical pre-apocalypse soldier, always considering the protection of ordinary people as his mission. This was also the reason he braved danger day after day to search for supplies and survivors. Mr. Chu, please reconsider for the sake of these survivors. After speaking, he slightly lowered his head, adopting a very humble attitude. However, Chu Tian shook his head without hesitation. Sorry, I already protected them once in my previous life. This was truly what Chu Tian felt in his heart, but obviously, he couldn't reveal his identity as a reborn individual. I've known about the zombie horde for a long time. To put it bluntly, you'd better hurry and relocate those survivors now. That would be far more effective than repeatedly inviting me here. Chu Tian's expression was grave as he spoke in a deep voice. After all, a zombie horde of 1,000,000 in scale, let alone him as a level 3 magnetic field manipulator, even if 10 more like him came, it would still be difficult to resist. Alright, I understand. Zhang Haoping finally gave up helplessly, sighed, and with a hint of disappointment, reluctantly returned to the armored vehicle and turned around to leave. After this little episode, the Doomsday vehicle was back on the road, and the atmosphere inside the car was particularly heavy. Li Ruyu did not engage in further conversation with Annie. She was still immersed in the news about the zombie horde from earlier. Chu Tian, are we really just going to ignore the zombie horde like this? Li Ruyu asked, though what she truly wanted to ask was whether they would abandon Yijiang Garden and flee elsewhere when the zombie horde arrived. Completely ignoring it is impossible. Chu Tian responded honestly. Yijiang Garden is something he is still unwilling to give up easily. It is both safe and comfortable, and they have just resolved the electricity supply issue. Moreover, a large batch of experimental equipment has been brought back. After putting in so much effort, how could he just abandon it? Then why didn't we agree with them earlier to join forces and resist resist the zombie horde? Li Ruyu was somewhat puzzled. She felt that facing the zombie horde, uniting together should be more effective, shouldn't it? Resist? Chu Tian smiled faintly and asked back, Ruyu, what's the largest number of people you've ever seen at one time? Li Ruyu thought for a moment and said, it should be the school opening ceremony day, probably a few thousand people, packed tightly, stretching as far as the eye could see. Very good. Chu Tian nodded and continued to ask, what if the number of people on the day of the opening ceremony were multiplied by 200? Can you imagine how terrifying that scene would be? Li Ruyu fell silent upon hearing this. No matter how hard she tried to imagine, she couldn't conjure up what such a horrifying scene would look like in her mind. A corpse tied of a million scale. Chu Tian's words were like heavy hammers, fiercely striking the air. Not to mention those ordinary zombies that can be seen everywhere. Just the mutated zombies alone are too numerous to count. Every word carried a chilling force. And some of those mutated zombies, their strength far surpasses the level you and I are at now. This cold description makes the cruelty of the apocalypse feel even more real and overwhelming. Such a terrifying tide of corpses. Chu Tian's voice stretched out, seemingly carrying endless heaviness. How do you plan to resist such a tide of corpses? Chu Tian's question was like a probing of the soul's depths. Li Ruyu was instantly at a loss for words, tightly closing her lips, unable to utter a single word. All along, she and Chu Tian had been inseparable, as if the cruelty of the apocalypse had been slightly veiled by a thin layer of gauze. But at this moment, this set of cold data was like a sharp pair of scissors, ruthlessly tearing apart that layer of gauze, exposing the bloody and cruel truth without reservation. So, we are nothing more than slightly larger ants after all. Against the grand backdrop of the apocalypse, let alone LV3 awakeners, even stronger awakeners, what difference does it make? At best, they are just slightly larger ants. In the early stages of the apocalypse, they live only slightly more comfortably than ordinary people. In the later stages, they merely survive a little longer than ordinary people, that's all. No matter how powerful, they can only struggle to survive under the shadow of the apocalypse, utterly incapable of defying fate. So, we can only choose to run away, right? For the first time, Li Ruyu deeply felt the despair brought by the apocalypse. That despair was like a tiny ant, watching helplessly as the relentless wheels rolled over, powerless to resist, utterly helpless. Not entirely. Yes. Chu Tian slowly shook his head. In the depths of his usually calm and composed eyes, a hint of madness flickered, like a turbulent undercurrent hidden beneath a tranquil lake surface. About this wave of corpses, his voice was deep, yet carried a mysterious allure. Kill. I have a somewhat immature idea. Halfway through his sentence, Chu Tian suddenly stopped, as if deliberately leaving a sense of suspense. What idea? Li Ruyu's eyes instantly lit up, as if she had seen a glimmer of hope in the darkness. That's right. No matter how harsh the apocalyptic environment is, as long as Chu Tian is there, she always feels that a solution can be found. In her heart, Chu Tian is the omnipotent hero. Let's talk about it when the zombie horde arrives. Get down here. Faced with Li Ruyu's eager questioning, Chu Tian did not reveal more, because his idea was simply too crazy. So crazy that only someone with equally wild ideas might accept it. And that equally crazy person, Chu Tian knew in his heart, he had already found, by Xiao Xiao. Steelman, move all these things inside. The group returned to Yijian Garden, and as usual, Chu Tian left all the heavy lifting to Steelman. Sister Ruyu, is this where you live? As soon as little Annie got out of the car, she was stunned by the sight before her eyes wide with amazement. Luxurious villas were scattered harmoniously throughout the tree-lined neighborhood. The surroundings of the neighborhood were utterly tranquil, without even a shadow of a zombie. The roads were clean and tidy, so quiet it seemed as if the apocalypse had never happened. Li Ruyu hopped off the car lightly, turned back, and extended her hand to little Annie with a gentle smile on her face, ready to help her down. Annie, who had initially let her guard down, suddenly hesitated. She wasn't guarding against anything, she just lowered her head to look at the stinky black mud all over her body, filthy beyond recognition, afraid of dirtying Sister Ruyu's clean hands. Bang! It's okay. Li Ruyu didn't mind at all, took a step forward, gently held Annie's hand, and helped her off the vehicle with care. Ruyu, take her to have a bath, and ask Chen Meiyue to prepare some food in the meantime. Squish! Chu Tian noticed that little Annie's steps were unsteady and her body seemed light, as if a gust of wind could blow her over. He guessed that little Annie might not have eaten properly for a long time, leaving her extremely weak. After all, falling into the hands of a lunatic like Zhao Liwei and managing to escape alive was already a blessing. Being able to eat well was almost impossible. Li Ruoyue clearly understood Chu Tian's intentions and quickly took Annie's hand, leading her into the villa. Just as the two women left, a helicopter that had been cautiously following the convoy slowly descended. The pilot was obviously quite frightened by Chu Tian, and throughout the entire flight he didn't dare to fly high, maintaining a low altitude. No, Lord, the items are intact. Aye. The pilot got off the plane trembling, walking nervously toward Chu Tian. He knew very well that now that the items had been delivered, he might no longer be of any use in the eyes of this man before him. Whether one can survive depends entirely on Chu Tian's mood. Move the stuff inside. Chu Tian's voice was calm, without a trace of emotion. Then you can get lost. Fire. But don't even think about the vehicle. Figure out a way to get out on your own.
Fortunately, Chu Tian's mood was fairly good, and he had no intention of killing indiscriminately.
No problem. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
The pilot no longer dared to hope for any vehicle. Being alive was already an unexpected blessing.
No.
Grateful to the point of tears, he immediately got to work energetically, moving the equipment from the helicopter. Soon, the equipment from both the vehicle and the helicopter was successfully moved into Villa number 9 and neatly arranged in the basement. Chu Tian also kept his word and released the pilot as promised, allowing him to leave the neighborhood.
As for whether the pilot could find transportation and safely make it out alive, that was no longer Chu Tian's concern. Once everything was settled, Chu Tian
sent the steelman out to clear zombies and accumulate experience points.
He himself turned and headed toward Bai Xiaoxiao's laboratory.
Upon entering Villa number 9, the upper floors of the villa appeared almost unchanged, but the basement had undergone a complete
transformation.
The former wine cellar, gym, private cinema, all these entertainment facilities, and even the underground garage, had now completely vanished. In their place were research labs, sample rooms, liquid nitrogen storage rooms. The entire basement was filled with various research equipment, making it seem as though it had been turned into a high-tech research facility.
Already getting busy? Chu Tian walked into the basement and saw Bai Xiaoxiao fully absorbed in her work in the laboratory.
Every time he saw her, Chu Tian always felt that she was perpetually busy, as if she had never truly taken a break.
Zombies are still mutating continuously. Fierce beasts are also emerging from various places. Boom! Humanity doesn't have much time left. Her response to Bai Xiaoxiao's inquiry was concise and direct.
Clearly, the one who hacked the reconnaissance satellite was well aware of humanity's precarious situation and deeply understood that the circumstances were worsening by the day.
What are you drawing? Chu Tian walked over to Bai Xiaoxiao's side and found her intently designing something.
Judging by the structural diagram in front of him, it seemed to be a kind of energy storage device resembling a battery.
Thud. Graphene battery.
Bai Xiaoxiao didn't even lift her head, her pen continuously writing and sketching on the blueprint.
This is the first step of my plan.
As she spoke, she pointed to a stack of documents on the table not far away.
Chu Tian remembered that those documents were the ones Bai
Xiaoxiao had brought back from the hospital. Out of curiosity, he picked up the documents and began to carefully browse through them.
Graphene battery. Unmanned reconnaissance drone.
The first few pages of the document didn't seem particularly special, but the further I read, the more shocking the content became.
Genetic modification program. Intelligent AI. Drone mecha. Living transplant. Mechanical prosthetics. Clone project. Artificial awakeners. No.
One after another, plans that surpassed the times, even bordering on madness, emerged on paper.
Some of these plans severely violated human
ethics and were technologies explicitly banned from research before the apocalypse.
The most shocking of all was the cloning project. These were all planned by you long ago? Chu Tian widened his eyes in astonishment and asked incredulously.
The documents had been carefully brought back from the hospital, still carrying the distinctive scent of disinfectant, as if preserving traces of
that time.
In fact, from that moment, and even tracing back further, the exceptionally intelligent Bai Xiaoxiao had already meticulously outlined a grand blueprint for future development in her mind.
She was like a
visionary navigator who had long determined the course ahead. In other words, even without Chu Tian's persistent persuasion, Bai Xiaoxiao would have ultimately resolutely abandoned the field of biotechnology and firmly embarked on the path of mechanical technology, a road full of challenges and opportunities. Because this, from beginning to end, was her carefully considered and thoroughly planned trajectory for development. There was originally another document, Bai Xiaoxiao, who had already carefully completed the blueprint, walked over with light steps and said softly,
"It's about biotechnology. Do you need something from me? If not, could you help me make a mechanical arm?
It would be a great help to my research."
No.
Bai Xiaoxiao spoke as straightforwardly as ever, without any sense of tact or politeness. After speaking, she turned and walked toward the towering pile of documents, skillfully pulling out a few structural diagrams of the mechanical arm.
The diagrams
were as complex as a maze, with every line meticulously drawn, each component accompanied by independent and detailed descriptions, and the numerical values precise to several decimal places, as if every number carried the soul of the mechanical arm.
Chu Tian took the design diagram with a bewildered expression.
With his knowledge, he could understand the blueprint, but creating such a precision instrument, accurate to several decimal places, was undoubtedly a daunting challenge for him. All along, Chu Tian had regarded magnetic field control as a powerful combat technique, skillfully manipulating metal to attack and kill. However, creating machines was truly an unprecedented challenge for him.
You just need to follow the instructions on the blueprint and make the required parts. For someone like you who controls magnetic fields, it shouldn't be a problem.
Bai Xiaoxiao seemed to see through Chu Tian's inner concerns. Her tone was calm but carried carried an undeniable firmness.
Alright, I'll try it when I have time.
Bai Xiaoxiao had already said so, and Chu Tian found it hard to refuse.
In a man's dictionary, the words can't are often the hardest to say. No, find time? It seems you have something else important to discuss with me.
Bai Xiaoxiao, exceptionally perceptive, immediately caught the underlying meaning in Chu Tian's words. She promptly stopped what she was doing and looked at Chu Tian with a serious expression.
Chu Tian nodded. It's related to the corpse tide.
He spoke his mind directly without beating around the bush. He firmly believed that Bai Xiaoxiao had already learned about the zombie horde by hacking into reconnaissance
satellites. Sure enough, upon hearing the word zombie horde, Bai Xiaoxiao showed no surprise.
After all, she was as calm as ice, her emotions rarely shaken. You don't need to concern yourself with this zombie horde.
With your current strength, you can't possibly withstand this catastrophe.
Bai Xiaoxiao seemed to possess a god's eye view, fully aware of the scale of the zombie horde thanks to that eye in the sky. She knew very well that such a massive horde was not something any individual or force could easily resist.
I don't plan to confront it head-on.
As soon as Chu Tian finished speaking, Bai Xiaoxiao immediately guessed his intention.
So, you're planning to enter the core of the zombie horde?
She seemed like a worm in his heart, her words precisely hitting Chu Tian's thoughts.
How did you know I would do that? Chu Tian couldn't help but feel surprised.
Entering the central area of a million zombies sounded utterly insane, but Bai Xiaoxiao could understand his determination. You neither plan to confront them head-on nor stand idly by. The only choice is to infiltrate the zombie horde and find a way to dismantle it.
Bai Xiaoxiao analyzed the situation clearly and logically. Chu Tian nodded. I have a hypothesis.
This is not just his speculation. More and more people in later generations began to suspect that the zombie tide was not naturally formed but controlled by some mysterious force, directing the actions of the zombies.
First, let's clarify one thing. Most zombies have already lost their ability to think independently, right? After Chu Tian finished speaking, Bai Xiaoxiao nodded in response.
Yes, I've dissected quite a few zombies. Their brain tissues are more or less damaged, making them incapable of independent thought. Speaking of this, Bai Xiaoxiao paused for a moment. As clever as she was, she had already guessed Chu Tian's plan.
You think there's something controlling the zombies? So your plan is to find that thing and then kill it?
Bai Xiaoxiao hit the nail on the head and revealed Chu Tian's intention.
Chu Tian nodded vigorously. But I need your help. No matter what is controlling the zombies, only you have the ability to help me find it. Chu Tian's plan was essentially a decapitation operation targeting the zombies.
The craziness lay in the fact that he had to penetrate the very core of the zombie horde, surrounded by millions of zombies, find the mastermind behind it, eliminate them, and still make it out alive. Faced with such a crazy plan, Bai Xiaoxiao agreed without hesitation, decisively and straightforwardly. Danger and madness seemed to be completely outside her scope of concern. But before searching, I need to first figure out how the zombies, with damaged brain tissue, can still receive and understand commands issued by other entities. Bai Xiaoxiao said solemnly.
What do you need me to do?
Chu Tian knew that since Bai Xiaoxiao said this, she must need his help with something.
I need enough live zombie samples. No problem, I will organize the arrest operation. After discussing the plan with Bai Xiaoxiao, Chu Tian left Villa number 9.
For now, he did not intend to tell anyone about this plan. At this stage, only someone as bold in thinking and as reckless in action as Bai Xiaoxiao could possibly accept such a crazy plan. If he were to tell Li Ruyu or Yin Shui, Chu Tian felt they would most likely try to dissuade him. After all, this plan was extremely dangerous. Even the slightest mistake could lead to utter ruin. Therefore, before putting it into action, Chu Tian decided to keep this plan deeply buried in his heart.
When Chu Tian left Bai Xiaoxiao's laboratory, the sky had already begun to darken.
Unknowingly, a day had quietly passed. Returning to the villa, as soon as Chu Tian stepped into the living room, he saw a cute little girl he had never met before.
Chu Tian was slightly taken aback. He didn't recognize this little girl at all. Chu Tian, this is Annie. At that moment, Li Ruyu walked over with a cheerful smile. Annie? Hearing Li Ruyu's introduction, Chu Tian widened his eyes in astonishment.
He carefully examined her for a long while, and it wasn't until the system displayed Annie's attribute panel that he confirmed the little girl before him, who seemed as pure as a lotus emerging unstained from the mud, innocent like a budding green lotus, was indeed the same dirty little beggar he had once brought home. After being thoroughly cleaned, Annie seemed to have undergone a complete transformation, radiating a unique freshness and purity.
Her snow-white complexion was
like the frost that first descends on a winter morning, pristine and delicate, her skin so smooth it seemed it could be marred by the slightest touch, like tender petals. Her features were exquisitely beautiful, as if crafted by a master artisan, with every line perfectly proportioned and flawless. Her bright, large eyes sparkled like stars in the night sky, lively and full of vitality, as if they held countless wondrous thoughts, making it impossible not to be captivated. However, even such a perfect Annie had one small flaw: her unevenly cut, almost dog-chewed-looking short hair. Upon reflection, Chu Tian guessed that this must have been Annie's own handiwork, done as a means of self-protection. Although the hairstyle appeared somewhat comical, it in no way diminished her natural beauty. She was like an unpolished gem, radiating an innate brilliance. Looking at the completely transformed Annie, Chu Tian couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Now he understood why the ancients could so accurately judge whether a girl was breathtakingly beautiful in her youth. Wasn't the Annie before him the best example? The ancients did not deceive me. Chu, brother Chu Tian? At this moment, although Annie's appearance was clean and beautiful, her courage seemed to have shrunk. The dirt that once covered her body seemed to have been her protective shell, and now that it was washed away, she reverted to her timid and hesitant demeanor. I don't eat people. Chu Tian suddenly came out with such a sentence, leaving Annie momentarily stunned. It took her quite a while to realize that Chu Tian's words were meant to tell her not to be nervous. Once she understood, Annie couldn't help but laugh. Her laughter was like peach blossoms blooming in spring, instantly dispelling the previously tense atmosphere, and even the surrounding light seemed to brighten. Little Annie, you're just too beautiful, aren't you? Chu Tian praised sincerely. No, no. Annie's face instantly turned red, even to the tips of her ears. She shyly lowered her head, not daring to meet Chu Tian's gaze. Ha, now you look even prettier. No problem. Seeing this, Chu Tian's smile grew wider. Little Annie, upon hearing this, lowered her head even further, as if she would immediately dive into a crack in the ground if there were one. Alright, stop bullying little Annie, let's go eat. Li Ruyu saw Annie's face turn bright red with embarrassment and helplessly stepped forward to help her out. Alright, Chu Tian smiled and let little Annie off the hook. The group entered the dining room and sat around the table. As everyone indulged in Chen Meiyue's exquisite culinary skills, the sky outside had completely darkened. Tonight, there was no trace of the moon in the night sky, and the darkness was unusually deep, as if a massive black curtain had tightly covered the heavens. In this thick darkness, more than a dozen tall and swift figures, under the command of a low growl, dashed toward Yijiang Garden like phantoms. Outside Yijiang Garden, on a road less than 2 kilometers from the neighborhood, a towering figure over 2 meters tall was engaged in fierce combat with a continuous wave of zombies in the dim night. This figure was none other than Steelman. All because of Chu Tian's command, if you have nothing to do, go kill some zombies. Steelman, like a tireless killing machine, had been fighting from dusk until the night had fully fallen. Steelman killed an ordinary zombie. Experience points +1. Whenever Steelman killed a zombie, Chu Tian, far away in Yijiang Garden, would receive a notification. However, Chu Tian found the notification sound too noisy and temporarily turned it off. As for Steelman, it was completely unaware of this, not even understanding what experience points were. It simply followed Chu Tian's orders instinctively, bravely fighting the zombies. With its indestructible steel body, Steelman completely ignored the zombies' frenzied biting, striding heavily and powerfully as it rampaged through the streets. Each step seemed to make the ground tremble slightly, kicking up clouds of dust. Die! The Steelman spread his arms wide, and as long as he grabbed a zombie's head, he would squeeze it hard, instantly crushing it. The scene was extremely gruesome, with brain matter and blood splattering everywhere. Soon, the number of zombies killed by the Steelman grew, and their corpses gradually covered the entire street. Meanwhile, the sky grew increasingly dark. The Steelman lacked night vision, and when the darkness reached a certain level, it knew that tonight's hunting operation had to temporarily come to an end. Just as the Steelman was preparing to return to Yijiang Garden to continue guarding the gate, suddenly, a low growl echoed faintly from the distant darkness. Mutant zombie? Last time, when Chu Tian, Yin Xiaoi, and the others encountered the night demon, Steelman was not present. He had no idea that the sound came from the night demon, only instinctively sensing that this was definitely not an ordinary zombie's roar. The roar echoed again, this time clearly closer. Steelman keenly noticed that these mutated zombies seemed to be advancing toward Yijiang Garden. Let's go. So, Steelman stopped in his tracks, slowly turned around, and faced the pitch-black darkness head-on. Face me. The Steelman exerted all his strength to open his mouth wide, letting out a deafening roar in an attempt to attract the attention of the mutated zombie. Face me. Face me. The roar echoed through the silent night, quickly drawing responses from a large number of ordinary zombies and ferocious beasts. For a moment, eerie howls rose and fell, weaving a terrifying symphony in the darkness. However, the roar of the mutated zombie remained absent. Just as the Steelman thought the strategy had failed, that deep roar suddenly sounded not far from its side, so close it seemed to be right by its ear. Okay. In the faint light of the darkness, the Steelman vaguely saw some dark shadows appearing around it, slowly encircling it. Come! Ah! The Steelman roared in fury, pounding his chest with both fists. The sound of metal clashing echoed through the night sky, as if declaring a battle cry to the enemies hidden in the darkness. Almost instantly, 2 shadows of similar height to the Steelman launched a sudden attack from the darkness. They charged from the left and right like lightning, moving at such incredible speed that it was dizzying to behold. The Steelman hesitated briefly, unsure whether to strike the shadow on the left or the one on the right first. That single second of hesitation caused him to miss the best moment to react. The shadow swept past at lightning speed, and with 2 resounding clang-clang sounds, several scratches appeared on the Steelman's body. It seemed as though sharp claws had grazed him. Although the injuries were not severe, they completely ignited ignited the Steel Man's fury.
Again, come on.
The Steel Man roared, his fighting spirit surging.
Shadows in the darkness attacked once more, still from the left and right.
This time, the Steel Man hesitated not at all, spreading his metal hands like giant fans, swiftly turning to the left and exposing his back to the other shadow. The strategy worked. Though the shadow behind him scratched him again, the Steel Man successfully caught the shadow in front.
Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a night demon. Die!
The Steelman, without hesitation, slammed his incredibly hard iron fist into the night demon's gaping mouth. A crisp crack echoed as the sharp teeth shattered instantly. Then, the Steelman grabbed the night demon's spring-like, retractable long tongue and yanked it forcefully.
Snap!
The long tongue, along with part of the throat, was torn apart, spraying foul blood like a fountain.
The night demon, having lost its long tongue, instantly collapsed.
The Steelman showed no mercy, throwing it to the ground and stomping on it fiercely.
Steelman killed a sea-level mutant zombie night demon. Experience points plus 200.
Inside the villa, the sudden notification sound made Chu Tian pause slightly. He had previously disabled the notifications for Steelman killing ordinary zombies but hadn't expected to overlook the mutant zombie alerts.
Isn't the night demon's lair in the northern town?
Chu Tian was filled with doubt, lost in thought. The night was as dark as ink, so thick it seemed capable of swallowing everything. Chu Tian frowned slightly, his gaze directed toward the direction of Yijiang Garden, his mind full of questions. Why would they appear near Yijiang Garden?
The last time he encountered the night demons was when he went out with Li Ruyu and Yin Xiaoyi to hunt zombies in the pitch-black night. Although the battle site wasn't too far from Yijiang Garden, it was still several kilometers away. Could it be that they've come to seek revenge on me?
This absurd thought flashed through Chu Tian's mind, but the urgent task at hand was to quickly go and support Steelman. At this moment, Yin Xiaoyi was comfortably curled up on the living room sofa watching TV.
Seeing Chu Tian preparing to go out, she curiously asked, "So late, where are you going?" Chu Tian's expression was grave as he replied in a deep voice, "A night demon has come."
Ah! Yin Xiaoyi immediately jumped up from the sofa, eagerly exclaiming like a spring, "Wait for me, I'll go grab my gear." With that, she hurriedly prepared to grab her long mace, planning to head out with Chu Tian.
Chu Tian quickly stopped her. "It's enough for me to go alone.
You and Ruyue, one stay here, and the other go next door to look after by Xiao Xiao." After speaking, he turned around without hesitation and strode out of the villa, sprinting toward the direction of the Steelman. With the system's magical ability, Chu Tian could roughly sense the location of his bound subordinates. Not far from Yijiang Garden, he saw the Steelman engaged in an intense battle with the night demon.
In fact, to conserve his precious mental energy, Chu Tian didn't use consecutive blinks.
Otherwise, traveling like a phantom, he could have reached the Steelman's side in just a few seconds. Of course, he didn't use the blink technique not only to save mental energy but also for another reason: he wasn't in a hurry. After all, the Steelman was powerful, and the night demon wouldn't be able to break through its defenses anytime soon, so being a little late wouldn't make much of a difference. "Boss!" The Steelman saw Chu Tian's figure, as if seeing a savior descending, and shouted excitedly, "Boss!
These mutated zombies are trying to approach the neighborhood."
At this moment, the Steelman had been tormented to the point of frustration by the night demon. The Steelman's advantage lay in its immense strength and solid defense, but speed was its shortcoming. The night demon, on the other hand, was extremely fast and knew how to coordinate in combat, which gave the Steelman a massive headache.
"I understand. You go back first, leave the rest to me."
Chu Tian's concise and powerful words exuded confidence and composure. As soon as he approached, the surrounding metal seemed to be summoned by some mysterious force, responding instantly. In the blink of an eye, the metal transformed into several flying knives, shooting like lightning toward the night demon in the darkness, successfully shielding the Steelman from the fierce assault. The Steelman did not hesitate, turning around and sprinting madly toward the direction of the neighborhood. After the Steelman left, Chu Tian slowly turned around, his gaze sharp as a blade, staring at the dozen or so night demons lurking in the surrounding darkness.
Although he lacked night vision, with the aid of his extraordinary magnetic field sensing, none of the night demons' movements could escape his notice. "I haven't even come looking for you, yet here you are, delivering yourselves to me." Chu Tian let out a cold snort.
This time, he decided to unleash his formidable strength without holding back. In the darkness, a roar from the night demon suddenly echoed, exploding like rolling thunder in the silent night. The moment the roar sounded, Chu Tian's figure suddenly vanished without a trace, leaving only a faint, almost imperceptible wisp of green smoke in the darkness. The simple mind of the ordinary night demon clearly could not comprehend what had just happened. Immediately, a thunderous roar, a dazzling bolt of lightning, like the wrath of a god, suddenly exploded behind a night demon, instantly turning it into charred black ashes. Before the other night demons could react, Chu Tian once again vanished without a trace. His figure, like a phantom, flickered in and out of sight. Bolts of lightning seemed to appear out of thin air, striking directly behind or to the sides of the night demons. Caught off guard by the sudden attack, the night demons had no time to evade. They only saw that cunning human appear instantly beside their companion, release a bolt of lightning, and then vanish without a trace.
"You have killed a sea-level mutant zombie, night demon. experience plus 200. You have killed a sea-level mutant zombie, night demon, experience plus 200.
The continuous sound of prompts echoed in Chu Tian's ears, but he frowned slightly, unable to hide a trace of dissatisfaction in his heart.
After all, blinking consumed mental energy, and lightning attacks were equally draining, yet the efficiency in killing enemies was far from meeting his expectations. Let's try close combat. A thought crossed Chu Tian's mind, and he decisively abandoned the lightning attacks. With a flash of his figure, he instantly leaped onto the roof of an abandoned truck.
His right hand reached downward, grabbing forcefully through the air. A screeching sound followed as large pieces of metal separated from the truck, obediently falling into Chu Tian's hand like disciplined soldiers. He manipulated the metals to twist and deform rapidly, forging an incredibly sharp longsword in an extremely short time. This longsword resembled a tang sword in shape but was heavier, with a broad blade exuding an imposing aura. Roar! The night demons seemed to catch the scent of blood, baring their fangs and claws as they charged forward.
Chu Tian said nothing, once again employing the flicker technique. In an instant, his figure appeared between the two night demons.
He swung his blade through the air, containing 15 times the strength of an ordinary person, making the blade edge unstoppable. Before the two night demons could react, a cold gleam flashed like lightning, and their heads were split in half, the cut smooth as a mirror.
You have killed a sea-level mutant zombie, night demon, experience plus 200. You have killed a sea-level mutant zombie, night demon, experience plus 200.
The efficiency of close combat is indeed much faster. Chu Tian felt a surge of joy in his heart. With several consecutive flashes, his figure darted like a phantom among the group of
night demons.
Wherever he went, a cold gleam would streak through, followed by a grotesque night demon head being split in two. The night demons panicked, looking around in confusion, but their sluggish eyes couldn't keep up with Chu Tian's speed. At this moment, the remaining night demons were like lambs waiting to be slaughtered, completely powerless to resist. Roar! Suddenly, the night demon leader's roar echoed once more, and the sound came from behind Chu Tian. Chu Tian quickly determined the direction of the sound and was startled. This cunning creature had actually bypassed him and was already closing in on Yijiang Garden.
This beast even knows how to lure the tiger away from the mountain?
Chu Tian was slightly surprised, but his face remained calm. Luring the tiger away from the mountain was indeed a tactic, but in Yijiang Garden, he wasn't the only tiger there.
Sure enough, the next second, a dazzling flash of lightning suddenly erupted from the direction of Yijiang Garden, clearly indicating that Li Ruyu had discovered the night demon and was engaged in a fierce battle with it. In that case, I need to speed up.
Chu Tian's gaze was as cold as frost, sparing no effort in his use of spiritual power, his figure flickering rapidly like a phantom. In the previous second, his long blade had just severed the head of one night demon, still unstained by blood, and in the next second, the cold gleam precisely struck the head of another night demon. If I were any faster, I'd feel like the sword master of the league, Chu Tian muttered to himself while fighting. At this moment, his figure was flashing rapidly among several night demons, resembling the Q skill of the league's sword master, Alpha Strike. The sword master
slashes multiple enemies at extraordinary speed. Although Chu Tian wasn't relying solely on speed to achieve this, the effect appeared identical on the surface.
You have killed a sea-level mutated zombie, night demon, experience plus 200. In the blink of an eye, the last night demon fell heavily under Chu Tian's blade, as if struck by lightning. The entire process was as swift as lightning, so fast that it left people dazzled. When Chu Tian had slain all the night demons, what was surprising was that the sharp blade remained unstained by even a trace of blood, still as pristine as snow, as if the bloody battle just now had been nothing but an illusion. Chu Tian lowered his head to look at the scattered remains on the ground, and an idea arose in his mind, seemingly absurd yet entirely reasonable. He frowned slightly and murmured to himself, "Why do I feel my close combat abilities seem to be stronger than my ranged attacks?" Just as Chu Tian swiftly dealt with the night fiends outside and rushed back without delay, the battle within Yijiang Garden had already entered a heated stalemate. The steelman, who had just returned to the neighborhood, was currently engaged in a fierce fight with two agile night fiends. To be precise, his movements had been cleverly restrained by the two creatures.
Coincidentally, Yin Xiaoyi was also surrounded by night fiends, unable to break free.
Both of them were slightly lacking in speed, making it difficult for them to launch swift and aggressive pursuits. They were left with no choice but to adopt a passive defensive counterattack.
Strangely enough, it was equally challenging for the night fiends to inflict substantial harm on them.
At most, they could
only temporarily hold them back.
After all, if the night fiends got too close, they would face either Yin Xiaoyi's powerful punch or the iron rod wielded by the steelman, leading to instant annihilation. The only ordinary person present, Chen Meiyue, was tightly gripping a shotgun, cautiously hiding behind Yin Xiaoyi. The night fiends searched everywhere for an opening but could not find an opportunity to attack them, pacing anxiously in place. Seeing the situation reach a stalemate, the night demon leader, who had been hiding in the dark shadows, let out a low growl tinged with a hint of panic. On the contrary, Li Ruyu, whose lightning control level had risen to LV3, seemed like the incarnation of the thunder god, recklessly unleashing bolts of lightning resembling resembling dragons, furiously attacking the surrounding
night demons. The dazzling lightning frequently flashed in every corner of the neighborhood, instantly dispelling the darkness. Each bolt of lightning seemed to carry the power to destroy the heavens and the earth. Li Ruyu killed a sea-level mutated zombie night demon. Experience plus 200. Li Ruyu killed. Any night demon struck by this powerful electric current was instantly charred and crisp, dying in a gruesome state, with their bodies emitting a pungent, burnt smell. As more and more night demons fell under the lightning, the night demon leader, who had been hiding in the darkness, could no longer hold back. Accompanied by an angry roar, a larger, more muscular night demon burst out of the darkness like an arrow leaving the bowstring. Its speed was astonishing, kicking up clouds of dust as it charged straight toward Li Ruyu. The night demon leader. Li Ruyu keenly sensed the night demon leader's movement and unhesitatingly unleashed a thick lightning pillar. In an instant, the lightning was blindingly bright, making the neighborhood streetlights appear dim and insignificant, like faint fireflies. However, unexpectedly, the night demon leader did not dodge at all. Instead, it raised an arm and charged straight into the violent lightning pillar. Hatred flickered in its eyes, a fury directed at the human woman who had mercilessly slaughtered its kind. The lightning accurately struck the arm it used to block the electricity, instantly destroying it. The intense impact reduced the arm to dust. Yet, even so, it continued to charge toward Li Ruyu with overwhelming force. It leapt high into the air, its massive jaws opening wide. Its jaw split into two halves, each lined with sharp, gleaming teeth like cold, flashing blades, aiming directly at Li Ruyu's head for a vicious bite. Ruyu, watch out. Seeing this, Yin Xiaoyi was frantic with worry. Without hesitation, she threw the long mace in her hand with all her might toward the night demon leader. However, before the long spear could strike, pop 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 pop, around them, one by one, purple lights suddenly lit up like stars. It turned out that Bai Xiao had arrived just in time. These purple lights were extraordinary. They were ultraviolet lamps emitting a mysterious glow. The night demon leader, directly exposed to the ultraviolet rays, seemed to be in unbearable pain, instinctively shielding its eyes with its arms. Losing its balance, it could no longer attack Li Ruyu and fell heavily to the ground, struggling in agony. Under the intense ultraviolet radiation, the surrounding night demons fell one after another like dominoes. They seemed to be in unbearable agony, letting out piercing howls that echoed through the night sky, sending chills down one's spine. Their hands and feet flailed wildly, clawing at the air, their bodies contorted into grotesque postures unimaginable to ordinary people, creating an exceptionally horrifying scene. Rushing back to the neighborhood, Chu Tian immediately saw the night demons writhing on the ground in agony. Some of the night demons' skin even began to show signs of burning, emitting a sizzling sound as acrid black smoke rose from their surface, as if an invisible force was slowly devouring them. The greatest advantage of humans is their ability to use tools. Bai Xiao calmly walked down from the second floor of the villa. It turned out that she had been absent because she was secretly setting up these ultraviolet lamps. These zombies fear sunlight and ultraviolet rays. Ultraviolet lamps can effectively suppress their aggressiveness. As she spoke, she stepped lightly and walked toward an ordinary night demon. Don't go over there, be careful. Yin Xiaoyi nervously reminded, her eyes full of worry. I just said, ultraviolet lamps can effectively suppress their aggressiveness. Bai Xiao, full of confidence, did not stop and walked straight to the ordinary night demon. Then, she took a scalpel out of her pocket, skillfully cut off a piece of the night demon's tissue sample, and carefully placed it into a sterile bag. Is the night demon something you need too? Chu Tian walked over and asked curiously. In the afternoon, they were still intensely discussing how to capture a live zombie, but unexpectedly, the night demon delivered itself to them in the evening. I only need the night demon leader and one ordinary night demon. Bai Xiao spoke slowly, her eyes revealing a focused light. All right, Chu Tian responded, and with a thought, several metallic sheets with a metallic sheen flew over, instantly transforming into a sturdy pair of shackles. He firmly shackled the night demon leader who was struggling painfully under ultraviolet light, and also placed shackles on an ordinary night demon. Chu Tian, kill the rest. As soon as the words fell, the enraged Yin Xiaoyi and Steelman charged like tigers descending a mountain, rushing toward the struggling night demons around them, killing them one by one. Yin Xiaoyi killed a sea-level mutant zombie night demon. Experience points plus 200. Steelman killed a sea-level mutant zombie night demon. Experience points plus 200. Current experience points 14229. Knowing I lack experience, what a good person. No, what a good zombie. Watching the experience points soar like a rocket, Chu Tian was in high spirits. When he returned from the biology lab today, his experience points were around 9,000, still 1,000 short of the 10,000 threshold. But now, thanks to the appearance of the night demon, not only was the gap filled, but there was an extra 4,000 points, truly an unexpected surprise. Time to upgrade another ability. However, Chu Tian was not in a hurry to upgrade. He once again manipulated the magnetic field energy, grabbing the struggling night demon leader and another night demon like they were little chicks, and sent them into Bai Xiao's laboratory. Put it here. After entering the laboratory, Bai Xiao Xiao pointed to an empty spot and said, "All right." Shu Tian nodded, and with a thought he heavily threw the two night demons onto the ground. Deprived of ultraviolet light, the two night demons immediately erupted with frenzied aggression, roaring and struggling on the ground, desperately trying to break free from their restraints. However, their limbs had long been firmly bound by Chu Tian with high-strength steel. After struggling for a long time, their efforts remained futile. At this moment, Bai Xiaoxiao walked over holding a tube of semi-transparent orange liquid, cautiously using a dropper to place 2 drops on the foreheads of each of the two night demons. Instantly, a miraculous scene unfolded. The two night demons immediately quieted down, as if they had been hit by a paralysis spell, unable to move. Isn't the itchy monster's ability supposed to be ineffective against zombies? Shu Tian looked at the scene before him, filled with doubt, and muttered to himself. He was slightly stunned, a look of surprise flashing in his eyes as he clearly recognized the bottle of liquid with a strange sheen in Bai Xiaoxiao's hand. It was the meticulously refined itchy monster pheromone. The key to the previous ineffectiveness lies in the insufficient purity of this pheromone. Bai Xiaoxiao explained methodically, her gaze falling on the two night demons that were gradually calming down, or more accurately, being pacified. She skillfully fitted them with devices resembling hospital equipment for monitoring brainwaves, the connections neatly arranged, and the blinking signal lights seemed to be transmitting some kind of mysterious message. Unlock its shackles. After the equipment was properly worn, Bai Xiaoxiao instructed Chu Tian. Chu Tian responded promptly, quickly unlocking the shackles on the ordinary night demon. The crisp sound of metal clashing echoed through the silent laboratory. Then, Bai Xiaoxiao turned to fetch a small ultraviolet lamp, carefully aiming it at the tightly bound night demon leader. With a crisp click of the switch, the light instantly turned on, and a bright beam shone directly onto the night demon leader. The originally motionless night demon leader, like a barrel of gunpowder ignited, erupted into a painful roar in an instant, struggling desperately. Its fear of ultraviolet light was an innate instinct, so deep-rooted that even the powerful pheromones of the itchy monster could hardly suppress this bone-deep terror at the moment. However, those pheromones seemed to have some effect after all. The night demon leader, in extreme agony, did not vent its fury on Chu Tian or Bai Xiaoxiao but instead let out a deafening roar in the direction of the ultraviolet lamp. At that moment, Chu Tian suddenly understood why Bai Xiaoxiao had released the restraints on that ordinary night demon. Hearing the leader's roar, the ordinary night demons, previously subdued by the pheromones, seemed to receive some mysterious command. Suddenly, like arrows released from a bowstring, they charged forward, raised their massive palms, and with a loud smack, shattered the ultraviolet lamp. Clearly, this was a command secretly issued by the night demon leader. That's enough. Bai Xiaoxiao stared intently at the computer screen. After carefully verifying the data, she calmly said, "All the data has been recorded. Now, you can kill them." Chu Tian nodded slightly and controlled the metal without hesitation. A flash of cold light streaked by as the metal pierced straight through the frantically struggling brain of the night demon leader like a sharp arrow. You have killed a C+ level mutated zombie night demon. Experience points plus 250. Current experience points 14479. 250? This lousy leader is only worth that little experience? After killing the night demon leader, Chu Tian looked full of disdain and couldn't help but complain. What a useless thing. A dignified leader, yet the experience points were only 50 more than an ordinary night demon, and the number just happened to be 250. It was truly laughable and exasperating. However, after killing the leader, Chu Tian did not attack the ordinary night demons nearby. As the saying goes, it's impolite not to reciprocate. Chu Tian already had a plan in mind. He wanted to use this night demon to find their lair and then wipe them out in one fell swoop. Bai Xiaoxiao, do you have any kind of tracker or something? As soon as Chu Tian finished speaking, Bai Xiaoxiao reacted quickly and immediately tossed over a delicate little object the size of a button. Chu Tian caught it steadily, and without a word, manipulated the metal to forcibly pry open the night demon's gaping mouth, unhesitatingly throwing the tracker inside. If you plan to catch them all in one go, Bai Xiaoxiao, seemingly having already guessed Chu Tian's plan, reminded him in a calm tone, I suggest you act during the day. Night demons go out hunting at night and only return to their nests to rest during the day. Chu Tian was well aware of night demons' habits and lifestyle. Even without Bai Xiaoxiao's reminder, he understood that he had to act during the day. After leaving the laboratory, Chu Tian manipulated the mysterious magnetic field, like invisible strings pulling the night demon that had swallowed the tracker, leading it out of the neighborhood and all the way to a remote, open area far from Yijian Garden. Get lost, Chu Tian said coldly, then released the metal restraining the night demon. What extra brains would an ordinary night demon have? The moment it was released, it immediately bared its fangs and claws, pouncing fiercely at Chu Tian. But in the next second, Chu Tian's figure flickered and vanished like a phantom, leaving behind only a faint wisp of green smoke, as if he had never been there. Roar! The simple-minded night demon couldn't comprehend what had just happened. Its blood-red eyes darted around in search of Chu Tian, but after failing to find him, it finally gave up and turned to sprint wildly in one direction, like an unbridled wild horse. Not far away, on the rooftop of a building,
listening. Chu Tian held a phone in his hand, his cold gaze fixed on the rapidly moving red dot on the screen. That red dot was like a strange star in the dark night, guiding his direction forward. Back at the villa, the night demon's corpse had already been dragged out and burned by Steelman. The bloodstains left on the floor tiles, like an abstract painting, silently told the story of the fierce battle that had just taken place. Chu Tian. As soon as Chu Tian returned, Yin Xiaoyi ran over like a cheerful little bird and asked, "Are these night demons the ones we encountered last time?" Chu Tian responded softly, his expression relaxed, "But don't worry, I've already found their lair. Tomorrow, we'll wipe them out in one go." Compared to the night demons, Chu Tian had more pressing and important matters on his mind, so he didn't pay too much attention to the night demons. Chu Tian said, "Let's finish what we left undone before." After entering the villa, Chu Tian and Yin Xiaoyi engaged in a relentless sparring session. When the sparring ended, Chu Tian transformed into a great sage and mentor, a cigarette dangling from his mouth as he walked alone to the open-air balcony on the top floor of the villa. The evening breeze, carrying a hint of coolness, gently brushed past, and Chu Tian felt as if his thoughts were sharpened even further by the soft wind. System, display my experience. Current experience points, 14,479. At this moment, Chu Tian must choose between lightning control and magnetic field control. Either upgrade magnetic field control first to enhance the ability to manipulate magnetic fields, or upgrade lightning control first to strengthen his power with the earth-shattering force of lightning. If we talk about destructive power, Chu Tian muttered to himself, upgrading lightning control should have a better effect. Considering the impending zombie horde, Chu Tian was slightly inclined to upgrade lightning control first. After all, judging from past combat performance, the destructive power contained in lightning control was clearly a notch above magnetic field control. System, upgrade thunder. But before finishing the sentence, Chu Tian abruptly stopped and almost instinctively changed his words, upgrade magnetic field control. 10,000 experience points consumed. Magnetic field control upgraded to LV4. As soon as the words were spoken, a vast and boundless surge of energy, as overwhelming as a raging tsunami, poured madly into Chu Tian's body. The energy seemed infinite, as if it was about to engulf his entire being. Ugh! Chu Tian clenched his teeth tightly, feeling an endless wave of excruciating pain sweeping over him, as if his soul were being forcibly torn apart and stretched open. If Chu Tian's previous mental strength was a bucket of water, then the willpower carrying that mental strength was the container for the water. This bucket could only hold one bucket's worth of mental strength at most. But now the surging energy was like a raging river, madly crashing into the small bucket, forcibly expanding it and compelling it to contain more and more spiritual power. Okay. Chu Tian felt his soul trembling and tearing in agony. He clenched his teeth tightly, his gums oozing blood, and it seemed as though his teeth were about to shatter. But soon, his powerful self-healing ability began to take effect, quickly repairing all the damage. However, the energy continued to pour in, the damage reappeared, and was repaired again. This pain repeated endlessly, while Chu Tian's mental strength skyrocketed like a rocket and his perception became increasingly sharp. At the same time, his sensitivity to the pain also became clearer, and the pain grew even more intense. Chu Tian felt as if more than half an hour had passed, but in reality, it was only a brief 10 seconds. A deafening roar seemed to explode from the depths of Chu Tian's soul, and everything instantly came to a halt. The sound appeared to emanate from within his body. It was as if a long-sealed, heavy door had been opened. Okay. Chu Tian slowly opened his eyes, and a streak of golden light flashed through the depths of his pupils like a shooting star. Though fleeting, it carried a mysterious and powerful aura. At the moment he opened his eyes, the magnetic energy unintentionally released was like a slumbering giant beast awakened, erupting with astonishing power in an instant. The dust on the ground seemed to be swept up by an invisible hand, spreading outward like ripples with Chu Tian at the center, forming faint circles of gray mist. At this moment, the magnetic field threads between heaven and earth appeared as clear as strands of hair in Chu Tian's eyes, as if he could reach out and touch them. The control over the magnetic field seems to have become stronger. Chu Tian murmured softly, his voice tinged with a hint of surprise and emotion. After speaking, he slowly extended his hand, tentatively touching a magnetic field thread, as if it were a rare treasure. The moment his fingertip touched the thread, a stream of information surged into his mind like lightning. "Ahu, how's the situation on your side? Reply quickly." An anxious male voice came through. "Brother Wang, come save me." Immediately after, another voice filled with fear sounded. "The zombies are about to break in." The voice was full of despair. The piercing scream abruptly stopped, as if life had mercilessly ended at that moment. These threads, could they be radio waves? A trace of surprise flashed across Chu Tian's face. He looked around and saw the world densely interwoven with various strange threads, resembling a vast and mysterious web. Some threads even extended high into the sky, connecting to distant satellites, as if weaving a secret that spanned heaven and earth. Good. Chu Tian stretched out his slender fingers and casually plucked a thread connected to a satellite. Instantly, a burst of foreign dialogue surged into his ears. Upon careful discernment, it was a team of soldiers surrounded by zombies, urgently frantically pleading with their commander for support.
What would happen if I severed this communication?
This thought suddenly flashed through Chu Tian's mind. With a single thought, the invisible electromagnetic waves seemed to be sliced by a sharp blade, and the voices in his ears vanished without a trace. Chu Tian was stunned, unable to hear any sound. He couldn't figure out what had just happened. Meanwhile, on the distant other end, a group of blonde-haired, blue-eyed white soldiers stared in despair at the radio in their hands that had suddenly gone silent.
Shit!
One soldier cursed angrily.
Communication has been cut off.
Another soldier shouted in panic.
Damn it! Have we been betrayed by the officer?
Someone questioned through gritted teeth.
He hung up the communication.
Despair and anger burned in the soldier's eyes, and the officer they spoke of was equally filled with bewilderment and confusion.
Didn't they say there would be support? Why did they cut off communication? Could it be that the zombies have wiped them all out?
Thus, a brilliant misunderstanding quietly took shape, with both sides firmly believing it was the other who cut off communication. Yet no one knew that the mastermind behind all this was a man from the Dragon Kingdom, thousands of miles away, Chu Tian.
System, display my attributes.
Chu Tian was completely unaware of the immense disaster his casual action had brought to this group of foreigners thousands of miles away. Even if he knew, he probably wouldn't care, as in his heart, those who are not of my kind must be eradicated.
System level 2. Energy 664 plus 478.
Talent, Magnetic Field Control LV4 0/100000. Lightning Control.
Expand to view.
Subordinates, Yin Xiaoyi, Loyalty 100, Li Ruyu, Loyalty 100, Steelman, Loyalty 91.
Experience 4479. Energy 664.
As the attribute list unfolded, Chu Tian seemed to be frozen in place, completely stunned. He had previously anticipated that after the magnetic field energy upgrade, various values would increase significantly, even considering the possibility of them directly doubling on the original basis. But expectations were, after all, just expectations. When the astonishing numbers were truly laid out before him, Chu Tian felt an overwhelming sense of unreality wash over him.
This is just too outrageous, isn't it?
He opened his mouth, and after a while, he exclaimed, so powerful.
This is completely a qualitative leap. Advancing from LV3 to LV4 feels like crossing an insurmountable chasm.
Not only have the stats improved significantly, but even more terrifying is the mastery over the magnetic field, which has undergone a qualitative transformation. Previously, rather than being a master of magnetic fields, I was more like a master of metals. Chu Tian muttered to himself as he closed his eyes, his body slowly levitating into the air.
1 meter, 2 meters, 5 meters. He rose higher and higher, and when Chu Tian opened his eyes again, the villa beneath his feet had become as tiny as a toy. Just now, Chu Tian skillfully constructed a layer of magnetic field around himself, causing this magnetic field to repel the geomagnetic field of Blue Star, thereby achieving the miraculous effect of levitating into the air. This sounds simple, but it would have been impossible without his magnetic field control reaching LV4. Changing the shape of metal using a magnetic field is one thing, applying the magnetic field to oneself is an entirely different and challenging endeavor. If Chu Tian had recklessly attempted this before upgrading, he would likely have been crushed to pieces by the powerful opposing magnetic fields. Unfortunately, repelling the magnetic field can only achieve levitation, not free flight at will. Chu Tian shook his head lightly. Although a bit disappointed, he quickly came up with a solution.
Perhaps
I can use the metal within the building as a traction point.
With their help, pull yourself over. A spark of inspiration flashed in Chu Tian's mind, and his gaze quickly locked onto a villa not far away. In an instant, the magnetic field energy, like a sharp hunter, swiftly captured the steel bars and pipes hidden within the building structure. The next moment, Chu Tian shot toward the villa like a streak of black lightning. On the surface, it appeared to be free flight, but in reality, under the powerful pull of the magnetic field, he was steadily drawn toward the steel bars inside the villa. After reaching the airspace above the villa, Chu Tian stopped the pull at the right moment and turned his gaze to another villa, using the power of the magnetic field to fly over once again. No wonder Magneto can fly while standing. Chu Tian couldn't help but think to himself, he's probably using the same method. This flight is essentially like having an invisible giant hand of a magnetic field firmly gripping and moving him horizontally.
Chu Tian maintained a levitating state by repelling the Earth's magnetic field, floating in the air.
All lateral movements relied entirely on the pull of the magnetic field. In the eyes of outsiders, Chu Tian looked like a bird freely weaving through the buildings, except his flying speed wasn't fast, roughly comparable to Magneto's speed in the movies. Subsequently, Chu Tian enthusiastically conducted repeated tests over Yijiang Garden, constantly adjusting the strength and direction
of the magnetic pull until he fully mastered this technique of magnetic flight.
Only then did he return to the villa, fully satisfied.
The next day, the sky was not yet fully bright, and the faint light of dawn had just begun to filter through the window into the room.
Chu Tian, who had only slept for 3 or 4 hours, still jumped out of bed full of energy. One of the benefits of being awakened was that only a minimal amount of rest was needed to quickly recover her energy. I'll go out to catch zombies later.
You two stay in the villa. After finishing breakfast, Chu Tian wiped the corner of his mouth while telling In Xiaoyi and Li Ruyu about today's action plan. Catch zombies?
In Xiaoyi and Li Ruyu were stunned, as if they had heard something unbelievable.
The quick-reacting Li Ruyu was the first to come back to her senses. Okay, is it for Bai Xiao Xiao? Li Ruyu asked curiously.
After all, in the entire Ajian garden, only Bai Xiao Xiao was obsessed with live zombies, almost becoming a research fanatic.
No, it's what I need,
Chu Tian said with a serious expression. He shook his head helplessly, as if trying to dispel some indescribable sense of resignation. Bai Xiao Xiao was determined to obtain a live zombie. Her intentions were not simple. She wanted to follow this clue to uncover the more mysterious existence hidden behind the zombie tide.
Then, how about I go with you?
In Xiaoyi blinked her eyes and asked softly, her gaze brimming with barely contained anticipation, as if hunting zombies was an exciting adventure. I'm going to catch zombies, not to wreak havoc everywhere.
Chu Tian looked utterly disdainful. With your little strength, if the zombie ends up with an intact corpse, that would already be a blessing. Speaking, he even rolled his eyes and complained irritably. Indeed, whether it was In Xiaoyi, Li Ruyu, or the steelman outside, they were all only skilled at killing zombies. When it came to capturing zombies alive, it still depended on Chu Tian and his miraculous magnetic field control to handle it with ease. I'll go alone.
You two stay home and behave yourselves. Chu Tian issued the command firmly, then strode out of the villa.
Who would have thought that as soon as he stepped out the door, he would see Bai Xiao Xiao with her small backpack appearing right in front of him? Chu Tian
keenly noticed that Bai Xiao Xiao was not wearing her signature white coat today but had instead changed into a neat sports outfit, clearly ready to go out.
You're not planning to come along, are you? Chu Tian asked tentatively. Bai Xiao Xiao nodded lightly. I'm going with you. I need to make sure the zombies you capture are actually useful.
Okay. Her tone was calm, as if catching zombies was as ordinary for her as going out to buy groceries.
Chu Tian looked at Bai Xiao Xiao's resolute and unquestionable demeanor and fell silent for a moment.
In the end, he couldn't bring himself to refuse her and had no choice but to take Bai Xiao Xiao along as they boarded the doomsday vehicle, slowly driving away from Yijiang Garden. In truth, Chu Tian knew very well that if he acted alone, he could easily fly out using his own abilities. Although his flying speed couldn't match that of a car at full throttle, and it wasn't particularly fast, the advantage of flying was its straight line
movement, eliminating the need for detours.
From an overall efficiency perspective, it turned out to be the fastest mode of transportation.
However, the goal this time was to catch zombies, so driving became the inevitable choice. After all, it wouldn't be practical to have the captured zombies fly along, would it? Even though there was a slight theoretical possibility, Chu Tian knew very well that his mental strength couldn't handle it.
After leaving the residential area, the doomsday vehicle slowly drove along the abandoned road.
The surroundings were eerily silent, with only the sound of the wheels rolling echoing in the desolate environment. Your strength has improved again.
At that moment, Bai Xiao Xiao suddenly spoke with great certainty.
How do you know?
Chu Tian heard this and was filled with curiosity, unable to resist asking.
That's right. Last night, there was an unusually strong magnetic field disturbance in the neighborhood.
Bai Xiao Xiao slowly explained, and it lasted for quite a long time. Although I stayed in the lab and didn't come out to check, I guess this was most likely caused by you. It turned out that Bai Xiao Xiao had keenly deduced from the intensity of the abnormal magnetic field last night that Chu Tian's abilities might have improved again.
Okay.
Chu Tian admitted straightforwardly, the magnetic field interference you mentioned should be caused by me practicing flying.
Flying?
Bai Xiao Xiao couldn't help but turn to look at Chu Tian upon hearing this word.
Yes, that's right.
Chu Tian did not hold back and explained to Bai Xiao Xiao in detail how he cleverly utilized the geomagnetic field to achieve levitation and how he used the principle of traction for flight.
In his view, these were not secrets that couldn't be shared.
Perhaps after telling Bai Xiao Xiao, with her intelligence and ingenuity, she might come up with some brilliant suggestions.
Using traction for flight, don't you think the speed is too slow?
Bai Xiao Xiao indeed lived up to his expectations. After listening, she immediately and accurately pointed out the biggest issue with Chu Tian's flying method at speed.
Why don't you try setting up a few magnetic field tracks around you?
Bai Xiao Xiao's eyes lit up as she made a bold suggestion.
Use the pull of these magnetic field tracks to launch yourself out?
Chu Tian's expression turned a bit strange upon hearing this. Are you saying, to treat myself as the projectile of a railgun,
and launch myself out?
No need to accelerate as fast as a railgun. Bai Xiao Xiao noticed his concern and said calmly, besides, your body wouldn't be able to withstand that kind of extreme acceleration.
Alright then. Although Bai Xiao Xiao's suggestion might theoretically work, Chu Tian instinctively felt some resistance.
After all, launching himself like a cannonball sounded bizarre and hard to accept.
Roar! Roar! As the two were talking, the Doomsday War Chariot had unknowingly left the vicinity of Yijiang Garden and arrived on a highway filled with zombies. Who are you?
The roar of the tank's engine was like a tolling death knell, instantly drawing the attention of a large number of zombies. They roared and swarmed toward the tank.
Should we just grab them directly, or what's the plan?
again. Chu Tian looked at the dense crowd of zombies attracted by the engine noise and turned to Bai Xiaoxiao to ask.
We only need the first batch of zombies from the early days of the apocalypse,
Bai Xiaoxiao said calmly. The first batch of zombies she mentioned referred to those who were transformed when the apocalypse first descended after being invaded by the strange black mist. The brain tissue of these zombies is relatively intact, which might hold special significance for her research.
Chu Tian responded with a sound and got out of the car without hesitation.
Now his magnetic field control has been upgraded to LV4, and manipulating metal feels as natural and smooth as breathing.
With a gentle wave of his hand, boom 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 boom.
Over a dozen abandoned cars nearby instantly seemed to encounter an invisible explosion, shattering into pieces in an instant. Several tons of metal debris seemed to come alive, twisting and deforming in the air like liquid, then shooting like arrows toward the incoming zombies. Roar! Roar! One by one, zombies with bared fangs and claws charged at Chu Tian, among them low-level mutant zombies like the Raiders. They roared, exuding a nauseating stench of decay. But before they could get close, Chu Tian merely cast a glance, and the liquid-like metal in the air immediately dispersed, resembling countless agile tentacles that swiftly attacked each zombie.
In the blink of an eye,
over 40 zombies seemed to be hit by a binding spell, instantly losing all ability to move. Their limbs were tightly bound by the metal, rendering them immobile, leaving them standing dazedly in place. Roar! Roar! The zombies growled angrily and helplessly where they stood, fixing their pale, hollow eyes on the slowly approaching Chu Tian, as if they wanted to tear him apart and devour him. Thick saliva continuously dripped from their bloodstained jaws onto the ground, emitting a repulsive stench. Quiet! Chu Tian coldly uttered 2 words. As soon as the words fell, a small portion of the metal restraining the zombies immediately separated, rapidly transforming into muzzles that precisely sealed the zombies' mouths, silencing their irritating growls.
This isn't it. This isn't it either. Chu Tian walked unhurriedly past each zombie, his gaze sharp.
Whenever he spotted traces of mutation caused by bites or scratches on their bodies, he would promptly manipulate the metal to swiftly and cleanly eliminate them.
Okay, found it.
Soon, Chu Tian discovered a zombie matching the characteristics. It was a young female zombie, with no signs of scratches or bites on her body, clearly one of the first unfortunate victims infected when the black mist struck.
Keep these 2 mutated zombies.
Bai Xiaoxiao pointed at a raider and an observer, saying, the others are not needed. Raiders were practically old acquaintances to Chu Tian. He had lost count of how many he had killed over these days. As for observers, they were just like raiders, classified as the lowest level E-grade mutant zombies.
Compared to regular zombies, observers possessed sharper vision and hearing.
Once they detected traces of living humans, they would emit a piercing screech, attracting hordes of zombies. Simply put, they were the scouts among zombie groups. Chu Tian nodded in response. In this perilous post-apocalyptic world, a flash of light surrounded Chu Tian as powerful magnetic energy surged out of his body like a tidal wave. The energy seemed almost tangible, spreading wildly outward with Chu Tian at its center, accompanied by faint crackling sounds of electricity in the air. In an instant, the nearby raiders, observers, and the recently captured female zombie had the metal objects on their bodies violently pulled by an invisible yet formidable force.
They shot into the air, like arrows leaving the bowstring, dragged toward the cargo hold of the apocalyptic battlefield.
With several muffled bang, bang, bang sounds, they were tossed into the hold like discarded trash.
The remaining zombies were not so fortunate. The metal on their bodies instantly transformed into deadly blades under the influence of the magnetic field energy. The metal twisted and deformed, piercing fiercely into the zombies' bodies.
At that moment, the zombies let out miserable howls, and as the metal on their bodies mercilessly tore through them, they collapsed to the ground, lifeless.
You have killed. You have killed.
The notification sounds rang out continuously like a rapid drumbeat.
But for the current Chu Tian, these experience points were nothing more than fleeting clouds, no longer worth his attention.
Roar!
Keep moving forward. Chu Tian's expression was indifferent as he waved his hand, signaling as if everything that had just happened was nothing more than an insignificant interlude. Time passed slowly.
On this apocalyptic wasteland, Chu Tian and Bai Xiaoxiao resembled tireless hunters, capturing more and more zombies.
Apart from the initial female zombie,
which was of the ordinary type, the rest turned out to be fearsome mutated zombies. Among them, there were as many as 4 or 5 of the formidable raider-type mutated zombies. Chu Tian manipulated metal to firmly bind and seal the hands, feet, and mouths of these zombies. They were stacked haphazardly in the cargo hold of the apocalyptic battlefield, completely powerless to resist. From a distance, the scene resembled a chaotic pile of lifeless pigs, utterly devoid of vitality.
At this moment, the doomsday chariot slowly drove into the outskirts of H City.
Chu Tian stared at a grotesquely obese mutated zombie not far away, his brows unconsciously furrowing.
Capturing this guy alive is going to be troublesome.
This big fat creature was none other than the bloater they had encountered before.
Once attacked, it would unhesitatingly self-detonate, releasing deadly toxic gas. Although Chu Tian's current control range over magnetic fields far exceeded the bloater's self
self-detonation range, making the toxic gas no threat to him. The key issue was that the mission this time was clear: capture it alive at all costs, without letting it self-detonate.
Did you bring the pheromones?
Chu Tian turned his head to look at Bai Xiaoxiao and said calmly, "Here." Bai Xiaoxiao quickly pulled a small vial of itchy monster pheromone from her backpack and handed it over. Chu Tian took it steadily, then pushed open the car door, preparing to get out. Just as he stepped out of the car, intending to use the pheromone to control the swollen creature ahead, suddenly, a strange and horrifying roar came from a high-rise building in front. Immediately after, a zombie mutated to the point of barely resembling a human figure leaped down from the rooftop like a massive bomb. The limbs of this mutated zombie were unusually long, reaching 5 to 6 times the length of its body. Its limbs were covered with multiple joints, resembling those of arthropods at first glance. Its overall form was like that of a giant spider with 4 legs, but in the middle, there was an abrupt human torso.
Super Hunter? Chu Tian instinctively looked up and immediately recognized the identity of this mutated zombie. Super Hunter, B-level mutant zombie.
Super hunters are as agile as lightning, capable of climbing skyscrapers vertically, possessing astonishing strength, and having keen perception like an owl in the night.
Note, compared to its sturdy limbs, the abdominal cavity of a super hunter is exceptionally fragile.
The super hunter dove down from high altitude, suddenly spreading its limbs wide. The sharp ends of its limbs gleamed like cold, flashing blades, precisely targeting Chu Tian. Its attack method resembled the swift and deadly ambush of spiders in nature.
Are they treating me as prey? Chu Tian couldn't help but chuckle.
Along the way, he had always been the one hunting zombies, but he hadn't expected a zombie to dare provoke him today.
With that, Chu Tian focused his mind, and an invisible force quickly enveloped a nearby abandoned car.
Crack, crack, a few shattering sounds echoed, and the car instantly broke into pieces. In this apocalyptic world, this was extremely convenient. No matter where Chu Tian was, there was always plenty of metal around for him to manipulate at will. Roar! The car was torn into pieces, and the metal wreckage seemed to come alive, like agile pythons, swiftly coiling toward the falling super hunter. The super hunter seemed to sense the danger and reacted instinctively. It quickly folded its limbs, curling its body into a ball-like
posture, accelerating its descent.
With a sudden burst of speed, it skillfully evaded the metal coils controlled by Chu Tian. The moment it landed, the super hunter rolled several times, successfully dissipating the impact.
Its previously folded limbs suddenly extended, stretching to an
exaggerated length of 4 to 5 meters, and it sprinted across the ground at lightning speed, like a black whirlwind, ferociously charging toward Chu Tian. With each step it took, the stride covered a distance equivalent to 4 or 5 steps of an ordinary person, combined with its astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, the super hunter had arrived in front of Chu Tian. The super hunter let out a thunderous roar, raising one limb high. The sharp tip gleamed coldly as it thrust straight toward Chu Tian. At this critical moment, Chu Tian did not dodge but instead revealed a slightly puzzled expression.
"I'm very curious," Chu Tian said softly. "When you're suspended in midair, can you still run?"
The limbs of the super hunter had not yet fallen when its body suddenly lost balance. In an instant, it was as if gravity had disappeared, and the entire world fell into a bizarre state, like entering outer space. This giant spider-like super hunter began to slowly float upward, its limbs flailing helplessly in the air, unable to touch the solid ground, and naturally unable to move an inch. It could only watch helplessly as it ascended bit by bit. The super hunter struggled frantically, letting out desperate and furious roars. But at this moment, it had entered a state of pseudo-weightlessness. As everyone knows, in a true weightless environment, an object will not change its form if no external force is applied. Whether moving or stationary, it will remain unchanged. However, Chu Tian was obviously unable to create a truly weightless environment. This was merely pseudo-weightlessness. The super hunter had not truly escaped Earth's gravity. Its levitation was astonishingly similar to the principle behind Chu Tian's flight last night, magnetic levitation. Just now, before the super hunter pounced like a hungry tiger, Chu Tian had already cleverly set up a magnetic field about 2 meters in front of him. He ensured that this magnetic field always maintained a state of mutual repulsion with the Earth's
magnetic field. Simply put, it was an invisible magnetic trap.
Any object that accidentally stepped into it would be suspended in midair due to the strong repulsive force between the repelling magnetic field and the Earth's magnetic field.
Roar! You set up a magnetic trap? Bai Xiaoxiao clearly understood Chu Tian's intention in an instant.
Being even smarter, she drew inferences and proposed a bold hypothesis. Since you can use a repelling magnetic field to create a levitation trap,
then think from another perspective. Can you also set up a gravity trap during battle that interacts with the geomagnetic field to slow down the enemy's speed? Bai Xiaoxiao asked seriously. In theory, it's possible. Chu Tian nodded slightly, then shook his head.
But the magnetic field trap must be set up in advance, so it doesn't hold much significance in truly intense battles.
Roar! The magnetic levitation trap just now was purely an impromptu attempt. The effect was quite good, instantly subduing that B-level mutant zombie, the super hunter, but the drawbacks were equal. equally obvious. First of all, setting up the magnetic field requires some time, which is simply not feasible in critical moments. Secondly, traps are only effective if the enemy steps on them, otherwise, no matter how many are set up, it's just a waste of energy. However, when dealing with these brainless zombies, traps are quite useful. Chu Tian's lips curled into a confident smile. With a casual wave of his hand, the surrounding metal seemed to be drawn by a mysterious force, instantly rising into the air like a group of obedient steel guardians, swiftly charging toward the super hunter suspended in midair. The metal quickly wrapped around its body, binding it tightly without leaving a single gap. To ensure the restraint was secure, Chu Tian operated with meticulous precision, almost seamlessly encasing the super hunter's limbs in a layer of metal shells, completely depriving its limbs of any room to move, as if it were imprisoned in a steel cage. After completing all the operations, Chu Tian stopped supplying energy to the repulsion magnetic field. That's right, for this magnetic field trap to remain effective, just like flying, it must continuously consume his mental energy to maintain. As soon as the repulsion magnetic field disappeared, the super hunter immediately lost its floating support and was mercilessly pulled down by gravity, crashing heavily to the ground with a dull thud. Unwilling to be restrained, the super hunter roared and struggled, but in the next second, a piece of metal shot out precisely, sealing its fanged mouth tightly. Immediately after, Chu Tian swung his hand forcefully, as if lifting an insignificant object, and threw the super hunter into a carriage already packed with mutated zombies. These mutated zombies, which appeared as terrifying demons in the eyes of other survivors, were now bound and piled up messily, resembling livestock awaiting slaughter. The sample size is sufficient for the control experiment. We can go back now. Bai Xiaoxiao walked over lightly, her gaze sweeping across the zombies in the carriage as she calmly spoke. Not bringing the swollen one? Chu Tian looked at the big fat guy wandering slowly not far away and asked. It's enough with it, Bai Xiaoxiao replied. The it she referred to was the super hunter that had just been captured. The toxic gas from the self-destruction of the bloated ones could very likely damage the laboratory. For Bai Xiaoxiao, these words carried no emotion at all. Even though she was always as calm as a robot, she was unwilling to easily come into contact with the bloated ones. It was evident how repulsive this big fat creature was. That's good then. Upon hearing her say she wouldn't bring the bloated ones, Chu Tian secretly breathed a sigh of relief, saving himself a lot of trouble. I really don't want to bring this thing back to the neighborhood. As he spoke, Chu Tian waved his hand again, and a piece of metal wreckage came whistling through the air, instantly transforming mid-flight into a sharp javelin. The javelin shot forward like an arrow leaving the bow, slicing through the air with a piercing whistle, tracing a perfect arc before precisely striking the bloated creature's fat-laden belly. Accompanied by a deafening explosion, the bloated creature instantly self-destructed on the spot. Its body was torn apart in an instant, with fat splattering everywhere, while a bizarre, green toxic mist erupted at the sight of the blast. The green mist surged outward like a raging tide, sweeping across dozens of meters, and continued to spread at an alarming rate. You have killed a sea-level mutant zombie bloater. Experience points plus 200. That's right, the bloater is merely a sea-level zombie, on the same tier as the night demon and the wailing banshee. In terms of threat level, it is even less dangerous than those two. This is because the bloater moves extremely slowly, resembling a sluggish antique. As long as you don't go looking for trouble or approach it actively, the bloater poses almost no threat to survivors. Coupled with its special ability akin to a self-destructing truck, nearly all survivors familiar with its traits will tacitly choose to avoid it and coexist peacefully when encountering one. Let's go, the toxic mist is drifting over, Chu Tian said somewhat helplessly. Even though he had killed the bloater from over 100 meters away, a gentle breeze had carried the toxic mist produced by its self-destruction over to him. By the way, Bai Xiaoxiao, does your plan include any small inventions like gas masks? Before getting in the car, Chu Tian asked casually. But many pieces of equipment are already equipped with air purification systems, such as nanomolecular battlesuits. Bai Xiaoxiao first shook her head, then added, if you're worried about inhaling toxins, once I perfect the human modification technology, I can help you transform your respiratory system into a mechanical one. No need. Chu Tian's expression was somewhat peculiar as he quickly waved his hand to refuse. Bai Xiaoxiao was not joking. One of the key elements of her crazy plan was the mechanization of the human body. She intended to completely replace the fragile human body tissues with mechanical structures, thereby significantly enhancing the combat capabilities of ordinary people. In the future, Bai Xiaoxiao even pushed this technology to the extreme. She transformed 91% of her body into machinery, leaving almost no human tissue except for her brain. Bai Xiaoxiao, have you ever considered using exoskeleton armor instead of mechanical modification? Thinking about how she might turn herself into an unrecognizable robot in the future, Chu Tian couldn't help but ask, isn't it more straightforward to modify the human body with machinery? Why go to such unnecessary lengths? Bai Xiaoxiao provided her answer. In her view, spending effort to create exoskeleton armor was less efficient than simply abandoning the fragile flesh and embracing
embracing the path of flesh and pain, mechanical ascension. The afternoon quietly arrived, and by this time, Chu Tian and Bai Xiaoxiao had already returned safely to Yijian Garden.
More importantly, the controlled experiment was already more than halfway through in an orderly manner.
To ensure the experiment proceeded smoothly, Chu Tian had even specifically asked Yin Xiaoyi to assist Bai Xiaoxiao as her helper.
Of course, Chu Tian himself was not idle either.
After returning to the residential area, he immediately utilized his magnetic field control ability to start creating the mechanical arm he had mentioned earlier. Fortunately, after the magnetic field control upgraded to LV4, his precision improved significantly. Even when crafting components with accuracy down to several decimal places, he could handle it with ease and proficiency. Pieces of high-strength steel taken from the car's A and B pillars slowly melted in Chu Tian's warm palms, as if infused with life, and began
to transform.
Bit by bit, they turned into the parts depicted in the blueprints, the entire process resembling a fascinating magic show.
Is it really done just like that?
At first, Chu Tian thought the production process would be extremely difficult, but unexpectedly, it took less than an hour from start to finish.
Once all the parts were made, the next step was assembly. For Chu Tian, this step was incredibly easy.
With just a thought, tens of thousands of parts instantly floated in the air, including the extremely tiny ones, as if guided by invisible threads. Then, with another thought, all the parts seemed to come to life, moving and assembling in an orderly manner according to the structural diagram provided by Bai Xiaoxiao. Gears meshed precisely, screws and nuts connected automatically, and the entire process was smooth and seamless. Before long, a mechanical arm about 2 meters long appeared in front of Chu Tian. It looked more like a tracked robot than a mechanical arm. The whole is a flexible tracked platform, with a 2-meter-long robotic arm securely fixed on it. The robotic arm has an astonishing number of joints, almost covering all angles
of movement, capable of meeting the needs for seamless operation. However, this robotic arm currently lacks built-in programming, like a soulless shell, possessing only its form.
The robotic arm is finished.
Chu Tian carefully carried the newly completed robotic arm and walked into Bai Xiaoxiao's laboratory.
As soon as he entered, the characteristic putrid stench of zombies surged toward him like a tide, causing him to frown slightly.
Yes, killing zombies seemed to be a matter that required no further explanation for Yin Xiaoyi.
Without a word, she gripped the cold, gleaming long mace tightly in both hands and charged at the zombie without hesitation.
But the scene that unfolded next left her in a bit of a dilemma.
She needed to dissect the zombie bit by bit with a scalpel.
Even the usually thick-skinned Yin Xiaoyi couldn't help but frown, a wave of indescribable discomfort rising in her heart.
Just put it there. Meanwhile, not far away, Bai Xiaoxiao spoke without turning her head. Focused. I've already written the program, we can directly implant it later.
Roar.
As she spoke, she was leaning over to dissect the brain of a raider. The raider's skull had been precisely opened, revealing a complete brain laid bare in front of Bai Xiaoxiao. Her expression was calm, her eyes filled with professionalism and composure. She swiftly picked up several small instruments, gently yet precisely attaching them to the raider's brain.
The sixth comparative experiment, begin.
As soon as the words were spoken, Bai Xiaoxiao pressed the switch on the nearby device without hesitation.
In an instant, a piercing low-frequency noise erupted, like a demon roaring from the darkness, echoing wantonnly in the confined space.
On the operating table, the previously motionless attacker, as lifeless as a corpse, suddenly flailed its limbs wildly as if awakened by a mysterious force. Its bizarre movements made it seem as though it were dreaming of living beings, desperately chasing after them in its dream.
The basic instructions show consistent performance.
Bai Xiaoxiao muttered to herself while observing the raider's reaction. Next, advanced instructions. After speaking, she reached out to turn off the low-frequency noise that had been buzzing continuously.
Immediately afterward, she switched on another device.
The new noise was sharper, like a sharp blade piercing the eardrum. The intense penetration made Chu Tian feel a sudden stabbing pain in his ears, extremely uncomfortable.
You feel uncomfortable too, don't you?
Yin Xiaoyi keenly noticed Chu Tian's expression, pursed her lips, and then skillfully pulled out a pair of noise-canceling headphones from somewhere and put them on. Clearly, she was already accustomed to this headache-inducing noise and had heard it more than once. At the moment the sharper noise sounded, the raider on the operating table immediately let out a low growl. Then, a pair of pale, frost-like eyeballs, resembling two cold, dead fish eyes, stared fixedly at the noise-emitting instrument, as if it were its mortal enemy. Seeing this, Bai Xiaoxiao cautiously picked up the instrument and slowly moved it to another position. Throughout the entire process, the raider's murderous gaze remained locked on the instrument, never wavering in the slightest.
Experimental subject number 6 showed consistent performance.
Bai Xiaoxiao nodded with satisfaction, turned off the instrument, and then walked briskly to the laptop to carefully record the experimental data.
It's my turn.
Yin Xiaoyi, seeing this, swiftly removed her headphones, gripped the long mace with both hands, and walked resolutely toward the assailant.
Her task is to drag out these zombies that have completed the control experiment for disposal after Bai Xiaoxiao's experiment ends. Yin Xiaoyi killed the raider. Experience +10. A striking blinking notification appeared on the virtual interface. Do you have a conclusion now? Hearing the prompt, Zhu Tian quickly walked to Bai Xiaoxiao's side and asked expectantly. Your guess was correct. Bai Xiaoxiao raised her head, her gaze exuding confidence, and nodded as she said, although zombies have brain damage, they can still be controlled, as long as the method is appropriate. As she spoke, she displayed a set of detailed data on the laptop screen. This frequency of sound can stimulate the zombies' brain nerves, making them execute simple commands. If something is controlling the zombies, it's very likely using this low-frequency noise. Bai Xiaoxiao slowly began to speak, each word seeming like a crucial clue to unraveling the mystery of the apocalypse. So, does this mean we can track this low-frequency noise to find the cause of the zombie horde? A glimmer of hope flashed in Zhu Tian's eyes as he eagerly asked. No, not yet. Bai Xiaoxiao shook her head helplessly and pointed to a set of data on the screen, explaining, the experimental results show that the vast majority of zombies emit this low-frequency noise, just like this observer. She paused for a moment and continued, once the observer spots a survivor, it will use its roar to attract other zombies, and that roar contains this low-frequency noise, though we humans can't hear it. Then what should we do? Zhu Tian asked anxiously. Controlled experiments. More controlled experiments. Bai Xiaoxiao's expression was resolute, her tone filled with undeniable determination. This woman, even more beautiful than Yin Xiaoyi and Li Ruyu combined, seemed to never know the meaning of fatigue. After speaking, she once again threw herself wholeheartedly into the next round of experiments. Then take your time with the experiments. I'll borrow your computer for a bit. Compared to the repetitive and tedious control experiments, Zhu Tian was more eager to understand the current situation of the zombie tide. Taking the computer, which he had used once before, he operated it skillfully and quickly opened the satellite map. The screen was initially pitch black, then lit up, successfully connecting to the feed from the Zinami reconnaissance satellite. Speaking of which, why is old me's satellite always pointing its orbit at us? Zhu Tian couldn't help but complain, though he understood the reason behind it. The reconnaissance satellites of the Free Nation targeting the Dragon Nation clearly had ulterior motives. However, with the sudden arrival of the apocalypse, all those past schemes and plots became utterly meaningless in the face of this harsh reality. After connecting to the satellite feed, Zhu Tian's fingers gently slid across the touchpad, and the satellite image quickly zoomed in. Why is there a river here? When the satellite image zoomed in on H-City, Zhu Tian was surprised to discover countless black rivers that he had never seen before surrounding the city. Filled with doubt, he continued to zoom in on the image. The satellite image gradually shifted from an overhead view of the entire city to a street view of a specific area. Due to the high level of magnification, the image was somewhat blurry, but Zhu Tian could already see clearly what the rivers were. They were not rivers at all, but countless zombies. They moved like surging black rivers, slowly heading in the same direction, and there were countless such rivers in the image. All the zombies in H-City were crazily converging in the same direction, and these black rivers eventually merged into an endless sea of zombies under Wangyang. Even from the perspective of a satellite high above, this sea of zombies stretched as far as the eye could see. Roar! The sheer density of their numbers was enough to make one's scalp tingle, as a chill surged from the soles of the feet straight to the heart. No wonder the southwest base fell so quickly in the previous life. Zhu Tian couldn't help but exclaim in shock. While Zhu Tian was nervously monitoring the situation of the zombie horde via satellite, chaos erupted dozens of kilometers away at the southwest base, located southwest of H-City. Tens of thousands of survivors, like ants on a hot pan, crowded at the four exits of the base, frantically surging forward. Ahead, more than a dozen buses and troop transport vehicles stood ready, waiting for the survivors to board. Don't push from behind. Line up properly. As long as you meet the requirements, you can get on the bus. Women, child, technically skilled professionals. A soldier stood on high ground, shouting hoarsely through a megaphone to direct the formation of survivors, striving to maintain order. Roar! But the chaotic situation on site rendered his efforts almost futile. Let me go up first. Let me go up first. I'm an economics expert from H-City University. Boom! Damn it, stop pushing me from behind. I'm the boss of Sunshine Real Estate. I know your officer, Zhao Zhongxie, Supervisor Zhao. The survivors below had already descended into chaos. Some were desperately trying to prove their identity to get on the vehicle first, others, unable to bear the crowding, cursed loudly. There were even those claiming to know Zhao Zhongxie in an attempt to gain priority. The scene was a chaotic mess, with all sorts of commotion. In this apocalyptic chaos, the only unchanging scene is the group of survivors, like startled birds, desperately pushing forward. Panic and urgency are written all over their faces, each fearing that the slightest hesitation would result in being instantly swallowed by the shadow of death. They have only one thought in their minds: they must not slow down, or they will miss the only chance to escape this desperate situation, boarding the car that can take them to safety. Amid the chaos of the crowd, like wild beasts colliding out of control, a small-scale stampede tragedy unfolded. Several elderly and frail individuals, as fragile as paper in the surging tide of people, accidentally fell and were
were immediately overwhelmed by merciless footsteps, forever lying on the ground. Only faint cries for help remained, gradually fading amidst the noise.
Did I make a mistake?
On a watchtower not far away, Zhang Haoping gazed down at the crowded masses below with a complex expression, self-doubt surfacing in his eyes for the first time. Ever since Chu Tian refused his invitation last time, he had returned to the base, pacing back and forth in his room like a trapped beast, pondering for a long time. In the end, he made up his mind to adopt Chu Tian's suggestion and prepared to relocate the survivors in the base, attempting to find a glimmer of hope for them. For this, Zhang Haoping expended a great deal of effort, contacting the surrounding survivor bases one by one. Countless calls were made, only to be met with endless cold rejections. No survivor base was willing to take in these ordinary people. On one hand, they looked down on these survivors without superpowers. In this perilous post-apocalyptic world, superpowers had become the trump card for survival. On the other hand, the reality was even harsher. No base had enough resources to easily sustain tens of thousands of mouths. Every piece of supplies was extremely precious in this post-apocalyptic world, like a drop of water in the desert. All the bases he managed to contact regarded these ordinary survivors as a hot potato, avoiding them at all costs. Just as Zhang Haoping was on the verge of despair, a large military-controlled base in a neighboring city finally responded. However, they were only willing to take in a little over 2,000 survivors, which was already the maximum they could bear. Helplessly, Zhang Haoping could only settle for the next best option. Since it was impossible to evacuate everyone, he decided to prioritize
transferring children, women, and technical personnel. Rationally speaking, this plan was undoubtedly a glimmer of hope in the darkness.
However, reality struck like a heavy slap across Zhang Haoping's face. He had overlooked a crucial yet extremely complex factor: human nature. When news of the evacuation spread throughout the base, all the survivors, regardless of age or gender, swarmed to the base entrance like soldiers responding to a rallying call. They had not yet learned of the impending horror of the zombie horde, but merely hearing the word evacuation instantly unleashed a floodgate of fear. Terrifying speculations spread rapidly, and rumors ran rampant within the base. Some claimed the military planned to flatten H City with mushroom bombs, while others said the base intended to abandon them to fend for themselves. These rumors spread like a virus, driving the survivors into a frenzy as they fought to seize spots on the few evacuation vehicles.
Captain Zhang, there's a riot at the east gate.
Survivors have started smashing cars. Just as Zhang Haoping was at his wit's end, a young soldier hurriedly climbed up the watchtower, bringing even worse news.
Zhang Haoping let out a heavy sigh.
At this moment, he suddenly felt that his ability to manage the base was far inferior to Zhao Zhongxie.
After Zhao
Zhongxie's death, the military faction took the opportunity to purge the corrupt bureaucratic faction and successfully took control of the southwest base.
This should have been something to celebrate.
After taking over the base, Zhang Haoping fairly distributed the previously withheld food to every survivor, hoping to ensure everyone had enough to eat. However, the result unexpectedly triggered an even more severe food crisis, as if Pandora's box had been opened, bringing endless troubles. It could be said that every action Zhang Haoping took stemmed from good intentions, filled with kindness toward the base and the survivors. Yet the outcomes were always disappointing, as if fate were playing a cruel joke on him.
It seems I really am not suited for management.
At this moment, the zombie horde loomed like a giant beast ready to pounce, about to surge forward. Meanwhile, the base was in utter chaos, with uncontrollable crowds and a scene of complete disorder everywhere. The carefully planned evacuation had to be abruptly halted due to the sudden turmoil. All the pressure was like towering mountains, pressing down on Zhang Haoping so hard that he could barely breathe. To make matters worse, at that moment, the radio at his waist suddenly blared urgently. Zhang Haoping quickly pressed the talk button, his voice tinged with a trace of exhaustion and tension.
Captain Zhang.
A voice filled with extreme urgency came through the radio. Hearing the tone of his subordinate, Zhang Haoping's heart instantly sank to the bottom, and a sense of foreboding surged through him.
Sure enough, Captain Zhang, the zombie horde. The zombie horde is coming.
That anxious voice pierced sharply through the radio. The only response was his own increasingly heavy breathing, like the oppressive prelude to an approaching storm.
Zhang Haoping took a few deep breaths, trying to calm himself, and asked, "How far are we from the base?" "Less than 10 kilometers. The observation points have all been overrun. Shaoli, Lao Wang, Biao, they're all dead."
A young soldier's voice, choked with sobs, came through the radio.
Zhang Haoping recognized it as Xiao Chao's voice.
Xiao Chao was only 19 years old, having served for just a year. He was a typical rookie, and in Zhang Haoping's eyes, he was like a younger brother.
"Xiao Chao, don't panic. First, report your current situation. Are you safe now?"
At this critical moment of life and death, Zhang Haoping seemed to transform once again into that calm, composed, and unflappable Captain Zhang, doing his best to soothe Xiao Chao's emotions.
"Captain Zhang, I'm hiding in a house right now. There are zombies everywhere outside."
In the radio, Xiao Chao's voice trembled, as if fear was about to consume him at any moment. Meanwhile, the rumbling sound outside could be heard, dull and terrifying like a
train passing by.
Zhang Haoping knew clearly that it was definitely not a train, but the horrifying prelude of an approaching tide of corpses.
Xiao Chao, don't panic. I will definitely find a way to save you. You must hide well. I'll send a helicopter to pick you up right away.
As Zhang Haoping spoke, he quickly climbed down the ladder, preparing to leave the watchtower to arrange the rescue.
Captain Zhang, you mustn't come over. They're not the main force yet.
Upon hearing that Zhang Haoping was coming to rescue him, Xiao Chao on the radio refused without hesitation. His voice trembled severely as he revealed a harsh truth.
What does not the main force yet mean?
Zhang Haoping's hand holding the radio trembled slightly, an unprecedented fear surging in his heart. The main force of the zombie horde is still behind. The ones coming now are the swift-moving mutated zombies.
Many of them can even climb walls. And there's also a kind that.
On the other end of the radio, Xiao Chao, somehow mustering courage, poked his head out from the building where he was hiding and meticulously reported the situation of the zombies in the corpse tide.
There's one with slender limbs, resembling a spider, and another with degenerated hands. One that walks on all fours like an animal.
A series of bizarre and terrifying zombie characteristics were conveyed in detail by Xiao Chao to Zhang Haoping. At this moment, Xiao Chao no longer hoped to leave alive. His only wish was to contribute as much as he could to Captain Zhang and the base before his death, even if it was insignificant.
Stop talking, Xiao Chao. Hide quickly. The plane is almost here. Zhang Haoping descended from the watchtower, shouting urgently as he dashed madly toward the helipad. However, just as he was sprinting, the radio suddenly fell into eternal silence. Xiao Chao, Xiao Chao.
Having just climbed down from the watchtower, he called out several times, his voice filled with urgency and worry. But the radio only emitted intermittent static noise, as if announcing the end of Xiao Chao's life.
Damn zombies.
Zhang Haoping's pupils were slightly red, a mix of anger and sorrow surging within him. He slammed his fist hard against the nearby pillar, the sharp pain in his hand failing to register in his mind.
Captain Zhang, someone has leaked the news about the zombie horde. The survivors in the entire base have already rioted. We can't stop them at all. At this critical moment, hurried footsteps echoed from afar.
A soldier, as frantic as an ant on a hot pan, dashed madly toward Zhang Haoping, his steps hurried and chaotic, as if trampling on everyone's nerves. As he got closer, the soldier, panting heavily, his face filled with terror and anxiety, urgently reported a piece of bad news as heavy as a boulder. Upon hearing this, Zhang Haoping's brows furrowed tightly, resembling two steep and perilous mountains. Roar! He took a deep breath slowly, his chest heaving violently, as if struggling to weigh life and death, hope and despair. Finally, he gritted his teeth and forced out a sentence. If we can't stop it, then we won't stop it. Roar! This decision was like a heavy burden, weighing down his heart.
How many vehicles are there in the base now?
Zhang Haoping suppressed the turmoil in his heart, trying his best to make his voice sound calm and composed. Excluding armed vehicles, there are over 100, including 20 buses, 10 trucks, and cargo vehicles. The soldier reported swiftly and clearly, like a precise machine. Each of these vehicles carries countless stories and hardships. Most of them were collected by Zhang Haoping and his brothers, tirelessly scouring a world fraught with danger and overrun by zombies, all with the purpose of paving a path to survival for the base's survivors at critical moments.
Not enough.
Zhang Haoping shook his head decisively, his tone carrying an undeniable firmness. Far from enough. After speaking, he gritted his teeth and roared word by word, include the armored vehicles as well. Immediately afterward, he raised his voice and issued a new order. Pass the word down, have all survivors board the vehicles and evacuate immediately, regardless of age or gender. Everyone gets on. These words were like a giant stone thrown into a calm lake, stirring ripples among the soldiers. The soldiers nearby froze, exchanging glances filled with worry and doubt. A veteran who had followed Zhang Haoping for many years couldn't help but step forward hesitantly and said, Captain Zhang, with so many survivors, which base would accept them?
What's the big deal if we don't accept? Zhang Haoping's emotions erupted like a volcano as he rarely shouted, his voice echoing in the air. Do you want to leave them here to die?
After shouting, he seemed to have exhausted all his strength.
He let out a slow sigh, his eyes filled with endless fatigue and helplessness.
He slowly informed his subordinates of the news he had just received. About the zombie horde, old who, I just got the news. The zombie horde is already here, less than 10 kilometers away from us.
We have no choice. If we don't evacuate now, these people will all die.
After speaking, he took a deep breath to calm himself and then shared his thoughts. Notify the brothers.
Those who want to leave should leave quickly. If they wait, it will be too late.
If anyone doesn't want to leave, then stay with me, defend the base, and buy time for the civilians to evacuate. As these words were spoken, the surroundings fell silent instantly, as if time had frozen.
After a brief moment of silence, several veterans exchanged glances and saw the same unwavering determination in each other's eyes.
Damn it, Zhang Haoping, I respect you, that's why I call you Captain Zhang. The veteran surnamed who spat fiercely, his face full of indignation.
What do you mean by this? Are you asking me to be a deserter?
Then, he suddenly turned his head and shouted loudly to the surrounding soldiers, Brothers, this damn Zhang looks down on us.
Can we swallow this insult?
Unbearable. All the soldiers shouted shouted in unison, their voices thunderous like raging waves, showcasing fearless courage. A few soldiers, seeing their usually respected officer being cursed as a bastard, couldn't help but burst into laughter. Yet, as they laughed, their eyes gradually reddened with tears. It was a mix of complex emotions, reflection on life and death decisions, and a deep sense of camaraderie. Brothers, pass the word down, leave all the vehicles for the civilians. Old Who roared angrily, his voice echoing across the land, will stay behind to buy them time to evacuate. This shout seemed to voice the command Zhang Haoping wanted to give but didn't dare to, out of concern for his brothers. The soldiers responded one after another, their voices firm and powerful, like a synchronized drumbeat. Without hesitation, they immediately sprang into action, each taking up their duties to prepare for the brutal battle ahead. Old Who. Zhang Haoping's eyes reddened slightly, his heart filled with mixed emotions. He understood that Old Who did this to make him feel better, staying behind to guard against. The corpse tide was undoubtedly a path to certain death. Whoever issued the order to defend would have to bear responsibility for the soldiers who perished in battle. Alright, stop whining like a woman. Old Who stepped forward and gave Zhang Haoping's shoulder a heavy pat. Get ready for battle. Between men, no need for many words, all emotions are conveyed through this simple gesture in words, unspoken yet understood. Soon, the entire southwest base was like an activated machine, swiftly operating. The survivors, who had been rioting in panic, calmed down gradually upon hearing that everyone could evacuate. Buses and trucks loaded with survivors, like massive beasts, slowly departed from the southwest base. Each vehicle was severely overloaded, with people packed inside like sardines in a can. To accommodate more passengers, all the seats in the buses had been removed. Everyone was crammed together chest to back, making it extremely difficult to breathe. Each time the vehicles passed over a brick or a small pothole, the jolts made the passengers sway unsteadily, like duckweed floating on a turbulent sea. Some physically weak individuals, unable to breathe due to the overcrowding, eventually suffocated and died. Even so, the strong will to survive drove the survivors to scramble to board the vehicles. Only when a vehicle was so packed that the doors could barely close did it finally start moving, carrying the desperate yearning for life as it left the base. Our ammunition is running low. Zhang Haoping patrolled the base as he calmly said, we can't rely on manpower alone to stop the zombie horde. Our only hope is to blow up those buildings in front when the horde gets close. Also, expand the minefield as much as possible. Tell the brothers laying the mines to just throw them on the ground, there's no need to dig holes. After all, zombies don't have brains. Inside the base, Zhang Haoping was meticulously arranging the defenses, leaving no detail overlooked, as if engaged in a thrilling battle with death itself. Just then, several people dressed in peculiar outfits walked over resolutely. Captain Zhang, these awakened ones want to stay and join us in resisting the tide of corpses. A soldier stepped forward to report. Upon hearing this, Zhang Haoping frowned slightly, turned around slowly, and his gaze fell on the approaching awakened ones. Is it just the few of you? His voice carried helplessness and deep disappointment. In the southwest base, there were records of over 20 awakened individuals. Many of them had been painstakingly brought back by Zhang Haoping during his missions to gather supplies. He had placed high hopes on these awakened ones, eagerly anticipating that they would demonstrate their formidable strength during the base's moments of crisis and become the backbone of its defense. Yet, in the face of disaster, everyone fled for their lives. Most of the awakened individuals blended into the crowd of fleeing survivors and slipped away from the base. Those who stayed behind were only the 5 or 6 people before him. Captain Zhang, it's just us. An elderly awakened individual helplessly spread his hands, his face etched with the marks of time and despair. No choice. All right. Beside him, a red-haired, cocky young man with a cigarette in his mouth scoffed disdainfully. Those guys, as soon as they hear about the corpse tide, they're too scared to even make a sound. These people, men and women, young and old, with varying levels of strength, dared to stay behind, and this courage already surpassed that of most awakened individuals. All right, then follow Old Who's arrangements. I'll wait for a moment. Zhang Haoping was just about to give instructions when, not far away, a panic-looking mother was being desperately pulled along by a girl who seemed to be under 10 years old. The girl's strength was surprisingly great, even her adult mother couldn't resist her pull. The little girl shouted from afar, her voice crisp yet stubborn, I want to fight zombies. It is worth noting that her pupils were different from ordinary people, dull and lifeless. She walked unsteadily, clearly a blind person. Don't talk nonsense. The girl's mother was startled and quickly picked her up. The little girl's feet left the ground, as if she had instantly lost all strength, unable to break free from her mother's embrace. Officers, don't listen to the child's nonsense. The mother held the little girl, explaining as she prepared to leave, her expression anxious, eager to evacuate the base. My daughter's eyes are blind, she can't see, weak, helpless, and pitiful. I'm not. In her mother's warm yet slightly trembling embrace, the little girl struggled like a stubborn little rabbit. Her bare feet, like uncontrollable little hammers, kicked wildly in the air. I'm very strong. Her voice carried the unique innocence and stubbornness of a child. I want to fight zombies. I am a whack. Before she could finish speaking, her mother's slightly rough yet powerful hands suddenly covered the girl's mouth with a sharp slap.
Has the zombie horde already approached the southwest base?
At the same moment when Zhang Haoping and his team were fully focused and actively preparing for battle, far away in the tranquil and mysterious Yijiang garden, Chu Tian's expression was unusually grave as he stared intently at the images transmitted by the reconnaissance satellite. From the satellite's overhead perspective, the tide of corpses rolled like a vast, dark ocean, seemingly the most terrifying force of
darkness in the world.
Within this darkness, a black river splitting off toward the southwest base, though accounting for less than 1/10 of the entire tide, was something Chu Tian understood all too well. This seemingly insignificant number spelled a catastrophic disaster for the southwest base. After all, a tide of corpses numbering in the millions, even just 1/10, meant hundreds of thousands of zombies.
The southwest base is in danger. Chu Tian's brows furrowed tightly.
He was well aware of the defensive strength of the southwest base, and against this tide of hundreds of thousands of zombies surging forward like a flood, the defenders stood no chance.
Thank you.
The main force of the corpse tide hasn't moved yet. Just as Chu Tian was lost in thought, like a gentle breeze, Bai Xiaoxiao had quietly walked up to his side without him noticing. Her gaze was fixed on the satellite image, showing the zombie horde slowly advancing toward the southwest base, and she softly said, "This group of zombies attacking the southwest base seems more like a vanguard force."
You mean this is a coordinated military operation?
As Chu Tian spoke, he instinctively turned his head. The moment he turned, he froze. Bai Xiaoxiao, dressed in a white lab coat, was standing so close behind him that he could faintly catch a whiff of her subtle, spring-like floral fragrance.
Chu Tian couldn't help but feel puzzled.
This research fanatic, who spent her days either dissecting zombies or cracking open the skulls of ferocious beasts, somehow carried no trace of the nauseating stench of blood. Instead, she exuded a faint, pleasant scent, which was truly surprising.
That's quite obvious. I know.
Bai Xiaoxiao nodded lightly, her small head swaying slightly, acknowledging the conclusion that the corpse tide was conducting a military operation. To observe the densely packed images on the notebook screen more clearly, she unconsciously leaned in a bit closer, her head lowering slightly as well.
Chu Tian felt a bit uncomfortable and cleared his throat twice.
There was nothing unusual about her lowering her head, but the loose white lab coat she was wearing at the moment did little to provide any cover.
Why are you looking at me like that?
Bai Xiaoxiao seemed to sense something, turned her head, and looked at Chu Tian with eyes as clear as a mountain spring, free of any distractions.
Chu Tian quickly shook his head and hurriedly changed the subject. Finished the control experiment? How did it turn out? Just as expected.
As soon as Chu Tian asked about the experiment, Bai Xiaoxiao immediately seemed to be triggered by some kind of switch, completely
ignoring the earlier awkward moment.
She turned around like a whirlwind and brought over the equipment,
pointing at a segment of audio
data with her slender fingers. She said excitedly, "Through the control experiment, I successfully narrowed the target frequency
down to these two ranges.
Although I still can't precisely identify what you're looking for, at least we have a direction now." As she spoke, Bai Xiaoxiao took the notebook, skillfully opened a document on the desktop, and clearly presented several design diagrams in front of Chu Tian.
Do I have to do it again? Chu Tian was not surprised at all.
In his mind, he probably thought that in Bai Xiaoxiao's eyes, he had long turned into a 3D printer that could be summoned at any time.
Roar!
Bai Xiaoxiao responded softly, then patiently explained, "It can recognize and receive various low-frequency sound waves.
Once it receives the set sound wave frequency, it will provide a general location, making it easier for you to find what you're looking for." Chu Tian didn't hesitate.
After all, Bai Xiaoxiao's lab was fully stocked with all the necessary materials. Once he gathered everything, he immediately started manufacturing.
"Your ability is really useful."
Swish! Bai Xiaoxiao stood to the side, staring intently at the pile of discarded metal. With a gentle wave of Chu Tian's hand, the metal seemed to be imbued with magical power, instantly transforming from decay into wonder, becoming precise, millimeter-perfect small components.
She couldn't help but exclaim sincerely.
Soon, the design on the screen seemed to be magically brought to life, quickly turning into a real instrument.
"Is that all it takes?" Chu Tian looked at the handheld radar-like device in his hand and asked with some doubt. Give it to me."
Bai Xiaoxiao reached out to take the device, skillfully opened the metal cover at the back, and carefully inserted a black, battery-like object. As soon as the battery was inserted, the instrument's screen lit up instantly, emitting a faint blue glow.
"Graphene battery?" Chu Tian speculated.
Bai Xiaoxiao nodded, but a trace of regret flashed across her expression.
However, the results didn't meet expectations.
The charging speed is only 150 times that of a regular battery, and the capacity is merely 27 times. She gently shook her head, clearly disappointed with the performance of this graphene battery. For a moment, Chu Tian was at a loss for words, silently marveling in his heart, this must be the mindset of a genius, with such exacting standards for things.
"Alright, I've already set the frequency."
Bai Xiaoxiao fiddled with the instrument for a while longer, then handed it to Chu Tian.
"As long as it receives sound waves on this frequency, it will immediately sound an alarm. Now you can proceed with your plan."
Just as she handed the instrument to Chu Tian, Tian, Bai Xiaoxiao suddenly blurted out, "I hope you survive."
Thanks.
Chu Tian was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected this usually cold-as-ice robot to show even a hint of concern. Bai Xiaoxiao still wore her icy expression.
I just still need your protection.
If you die, I'll have to find another suitable place for my experiments, and that would be troublesome.
Yes.
Although her words were still devoid of emotion, Chu Tian faintly detected a trace of a different kind of tsundere attitude in her cold tone.
Chu Tian said no more, silently took the instrument, and turned to leave Bai Xiaoxiao's laboratory.
After leaving the laboratory, Chu Tian quickly walked toward the gate and soon found the gatekeeper, Steelman.
"Boss, are you looking for me? Let's go." Steelman saw Chu Tian and immediately asked respectfully, "Did you loot an armory when you were at Huishan prison? Is there still equipment there?" Chu Tian asked.
He clearly remembered that the clever skinny monkey in Huishan prison had mentioned that Steelman had robbed an armory but only brought back part of the equipment.
"Yes," Steelman quickly answered truthfully, "that armory is in the mountains, it's very large, well-equipped, and even has armored vehicles and tanks." Although the people in the prison each had their own skills, very few knew how to drive a tank. So at that time, Steelman could only take some light weapons and machine guns and leave in a hurry. Chu Tian thought for a moment. Light weapons will do.
Notify Skinny Monkey and have him transport all the surplus weapons and
ammunition from the base here, especially the ammunition. Bring as much as possible.
Have old Zhang fly it over, the sooner the better. As for the armory in the mountains, Chu Tian had no plans to go there for the time being. After all, his current situation was quite similar to Steelman's back then. There was no one around him who could drive a tank. The Steelman's expression hardened, and he nodded forcefully, his resolute gaze seemingly declaring that the mission would be accomplished. Immediately, he swiftly picked up the radio, his fingers skillfully pressing the buttons as he urgently contacted Huishan base. On the other side, as soon as Skinny Monkey received the message, he sprang into action like a mouse with its tail set on fire. Under Chu Tian's prolonged coercion and enticement, this guy had long turned into a complete lackey. As soon as the message arrived, he dared not hesitate in the slightest, his face full of terror, as if a vicious ghost were chasing him. He could be seen using both his hands and feet, swiftly loading various rifles, machine guns, and boxes of ammunition into the helicopter. With each box he carried, he was gasping for breath, but he dared not pause for even a moment. After the loading was complete, the experienced old Zhang was responsible for transporting these supplies. In Yijiang Garden, Chu Tian was already prepared to leave, his steps heading toward the gate. But just before leaving, he suddenly seemed to be struck by a jolt of electricity, abruptly stopping and slapping his forehead. That's right. His voice was particularly clear in the silent garden.
"Does old Zhang know how to fly a military transport plane?" Ding!
The Z9 transport helicopter we managed to seize last time, after much difficulty, has been sitting all alone on the community helipad because we couldn't find anyone who could fly it, like an abandoned giant bird.
Reporting to the boss.
Steelman frowned slightly, thought carefully, and then nodded affirmatively, saying, "Old Zhang mentioned that he served in the military when he was young and even participated in the war against the second monkeys back then. In my opinion, he should know how to fly it." In the prison's law of the jungle environment, no one dared to mess with old Zhang, largely because of this extraordinary experience. After hearing this, Chu Tian nodded in satisfaction, his gaze fixed on the distance, as if anxiously awaiting old Zhang's appearance. Zhang Haoping, you must hold on a little longer," he murmured softly. At this moment, within the southwest base, tens of thousands of ordinary survivors were racing against time to evacuate, creating
a scene of utter chaos.
Convoys, ranging from a dozen vehicles to dozens or even hundreds, crawled along the uneven roads of the apocalypse with great difficulty. The massive scale of the convoys generated significant noise, and as soon as they departed from the southwest base, they became like bait exuding a strong scent, quickly attracting attacks from zombies and ferocious beasts. Countless survivors encountered catastrophic disasters halfway, with a single vehicle under attack leading to the tragic fate of dozens or even hundreds of people. They embarked on a cruel path filled with blood and death. No one knew where the destination truly was, nor could anyone be certain they would
arrive alive.
Not even a single person was sure whether any survivor base would be willing to accept this group of desperate fugitives. However, despite the dangers of evacuation hanging over them like a blade, there was at least a glimmer of hope. Staying at the southwest base, on the other hand, would mean certain death with no chance of survival.
Have all the survivors evacuated?
On the high walls surrounding the southwest base, Zhang Haoping donned his long-unused military uniform. Although the uniform appeared somewhat worn, it still exuded the aura of a soldier when he wore it. He solemnly put on his epaulets, as if they bore a heavy responsibility.
"They've all withdrawn."
A soldier quickly stepped forward, saluted with precision, and reported, "But a few vehicles broke down and haven't gone far."
"It doesn't matter."
Zhang Haoping's expression remained calm, but his eyes shone with unwavering determination. "We'll buy them the time they need to retreat." After speaking, he slowly lit a cigarette. Just as he took 2 puffs, a gust of wind carrying a putrid stench howled from the front, instantly dispersing the smoke he had just exhaled. The wind wind carried the unique foul odor of zombies, sending a chill down one's spine. The high walls began to tremble slightly, as if the earth was growling in a low voice. A mild earthquake seemed to be occurring. The water in the mineral water bottle placed on the ground rippled visibly, spreading out in circles like waves of fear.
Zombie horde. The zombie horde is coming.
The radio at Zhang Haoping's waist suddenly crackled to life, its sharp voice piercing through the tense air.
Everyone, get ready.
He immediately turned on the radio and shouted loudly on the public channel, his voice firm and powerful, as if it could penetrate
the heart of every soldier and give them endless strength. Then, he quickly switched channels. Drone, send the footage over.
As soon as he finished speaking, a chilling image appeared on the tablet in the hands of a nearby soldier.
On the screen, a tide of corpses surged like waves, countless zombies forming a black ocean that stretched endlessly.
The drone kept ascending, its camera rising higher and higher, but the tide of corpses still showed no end. Hiss! A young soldier, pale with fear, let out a faint gasp, but he had no idea that the tide of corpses captured by the drone was not even a tenth of the entire horde.
Don't panic, just treat it like a drill.
Zhang Haoping patted his shoulder, trying his best to reassure him.
You've participated in drills before, right?
In fact, he himself was also stunned by the terrifying scene before him, but as the commander, he knew he had to force himself to remain calm and not show the slightest hint of panic.
Artillery, ready. Rocket launcher, ready.
Zhang Haoping stared intently at the drone footage. Seeing the tide of corpses gradually enter the designated strike range, he decisively ordered, prepare, fire. With the command given, the only multi-barrel rocket launcher and 16 cannons at the southwest base, like slumbering giants awakened, roared in unison with deafening fury. As the only entity in H city that could be called a large base, the southwest base still had some confidence and resources.
Boom, 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 boom.
16 cannons roared in unison, the sound seemingly about to shatter the entire world.
Rockets soared into the sky one after another, whistling away like furious firebirds.
In an instant, smoke filled the entire southwest base, and the pungent smell of gunpowder permeated every inch of the air.
Normally,
everyone feared that the sound of explosions would attract more zombies.
Weapons as powerful as cannons were taboo and rarely used lightly.
But at this moment, faced with the surging tide of the undead, there was no room for hesitation. Amid the thunderous roar of heavy artillery, the ground trembled slightly, as if engaging in a contest of strength with the endless tide of corpses, responding to the impact brought by the corpse tide just now.
Yeah, ha ha ha. Blow these damn bastards to pieces. Ha ha ha.
The warriors on the high walls watched as shells whistled overhead, as if seeing the dawn of hope, and let out earth-shaking cheers.
Those cheers seemed to dispel the deep-seated fear of the zombie horde.
5 kilometers away, the zombie horde, like a black torrent, surged forward with overwhelming force, engulfing several streets. On the streets and between the buildings, everywhere is filled with densely packed zombies, as if the entire world has been consumed by this evil force. Leading the charge are raiders, wailing banshees, and even the terrifying presence of super hunters. These speed-type mutated zombies, like arrows released from a bow, race ahead, charging at the forefront of the zombie horde. Their spine-chilling howls echo and intertwine, shaking the heavens, as if they are about to tear the sky apart. Accompanied by their roars, a piercing whistling sound suddenly came from the sky. Immediately after, shells and rockets rained down like a storm, landing precisely in the dense horde of zombies.
Boom 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 boom.
Amid the continuous explosions, countless severed limbs were blasted into the air, then fell like raindrops, as if a bloody rain of flesh was pouring down. Buildings collapsed in the explosions, with bricks falling like boulders, crushing countless zombies in their wake. However, all of this still could not stop the surging tide of the undead. From the drone's perspective, the shells falling into the horde of zombies resembled stones thrown into water. Though they stirred up ripples, they were quickly and mercilessly swallowed by the incoming black tide. Existences as formidable as super hunters charged forward madly through the bombardment, their frenzied postures sending chills down one's spine.
Keep firing, don't stop, until the last shell is fired.
Inside the southwest base, Zhang Haoping's slightly hoarse voice kept shouting through the walkie-talkie. However, the cruel reality stood like a cold wall, blocking everyone's path. He shouted himself hoarse while commanding, yet could not change the fact that the tide of corpses was rapidly approaching. A dozen cannons facing hundreds of thousands of corpses were like a drop in the ocean, appearing weak and powerless. In the blink of an eye, the rocket launcher fired its last rocket, and then, as if it had exhausted all its strength, fell silent first. Following that, the previously deafening roar of cannon fire began to falter, like the labored breathing of an elderly person nearing the end of life,
until the final shell, with a sharp whistle, streaked over everyone's heads. In an instant, it was as if the world had pressed the mute button, all the clamor abruptly ceased, and time seemed to freeze at that moment. The world fell into sudden silence, and the unexpected tranquility made it seem as though the bombardment had never occurred. However, the choking gunpowder smoke lingering in the base, like an unyielding ghost, resolutely proved that everything just now had been real. The corpse tide is coming. 4 kilometers. 3 kilometers. The trembling shout in the radio repeatedly echoed in everyone's ears.
Zhang Haoping's brows were tightly furrowed, his expression as heavy heavy as iron, his heart a mix of complex emotions. Is this the corpse tide? At this moment, his heart was filled with regret, finally realizing how foolish his previous thoughts had been. He couldn't help but recall the words Chu Tian had said to him last time: evacuating the survivors as quickly as possible is more important than anything else. These words echoed in his mind like a morning bell and evening drum. Zhang Haoping sighed heavily. If only I had believed earlier. If he had followed Chu Tian's advice to organize an evacuation as soon as they returned to the base, the situation wouldn't have turned out so dire. Unfortunately, there is no medicine for regret in this world, and everything is now beyond redemption. Roar, roar. Despite the deafening bombardment earlier, the tide of corpses never stopped, not even slowing down, as if those explosions were merely a rousing battle hymn for them. The soldiers standing on the high tower had already spotted the blurry figures of the zombies in the distance, like a surging black tide, irresistibly rushing forward. Corpse tide, 2 kilometers. When the radio once again transmitted that chilling report, Zhang Haoping instantly pressed the communication button without hesitation and shouted resolutely, "Blow up the building." At the moment he issued the order, the tide of corpses was just approaching a high-rise residential area 2 kilometers away. Like a black river, the tide of corpses was divided by the tall buildings in the area, forming streams that bypassed the structures before converging again to continue advancing. Blow up the building. As the order was given, a soldier who had been standing by without hesitation detonated the explosives that had been pre-arranged in the distance. Boom, boom, boom. A series of deafening explosions erupted in the distance. Due to the close proximity, the soldiers standing on the high wall could clearly see the fiery bursts of the explosions blooming like sinister flowers on the critical structures of one high-rise building after another. After the explosions, the skyscrapers began to tilt slowly. At first, it seemed as though they were making a final struggle, but once the tilt angle exceeded 45 degrees, the collapse speed suddenly accelerated. Rumble. Accompanied by violent tremors of the earth, one high-rise after another came crashing down, sending clouds of dust billowing into the sky. Each collapsing skyscraper was like the scythe of death, crushing hordes of zombies beneath it. The number of dead zombies was countless, and the scene resembled a hell on earth. The dust stirred up by the collapsing buildings, like a heavy curtain, spread across several streets, obscuring the sky and blocking out the sun. However, there was not a single cheer from the people on the high walls. Everyone held their breath, nervously staring at the distant dust, as if endless terror lurked behind it. Soon, a gentle breeze swept through, and the dust gradually dispersed. Before their eyes appeared a despairing scene, a dense horde of zombies, like a surging tsunami, crossing the collapsed buildings and rushing forward without hesitation. I should have gone with them. A female awakened one who stayed behind saw this scene, and a deep sense of regret surged in her heart. Unfortunately, at this moment, regret was useless. It was all too late. Now, the only thing left in front of the zombie horde was the final line of defense, the minefield. But everyone couldn't help but have a huge question in their hearts: could the minefield really stop these ferocious zombies? However, they will soon know the answer to this question, because the zombies have already stepped into the minefield. Name: Chu Tian. Boom boom boom. Strength: 151. Agility: 32. Constitution: 140. Boom 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 boom. The sound of explosions echoed continuously. At first, there were only a few sporadic explosions, like a tentative prelude. Slots used: 5 out of 10. But as more and more zombies surged into the minefield like a tide, almost every landmine was mercilessly triggered. Amid the zombie horde, blood-red flames shot into the sky, and each explosion unleashed a storm of blood and gore, blasting the surrounding zombies into a mangled mess. At this moment, everyone finally saw the answer to the question: was the minefield effective? Effective. But can it stop the zombie horde? No. The zombies ahead forced their way through the minefield with their bodies, while the ones behind surged forward like a tide, completely fearless. Soon, the zombies closed in on the final kilometer, entering the range of the machine guns. Everyone, get ready! Zhang Haoping pressed the communication button again and roared hoarsely, "Fire!" With the order given, dozens of rifles and machine guns roared in unison, a torrent of bullets pouring out like a violent storm, weaving a deadly barrage in the air and madly mowing down the dense horde of zombies ahead. Under such intense firepower, the zombies fell in waves. Everyone mechanically repeated the actions of pulling the trigger, reloading, and pulling the trigger again. There was no need to aim, just pointing the muzzle forward was enough to make the zombies fall like wheat being harvested. In just a few seconds, the dead zombies piled up into a long slope of corpses. The zombies at the rear, wanting to move forward, could only cross over this slope of corpses. "Die for me!" The soldiers on the high walls screamed hysterically, venting the deep-seated fear within their hearts through their roars. Soldiers are human too, and when faced with such a terrifying tide of corpses, they are equally afraid. In just a short moment, no one could count how many zombies had been killed, as the sheer number was simply impossible to calculate. The zombies seemed endless. No matter how many fell, there were always countless successors charging forward like madmen. Their efforts seemed like a colossal joke in the face of the surging tide of corpses.